Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Ancient Jade Space. Xiaozhe, run fast. When Jiang Fanyin abruptly sat up, cold sweat beaded on her forehead, her eyes filled with overwhelming despair and sorrow. It was the helplessness in the face of her brother's impending tragic fate. It was also a stubborn confusion as she struggled to cling to life in her ailing body. After a considerable time, her muddled consciousness gradually regained clarity, allowing her to slowly discern her surroundings, albeit in a daze that a question arose in her mind. Isn't this the villa where she lived before the apocalypse? Why was she here? Wasn't she supposed to be dead? Dead in that devouring, dark era of the apocalypse. Unable to comprehend the situation, Jiang Fanyin resolutely pinched her arm, the sharp pain confirming that she was not dreaming, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Then, she snatched her phone from the bedside table and checked the time. July 23rd, 2030, 8 a.m., July 2030. So, she had been reborn. Reborn a month before the onset of the apocalypse. Jiang Fanyin could barely contain her joy, her lips curling into a smile. What does rebirth signify? It means she could see her brother again, her living brother. She could even stockpile supplies in advance, preparing for the apocalypse, thus sparing herself the struggle of surviving for years in that cannibalistic world. However, surviving through the trials of the apocalypse was no easy feat. She needed to gather more resources. As thoughts swirled in her mind, she dragged her weary body into the shower, turning on the faucet for a refreshing wash. After years of hardship in the apocalypse, she had nearly forgotten the sensation of a proper shower. The cool water cascaded down, gradually clearing her chaotic thoughts. Suddenly, she felt something rush into her nose, and a few drops fell onto the jade pendant hanging around her neck. Unbeknownst to her, the jade, stained with her blood, emitted a radiant glow, shimmering with vibrant colors. The weather was so dry that it made her nose bleed. Wiping it absent-mindedly, Jiang Fanyin wrapped herself in a towel and stepped out. She then dialed a number. "Hello, Uncle Lin. This is Jiang Fanyin. Do you have some time recently? Please help me sell the company." "Yes, I urgently need money for something. Just sell it for as much as you can. Please don't ask. Just help me with the sale. I entrust this matter entirely to you." After hanging up, Jiang Fanyin let out a long breath, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She glanced at her account balance. She rarely spent money, and with the profits from the company and previous research patents, her savings had grown significantly, now totaling 50 billion. Once the proceeds from the sale of the company came through, the supplies she could purchase would be her lifeline in the apocalypse, allowing her and her brother to survive. To endure, she required ample resources, and to acquire resources, she needed money. Yet, in the apocalyptic era, money, be it virtual or physical, would be worthless. Only what she spent now would have value. She needed to procure more funds for supplies. Such wealth could undoubtedly buy a plethora of resources. But where would she store them? Jiang Fanyin pondered deeply, meticulously sketching a map of the villa's layout on paper. Although the villa was spacious, even if she hid things well, it would be futile when disasters like floods, hail, or pestilence struck. If only she had a portable, readily accessible space. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, an image appeared in her mind that a vast, grayish space, seemingly boundless, yet she could sense its size and every corner within. There was a sea and a spiritual spring within this space. This is a space. No need for a map. She could simply go stockpiling supplies. Who would have thought that the ancient jade her father had obtained for her contained such a vast space? In her previous life, she had been oblivious. No wonder Su Qingqing thrived in the apocalypse after stealing all her possessions. It turned out she had been leveraging Jiang Fanyin's efforts. With delight, Jiang Fanyin casually picked up her phone, silently envisioning a retrieval, and the phone vanished from her hand in an instant. In the next moment, a phone appeared in the corner of the space. With another thought, the phone reappeared in her grasp. What an incredible space. Truly convenient for retrieval. She remained ecstatic for a while before calming down. However, at that moment, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, a cold smile crept across her lips that on the other end was her boyfriend, Chinyanga Beast, masquerading as a human. She answered casually, "Hello? Enin, didn't I tell you about the class reunion today? How can you be late?" As soon as the call connected, Qin Yang began with complaints and dissatisfaction. Jiang Fanyin scoffed, simply stating she would arrive shortly before hanging up, unwilling to utter another word. Her gaze narrowed dangerously. At the reunion, he had brought along that little vixen, Su Qingqing. How blind had she been not to see their illicit relationship? In her past life, she had kindly taken him in, only to have them abscond with all her resources, even selling her to a rich kid in the neighborhood. If her brother hadn't rushed over out of concern, she might have faced humiliation long ago. This time, she would ensure that these two wretches paid the price they owed. When Qin Yuyang ended the call, he appeared momentarily dazed until the delicate woman beside him softly called out, "Yang, what's wrong? Did Yinyin say whether she's coming?" "Don't worry, she said she would definitely come," Qin Yuyang replied, ignoring the strange feeling in his heart and smiling as he patted her shoulder. Su Qingqing's eyes gleamed as she looked at him with admiration. "Yang, you're so charming. No wonder Yinyin, despite her wealth, only likes you." "Of course. She wouldn't dare to question me," Qin Yang boasted, raising his eyebrows. When he first pursued her, it was solely for her looks, however. She had shown no interest beyond holding hands and hugging, leaving him frustrated. If he hadn't discovered her family's wealth, he might have broken up with her long ago in the private room. Everyone chuckled at his remarks, their smiles peculiar. Ultimately, they had only invited someone to ensure she would foot the bill. After all, who wouldn't appreciate a portable ATM? When Jiang Fanyin arrived with a group of bodyguards, she was greeted by this seemingly harmonious scene. "Oh, busy already?" Jiang Fanyin waved with a smile, though her eyes held no warmth. She surveyed the room, quite satisfied. "Is this a class reunion? Why do I see so few familiar faces?" Chapter 2. Did you eat shit today? So, they were merely calling her to pay the bill? She could hardly suppress a cold laugh. Some people truly regarded her as an unlimited ATM, treating her without any courtesy or pretense of gratitude. Su Qingqing, that little vixen, was indeed clinging to Qin Yuyang, just as in her previous life. This was excellent when the time for revenge came. She must not overlook anyone. Surrounded by astonished glances from his companions, Qin Yuyang felt a sense of humiliation wash over him, his face darkening as he retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? You think you have a right to be late. Apologize to my friends at once." The other men and women chuckled, well aware of her affection for Qin Yuyang, eagerly anticipating her forthcoming apology. Jiang Fanyin casually toyed with her phone, crossing her legs with an air of nonchalance. "This is quite the spectacle. It seems all sorts of characters abound." "What do you mean by that?" Qin Yuyang sensed a distinct shift in her demeanor, an inexplicable unease stirring within him. Yet she remained silent, gracefully lifting her slender fingers and giving a gentle beckon. In an instant, the bodyguards behind her moved forward, effortlessly subduing the idle rascals who only knew revelry. His hands were tightly bound and pressed against the coffee table, as one by one, those around him were easily taken down. This was an utter humiliation. Fuming, Qin Yang glared at her from a distance, his eyes nearly blazing with fury. "Jiang Fanyin, have you lost your mind? What on earth are you doing? How could you treat me this way? I am your boyfriend." Indeed, he was the boyfriend she had supported for years, the same man who, during the apocalypse, had absconded with her resources and sold her off alongside another woman. Shouting won't solve anything. If it did, even a donkey could rule the world, Jiang Fanyin replied coolly, casting him a sidelong glance as she raised her hand. "Have them sign the documents." "Yes, boss." The captain of the bodyguards, seemingly prepared, pulled several sheets of paper from his pocket. Before long, the documents were laid out before them. At the top of one sheet, for conspicuous characters proclaimed, "Debt repayment agreement." Qin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he came from a decent background, he spent lavishly and lived paycheck to paycheck. Had this woman gone mad? When had he ever owed her money? Upon glancing at the amount listed below, his eyes bulged in shock. "This is extortion." "Ah, my memory fails me. I mistakenly considered you a person. You can't even keep track of your own debts." Jiang Fanyin clucked her tongue, beginning to enumerate. "Let me help you with the calculations. Not to mention the financial support during our university years. There must be at least 100 instances where you've had me foot the bill. Can you tally how much you owe me?" She had been blind before, but now she intended to make them both endure the harsh realities of survival in the apocalypse, channeling her past grievances into relentless retribution. But hadn't he already spent everything? Qin Yuyang was momentarily speechless, his anger bubbling over once more as he protested indignantly. "We're in a relationship. Do you really need to keep such meticulous accounts? It's just a trivial amount once we're married. My money will be yours." He had used this very rationale to manipulate her, incessantly employing psychological tactics until she had willingly succumbed to his whims. Jiang Fanyin produced a fruit knife from her sleeve, the blade gliding lightly across his face as she smiled, enchanting yet ominously. "Have you eaten something foul? Your words are repugnant and unbearable. Now, in front of all these witnesses, return my money and sign this breakup agreement." Though countless rules had vanished in the apocalypse, she wished to avoid future complications. Qin Yuyang and Su Qingqing were destined to meet their end at her hands. She couldn't leave behind any evidence. With these two documents, at least her culpability would be significantly lessened. The rest would rely on her strength. Yet, Qin Yuyang was adamant about not signing. His monthly salary barely covered his expenses, and the meager savings he possessed were a gift from his family or Jiang Fanyin. If he gave it all away, how would he continue to indulge in his carefree lifestyle? His face flushed with rage, his eyes ablaze, and had it not been for the knife gliding across his skin, he would have erupted in a furious tirade. Su Qingqing, sensing the tension, hurriedly interjected, her voice sweetly coaxing. "Sister Yinyin, please don't say anything rash. Brother Yang, you two have such a strong bond. How could Sister Yinyin bear to break up with you? Just soften your stance and appease her. There's no need for such a scene." Being a woman, the bodyguards treated her with relative gentleness, merely holding her shoulders, unlike Qin Yuyang, who was restrained. "Ah, which sewer has overflowed to let you out?" Jiang Fanyin smirked, her gaze darkening as it settled on Su Qingqing. "What's the matter? Have you spent so much time with Qin Yuyang that your mouth now stinks, just like his? You?" Su Qingqing was taken aback, not expecting her and Qin Yuyang's affair to be publicly exposed. Embarrassed and furious, she lifted her head to retort, but froze in place. Though she had always known Jiang Fanyin was beautiful, the icy, hollow gaze now fixed upon her sent shivers down her spine. That gaze, reminiscent of a black hole, was chillingly devoid of emotion. She felt a tremor of fear grip her heart. The words she had intended to hurl back at Jiang Fanyin became lodged in her throat. Both women were left speechless, and the onlookers regarded Jiang Fanyin with trepidation. Satisfied with her display, she lost interest in prolonging the confrontation. With a firm hand, she compelled Qin Yuyang to sign the agreement, insisting he transfer the funds. With ink, stamps, and everything in place, if Qin Yuyang still hadn't grasped her intention for coming today, he would be a fool. So, she had come solely to end their relationship. His connection with Su Qingqing had been discreet. How had she discovered it? His anger intertwined with anxiety. The professional bodyguards executed their duties with remarkable efficiency, not only fulfilling their employer's requests, but also meticulously handling all surveillance within the room, leaving no trace. Their professionalism was unparalleled. After collecting the funds, Jiang Fanyin swiftly severed ties and contacted a real estate agent to put her villa on the market. She reflected that, compared to a standalone villa, residing in a high-rise apartment would offer greater safety. After all, should a flood occur, she would be at risk of drowning. Living in a high-rise seemed the more prudent choice. Chapter 3: The Art of Stockpiling. Her destination was clear, eyeing a nearby apartment complex not far from her villa. This development was managed by a friend in real estate, featuring a Nordic architectural style, complete with fully furnished interiors. The only reason it had lingered unsold for some time was its steep price. But she had the means. A sturdy place like this was essential to secure. In her previous life, many subpar constructions had succumbed to severe damage during storms, while this newly built complex remained untouched, a testament to its quality. Upon her arrival, the sales representative was elated to see a prospective buyer and promptly guided her through the various buildings, ultimately selecting the 17th floor, which was unoccupied. She decided to purchase the entire floor. That on her journey, she encountered other saleswomen accompanied by their clients. One of them had also set her sights on the 17th floor, but after much deliberation, she faltered, and the property ultimately fell into the hands of her competitor. The other woman shot her a resentful glare before turning away in defeat. Jiang Fanyin did not spare her a glance, swiftly acquiring the contract and property certificate, thus finding solace in her newfound security. As the apocalypse loomed, human nature unveiled itself in surprising ways. She had endured numerous betrayals and could never again entrust her side or back to those unworthy of her trust. In her new abode, she planned to occupy one room, her brother another, while the remaining space would serve as a storage area for supplies. With an array of natural disasters on the horizon, it was prudent to stockpile resources. Jiang Fanyin first visited a 4S dealership, where she promptly sold a new car she had recently purchased. It was a new model from a domestic brand. This transaction yielded a substantial sum. While she had no worries about spending, she preferred to exchange her funds for the maximum amount of supplies. After selling her car, she immediately sought out a large, extended cargo truck. WWIII City was a bustling metropolis, laden with supermarkets, shopping malls, and wholesale markets. Her first stop was a nearby department store, where she directly approached the manager and procured a comprehensive assortment of clothing, shoes, jewelry, and cosmetics for all seasons. To avoid arousing suspicion, she refrained from disclosing her and her brother's clothing sizes, crafting a plausible excuse of preparing for a new business venture, thereby minimizing the risk of exposure. The manager, accustomed to such dealings, speculated that she might be a novice in the industry, and given the size of her order, readily agreed to close for a day and arrange for home delivery. Jiang Fanyin provided them with the address of a countryside estate, a gift from her parents' old friend during her coming-of-age ceremony. Initially intended to be transformed into a farm, her parents' passing and her subsequent takeover of the family business delayed those plans. Now, she could use it as a FOD, intending to later transfer the supplies into her storage space. She then visited a specialized street for doors and windows, ordering a dozen robust stainless steel doors and windows, providing precise measurements and requesting additional reinforcements to ensure they could withstand any assault. She also selected top-tier anti-theft locks, prioritizing security. This venture cost her nearly $10,000, which she spent with ease. Jiang Fanyin, feeling confident about her remaining balance, proceeded to order the most durable and blast-resistant glass for installation. Her choice of the 17th floor was influenced by its expansive living room devoid of traditional balconies, offering an unobstructed view. With proper window installations, she could weather any storm, enjoying the luxury of a grand floor-to-ceiling window balcony, rich in aesthetics and perspective. She even planned to add a semi-enclosed iron grille to shield against hail, arranging for its installation ahead of the doors and windows. After settling these arrangements, she made her way to the city's largest wholesale base, where goods were typically cheaper than in retail shops, an opportune moment to capitalize on bargains. Today was all about stockpiling, aiming to become a wealthy hoarder. She acquired blankets, silk comforters, climbing ropes, life jackets, various shelving units, cabinets, tables, chairs, fans, air conditioners, binoculars, freezers, tents, camping bags, flashlights, sleeping bags, and more. All items were of the highest quality, as these supplies were crucial for survival in the uncertain future. She also inquired about generators. I have a friend who specializes in those. Just tell me what you need, and he'll relay the message. The owner, thrilled by such a large order, not only agreed to deliver the goods, but also took it upon himself to handle the generator request. Jiang Fanyin pondered briefly before responding. Let's go with 20 diesel and gasoline generators. Given their wear and tear, it was wise to purchase extra for peace of mind. The owner's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing the magnitude of this order, which could amount to a considerable sum. Fearing suspicion, Jiang Fanyin fabricated a perfect rationale. My boss is a significant entrepreneur with many companies. This is merely one unit per company. I might need to return to you if it's insufficient. A company owner. That explained everything. Nowadays, those at the top were often ruthless, even compelling others to work during power outages. The owner, having received her order, eagerly assured her that he would call once the generators were delivered for her to confirm receipt and sign the contract. Jiang Fanyin felt satisfied with his efficiency, her masked face revealing a relaxed smile. She no longer needed to worry about power shortages. She then continued her procurement elsewhere. After her departure, the owner, instructing staff to pack the goods, promptly called his friend, his voice brimming with excitement. Hey Lao Lu, it seems you owe me a feast. I've just landed a major order. The conversation revealed more details, and his smile widened. 20 diesel and 20 gasoline generators now. That's a significant order. The owner, pleased with himself, crossed his legs, already contemplating what his friend might treat him to, filled with anticipation. Chapter 4. The Wrong Brother. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fanyin, the owner was reveling in his good fortune after her departure. She had now arrived at a food market. Being just a young girl, the owner initially paid her little heed. However, when a staff member called him over, his initial apprehension quickly transformed into delight upon hearing her request. "What? You wish to purchase so many items? Are you certain, young lady?" Jiang Fanyin cast a disinterested glance his way, deliberately altering her voice as she had done at the wholesale base. "If you're unwilling to fulfill this order, I can easily take my business elsewhere." "And oh no, how could that be?" The owner quickly replied, his eyes reflecting his joy over the big order. "Please provide an address, and we will arrange for prompt delivery." What a ridiculous notion. She ordered 1,000 bags each of various rice types, including Chinese fragrant rice, pearl rice, crystal rice, and northeast rice, along with similar quantities of glutinous rice, millet, barley, black rice, and purple rice. Starch and flour were also ordered in abundance. Only a fool would turn away such a lucrative opportunity. He was no fool. Jiang Fanyin pinned the address for them, once again the estate, but staggered the delivery time from that of the clothing order for safety. Her gaze casually drifted to a nearby plate. "Oh, your beans look rather appealing." The owner, eager to encourage her to purchase more, promptly guided her to inspect the merchandise, showering praise on his wares. She said nothing further and cheerfully placed an additional order. "Since the boss is so confident, let me have a few £1,000 of each type of bean. A little extra won't hurt. My elders have generously provided me with funds, and I am preparing to open a large shopping mall, which will certainly come in handy. And let's arrange the same for these types of flour as well." She requested a substantial amount of corn flour, sweet potato flour, sorghum flour, buckwheat flour, red beans, green beans, black beans, and yellow beans, leaving no stone unturned. Even taking several broad beans, the owner was naturally overjoyed. Although he initially harbored some doubts, her attire and demeanor suggested she was not an ordinary person. Her mention of opening a mall quickly dispelled any lingering concerns. After all, such occurrences were not unheard of. However, those who hoarded goods in the past did not possess nearly as much as she sought. He even found it amusing, recognizing that it was likely her first experience in opening a mall. If she did not store her vast purchases properly, it would certainly lead to significant losses. Nevertheless, he refrained from offering any warnings and allowed her to proceed with the arrangements. Jiang Fanyin continued to browse, simultaneously purchasing daily necessities on her phone while selecting goods on site. When she arrived at the snack section, her eyes immediately lit up at the sight of beautifully packaged, fragrant sunflower seeds, an essential item for passing the time. Indispensable before and after meals. Grabbing a few to sample, she promptly placed another order. "Boss, please pack me another 2,000 pounds of these sunflower seeds and fried snacks. They taste delightful." The spicy fried snacks, crab-flavored broad beans, creamy watermelon seeds, and plum-flavored watermelon seeds were among her favorites, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Today was destined to be a lucrative day, and the owner's spirits soared as he quickly summoned several staff members to begin preparations. What supermarket owner lacks a few supply channels? Even his own warehouse housed a multitude of goods. Though supplies were limited, he could always procure from others. Ultimately, this profit was assured. Jiang Fanyin opted not to exhaust all her purchases at a single store. After a brief stroll, she instructed the owner to prepare an inventory list, cheerfully paying half the deposit to put his mind at ease. She then moved on to another store to stock up, deliberately maintaining some distance. Once again, she approached the owner, explaining her intentions. 500 barrels of soybean oil, 500 barrels of rapeseed oil, 500 barrels of sunflower oil, 500 barrels of peanut oil, 500 barrels of sesame oil, 500 barrels of olive oil, 500 barrels of walnut oil, 1,000 pounds each of white sugar, rock sugar, and brown sugar. And please provide me with 1,000 pounds of all your types of sugar. Jiang Fanyin's red lips curled beneath her mask, unbothered by expiry dates in her space. Time stood still. The cup of hot water she had prepared that morning remained scalding, meaning she could store items at her leisure, ensuring that anything retrieved later would be as fresh as ever. The sudden influx of business left the owner somewhat incredulous until Jiang Fanyin flashed her black card, indicating potential future collaborations, prompting him to hurriedly prepare. Those who possessed a black card were invariably affluent who would frivolously wield it. Jiang Fanyin unreservedly placed additional orders for essential cooking items. She requested a large quantity of soy sauce, oyster sauce, aged vinegar, fragrant vinegar, white vinegar, rice vinegar, cooking wine, chicken essence, monosodium glutamate, 5-spice powder, cumin powder, 13-spice mix, chili powder, pepper powder, black sesame, white sesame, pepper salt mix, sweet plum powder, and various herbs including rosemary, star anise, cinnamon, and Sichuan pepper, each in 200 boxes, with each box containing 100 packets sufficient for her needs. She decided against purchasing scallions, ginger, and garlic here, as there was a substantial vegetable base nearby that would offer greater convenience and variety. Next, she ventured into an outdoor supplies store and acquired a plethora of items. Emergency kits, high-capacity solar chargers, batteries, windbreakers, fire extinguishers, rain boots, inflatable boats, and rubber dinghies. These were all indispensable for a post-apocalyptic scenario. Just as she finished paying the deposit, her phone chimed. It was her younger brother, Jiang Fanyin. Sis, why did you change the lock? I can't get in. He looked somewhat aggrieved at the sight of the large bags piled at the entrance. Caught up in her stockpiling, she had completely forgotten about him. The sales office had likely changed the lock long ago. It was surprising he could even enter. Did you drive? Jiang Fanyin responded, sidestepping his question. She recalled that the car he had purchased upon reaching adulthood was an excellent off-road vehicle, which he partly financed himself due to insufficient funds. In hindsight, that vehicle was indeed more suited for a world transformed by chaos. Her brother possessed a keen eye for practicality that a month was somewhat rushed. It would be wise for him to join her in stockpiling. Chapter 5. Bye-bye by Jiang Fanyin, still somewhat perplexed, scratched his head and obediently replied, Yes, I drove my off-road vehicle. His residence was in close proximity to the villa. Even after moving out, he would occasionally return to visit his sister. Why don't you drive home? Gather your favorite clothes and toys, and then sell the house? I will purchase a new one for you, situated right next to mine, so you can come and live with me. Without hesitation, Jiang Fanyin decisively settled the matter and promptly sent him the address before ending the call. She currently lacked the time to elaborate, as the 1-month period for stockpiling was exceedingly brief. What was happening? Jiang Fanyin stuffed the disconnected phone into his pocket, gazing vacantly at the gifts he had brought for his sister. With a troubled sigh, he resolved to follow her instructions. The siblings had relied on each other for many years, and he understood better than anyone that his sister was the one person in the world who would never harm him. Her insistence must surely be for a reason. However, he was already quite grown, who still played with toys. Those were clearly figurines. He had long since outgrown the age of playing with toys. Why did his sister still perceive him as a child? Jiang Fanyin ventured to the source of daily necessities to stockpile an array of living essentials. Without a doubt, items such as toilet paper were indispensable. She never wished to relive the days of her past life, devoid of toilet paper, relying solely on leaves for cleanliness. The sensation of an inflamed backside was a memory she would prefer to forget. Toilet paper, wet wipes, tissue paper, laundry powder, liquid detergent, soap. An assortment of fragrant laundry soaps, shampoo, conditioner, essential oils, body wash, and dishwashing liquid were all procured in copious quantities. Sanitary pads, skincare products, facial cleansers, hand creams, masks, clay masks, toothpaste, toothbrushes, cling film, storage bags, lunch boxes, thermoses, insulated cups, and kettles were amassed in abundance. And with her online purchases, she estimated they could last several generations. Various dishes and cookware were not overlooked. She seized every necessary item with a fervor akin to a goose plucking feathers, ordering in substantial quantities. The shopkeepers beamed with delight, while the employees were on the brink of tears. The relentless demands of overtime loomed ominously before them. Accompanied by a sinister grin, Jiang Fanyin, in a frenzy of enthusiasm, swept through the nail salon, seizing an array of nail polishes and artificial nails, even acquiring several UV lamps. She stocked up on alcohol, cotton pads, nail clippers, buffing files, sponge buffers, polishing bars, hand brushes, softeners, steel pushers, cuticle clippers, gel polishes, color gels, top coats, embellishments, reinforcing gels, and ample removal kits. It is a woman's innate nature to seek beauty in her past life. She had no choice but to live like a man, But in this life, she aspired to be the most stunning individual in any crowd. Even if her beauty went unseen by others, she intended to indulge herself in it for her own joy, estimating that her brother would take some time to pack. She ventured to a nearby water facility to assess the environment. She discovered that their water tanks could hold 4 to 5 tons of purified water, and the convenience of accessing it was remarkable. A valve enabled her to turn on the faucet with a mere push and when not in use. Closing the valve ensured that even if the faucet was forgotten, no water would drip. Such a precious resource. In a world devoid of food, one could survive for days. However, without water, one would perish from thirst in less than 3 days, underscoring the critical importance of water in a post-apocalyptic scenario. With newfound enthusiasm, she placed an extravagant order for 2,000 water tanks and 2,000 barrels of purified water, directing them to deliver a batch each morning and another in the afternoon. She even procured several state-of-the-art water filtration devices. Experiments conducted on-site revealed that even murky water, once filtered, yielded excellent quality, both in clarity and taste. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, where could one find clean water sources? Such filtration devices would undoubtedly be indispensable. Continuing her shopping spree, she traversed numerous supermarkets, purchasing every piece of fresh meat from the refrigerated sections, including marbled beef, beef balls, fish balls, crab sticks, mushroom balls, potato noodles, rice noodles, silky tofu, sweet potato, vermicelli, and enoki mushrooms. Each supermarket staff assisted her in loading the items into her vehicle. She merely had to close the door. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, the moment the door shut, everything inside the vehicle had vanished, as she had transferred all to her space. What could preserve food better than her spatial realm? Eager to reunite with her brother, Jiang Fanyin, having amassed a considerable stockpile, drove home without even checking her space. Upon parking and descending to the ground floor, she spotted a familiar off-road vehicle with a tall, slender figure leaning against it. Her eyes instantly welled with tears. That was her only family. In this world, a young man's survival was fraught with challenges, yet he stubbornly refused to abandon her. After her illness, he had exhausted every possible means to procure medicine for her, and the once robust lad had been worn down to a shadow of his former self by her burdens. Oh, what a foolish brother! Jiang Fanyin was reluctant to reveal her vulnerable side to her younger brother. Swiftly, she wiped away her tears and approached him, gently patting his shoulder. "Sister, you're back. Why did you move? You didn't even ask me for help," Jiang Muse remarked, a hint of grievance in his tone. Despite growing up, he felt there was little he could do to alleviate the pressures his sister faced. "It's safe here. Let's go upstairs," Jiang Fanyin replied, assisting him in unloading the items from the vehicle and into the elevator, ensuring everything was brought inside before they ascended together. "Sister, have you encountered any difficulties lately? I heard from Uncle Lin that you're considering selling the company," Jiang Muse asked cautiously, his gaze filled with concern. It turned out that Uncle Lin had called him, prompting him to seek out his sister. Jiang Fanyin discerned the situation but chose to remain silent, directly stating her need for money. "I still have a considerable sum in my account, and after selling the house, I should be able to secure a substantial amount, all of which will be given to my sister," Jiang Muse spoke without hesitation. This child, it seems, remains as generous as in her past life. Jiang Fanyin was in exceptionally high spirits. Without hesitation, she handed him the key to her room. "I have purchased the entire floor. The remaining 2 rooms are yours to choose from. Move your belongings in, and later this afternoon, I will accompany my sister on some errands. It seems we shall be quite busy for a while." But what predicament could her sister possibly be grappling with? Noticing her reticence, Jiang Muse decided against pressing for answers and instead dutifully went to inspect the rooms. Ultimately, he selected one and began to move his items. Before long, the two ventured out once more. "Sister, didn't you just acquire a new car? Why is it transformed into a delivery truck?" Jiang Muse's eyes widened at the sight of the long cargo truck before him. It was utterly incongruous with his sister's elegant demeanor. It appeared he would need to expedite the sale of the property through the real estate office to secure the funds promptly. Chapter 6. A dream from parents. "This vehicle is quite spacious for transporting items," Jiang Fanyin remarked as they made their way to the cemetery. The elderly couple of the Jiang family lies in eternal slumber, though merely in a tomb adorned with their garments. Their ashes were long ago scattered to the winds, fulfilling their final wishes free as the breeze. Jiang Muse, under the impression that his sister had brought him to visit their parents, refrained from inquiring further. This is a private cemetery, inaccessible to outsiders. Thus, once the caretaker departed, only the two siblings remained in the tranquil grounds. Xiao, our parents visited me in a dream last night. Do you know what they told me? Jiang Fanyin crouched before the gravestone, delicately polishing it with a handkerchief. How come they visited you in a dream, but didn't share the same courtesy with me? Jiang Muse echoed her position, unable to suppress a murmured complaint. Jiang Fanyin wore a serious expression, deliberately lowering her voice. Our parents have said that we are soon to face the end times, urging me to prepare diligently and protect you. You often read novels. Surely you understand what this implies? Sister, perhaps it is merely a dream? Have you been under too much stress lately? Jiang Muse widened his eyes, gazing at her with concern. He certainly comprehended the gravity of the situation and did not doubt her. It was just that such news was too terrifying. If it were true, the entire world would likely be affected. He was naturally reluctant for this news to manifest. I too wish to remain skeptical. Yet the recent ominous events have all corroborated our parents' warnings, leaving me no choice but to believe. I hope you can stockpile supplies with your sister. Regardless of what others do, she must prioritize your safety. This was the explanation Jiang Fanyin had devised while in the car, intending to make it more credible in front of their parents' tomb. Although her brother could sometimes act impulsively, he possessed a commendable sense of discretion and was trustworthy. She had no intention of revealing her spatial abilities to him just yet. After all, he would eventually understand without her needing to explain, as some matters were simply not ripe for discussion at this time. Jiang Muse gazed at his sister's earnest demeanor, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. Was her recent decision to sell the company, the car, and change houses all because she had promised their parents to safeguard him? Yet, he too was capable of protecting her. These burdens ought to fall upon his shoulders. Sister, I understand. Whatever you need to stock up on, I shall procure it immediately. Jiang Fanyin conveys a similar sentiment, offering a reminder that I will stock up on food and provisions. However, the acquisition of gasoline and diesel poses a dilemma. Without these essential resources, the generators I have purchased will be rendered useless. Regardless of the veracity of this information, it is imperative that you keep it confidential. Otherwise, when the apocalypse arrives, our fate will undoubtedly be dire. Jiang Muse was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and promptly nodded in earnest. His eyes then sparkled with inspiration. He was familiar with the method of extracting oil. All it took was to procure an oil extractor, which would enable him to draw out the oil efficiently. By adding oil a few more times, he could amass a greater supply. Indeed, this was an excellent idea. Jiang Fanyin resolutely entrusted this important matter to him, urging him to exert himself today and focus solely on this task, while she would take care of everything else. With such unwavering confidence from his sister, Jiang Muse felt an overwhelming surge of joy, nearly bursting with excitement. Yet he recalled his sister's fondness for his composure and swiftly closed his mouth before he could fully smile. Jiang Fanyin did not notice this detail, but cautiously reminded him once more that this matter was a secret between the two of them. In front of their parents, he had promised not to divulge it, so he ought to be more prudent in his actions, ensuring that no one could catch him off guard. Rest assured, elder sister, I understand, he replied, his expression grave and resolute. You might as well drive to the estate. Fetching oil from the room at the back will go unnoticed, Jiang Fanyin suggested. And Jiang Muse was entirely compliant. The two then departed from the cemetery, heading straight for the estate. They arrived just in time, as the first batch of delivery trucks soon reached their destination. The sole route to this estate made it quite easy to navigate. She was well aware of the quantity of goods ordered, and the individuals here were eager to engage in a second collaboration with her. Thus they were exceedingly meticulous. They inspected numerous garments, ensuring that there were no unpleasant odors or stains before they would agree to accept them. The inspection was swift, and after thoroughly checking several hundred pieces, they allowed the items to be stored in the estate's warehouse. Watching the workers fill the warehouses to the brim, Jiang Fanyin felt a surge of happiness and readily settled the remaining payment. After bidding farewell to the workers, she turned to collect all the items into her spatial realm. Immersed in her thoughts, she glanced into the space and realized that perhaps due to the abundance of stored items, the space had begun to self-organize. Furthermore, she could sense that the categorization commenced from the corners. Truly, a precious treasure. Jiang Fanyin smiled with satisfaction. Today was primarily about receiving goods. After all, the delivery from a certain company was notably swift. All the household appliances she had ordered were already marked as arrived in WWIII City, and this afternoon, she merely needed to finalize the payments and accept the deliveries. Air conditioners, refrigerators, washing machines, dryers, vacuum cleaners, dishwashers, microwaves, electric ovens, rice cookers, electric water heaters, electric blankets, heated clothing, heaters, electric shavers, hair dryers, straighteners, and massage chairs. All were accounted for. As the afternoon passed, Jiang Fanyin could hardly keep track of how many deliveries she had received. She simply felt an overwhelming sense of security. While awaiting the goods, she even found time to place numerous snack orders. Spicy duck necks, zhoheya, spicy small fish, jellies, potato chips, popcorn, fruit candies, lollipops, dried fruits, candied fruits, preserved plums, instant noodles, and cookies were all included without exception. In just one day, substantial amounts of money had been spent, and Jiang Mu's progress was also smooth, having extracted 700 to 800 liters of gasoline in a single afternoon. Jiang Fanyin, upon revisiting, had even purchased numerous airtight containers, now filled to the brim. "You've done remarkably well, Xiaozhe," she praised without reservation. Jiang Mu's ears flushed crimson. As he matured, his sister seldom lavished such praise upon him. Though he felt a twinge of embarrassment, a wave of joy surged within him. "Sister, I shall continue my efforts tomorrow. Rest assured I will procure more for us. It matters not. We shall gather as much as we can. When the apocalypse truly descends upon us, we will still have the opportunity for zero-cost acquisitions. Gasoline is illegal to trade privately, yet amidst the chaos of the end times, who will pay heed to such matters? At that point, acquiring it at no cost will suffice." Jiang Fanyin's calculations are remarkably astute. Chapter 7. Beasts and humans must not coexist. Jiang Mu's naturally complied with his sister's every command. After a few days of diligent activity alongside her, he discovered that her shopping was remarkably systematic. For instance, in the category of preserved fruits and snacks, she procured items like plums, dried fruits, fruit preserves, candied melons, tamarind cakes, strawberry preserves, and lemon preserves. In the realm of food, she selected shrimp chips, potato chips, squid snacks, vegetable rings, popcorn, fruit and vegetable chips, dried mango, dried durian, jackfruit, banana chips, red date slices, purple sweet potato chips, kiwi chips, and various freeze-dried delicacies. Her beverage choices included WWIII calcium milk and Coca-Cola. Among the dried meats and fish, she brought home beef jerky, beef slices, pork cubes, grilled fish fillets, charcoal grilled squid legs, honey glazed pork jerky, and spicy beef tendons or pork jerky. In terms of baked goods and pastries, she acquired layered crisps, red bean pastries, cheese and egg yolk pastries, yeast bread, instant noodles, crispy noodles, compressed biscuits, and rock-baked cheese toast, along with an array of ice cream and cream cakes in various flavors. For canned fruits, she gathered canned orange syrup, peaches, apples, cherries, kiwis, oranges, grapes, mangosteens, mangoes, bananas, pears, and various fruit and sago. She meticulously covered every aspect of life, from clothing to food to transportation, leaving no stone unturned, with even some items he had never considered. Indeed, his sister's thoroughness in her endeavors left Jiang Mu's feeling quite impressed. In recent days, Jiang Fanyin has been preoccupied with the collection of her ordered goods, even going so far as to leverage her connections to procure several batches of pharmaceuticals from medical representatives. These included a variety of medications, such as pills, syrups, and other remedies. Given that these were predominantly common medications for ailments like colds, inflammation, headaches, fever relief, cough suppressants, digestive issues, allergies, heat stroke, gastrointestinal disorders, and diarrhea, the private acquisition and sale of these items were permissible, with even the likes of Ma Yinglong not being overlooked. The quantities she ordered for each category were substantial, leading her to deplete the supplies of several nearby pharmacies. She accumulated an impressive stockpile of medications, including antiseptics and disinfectants necessary for treating external injuries, such as antibacterial sprays, alcohol swabs, iodine solutions, disinfecting saline, physiological saline, gauze bandages, and adhesive bandages, all meticulously selected for their superior quality. After all, these are substances intended for ingestion, and one must exercise utmost caution. Recognizing the need for organization, she purchased numerous tall boxes to systematically categorize the medications according to their respective types. Jiang Fanyin rose early in the morning, prepared a steaming bowl of egg noodles for her younger brother, and then began tidying up the house. After the siblings finished their meal and descended the stairs, they spotted a familiar man loitering at the base of the building. Upon recognizing him, their expressions darkened immediately. However, the man approached them with much enthusiasm, playfully asking, "Fanyin, why have you been so irritable lately? It's one thing to block all my contacts, but why have you moved away as well?" Qin Yang had been infuriated that day, but it was Qing who had calmed him down afterward, suggesting that as long as he could win her back, everything would fall into place. There was no need to be upset over a fleeting moment. As long as her heart remained with him, everything would be manageable. Thus, he had spent several days asking friends to track her down, finally discovering that she had moved to this location, though he only knew the building and not the floor, leaving him to wait at the entrance. "Xiaozhe, do you hear a dog barking?" Jiang Fanyin gently scratched her ear, her demeanor nonchalant, completely disregarding him. Jiang Muse was initially infuriated, yet the sight of his sister's antics was undeniably amusing, prompting him to comply and remark, "Sister, I heard you. How could a dog be barking so wildly in broad daylight?" Alas, the thoughts of such beasts remain a mystery to us. Jiang Fanyin waved her hand dismissively, taking her brother's arm as they turned to leave. "It is prudent for us to maintain a safe distance. How could this person still have the audacity to prance before her?" Clearly, they were oblivious to the concept of mortality. When the apocalypse arrives, she would ensure they grasp the consequences. "Jiang Fanyin, have you truly lost your mind? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you genuinely wish to break up?" Qin Yang seethed as he witnessed the sibling duo's playful banter, his previously ingratiating expression darkening in rage. Yet deep down, he began to reassure himself. This woman had once adored him so dearly. How could she possibly wish to part ways? It must be an elaborate game of seduction, a deliberate ploy to incite his anxiety and compel him to seek her out. Indeed, her intentions were far from innocent, and he lamented that Qing had continuously defended her. Jiang Fanyin was amused, turning her head indifferently. "Haven't we already broken up?" she declared. "I made it clear that I will never associate with a beast. If you dare to disturb me again, consider your fate sealed." The girl's voice, light and airy, carried a threatening undertone, as if she were engaged in a casual conversation. Yet only she was aware of the rising tide of murderous intent swelling within her. "You!" Qin Yang was seething, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury, his entire being trembling with rage. "Just you wait." His pride had suffered a grievous blow, leaving him no choice but to turn on his heel and leave, his hasty retreat appearing rather pitiable. However, no one paid him any mind. Instead, the siblings from the Jiang family climbed into their vehicle and departed. They were headed to the countryside to procure a substantial quantity of livestock: chickens, ducks, geese, sheep, pigs, and cattle. Jiang Fanyin had previously conducted an experiment, discovering that when she placed the chickens she purchased from the market into her space, it would automatically designate an area for them. After observing for a while, she noted a marked improvement in their temperament. They remained calm and quiet. Thus, she resolved to gather a significant number to keep her space, ensuring a supply of meat and vegetables for the future. As per usual, they filled the carriage to the brim, and, just as they were about to close the door, they found themselves unexpectedly encountering others. Upon seeing the strikingly handsome couple before him, the farm owner nervously swallowed and shrugged. "How about you each take half?" It was not uncommon for people to come seeking livestock, yet the sheer volume this time was unprecedented, and, oddly enough, there were multiple parties involved. "Fine." Jiang Fanyin swiftly assessed the situation, her gaze shifting to the man beside her. His face was breathtaking causing one to catch their breath. Eyes like stars, a high nose, and lips curving with a cold, hard line. The pure black turtleneck accentuated his fair skin, while his sleek, well-groomed hair added to his allure. Clad in an austere style, he exuded an inexplicable blend of sensuality and danger. What captivated her most were his eyes, bright and piercing like an eagle's, shimmering with a fierce light, radiating authority. Those were the eyes of one who had witnessed the world and tasted the bitterness of blood. Chapter 8. A dangerous individual as Jiang Fanyin faced a formidable presence. Her body instinctively tensed, and she subtly retreated. This individual exuded an aura of danger. Yet there was something strikingly familiar about that face. It seemed as if she had encountered it somewhere before. After a moment's contemplation, she recalled having caught a glimpse of it not long ago at the local department store. To her surprise, she was not the only one hoarding supplies. While she observed others, they too cast their gaze upon her. Shun Juanyao's shadowy eyes swept over her, not missing her discreet movements. The corners of his lips twitched, and his voice, cool and resonant, spoke, "Good." The two had reached an understanding, and the farm owner would not elaborate further. Having received the payment, he instructed his household to begin placing the live goods into cages, carefully counting before distributing them. Jiang Muse eagerly took on the task of loading the goods, leaving her with little to do but stand aside and watch. Taking advantage of the fact that he had his back turned, she allowed her eyes to rove over him unabashedly. Ah, such physique, such curves, such muscle and explosive energy, truly impressive. Not to mention, he was quite handsome. It was a pity that this man was too perilous. Otherwise, they might have forged a friendship. Shun Junyao, ever perceptive, sensed the scrutiny from behind. For a fleeting moment, he tensed, but soon relaxed as he continued to load items into the vehicle. A subtle smile tugging at his lips. So, this was how she appeared. She truly embodied the phrase, great beauty, that she often claimed. After a considerable time of contemplation, Jiang Fanyin finally departed alongside her brother. Unbeknownst to her, a gaze lingered upon her from behind. Her acquisitions were made with careful consideration. The creatures she procured from the farm were thriving, as the chickens and similar livestock boasted superior nourishment. In contrast, the produce gathered from the countryside was promptly dispatched to the slaughterhouse, where they were freshly butchered, meticulously categorized, and not a single part, be it pig blood, duck blood, or offal, was overlooked. Furthermore, fish were sourced directly from aquaculture facilities, with thousands of various species nurtured in the expansive sea, nearly depleting the local breeding bases in WWIII City. The siblings engaged in this relentless shopping spree for over half a month, acquiring everything from sustenance to garments and weaponry. "Sister, have we amassed enough supplies?" Jiang Muse inquired, his recent labors causing him to lose some weight, yet his eyes sparkled with an unusual exuberance. "Is there anything else we ought to gather?" Jiang Fanyin has recently been contemplating this issue, her brow slightly furrowed. There are indeed some vegetables available, yet they are far from sufficient. She even pondered whether to reach out to an old friend at the Agricultural Research Institute to procure some, as they must be conducting research on these vegetables daily, and it stands to reason that there should be an abundance of them, perhaps even some seeds. "Oh, why didn't you mention it earlier, sister? I have a friend who manages a vegetable base. He has plenty on hand." Jiang Muse grinned at her, brimming with confidence. "Rest assured, I'll handle this. I can arrange for them to deliver it directly. By the way, we could also get some seeds. Who knows, we might even cultivate a few ourselves." Jiang Fanyin was genuinely unaware of this, casting him a surprised glance. "You have such a friend? I had no idea. Have you ever considered where all those fresh vegetables I bring you come from?" Jiang Muse chuckled, scratching his head. "I don't exactly frequent the vegetable market, you know." "That is indeed true." Jiang Fanyin chuckled softly. "Then I shall entrust this matter to you. Let them deliver everything to the manor. It is remote and seldom visited. I will find a moment to relocate it later." "Very well," he replied. "He also has organic vegetables. I will ensure to bring back a substantial quantity of each variety, guaranteeing that we will have an ample supply of produce regardless of the circumstances." Upon hearing that there was more to attend to, Jiang Muse felt a surge of excitement and readily nodded in agreement. "Organic vegetables? Now that's truly a treasure." As Jiang Fanyin listened, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she nodded in satisfaction. With her younger brother taking care of the culinary aspects, she could devote herself entirely to preparing other necessities. Yesterday, she had conducted a thorough search online regarding the essential items needed for a post-apocalyptic scenario. The internet was replete with insights from numerous experts, and she realized, after extensive reading, that there were still many items she had overlooked in her haste. Solar-powered lamps, solar chargers, large-capacity batteries, candles, lighters, hand warmers, cooling patches, fever-reducing patches, honeycomb coal, stoves, gas canisters, bicycles, pedal tricycles, hot water bottles, bulletproof vests, stab-resistant clothing, thermal gear, portable gas stoves, kerosene lamps, and lanterns, among others. Determined to replenish her stock, she set out to acquire these goods once more. As she stepped outside after her shopping spree, her gaze casually fell upon a 24-hour adult novelty store by the roadside, and her eyes lit up instantly. How could she have forgotten this establishment? In a chaotic world, what would be most sought after? Naturally, it would be contraceptives. Given the turmoil of the apocalypse, matters of love and desire would undoubtedly become unruly and unrestrained, compelling individuals to seek various means of contraception, often investing heavily in any available supplies. If she could stockpile these items, she could become exceptionally prosperous merely by selling them during the apocalypse. With her mind made up, Jiang Fanyin proceeded to visit every adult store on that street, acquiring an array of condom brands and sizes. Instantly, her storage space filled with towering stacks of these items, each box clearly labeled for easy access. After securing her stock of condoms, she ventured to a large wholesale hub in a neighboring city, spending an entire day scouring the place, even purchasing baby formula. Leaving no item untouched. Like a swarm of locusts, she cleared the shelves and felt a sense of satisfaction as she refueled and returned to WWIII City. Understanding the variety of natural disasters, she meticulously acquired an extensive range of supplies tailored to each type. She purchased everything she could think of and found online. She frequented several fruit wholesale markets, obtaining a diverse selection, and even stocked up on seeds, watching her expenses rapidly dwindle into the tens of thousands. Unfortunately, her fondness for fruits made it impossible for her to restrain her purchases. Just as she was exiting, she unexpectedly encountered the man from her previous encounter. The words danger echoed explosively in Jiang Fanyin's mind, prompting an instinctive desire to distance herself. However, to her surprise, the other party approached her directly, clearly seeking her out. With a slight furrow of her brow, she chose to remain still, quietly observing the individual, curious about their intentions. If necessary, she could always resort to physical confrontation. She harbored no fears. Chapter 9. Friend? Benefactor? Hello, I am Yao. We have crossed paths a few times recently. I believe you might remember me? Yao said, his expression softening as he extended his hand. You're also planning to open a large shopping mall, correct? We could be considered colleagues in the same industry. I am on my way to a friend's pharmaceutical wholesale company to procure some medications. They also have vaccines available. I wonder if you might be interested? Vaccines? Such treasures. In the chaotic environment of the apocalypse, people are most susceptible to insect bites, and with the looming threat of tetanus. Securing vaccines in this regard would significantly ensure safety in the future. As Jiang Fanyin's thoughts began to stir, she felt a genuine flutter of excitement. However, her inherent caution prevented her from easily acquiescing, leading her to question his intentions. Could he be coveting her beauty? A fleeting moment of self-admiration crossed her mind. Yao discerned her hesitation and inner turmoil. He promptly retrieved several identification documents from his bag, his expression earnest. This is my ID card, driver's license, and previous work certificate. If you doubt my sincerity, feel free to keep them as a guarantee. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to help my friend secure additional orders. His reasoning appeared both candid and reasonable, prompting Jiang Fanyin to reconsider. Lacking contacts in this realm, she recognized the opportunity before her was too good to pass up. Although she had already purchased several batches and made numerous online orders, acquiring more could hardly be detrimental. Thus, they reached an agreement, and Jiang Fanyin drove her truck following his vehicle as they departed. Upon arrival, she was astounded to discover not merely a company, but a substantial enterprise surrounded by various pharmaceutical factories. If she conducted a thorough sweep of the area, her and her brother's safety would be greatly assured. Elated, a smile graced her face, diverting her attention away from the man beside her, who was fixated on her expression. Shen Junyao, noticing the smile upon her lips, felt a subtle upward curve at the corners of his own. How is it? Did I deceive you? Indeed, he had not deceived her. Jiang Fanyin was in high spirits. Her guard against him considerably diminished. She turned a glance at him and said, I truly must thank you this time. If our collaboration proves successful, I shall treat you to a meal when the opportunity arises. While her words were merely polite formalities, they resonated differently in the ears of certain someone, who immediately smirked and replied, Very well, I will remember that. Come, allow me to escort you inside. As they entered, they had not ventured far when Shen Juanyao's so-called friend hurriedly approached them, leading them to inspect the medications in his storage, which were indeed meticulously organized. Curious, Jiang Fanyin inquired, Mr. Shu, I have heard that you possess a considerable stock of vaccines here. May I take a look? The man referred to as Mr. Shu graciously escorted them to the storage, where indeed a substantial quantity of vaccines was evident. Uncertain of how much stock Mr. Shu held, she playfully remarked, I have quite the appetite and could certainly consume it all, her laughter revealing an unmistakable air of affluence and confidence. Mr. Shu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Securing such a significant order would undoubtedly yield considerable profits for their company, a promising windfall on the horizon. Yet, his gaze instinctively drifted towards Shen Junyao. With a subtle glance and a slight lift of his chin, commanded, Please set aside the items I requested. The remainder can be allotted to her. Understood, Mr. Shu promptly acquiesced, patting his abdomen with joviality. Miss Jiang, rest assured, we have yet to finalize contracts with other partners during this period, and our pharmaceutical reserves remain plentiful. I have instructed them to retrieve the inventory list. You may review the quantities and prices shortly. If it suits your needs, we shall proceed with the contract. It appears that preparations have been meticulously arranged. Someone seemed to have anticipated her agreement all along. Jiang Fanyin instantly comprehended the situation, but chose not to expose them. As she leisurely strolled alongside, engaging them in conversation, she soon acquired the list. Although there was an abundance of medications, their exorbitant prices were undeniable. She meticulously perused the items. She was aware that vaccines typically commanded a higher price than ordinary drugs. Upon reflection, the costs indeed seemed rather generous, clearly extended due to someone's influence. Mr. Shu, you truly display remarkable generosity in business. However, I am a person of integrity, and I believe in fair pricing. Otherwise, I cannot proceed with this transaction, Jiang Fanyin remarked as she returned the list, her smile cheerful yet tinged with an icy demeanor. Mr. Shu instinctively cast a glance at Shen Junyao, appearing somewhat troubled. Ultimately, under Jiang Fanyin's unwavering gaze, he hastily adjusted the prices on a list. It was evident that he was unwilling to be indebted even slightly, reminiscent of old times. Shen Junyao chuckled softly, choosing silence and merely standing by. I appreciate your kind intentions, Mr. Shen, but as we are not intimately acquainted, I must respectfully decline. Jiang Fanyin turned to him, her eyes sparkling. That is perfectly all right, as long as Miss Jiang does not misconstrue my goodwill. Shen Junyao waved his hand dismissively, his apparent indifference offering Jiang Fanyin a sense of relief. Although he feigned restraint, years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world had honed her keen perception. Those who had taken lives and shed blood were either soldiers or criminals. Yet his bright eyes and upright demeanor suggested he was not a villain. Nevertheless, even a soldier posed a considerable risk to her and her brother. Thus, she remained cautious about crossing him. Jiang Fanyin raised her eyebrows and chuckled lightly. Although I am unaware of Mr. Shen's intentions behind his overtures towards me, I sincerely hope that I do not acquire an additional adversary. Her words were unmistakably suggestive. Shen Junyao understood her implication clearly, and for once, a faint smile graced his lips. Miss Jiang is indeed eloquent. It is no wonder I find her vaguely familiar and endearing. Perhaps we have crossed paths before." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fanyin's defenses lessened somewhat. After all, it seemed this fellow currently harbored no desire to offend her. President Shu's list was swiftly compiled, and this time, the contract was executed through the standard procedure. Jiang Fanyin gracefully paid the deposit and arranged for delivery to her doorstep, resulting in a business transaction that left all three parties quite satisfied. Jiang Fanyin did not linger for long and soon departed from the place. She had to hasten to gather the vegetables and other items, as Xiaozhe had already messaged her, indicating that the goods were on the verge of arrival. Shen Junyao watched her leave before expressing his gratitude to Mr. Shu, saying, "I truly appreciate your help this time. Without you, things would not have gone so smoothly." Mr. Shu beamed like a benevolent Buddha and curiously remarked, "Mr. Shun's discernment is indeed commendable. This girl possesses both charm and grace, though her temperament bears a striking resemblance to yours." He recalled how his benefactor had also exhibited a similar demeanor when he had initially declined the offer of gratitude. Chapter 10. Not to be outdone by scoundrels, Shen Junyao said nothing, merely smiled and took his leave. His sudden accumulation of such a large quantity of medicine might have raised suspicions, yet at this moment, it did not. By using the pretext of pleasing the young lady, he not only accomplished his task, but also enhanced his standing in someone's eyes. Why not seize such an opportunity? Jiang Fanyin was occupied until the afternoon, finally storing all the vegetables and herbs in her space. Once the payment was settled, the two drove back to the city. Just as they passed the street, Jiang Yuz urgently called out to her, "Sister, I spotted that scoundrel Qin Yuyang." He had learned about her boyfriend's clandestine entanglements with another woman during his last visit. Although she had wisely cut ties in time, he still harbored resentment and vowed to confront that man when the opportunity arose. As Jiang Fanyin lifted her gaze, she fortuitously caught sight of a profile, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. It wasn't merely Qin Yuyang. Su Qingqing was also present, prompting her to follow and observe. The attire of these two individuals was rather ostentatious. Their intentions remained unclear. However, their actions would undoubtedly impact her, should they engage in benevolent endeavors. She might feel compelled to intervene, while if their pursuits were nefarious, she would certainly wish to witness the unfolding drama. Consequently, Jiang Yu swiftly adjusted the steering wheel and pursued them. These two shameless individuals were brazenly gallivanting together in broad daylight. His heart simmered with indignation, yet he felt a sense of relief, for a man like Qin Yuyang was indeed unworthy of his sister. Qin Yuyang's vehicle was the first to come to a halt, parking in front of a grand auction house, from which he cheerfully emerged alongside Su Qingqing. Jiang Yu's car came to a halt, and he observed Su Qingqing linking arms with Qin Yuyang, both of them laughing as they entered. "The WWIII auction? Are they there to make purchases?" Jiang Yu's watched for a moment. "Come, let's take a look," Jiang Fanyin said as she opened the door and stepped out, with him following closely behind. The auction hall was spacious, allowing for a clear view of everyone present. They settled down not far from Qin Yuyang and his companion, positioned perfectly to catch a glimpse of their profiles. This way, whatever items the couple intended to bid on would be readily visible, enabling them to execute a timely interception. The auction commenced swiftly, yet Jiang Fanyin exhibited little interest. While she listened to the announcements from the auctioneer, she fervently placed orders on her phone. She ordered a plethora of delectable items that lingered in her memory, feeling a sense of regret at the thought of not being able to enjoy them soon. "Sister," they raised their paddles. Jiang Yuz exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the couple, as he gently shook his sister's arm. Jiang Fanyin diverted her gaze from her phone screen, directing her attention towards the auction platform, where a sizable auction table displayed a stunning gray-blue stone. Although its edges were not particularly smooth, the facets sparkled with an alluring brilliance, rendering it quite captivating. In mere moments, she observed several young ladies raising their hands, eager to bid on the exquisite stone. "Yang Ge, that stone is absolutely beautiful. I want you to bid for me," Su Qingqing said, playfully clinging to Qin Yuyang's arm, her smile delicate and charming. Qin Yuyang, beaming with delight, gently stroked her small hand, his eyes gleaming with pride and confidence. "Rest assured, I will definitely secure it for you." Despite having suffered significant financial losses recently, his family had provided him with some support. After all, it was merely a piece of stone. How could he possibly fail to acquire it? Jiang Fanyin cast a fleeting glance, and a wave of revulsion began to churn within her, leaving her utterly uncomfortable. She had no choice but to redirect her gaze back to the auction stage. Sister, I find this stone rather appealing. Let's not sell it cheaply to them. Allow me to bid for you, Jiang Muse remarked, noticing her unwavering attention towards that direction. Jiang Fanyin cast a fleeting glance at him and said, Fine, go ahead and bid. I shall take this stone. As soon as she agreed, Jiang Muse promptly began to call out his bid, his voice booming, lest those across from him fail to notice. Yanggu, ISNT that Yinin Jia and her brother? The first to notice was Su Qingqing, who immediately tugged at Qin Yuyang's sleeve, reminding him, What are they doing here, competing with me for this stone? Do you think it's some sort of deliberate retaliation against you? Her tone was light and airy, as if merely posing a casual inquiry. Qin Yuyang naturally saw the individuals over there, and the joy that had previously graced his face quickly morphed into a cold, dark expression. His countenance hardening as he gritted his teeth. That wretched girl. Why does she always have to oppose me? Su Qingqing, upon hearing him refer to Jiang Fanyin in such a manner, couldn't help but smirk, though she swiftly concealed her amusement, adopting a magnanimous demeanor. Yanggu, you shouldn't speak of Yinin Jia like that. She simply lacks understanding, which has caused you to lose face in front of your friends. She persistently fanned the flames, and Qin Yuyang, oblivious to her intentions, only grew more incensed, promptly raising his hand to bid 2,000. Although he had initially bid for Su Qingqing's sake, he was now driven solely by his own pride. He simply could not allow himself to be outshone by Jiang Fanyin, that insufferable girl. Ah, you dare to bid against me? Huh? This brat has grown quite bold, hasn't he? Upon hearing him raise the bid by 1,000, Jiang Muse raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin and swiftly followed suit. 3,000. No sooner had he spoken than a gentle slap landed on his head, accompanied by Jiang Fanyin's calm, serene voice. Who might you be, young sir? Please speak courteously. Jiang Muse curled his neck slightly, chuckling without uttering a word. Qin Yuyang promptly raised his hand, declaring 4,000. Su Qingqing, observing him snatching items from her, felt exceedingly pleased, even casting a triumphant glance towards Jiang Fanyin. This directly amused Jiang Fanyin. Her discarded trash had been picked up by another, who dared to gloat before her. What was there to be proud of? Taking delight in the fact that he salvaged her unwanted refuse? What should she do if a dog bit her? She not only had to retaliate, but also ensure that the other party was left utterly powerless to retaliate in return. Jiang Fanyin waved at her younger brother, and he obediently handed over the auction paddle in his hand. With her delicate, fair arm raised high, she declared 10,000. The transition from thousands to 10,000 immediately sparked whispers among the crowd, accompanied by muffled laughter. Many felt that spending such a sum on a mere piece of rock was either a reckless waste of money or an exercise in futility. Seeing her personally call out the bid only fueled Qin Yuyang's irritation, prompting him to join in. 15,000. Before the auctioneer could even begin to respond, Jiang Fanyin boldly raised her bid again, exuding an air of confidence. 20,000. She was determined to secure the item she desired, for she had never lost in matters of wealth. Losing to that scoundrel was out of the question. Chapter 11. Just auction you to death, damn it. This stubborn woman truly wished to engage in a battle of wills, didn't she? Qin Yuyang's expression darkened considerably as he blurted out the next bid. 25,000. 30,000. Jiang Fanyin cast a fleeting glance at him before raising her placard. 35,000. Qin Yuyang's face flushed with indignation, his expression darkening as he fixated on Jiang Fanyin. He must have been blind to have ever chosen her. Otherwise, how could he have possibly fallen for someone like Jiang Fanyin? Even after their breakup, was it necessary for her to make things so difficult for him? In such a public setting, was she not deliberately attempting to undermine his dignity? It was absurd for a grown man to be outmatched by a woman in such a manner. How petty! To be so enraged, yet only daring to bid in increments of 5,000. Surely, after parting ways with Su Qingqing, maintaining a fa aude had become rather burdensome. Jiang Fanyin, with a discerning gaze, saw through the ostentatious behavior of a certain individual, revealing the underlying poverty. A slight smile graced her lips as she raised the bid once more. 50,000. The murmurs within the auction house grew louder. Are they out of their minds? 50,000 for a mere stone? This must be a case of money burning a hole in their pocket. Honestly, if they don't want it, they could just give that money to me. Yet, one had to admit, the contrast between the modest bids of 5,000 and this extravagant proclamation was stark. Indeed, the wealthy cannot hide their affluence. That lady truly possessed striking beauty and an undeniable grace. Qin Yang's forehead throbbed with veins threatening to surface. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "That wretched woman, Jiang Fanyin. Is she truly intent on opposing me? Does she genuinely believe I wouldn't dare to deal with her?" This was the first time the auctioneer had witnessed such a lofty price for a seemingly worthless stone, and it was not due to his encouragement, but rather the bidder's own volition. Nevertheless, he remembered his duty and promptly began the countdown for 3 calls. "Brother Yang, shall we go speak with Sister Yining? It's just a stone. Surely, with her wealth, she would relinquish it to me," Su Qingqing suggested. In truth, she held little affection for the stone, but Jiang Fanyin's competitive spirit ignited her own, prompting her to tug at Qin Yuyang's arm. The 4 of them were not far apart, merely separated by an aisle and a couple of seats. After a brief display of reluctance, Qin Yuyang, albeit begrudgingly, raised the pause sign and followed her, his expression still dark as thunder. Upon noticing this, the auctioneer immediately halted the auction. This was a customary rule. Anyone could call off the auction once, primarily to prevent bidding wars that might harm their own interests. What are those 2 fools coming over for? Are they trying to morally coerce you? Jiang Mu's expression darkened as he observed their approach, instinctively positioning himself closer to his sister. With him present, no vile entity could approach her sacred space. Jiang Fanyin did not spare a glance, engrossed in her mobile phone. At that moment, she epitomized aloofness. The 2 soon approached them. Su Qingqing initially contemplated moving closer, but Jiang Mu's shielded Jiang Fanyin completely, leaving her no choice but to remain where she was. Her voice was soft, almost as if she were speaking with breath alone. "Sister Yining, it has been a while. Do you also have an affinity for that stone?" Jiang Mu cast a cold glare at her, his brows furrowing as if he had encountered something distasteful. "What business is it of yours?" Su Qingqing's expression momentarily stiffened. Her naturally innocent visage had often afforded her advantages, as men had always willingly lavished their affection upon her. This was the first time she had faced such humiliation before a man. A flicker of embarrassment and indignation crossed her eyes, yet she promptly recalled her purpose for being there. "Sister Yining, could you possibly part with that stone for me? I truly adore it. You are so kind. Surely, you wouldn't want to compete with me for it?" Jiang Fanyin did not even raise her eyelids, her voice icy as she commanded her younger brother, "Xiaozhe, I do not wish to hear the foul words of filthy beings. I possess a strong aversion to dirt. Rest assured, sister, with me around, no vile creature shall approach you," Jiang Mu replied with a grin, standing protectively in front of his sister. His antics drew laughter from the other attendees in the auction house, some even bursting into unabashed laughter. This young lady certainly speaks her mind. Her sarcasm is utterly palpable. In a corner, someone watching this scene couldn't help but smile, a flicker of light igniting in their eyes. Su Qingqing's face darkened, but she quickly composed herself, moisture gathering slowly in her eyes. "Yining, surely we can consider ourselves friends? How can you say I am?" Her words trailed off, her voice thick with impending tears, stirring a deep sense of sympathy in Qin Yuyang, who immediately began to defend her. "Jiang Fanyin, we have at least shared a bond. Even if we cannot be lovers, we ought to be friends. How can you speak to Qingqing in such a manner? She is my sister." Jiang Fanyin had just acquired a multitude of items, her spirits soaring, and thus she found the leisure to engage with them. With a derisive laugh, she remarked, "Indeed, a sister who shares the same bed is also a sister of affection. I comprehend." She emphasized the word affection to such a degree that the attention of those present in the auction house was drawn towards her, prompting a murmur of intrigue. It is evident that human nature revels in gossip. Su Qingqing's complexion turned ashen, particularly upon noticing the furtive gazes directed at her from those around, which caused her to clutch her blouse tightly. In a voice as delicate as a whisper, she implored Sister Yinyin, "Even if you do not wish to relinquish that stone to me, must you speak of me in such a manner? You are slandering me." It was their first encounter as individuals. Why should she be subjected to such treatment? Jiang Fanyin chuckled coldly, her voice perpetually frigid as ice when addressing them. "Is it due to your fondness for the brother-sister charade, or your penchant for collecting the discarded remnants of my life? What on earth is happening with this woman?" Su Qingqing pondered, bewildered. She was not like this before. How had she turned so sharp-tongued after a breakup with Qin Yuyang? Her heart seethed with rage, nearly reaching its boiling point. Yet she maintained a facade of fragility, tears streaming down her cheeks as if she were a victim of cruelty. Though she fell silent thereafter, Qin Yuyang was equally infuriated, his wrath manifesting in a manner reminiscent of a lion with its mane bristling. Those nearby, who had overheard their exchange, were thoroughly entertained. Even without knowing the full context, they had gleaned enough to surmise the situation and felt compelled to applaud. Jiang Fanyin, however, chose to disregard them, raising her hand and declaring to the auctioneer that if there were no bids, the item would rightfully belong to her. Qin Yuyang, gritting his teeth in frustration, took Su Qingqing by the arm and strode away. Although he had several thousand yuan to spare, spending such a sum on a mere worthless stone seemed rather imprudent. He was no fool to engage in such a losing venture. Let the auctioneer end it, then. Having money is nothing to boast about. Chapter 12. The resounding alarm. Su Qingqing, feeling embarrassed, had no choice but to leave alongside him. With all her competitors gone, the item was promptly claimed by Jiang Fanyin, and after settling the payment, the staff swiftly delivered the goods. "Sister, even though this is merely a worthless stone, it serves to annoy those insufferable individuals, so it does have its purpose. Please accept it." Jiang Muse chuckled as he handed the stone to her. Jiang Fanyin took the item and glanced at it, only to discover that the stone emitted a subtle glow, faint yet unnoticeable. Could it possibly be a manifestation of technological prowess? However, she paid little heed to this. After all, her objective for the day had been accomplished, and her spirits soared. After confronting the unscrupulous couple, she had initially intended to return home directly, yet Jiang Muse suggested that since they were already there, why not explore for other treasures? Thus, she chose to remain. The auction continued its course, showcasing several commendable items. Having endured the cataclysm, Jiang Fanyin harbored little interest in the antique jewelry. Yet she bid on a few pieces, recognizing the unfortunate fate that awaited such artifacts in a post-apocalyptic world. Preserving what could be preserved was a worthy endeavor. The final item auctioned was a Tang dagger, steeped in historical significance, adorned with ancient and intricate patterns. Jiang Fanyin immediately caught his eye, arousing an unusual interest. "Sister, do you fancy this?" Upon seeing her posture straighten, Jiang Muse eagerly raised his bidding paddle. The Tang Dao, a weapon of considerable esteem, drew a multitude of bidders, escalating the price with each call. Ultimately, only a select few emerged victorious from the throng. Jiang Fanyin immediately spotted Shen Junyao, who sat in the corner wearing a black hat. She raised an eyebrow, surprised to find this fellow here coincidentally vying for the same auction item as her. Upon noticing her gaze, Shen Junyao courteously nodded in her direction, acknowledging her presence. "What is the matter, sister? What are you looking at?" Jiang Muse inquired curiously, only to see a man in a black hat greeting her, which caused his brows to furrow in concern. Why did this guy appear more handsome than Qin Go? What was going on? Surely, his sister hadn't befriended yet another pretty boy from nowhere? "Nothing," Jiang Fanyin replied succinctly, resolutely allowing him to raise the bid. The Tang Dao was indeed a fine weapon, useful in the apocalypse, and she was determined to secure it. Even with Shen Junyao's past connection regarding purchasing medicine, she would not yield. All right then, Jiang Muse thought no further of it, merely shooting a few irritated glances at the man before fervently raising his paddle to bid. Since it was something his sister desired, he must ensure it was one. That man must be the younger brother she had mentioned before, the one who protected her fiercely. It was evident why she held him in such high regard. Shen Junyao narrowed his eyes. a flicker of intrigue dancing within them as the corners of his lips twitched slightly. Jiang Muse relentlessly raised the bid, and as the competition dwindled, only he and Shun Junyao remained in pursuit of the Tang sword. As the contest progressed, Shun Junyao ceased to vie for it. After all, it was merely a blade. If she cherished it, then it was hers to have. Even if she could not receive it personally from him, it mattered little, for at least it would belong to her brother rather than someone else. Once the auction concluded, Jiang Fanyin confidently approached Shun Junyao, while Jiang Muse trailed behind, clutching the long sword with a sullen expression. He had initially been reluctant to attend, but seeing his sister's resolute intent compelled him to follow. "Mr. Shun, I appreciate your consideration." Jiang Fanyin observed clearly that, despite her initial desire for the knife, she relinquished her bidding midway due to her involvement. She felt compelled to appreciate this kindness. "It has been a long time since we last met, Miss Jiang. I never anticipated your presence at the auction. It truly seems like fate," Shun Junyao remarked, rising to his full height and offering her a gentle smile. "Today, I am fortunate to witness another facet of Miss Jiang's elegance," he continued, alluding to the moment he had seen her confront someone. Jiang Fanyin sensed his refinement and couldn't help but lower her head and smile softly. After all, sometimes creatures fail to comprehend human language, requiring a bit of training. Eventually, one shall grow accustomed to it. It appears these two indeed share a connection. Upon witnessing her smile at that dandy, Jiang Muse felt an alarm ringing loudly in his heart. It's done for. Another dandy intends to deceive his sister. He hurriedly pulled Jiang Fanyin behind him, watching the man before him with a vigilant and defensive gaze, his tone decidedly unfriendly. "Who are you? How do you know my sister?" With him present, no one shall deceive his sister. "Greetings, I am Shun Junyao. I previously had some business dealings with Miss Jiang, hence our acquaintance. Do you not remember me?" Shun Junyao elucidated the circumstances, his demeanor poised and composed. Jiang Fanyin cast a glance at her foolish younger brother with a hint of exasperation. This fellow had accompanied her on that day, yet he was so engrossed in his task that he failed to notice the presence of others while purchasing live creatures. Consequently, he could not even recall the individuals involved. Unable to restrain herself, she gently tapped his head and calmly admonished him, reminding him that he had indeed been present during their last visit to the farm. How could he, being facially oblivious, have the audacity to inquire about others? It was that very person who had assisted them with a substantial batch of medicinal herbs. He ought to communicate more respectfully. Upon hearing this, a flicker of recognition ignited in his mind as he vaguely recalled a strikingly handsome visage that had briefly crossed his path, though he had been too focused on his work to take a closer look. Jiang Muse, feeling somewhat guilty, scratched his head yet stood defiantly before his sister, asserting, "I am a man. How could I possibly pay attention to what other men look like? If that were the case, wouldn't you be worried, sister?" Jiang Fanyin cast him a gentle glance, her silence laden with a palpable affection. Meanwhile, Shun Junyao silently observed them, his striking, glass-like eyes flickering with a dim brilliance, his tall frame momentarily appearing as fragile as a delicate glass figurine. There was an inexplicable sense of fragility in his demeanor. After struggling for years in a post-apocalyptic world, Jiang Fanyin had always been acutely sensitive to the emotional states of those around her, and she immediately took note of this. Her brows furrowed briefly before relaxing again. "I wonder if Mr. Shun has any work later? If not, would it be convenient to share a meal together?" "What? A meal as well?" It seemed this handsome man indeed had some depth to him. Jiang Muse's expression darkened immediately, and he dared not utter a word to his sister, directing all his ire towards Shun Junyao instead, silently grinding his teeth. Indeed, he had anticipated that a flower as extraordinary as his sister would inevitably attract the attention of undesirable bees. Shun Junyao appeared oblivious to his hostility, his handsome features breaking into a radiant smile as he nodded in agreement. It was a rare sight to witness such a bright smile from him, reminiscent of the splendid clouds at dawn, illuminating the surroundings in an instant. Chapter 13. Lifting a stone only to smash one's own foot. Jiang Fanyin, who had encountered handsome men before, found herself momentarily entranced, quickly regaining her composure. Well then, I shall fulfill my promise from last time. I hope Mr. Shen does not find it too late. After all, nearly half a month had passed. Jiang Muse, who fancied himself the only handsome man, felt even more incensed. Was this man merely putting on a facade? Surely he was attempting to woo his sister. In that fleeting moment, the siblings were each lost in their own thoughts. Shen Juanyao's eyes had been shimmering with delight since earlier, the shadows that once cloaked them dissipating significantly. Was he truly so overjoyed over a simple meal? How profoundly lonely must this child be? Jiang Fanyin, seeing through the facade, yet choosing not to voice it, directly led them to the restaurant. Craving a meal? Dream on. Not just anyone can deceive her sister. Jiang Muse was in a foul mood, continuously nitpicking and finding fault with the restaurants along the way, nearly provoking the owner of one establishment to chase him out with a broom. They had already changed several dining venues, all of which were five-star establishments. Yet he managed to identify an array of trivial issues with each. Shen Junyao, exhibiting exemplary composure, obediently followed their arrangements, behaving as docilely as a child. Ultimately, it was Jiang Fanyin who furrowed her brow and decisively led them into a supermarket, emerging with a shopping cart for her brother to push. Jiang Muse felt somewhat bewildered as he pushed the cart, inquiring, "Sister, weren't we supposed to dine out? Why are we at the supermarket?" He continued, "Since you have so many preferences, perhaps we should just eat at home. Surely, if you cook yourself, there wouldn't be so many issues." Meanwhile, Jiang Fanyin calmly selected ingredients, tossing them one by one into the shopping cart. Shen Junyao faithfully accompanied her, engaging in conversation, and though he did not smile as broadly as before, his expression remained undeniably gentle. Jiang Muse felt exceedingly displeased. However, he was alone and could only shield one side from his sister, leaving the other side vulnerable to this intruder. Now, upon hearing his sister's words, he felt even more aggrieved, his eyes widening in discontent. "Sister, you cannot possibly be considering inviting him to our home for dinner, can you? What on earth are you thinking? Is this not an invitation to invite a wolf into the house?" He thought to himself, "If you are so particular, then you should prepare the meal yourself. I am well aware of your culinary skills. If it proves distasteful, you should be wary of your own skin." Jiang Fanyin cast him a fleeting glance, her eyes shimmering with a subtle warning. This was her way of indicating that he ought to cease his antics and focus on preparing a proper meal. Jiang Muse deeply comprehended the situation, and in an instant he felt a sense of dejection, regretting his choices. Had he known that this would be the eventual outcome, he would have refrained from being so critical. It would have been better to dine out instead. Now, here he was, reduced to cooking for a pretty boy. Truly, he had lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. The thought filled him with even more frustration. Out of the corner of his eye, Shen Junyao glanced at him and spoke in a low, resonant voice. "Perhaps I should take over the cooking? I happen to be learning this skill recently, though I am unsure of my culinary prowess. Would you grant me the opportunity to showcase my abilities?" "No need. Since we're the hosts, it would be unreasonable for you to cook. Besides, how could you possibly know what my sister enjoys?" Jiang Muse retorted, his face set in a scowl, feeling irked by Shen Juanyao's presence, only to be lightly chastised by Jiang Fanyin with a gentle tap on the head. "Mr. Shen, my brother can be a bit childish. Please do not hold it against him. I apologize for any offense he may have caused." Jiang Fanyin offered an apology on behalf of her brother. Shen Junyao waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he bore no ill will, though his tone held a hint of regret. "Is quite all right. Miss Jiang, you're truly kind to your brother. I find myself a little envious. Perhaps next time, if there's an opportunity, you could sample my culinary skills?" His words carried a touch of melancholy, rendering the moment all the more poignant. Jiang Fanyin did not address this directly, casually responding that if the opportunity arises. Jiang Muse stood aside, his expression sour and discontented, yet he refrained from causing any further disturbances, for the consequence of having to cook for himself was quite dismal. They filled a shopping cart to the brim with ingredients, while Shen Junyao observed silently, betraying no reaction whatsoever. "Is there anything you avoid eating?" At last, Jiang Fanyin could not help but inquire. "No, I can eat anything," Shen Junyao replied, lifting his gaze, his eyes shimmering with light. "However, The ability to eat anything does not imply a fondness for all. Jiang Fanyin raised an eyebrow, but chose to remain silent. The three of them loaded the numerous items into the car and made their way back to her residential community, Fanwali. Upon reaching the 17th floor, Jiang Muse guided them toward his room, clearly wishing to keep his abode a secret from outsiders. Jiang Fanyin refrained from exposing his subtle intentions. Once inside, they each busied themselves, washing vegetables, preparing ingredients, and cooking. Despite this being their first collaboration, an unexpected harmony emerged among them. This time, Jiang Muse behaved rather well, at least not resorting to any mischief with the food. They enjoyed a relatively harmonious meal, although Jiang Muse persistently probed for information about Shun Junyao's background, who answered every query, though the veracity of his words remained uncertain. After dinner, as the sky darkened, Jiang Fanyin pulled her brother toward the exit. Although Shun Junyao said nothing, she could sense his exhilaration through his demeanor. "Are you Jiang Fanyin?" A group of unruly delinquents, adorned in an array of vibrant colors, appeared before them, brandishing an assortment of weapons, baseball bats, bricks, and beer bottles, clearly intent on causing trouble. "What do you want?" Jiang Muse was the first to notice them. His expression cold as he positioned himself protectively in front of his sister, his gaze wary. Shun Junyao discreetly adjusted his stance. An inexplicable sensation of being shielded by two men enveloping him. Jiang Fanyin cast a glance at them, remaining silent. It was understandable that her brother would defend her. But why would this fellow also come to her aid? Was it due to his noble demeanor? Upon reflection, since their first encounter, this individual had consistently emanated goodwill towards her, devoid of ulterior motives or malice. Yet therein lay the conundrum. "What are you doing? Your words are too foul. Someone has sent us to cleanse your mouth." The ruffians wore sinister expressions, their faces adorned with malicious grins, and soon enough, one of them brandished a weapon. Charging forward with palpable hostility, Jiang Muse felt as if he were facing a formidable adversary, so much so that he was eager to rush forward and engage in combat. However, before he could make a move, a figure shot forth like lightning, delivering blows with such precision and grace that each strike landed with resounding force. This individual certainly possessed remarkable skill. Jiang Fanyin squinted slightly, leaning against the wall in silence. However, Jiang Muse's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was a common trait among boys, as fighting always stirred their blood. Suddenly, a voice erupted. "What are you doing?" Chapter 14. It's all because you are too good-looking. As Jiang Fanyin slowly raised her eyebrows, she indeed beheld two familiar and nauseating faces. It was evidently yet another scheme they had concocted. Qin Yang gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. His initial intention was to have these so-called brothers deal with a certain despicable woman, to vent the pent-up frustration he had endured in recent days. However, due to a minor delay, he arrived only to find not the sight of someone being dealt with, but rather those he had summoned being subdued instead. Infuriating. Where did this man emerge from? Why is he protecting that wretched Jiang Fanyin? Who are you? How dare you strike them? They are truly pitiable. Su Qingqing was somewhat aware of Qin Yuyang's plans. Upon witnessing this scene and the strikingly handsome man not far away, a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes as she promptly spoke up. What man does not admire a pure and kind-hearted girl? He is remarkably attractive. Compared to him, Qin Yuyang is merely a pretty boy. If only she could. Jiang Fanyin observed the peculiar glint in her eyes and the tone of her speech as she cast an unusual glance at Shun Junyao, raising an eyebrow. "Miss Su, do restrain those eyes of yours. It seems you are quite enamored with my friend." Upon her remark, all eyes instinctively shifted towards Su Qingqing, who indeed had been gazing intently at the man across from her. Qin Yuyang, seething with anger, darkened in countenance, and swiftly wrapped an arm around her waist, claiming her as his own, proudly lifting his chin towards the man opposite. Su Qingqing was taken aback by his sudden gesture, her expression momentarily stiffening. Gradually, she lowered her gaze, her features shifting into a blend of reluctant grievance and fear, as if silently defending herself. Qin Yang remained oblivious to her subtle movements. Yet Jiang Fanyin watched with keen interest. It was no wonder she had failed to perceive the nature of their relationship in her past life. This man was a master of deception, presenting himself as a paragon of virtue while harboring a heart akin to that of a playboy. Ah, how revolting! She felt a wave of nausea rise within her, unwilling to spare them even a glance, and instead turned her attention to Shen Junyao. Do not be vexed. It is merely your striking appearance that has captivated Miss Su. It is little wonder she cannot help but glance at other men, even while in your embrace. Her tone was earnest, as if merely stating a fact rather than instigating discord. Qin Yang had just witnessed Su Qingqing's gaze upon that man, and hearing her words, he instinctively believed them, his expression growing even more sullen, his grip tightening significantly. I did not. Do not slander me. Su Qingqing protested, her wide eyes filled with disbelief. The first time she had been wronged in such a manner before others, feigning innocence and grievance. She even cast a covert glance at Shen Junyao. Yet he did not deign to look her way, his brow relaxed, his gaze fixed on Jiang Fanyin. Miss Jiang, rest assured, I am a person of discernment. I have no taste for filth. Filth! Su Qingqing was on the brink of collapse. It was not just Jiang Muzha who would dare speak of her in such a manner. The facade of the innocent flower she usually wore nearly faltered. Meanwhile, the thugs on the ground, groaning in pain from their beating, internally cursed the situation. At such a time, who cared about being cuckolded? They should be demanding justice instead. Regret flooded their minds. Had they known these individuals were so formidable, they would have refrained from acting rashly, avoiding the current predicament. You indeed possess discerning taste. As such, I shall not keep you any longer. Safe travels, Jiang Fanyin said with a slight smile, her eyes reflecting her disdain for the matter at hand. These loathsome insects had lingered far too long. Were it not for the impending apocalypse, she would have dealt with them herself. Shen Junyao noted her impatience and tactfully nodded, waiting until they had entered the elevator before lingering for a moment longer before pressing the button to leave. By the time Qin Yang glanced over, the elevator had already descended, leaving him unaware of the floor on which Jiang Fanyin and the others resided. Damn it! Today's plans have been thwarted again. Why is Jiang Fanyin so fortunate? No one noticed the man who had just stepped away, lifting his gaze toward a certain direction, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. In the bustling world, with her, it was indeed vibrant. The following day, Jiang Fanyin arose early, opting not to summon her brother, as she intended to purchase a yacht. This endeavor was costly, yet would prove invaluable when the floods arrived. The funds from her company had already been deposited into her account, exceeding her expectations. Perhaps Uncle Lin had even supplemented the amount. She subtly reminded him to stock up on food and medicine at home, justifying it with the practicality of recent weather warnings from the state urging residents to be cautious and prepared. After all, recent winds have been severe. Residents are advised to take care while traveling and to keep warm. Such messages had already begun to circulate, even reaching her phone daily. She had even written to the state, expressing her concerns, attributing her worries to dreams she had experienced, hoping they would investigate the weather further to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Whether anyone believed her was uncertain. She undertook this action to ease her own mind, harboring no ulterior motives. To ensure anonymity, she donned a disguise and discreetly deposited the letter in the dead of night, favoring a shadowy figure. She had joined the neighborhood WeChat group, deliberately leaving her brother out, understanding the darker sides of human nature that would arise in times of crisis. She could observe these unsavory elements herself. Her home's solar panels and storm windows had all been installed, and she had even reinforced the security bars to prevent large debris from being hurled through her windows by the impending gales. As she stepped outside, she encountered the neighborhood aunties chatting cheerfully at the entrance, remarking on how refreshing the recent winds felt. Indeed, it was pleasant. Yet many would soon find themselves unprepared for the onslaught of the storm, some whisked away into the sky, unaware of their demise, while others would be torn apart by the winds, blood and flesh raining down like a grotesque mist. That sight had haunted her ever since she witnessed it once. Jiang Fanyin passed by them, her brows slightly furrowed, and a wave of melancholy stirred within her heart. In the face of nature, the fragility of human life appeared utterly insignificant. Suddenly, Her gaze landed on a particular spot, and she widened her eyes in rare astonishment. Chapter 15. The Enthusiastic and Optimistic New Neighbors. What are you doing? Jiang Fanyin observed a succession of trucks being directed into the entrance, and there stood Shen Junyao, orchestrating the movement with precision. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, "What brings you to my neighborhood so early?" To which he turned and, with a relaxed expression and a warmer tone, replied, "Good morning, new neighbor." So, it seemed this fellow had decided to take residence here after dining in her vicinity last night. What was going on? She felt a bit bewildered, but a deeper sense of wariness began to swell within her. Everything felt amiss, as if he were deliberately encroaching upon her space. Their initial encounter, followed by getting acquainted, dining, and conversing now appeared to be premeditated. Noticing the sudden chill that had settled upon her countenance, Shen Junyao found himself at a loss. He had intended to approach the matter with subtlety, yet time did not afford him that luxury. Even amid suspicion, he could only proceed as he was. Jiang Fanyin, harboring a sense of wariness, naturally adopted a more distant demeanor. With a slight nod, she refrained from saying anything further and departed. It is prudent to maintain a safe distance from dangerous individuals. In this moment, her sole desire was to ensure a safe existence for herself and her brother in this apocalyptic world, indifferent to the fates of others. Regardless of past relationships, should anyone pose a threat to her, she would show no mercy. With the apocalypse looming, who still adheres to laws and regulations? As she walked away, Shen Junyao gazed at her retreating figure for a moment before departing in his vehicle. No matter the circumstances, he had finally located her before the calamity struck, and he was determined to protect her this time. Jiang Fanyin had been busy for the better part of the day before finally returning home just in time for dinner. Nowadays, the task of cooking has predominantly fallen upon Jiang Muse, who possesses a passion for culinary arts and has even taken the initiative to learn, unabashedly claiming to be a 6-star chef. Upon her arrival, she found the dining table adorned with an array of her favorite dishes. As they sat down to eat, she shared with her brother the news of Shen Junyao moving in, and predictably, it infuriated him. "What? He has moved here too? Sister, I told you. This guy must have feelings for you, and is trying to win you over. Just look at how attentive he is." Jiang Muse nearly dropped his chopsticks in frustration, his expression darkening significantly. It was not that he opposed his sister's romantic endeavors, but rather that her taste left much to be desired. She seemed to be enamored with superficial, frivolous types. He believed that only a man who was wholly devoted to her, possessing strength, physical prowess, and intellect, would be worthy of her affection. Alas, upon reflection, it seemed that Shen Junyao fit that description quite well, which only fueled his ire further. Casting a glance at her irate brother, Jiang Fanyin remained serene as she savored her meal, a massive television screen beside her displaying a popular drama series currently captivating audiences. The table behind her was cluttered with an assortment of iPads and various technological gadgets. She had even chosen an array of projectors and smartphones in different styles. Her primary focus was on entertainment during these apocalyptic times, leaving no stone unturned in her pursuit of diversions, from dramas to variety shows, films, animations, documentaries, songs, and novels. She had amassed several boxes of Bluetooth headphones and power banks, enough to keep herself entertained for an entire year. The siblings had divergent interests, naturally leading to different pursuits. "Sister, why are you so silent?" Jiang Muse asked, his eyes filled with a sense of grievance. "What is there to say? Have you not spoken enough already?" Jiang Fanyin replied leisurely as she continued to eat, imparting wisdom to her brother. "Why concern yourself with him? Given time, the truth will inevitably reveal itself. As long as there is no malice, I shall not fear." Having struggled through the trials of a post-apocalyptic existence for years, she had been taught the art of survival, including the means to take a life. "That is indeed a valid point," he conceded. Jiang Muse felt a sense of tranquility wash over him as he quietly accompanied his sister during their meal. In recent days, they had stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies, and thus he had been diligently preparing an array of delectable dishes at his sister's behest. He had crafted an assortment of treats, such as mung bean soup, octopus balls, and fried lotus root slices, filling numerous containers with these culinary delights. He assumed his sister intended to store them in the freezer, unaware that Jiang Fanyin had placed them all in her space. In that realm, time stood still, ensuring that whatever was retrieved would always retain its freshest flavor. This arrangement would prove advantageous for times when cooking would be inconvenient, allowing them to still savor delicious meals. One evening, when Shun Junyao knocked on their door, inviting them to dinner, they discovered that he had not only moved into their neighborhood, but had boldly relocated directly beneath them. Shun Junyao resided on the 16th floor, while the Jiang siblings occupied the 17th, thus solidifying their status as true neighbors. Given this newfound proximity, they felt it impolite to decline his invitation and reluctantly agreed to join him for a meal. To their surprise, Shun Junyao's culinary skills were quite impressive. Even Jiang Yu's, who had studied cooking extensively, found no faults, and the flavors were perfectly suited to Jiang Fanyin's palate. The three of them enjoyed a pleasant dinner together. But as they departed, Jiang Fanyin's gaze lingered on the numerous large boxes behind him, curious about their contents. Shun Junyao, seemingly oblivious, warmly escorted them to the door, only closing it once they had ascended the stairs. He then made a phone call. "You may come over to install it now." He had ordered several stainless steel doors and windows, as well as an iron gate, intending to securely seal off the staircase leading from the 16th floor to below. At this hour, the installation would not disturb her. Soon, the sounds of renovation echoed from downstairs, prompting Jiang Muse to scoff slightly. Had he moved in only to rush into renovations? His enthusiasm was indeed commendable. Jiang Fanyin, however, paid little heed to this matter. She promptly opened the WeChat group, and indeed, there was a new note indicating a member on the 16th floor. Before she could tap on the profile picture, her phone emitted a notification sound. With a simple click, a friend request appeared before her eyes. The accompanying message reminded her that the sender was someone she had just parted ways with a few minutes prior. She cast a fleeting glance at it and chose to disregard it. Instead, she turned her attention to her younger brother, saying, "All right, let us not bother with that. Come accompany your sister for a movie." "Okay, but if I get sleepy, I'll just stay here with you," Jiang Muse chuckled. His sister had developed an unusual habit of enjoying horror films while possessing a timid disposition, often too frightened to watch them alone without his company. Jiang Fanyin did not elaborate much. Her room was spacious enough to accommodate him. Casually, she retrieved a terrifying film about monstrous insects. In her previous life, she had only heard the ominous sounds of the impending insect plague as she faced her demise, likely leaving her with a disfigured corpse. In this lifetime, she resolved to gain a deeper understanding beforehand. It might prove beneficial in the future. Regardless, it was certainly advantageous to cultivate her courage in advance. Yet, even she could not have anticipated the swift arrival of apocalyptic calamities. Chapter 16. The approaching storm. The following morning, after breakfast, Jiang Muse could hardly contain his restlessness. He eagerly tugged at his sister, insisting she accompany him for some outdoor exercise. He possessed an immense fondness for physical activity, dedicating each day to morning runs. Typically, he ventured out alone, but this time, with his sister awake unusually early, he clung to her side. Jiang Fanyin was abruptly awakened by a dream in the morning, her heart perpetually uneasy, leaving her in a state of discomfort. Thus, she decided to accompany him on a morning run. "Sister, the weather is splendid today," Jiang Muse exclaimed, stretching languidly before beginning to walk while engaging in various warm-up exercises. Jiang Fanyin listened to his words, casually glancing up at the sky. In that fleeting moment, her entire being froze. The hue of the heavens, the shape of the clouds, all abruptly summoned forth a nightmare from the depths of her memory. Clearly, a tempest was imminent. "Sister, what's wrong? You look rather unwell," Jiang Muse inquired, having just finished his exercise and turning to see his sister's pallid face. Concern etched across his features. "Little Muse, run." Jiang Fanyin seemed to awaken from a trance, seizing Jiang Muse's hand and urgently pulling him back towards the building. "What is happening?" Jiang Muse was inexplicably pulled along by his sister, leaving him in a state of bewilderment, while his heart grew increasingly anxious. As he ran alongside her, he worriedly inquired, "Sister, what on earth is happening?" Jiang Fanyin wondered where she could still hear his voice. Her mind was consumed with the urgency to take her brother home. Not daring to use the elevator, she resolutely grasped her brother's hand and dashed down the stairs. Both of them were accustomed to physical activity, so even the ascent of several flights of stairs posed no significant challenge. However, they paused upon reaching the 16th floor. Before them stood an iron door that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, filling Jiang Yu's mind with questions. In a moment of exasperation, he exclaimed, "What on earth? Has Shun Junyao lost his mind? Installing an iron door in the stairwell? How are people supposed to ascend now? Sister, perhaps we should just take the elevator after all?" As Jiang Fanyin ascended the numerous flights of stairs, her initially anxious heart gradually found solace. She tightened her grip on the handrail, striving to take deep breaths to calm her inner turmoil. There was no need for panic. This was no longer a past life. She could protect her brother. Her apprehension was unwarranted, yet the haunting memory of her brother Xiao's tragic demise before her eyes lingered like a nightmare, making her feel overwhelmed and uneasy whenever she encountered a similar scene. "Let us take the elevator," she suggested, finding a moment of respite. With a semblance of composure restored, she grasped her brother's hand, preparing to descend. Even if a tempest were to arise, navigating 2 flights of stairs should pose no significant challenge. "All right, but sister, you appear quite pale. Are you certain you are all right? Do you feel unwell? Perhaps we should forego going home and visit a hospital instead," Jiang Yu said, concern evident as he gently supported her arm. Jiang Fanyin gently patted his hand, shaking her head. "I am fine. We must hurry home. We need to secure all the doors and windows. Otherwise, even the slightest crack could lead to dire consequences. We cannot afford to be careless." Just as they were about to depart, a voice, tinged with surprise, resonated behind them, accompanied by the creaking of an iron gate being opened. "Miss Jiang, why are you and your brother taking the stairs today?" They turned to see the elegantly tall Shun Junyao standing behind the gate, even graciously leaving half of it ajar. "Mr. Shun, you have remarkable foresight to install such an iron gate here." Jiang Fanyin expressed her genuine admiration, feeling a twinge of regret for not having thought of it sooner. Had she considered this earlier, no matter the disturbances in the neighborhood, she and her brother could have remained unharmed. "Just overindulgence," Jiang Muse muttered in the background. Shun Junyao, however, paid him no mind, his gaze fixed warmly on Jiang Fanyin. "Ms. Jun, you yist. I am naturally reserved and prefer solitude, which is why I devised this method. Since you wish to ascend, it will be safer to take my route rather than the elevator." Indeed, the impending tempest was formidable, rendering any electrical appliances unsafe. Taking the stairs was indeed the wiser choice. Jiang Fanyin reached out and gently tugged at her reluctant younger brother, a smile gracing her face, exuding warmth and generosity. "Then I must extend my gratitude to Mr. Shun. Dear sister, I believe taking the elevator would be much swifter than walking," Jiang Muse remarked, his disdain for the man evident. The sight of him so early in the day only further dampened his spirits. Yet he found himself silenced by a glare from his sister. Thus, the two ascended to the 17th floor. As they parted in the stairwell, Jiang Fanyin reflected on the kindness someone had been consistently showing her these days. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, and she casually remarked, "I notice the wind is quite strong today. Mr. Shun, do ensure that your doors and windows are securely fastened." "Thank you for the reminder, Miss Jiang," Shun Junyao replied, a flicker of shadow crossing his gaze before he offered her a slight nod. He then watched them depart, his heart swirling with uncertainty. Her reaction today was rather unusual. Having taken the stairs, she had deliberately reminded him, could it be? His expression darkened, the light in his eyes dimming to a profound obscurity. Upon reaching the 17th floor, Jiang Fanyin promptly urged her brother, her tone urgent, quickly, ensure that the doors and windows of both rooms are tightly secured. No crevice should be left. A tempest is approaching. Hurry. Given the previous demeanor, it was clear that the fierce winds would soon arrive, necessitating their swift action. Observing his sister's earnest and serious expression, Jiang Mu's worried demeanor transformed into one of resolve. He nodded in acknowledgement and hastily rose to attend to the doors and windows. "Make sure to utilize all the air purifiers. We cannot allow the rooms to become stifling," Jiang Fanyin reminded him before swiftly returning to secure her own doors and windows. "Understood," Jiang Muse replied from a distance, acknowledging her words. After a flurry of activity, the two finally reconvened in Jiang Fanyin's room. Jiang Fanyin observed her younger brother, who was nearly leaning against the glass, and could not help but pull him back gently. She tapped his forehead with her finger and admonished, "Keep your distance. Even if there is something out there, you must exercise caution. Safety is paramount." She had no desire for any misfortune to befall her brother. Their parents had entrusted him to her care with complete faith, and in her previous life, she had failed to protect him. This time, she was determined to safeguard him at all costs. Jiang Muse gazed out at the sky, a sense of inexplicable unease washing over him. Though he stood obediently beside his sister, his attention was irresistibly drawn to the balcony window. Suddenly, something caught his eye, causing him to widen his gaze in surprise. Chapter 17. The dawn of the apocalypse, and the next moment, he sprang to his feet. "Sister, the sky looks so ominous outside, and it seems like the wind has picked up. Do you think the apocalypse is truly upon us?" Even without his sister's words, he could sense the deep anxiety that had taken root in her heart over the past few days. She must have been deeply affected by the dreams concerning their parents, which is why he had been diligently helping her stockpile supplies. Spending a little money was of no consequence. It was primarily to ease his sister's worries. If today were to pass without incident, perhaps she could finally find some peace of mind, relieving him of his own concerns. Jiang Fanyin gazed at his startled demeanor, her eyes following his line of sight, and in an instant, they became fixed, her expression heavy with foreboding. This time, the tempest had truly arrived. First, a dark mass appeared on the horizon, the grass swaying violently in the gusts. Soon after, the towering trees below began to sway, resembling intoxicated dancers, while vehicles on the road were forced to veer off course. Pedestrians were no exception. Those of a more slender build were unceremoniously swept up by the ferocious wind. Some even flashed past the clean windows, their terrified and despairing faces vividly reflected in the glass. Jiang Muse also noticed this, and his expression changed instantly. The lingering doubt that once resided in his mind vanished in an instant, leaving his face ashen. Jiang Fanyin cast a fleeting glance at him and gently patted his shoulder, uttering not a single word. In this merciless apocalypse, no matter how fiercely she protected her brother, she would not hinder his path to maturity. He would inevitably encounter such harrowing scenes in the future. It was merely a form of early training. The fates of those unfortunate souls hardly required her elaboration. After all, a mortal body plummeting from such a height would either be reduced to mere flesh and blood or torn apart by the merciless winds. How could this even be conceivable? Jiang Muse, still somewhat incredulous, pinched his own face. It was only after feeling a genuine sting that he murmured softly. It turned out that everything his sister had said was true. Their parents were genuinely worried, entrusting their sister to a dream, simply because the apocalypse was indeed approaching, and their world was destined to be utterly overturned. A sense of unease washed over him as he craned his neck to glance below. What he beheld was a scene of chaos. On numerous streets within the community, vehicles collided violently, while pedestrians were mercilessly swept away. Some were lofted into the air, only to be torn into a mist of blood by the ferocious winds. Others were reduced to mere pulp upon impact with heavy objects. The panorama was drenched in blood, utterly horrifying. "Sister, please don't be afraid. I will protect you," Jiang Muse thought to himself. He had only ever encountered such sights in movies, and his face turned ashen, unable to bear the view any longer. He scarcely remembered how he managed to shuffle to his sister's side, his tall frame collapsing beside the sofa in the living room. Observing his frightened yet self-soothing demeanor tugged at Jiang Fanyin's heart, softening her resolve. She gently stroked her brother's head, offering silent comfort. Certain scenes and experiences were inevitable. He would have to face them eventually. Jiang Muse rarely displayed such intimacy with his sister. He simply rested his head upon her lap, quietly lying there as he gradually calmed his emotions. As Jiang Fanyin comforted him, she perused the messages in their WeChat group on her phone. In just a brief moment, the number of messages had surged to over 1,000, revealing the rising tide of panic that had begun to engulf them. "Have you seen? The wind outside is tremendous. I nearly failed to close the window, and everything in my house has been tossed about. It took me quite a while to restore order." "I can relate. It took me ages to tidy up as well. At least you are at home. We haven't even been able to return home. With such fierce winds. We are trapped at the office, too afraid to venture outside. Have you checked the forums? This wind is truly terrifying. Many people have already been swept away by it. Some have been hurled against walls with fatal consequences, while others have been utterly torn apart. It's horrifying. I've seen it. It's genuinely frightening. I'll send you a picture so you can see for yourselves. But why hasn't the Meteorological Bureau issued any forecasts? What are we to do now? There is hardly any food at home, and who knows when this wind will cease. If it doesn't stop, what will my family eat? Exactly. While I have some snacks at home, they're hardly sufficient. How can one survive without proper meals? Indeed, what is the government planning to do about this? Surely, they want to abandon us? Jiang Fanyin scrolled through the messages, a cold smirk emerging at the corners of her mouth. This was the intrinsic selfishness of humanity. As long as one's own interests were not at stake, everyone was amicable and harmonious. Yet, once personal gain was threatened, all considerations flew out the window. It was not merely nations that would betray their own, but even close relatives could be sacrificed without a second thought. Such was the nature of humanity in the apocalypse, cold and heartless. After perusing through hundreds of messages, she found no word from Shun Junyao, indicating that he too was merely an observer, much like herself. Meanwhile, Qin Yuyang and Su Qingqing, who had recently relocated to the bustling area, were in a state of panic, huddled closely together, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Su Qingqing gazed at the blood-red mist outside, her face paling. She had never witnessed such a scene before, frightened as she shrank into Qin Yuyang's embrace, her voice trembling. Yangge, what on earth is happening? Why is there such a fierce wind? It's terrifying. I'm a bit scared. It's all right, Qin Yuyang reassured her, though he too felt a surge of panic within. He attempted to sound resolute, even offering her comfort. I'm here, don't be afraid. But what if this wind doesn't stop? What should we do? Su Qingqing's foresight prompted her to voice the crucial concern. Qin Yuyang hadn't considered this angle until she mentioned it, and unease began to gnaw at him. His initial intention in moving here was merely to seek revenge on Jiang Fanyin. That man had indeed possessed formidable skills. Yet he couldn't possibly remain by Jiang Fanyin's side indefinitely. Jiang Muse, despite his martial prowess, was merely a fauna, let alone Jiang Fanyin, a mere girl. Neither of them were his match, but he hadn't anticipated that he would find himself trapped here as well. He flipped through his phone, eager to check the community group for any pertinent updates. Upon opening it, an announcement popped up, revealing a notification from the property management. A violent storm was approaching, urging residents to secure their doors and windows and minimize outdoor activities. The duration of the storm was uncertain. Those with food were advised to ration their supplies, while those without were encouraged to barter for essentials. What a joke! In the group, some individuals openly expressed their desperation, seeking to exchange money for food, anything at all. Cautious souls refrained from responding, wisely prioritizing their own safety, as no one knew when the storm would subside. Others, unable to grasp the gravity of the situation, believed the turmoil would soon settle and opportunistically inflated food prices to exploit the circumstances. However, those willing to barter were few, within a building of numerous families. Supplies were dwindling rapidly, and as time passed, some brazen individuals began tagging their neighbors, openly declaring their intent to trade. Yuyang felt as if he might burst. He had some food at home, yet it was barely enough to sustain himself, let alone share with others. Having been vocal just moments ago, he fell silent. The wind continued to howl for a week without respite, and the atmosphere within the group grew increasingly tense. Everyone was acutely aware that if the wind persisted, the prospect of starvation loomed ominously over them. Now, all were faced with two grim choices: brave the relentless wind in search of sustenance, or succumb to starvation within these walls. As resources dwindled, death was inevitable. In recent days, Jiang Fanyin had refrained from cooking, for it was evident that any lingering aroma wafting from their home would betray an abundance of provisions, potentially inviting misfortune. It was precisely for this reason that, over the past fortnight, she had insisted her younger brother prepare meals day after day in anticipation of such a time. When they retrieved the food from their space, it still emanated warmth, and the siblings joyfully shared a delightful lunch, their lives unfolding in a manner that was nothing short of blissful. Sister, our parents are still thinking of us. They conveyed this news to you in advance. Otherwise, we might have faced starvation, Jiang Muse reflected, feeling immensely grateful. Had it not been for his sister's foresight and diligent preparations, their lives would likely have been far more arduous. Jiang Fanyin did not elaborate much. Ultimately, it was merely an excuse she had concocted. If you find yourself restless during this period, you may open all the rooms and roam about the floor, but be sure not to descend. Concerned that her brother might grow fidgety, she took the time to offer a gentle reminder. Jiang Muse, having finished washing the dishes, waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's fine. I can exercise at home. You need not worry about me going out." Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a sudden knock resounded at the front door. Who could possibly be coming to knock at this hour? Jiang Muse felt somewhat anxious, fearing that others might come seeking food from them. Today, he learned from his sister's messages in the owner group that some individuals were so famished that they had begun to knock on doors one by one in search of sustenance. If they were to receive food willingly, it would be acceptable. However, there were those who, when refused, would resort to quarrels and even physical altercations. "Sister, do not go. Allow me to check," he said. As Jiang Muse made his way over, he casually grabbed a rolling pin from the kitchen, knowing that with his sister at home, he needed to exercise an extra degree of vigilance. Jiang Fanyin cast a fleeting glance at him, a hint of exasperation crossing her features, before directly accessing the surveillance footage of the entrance on her phone, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She sent her younger brother to open the door, as it was Mr. Shun from downstairs. They had interacted with him before. Although he was not particularly loquacious, he possessed a commendable demeanor when addressing matters. He was certainly not the type to resort to violence over a mere morsel. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Muse felt an even greater sense of tension within him. He instinctively reached in once more, retrieving something before finally making his way to the door. Jiang Fanyin found the situation amusing and chose not to intervene. Although Xiaozhou was somewhat impetuous, he would not harm anyone without reason, which reassured her. As the door swung open, a handsome face came into view, instantly captivating both of them. Upon entering, Shun Juanyao's gaze immediately fell upon Jiang Fanyin, seated on the sofa in the inner room. He nodded at her and greeted, "Good afternoon, Miss Jiang." It appeared that this fellow was oblivious to those around him, as Jiang Muzha felt utterly disregarded, treated as if he were invisible. His expression darkened, and his grip on the rolling pin tightened with an urge to act. "Mr. Shun, what brings you here? Is there something of importance?" Jiang Fanyin, noticing his greeting, felt it inappropriate to remain seated and promptly rose to acknowledge him. The community was in disarray, with some individuals even coming directly to knock on doors in search of food. "Miss Jiang, do you recall that iron door in our stairwell? I have a few extra ones and wanted to inquire if you might need one for your own corridor." She certainly wished for a more secure arrangement, yet she had not anticipated his thoughtfulness. After ascending the stairs of the Shun residence, she had regretted not having one installed herself. However, with the apocalypse arriving so swiftly, she had shelved that idea. To her surprise, Shun Junyao had proactively offered to assist in installing one for her home, which was indeed a fortuitous development. Jiang Muse scrutinized him from head to toe, harboring a sense of disdain within. It was evident that this fellow was indeed preoccupied with his sister, resorting to every conceivable means. What an unnecessary endeavor. It seemed he had prepared for this long in advance. Given that Mr. Shun was so considerate of my sister and me, it would indeed appear petty of us to decline. With a single statement, Jiang Fanyin solidified the arrangement, then raised an eyebrow at him. "However, one should not expect to receive without giving. I happen to have an extra air purifier at home, Mr. Shun might as well take one back with him." "Then I shall not be polite," Shun Junyao remarked with a slight curl of his lips. "I've already brought the items over, and they could be installed immediately. Miss Jiang can rest assured from now on." Jiang Fanyin was in good spirits, even casting a meaningful glance at her younger brother. "Mr. Shun has been quite a help. Xiaozhou, why don't you lend him a hand?" With her sister issuing commands, Jiang Muse, though somewhat reluctant, nodded in agreement and proceeded to assist Shun Junyao with the task at hand. Jiang Fanyin entered the room directly, intending to prepare some food and drink for the two individuals as a form of consolation. Mr. Jiang appears to harbor an aversion towards me, thought Shen Junyao, while propping the door up and casting a subtle glance in his direction. It would indeed be peculiar if he were to take a liking to me. Jiang Muse snorted softly, remaining silent. He harbored no trust for the men of the present. His sister's future husband must be someone whom both he and his sister approved of. You need not feel this way. I have long wished to speak with you. Yet I have not found the opportunity, Shen Junyao said calmly, adjusting the door as he conversed. Jiang Mu's gaze settled upon his face. Do you wish to converse with me? About what? Shen Junyao suddenly raised an eyebrow, his voice resonating with conviction. I am fond of Jiang Fanyin. Shen Junyao is enamored with Jiang Fanyin. Chapter 19. The onset of chaos. Jiang Fanyin, who was gracefully carrying food towards them, paused momentarily, her brows arching in surprise as a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. This fellow harbors feelings for her. When did this transpire? She had never believed in the concept of love at first sight, hence she dismissed his words entirely. The affections of men are often as fragile as paper. Rather than entrusting her fate to another, it is far better to take the reins herself. She remained silent, turning on her heel and continuing on her way, the food in her hands unwavering. She felt no need to listen to the ensuing conversation. After all, Xiaozhe would relay everything to her in due course. Jiang Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. How audacious of this fellow to act so brazenly before him. Did he truly believe that Jiang Muse was devoid of temper? Did he not realize that he could very well return home and wield a broom to drive him away? I know you may not believe this, and my intention in saying it is not to convince you, but merely to convey that I harbor no ill will towards the Jiang family. There is no need for such wariness. In due time, you will come to see my sincerity. Shen Junyao, unusually verbose, displayed a clear demeanor of earnestness and seriousness. He even went so far as to inquire, "Why don't you tell me what your ideal brother-in-law is like? I could strive to embody that." How had it escaped notice until now that this fellow possessed such audacity? Jiang Muse stared at him in disbelief, as if he had never known him, almost gasping in astonishment. How do you pose such a question to me? Surely, you do not believe I would assist you in pursuing my sister? I advise you to abandon this notion at once. Shen Junyao recounted his attributes. I possess strength, intelligence, and am unburdened by familial ties, standing alone with no attachments save for your sister. I could also train alongside you. If chaos were to engulf this world, do you truly think that your superficial charms could protect her? Would it not be more advantageous for two to safeguard her rather than one? His words were spoken with utmost sincerity. He had come solely for her. Beyond her, there was no other in this world to whom he felt such profound longing. And having finally found her, he would not depart easily. Jiang Mu's hands, which had been diligently working, suddenly halted, and his expression grew hesitant. His words struck a chord deep within him, as they echoed his long-standing concerns. He even regretted his decision to pursue culinary arts, pondering whether mastering martial skills might have better equipped him to protect his sister. In recent days, he had observed the gradual decline of order in the community, causing his hidden anxieties to resurface. Even if your assertions hold validity, I must heed my sister's feelings. I shall not assist you in courting her. Should my sister not share your affections, she would undoubtedly reject you, just as she would me. Jiang Mu's thoughts were utterly unmasked. His sister was his sole kin, and no one in this vast world could hold a candle to her significance in his heart. Shen Junyao narrowed his eyes, feeling a surge of joy at the prospect of protecting that individual, his face adorned with an uncommon smile. Thus, I require no assistance from you. I shall pursue her myself. Today's discourse is merely to inform you that, regardless of what transpires within this building in the future, the 16th floor shall forever serve as your vanguard. Such words bore substantial weight, and Jiang Muse discerned their sincerity, particularly given the tumultuous era they faced. After all, with the advent of the apocalypse, anything could transpire. His initial resistance waned slightly, and his demeanor toward Shen Junyao softened. I am a person who values actions above all, he stated succinctly. This single remark sufficed to ignite a spark in Shen Junyao's eyes, who responded affirmatively. The two ceased their conversation, quietly installing the iron door. Upon completion, Shen Junyao meticulously tested each of the 6 keys, a gesture aimed at assuaging Jiang Mu's concerns. As Jiang Fanyin received the 6 keys, a sense of tranquility washed over her. With that door in place, they could at least enjoy a semblance of security. She raised her brow and handed a key to Shen Junyao. "This one is for you, Mr. Shen. May we navigate the challenges ahead together." The proximity of their residences made it advantageous to foster a cordial relationship. This was not merely a key, it was a token of trust. Shen Junyao's eyes sparkled with delight, and a smile graced his lips. "Very well, since we are now so familiar, you may call me Junyao from now on, rather than Mr. Shen, which feels unnecessarily distant." "Take care," Jiang Fanyin chuckled softly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, as she brought an air purifier from her room. With the windows sealed tight, the stifling atmosphere had become nearly unbearable. This device would provide some relief. "I shall take my leave," Shen Junyao said, accepting the purifier with a smile as he departed. His eyes glimmered with joy, for his thoughtful preparations seemed to have pleased the lady. It appeared the gift had struck a chord with her. Before long, the government issued a forecast, announcing that the Meteorological Bureau had predicted a day of calm amidst the impending tempest. Citizens were urged to seize this opportunity to stockpile provisions to avoid hunger in the days to come. Upon hearing this news, families became restless, and discussions erupted in group chats as individuals sought companions for grocery shopping expeditions. Jiang Fanyin decided to venture out with her younger brother to procure some supplies. Although they had sufficient provisions, appearances must be maintained to avoid arousing suspicion. She also sent a message to Shen Junyao on the 16th floor, and the three of them quickly descended together, opting for the stairs. Given the previous tempestuous winds, the reliability of the elevator was uncertain, and being trapped inside would be a true misfortune. As they emerged, they were greeted by a multitude of familiar neighbors from the building, yet no one exchanged pleasantries. Instead, they hastened their steps towards several nearby supermarkets. The task of shopping was entrusted to the two of them, but Jiang Fanyin had ulterior motives for this outing. It was a fortuitous opportunity for her to acquire additional fuel, such as diesel and gasoline. Shen Junyao initially opposed her venturing alone, but her insistence prevailed, leading him to accompany Jiang Muja on the shopping trip. The boy's antics were of little use. If he did not keep a watchful eye on him, calamity was inevitable, and he would bear the brunt of Jiang Fanyin's displeasure. In the aftermath of the violent storm, many areas lay desolate, including the gas stations, which appeared dilapidated, evoking a sense of ruin. The absence of people emboldened her. Without hesitation, she produced an oil extractor from her storage and began siphoning oil with fervor. However, her efforts were abruptly interrupted by a voice that emerged unexpectedly from behind her. "What? What are you doing?" Chapter 20. There is no remedy for regret in this world. Jiang Fanyin's body stiffened for a moment. Having completely concealed the murderous intent that had previously glinted in her eyes before turning around, her grip on the oil pipe tightened. Su Qingqing gazed at her in astonishment. Yet an overwhelming joy surged within her heart. Initially, she had noticed Jiang Fanyin walking alone away from the crowd and had curiously concocted a reason to follow her. But she had never anticipated witnessing such a miraculous scene. Jiang Fanyin merely raised her hand. An enormous oil drum materialized before her. She then proceeded to pour all the fuel from the gas station into the drum. This was nothing short of miraculous. The notion of space fleetingly crossed her mind, accompanied by a surge of intense jealousy and delight. With such a space at her command, there would undoubtedly be an abundance of food. If she could secure Jiang Fanyin, she would no longer have to ingratiate herself to anyone for mere scraps of sustenance. Jiang Fanyin observed her with an air of calmness. "Do not feign ignorance. I have already seen through you. You can conjure objects from thin air. You possess a space, do you not? No wonder your attitude toward Qin Yuyang has shifted so abruptly. It seems you were prepared to abandon him all along." Su Qingqing believed she had discerned Jiang Fanyin's inner scheming and let out a cold laugh, her eyes glimmering with insatiable greed. "Ah, you've caught me," Jiang Fanyin replied. Her gaze lowered, a playful smile gracing her lips as she lightly pinched her fingers. What do you intend to do now? Only she understood the brilliance of her smile, which belied the heavy intent to kill brewing within her. In this apocalyptic chaos, this individual could not be spared. Little did Su Qingqing suspect that Jiang Fanyin was already contemplating her demise. Thinking Jiang Fanyin was merely rattled by the revelation, she approached with an air of triumph, posturing arrogantly. Rest assured, I am no fool. I will not disclose your secret regarding the space. However, if I help you keep it under wraps, shouldn't you offer me some recompense in return? There must be plenty of food hidden within your space, yes? I do not require much. Just half will suffice. Jiang Fanyin stepped closer, her brows arched in a light smile, yet her eyes bore an unmistakable chill. Under the sunlight, a fleeting glimmer of silver flashed in her hand. Her voice was as frigid as ice. But why do I perceive you as a fool? If you weren't such a simpleton, how could you dare to approach me so closely? What did she mean by this? Su Qingqing had yet to comprehend her words. The question lingered unspoken on her lips. Just as she turned her head, she was met with Jiang Fanyin's icy gaze and a dazzling flash of silver. In that instant, a searing pain surged through her throat as a sharp fruit knife plunged into it, twisting mercilessly. Jiang Fanyin struck with ruthless precision, the blade plunging directly into her throat with such force that it buried halfway into her hand. Blood erupted almost instantaneously, splattering over her entire being. Yet, nothing could conceal the murderous intent gleaming in her eyes. She actually intended to kill her? How dare she take a life? Su Qingqing clutched her throat, staring at her in disbelief. But the injury rendered her voiceless. All she could do was press her hand against the wound, desperately wishing to stem the flow of blood. However, as the crimson liquid continued to ebb away, her complexion gradually turned pale until she could no longer stand. With wide-open eyes, she collapsed weakly, stirring up a cloud of dust. As her consciousness began to fade into oblivion, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, accompanied by profound regret. She should not have followed her alone, nor should she have confronted her in such a desolate place. She should never have allowed herself to get so close, granting her the opportunity to strike. Her life was lost in vain. Yet, in this world, there exists no elixir of remorse, and ultimately, she lay with her eyes wide open, unwillingly surrendering her last breath. Jiang Fanyin cautiously probed the atmosphere and confirmed that the person was indeed deceased, allowing herself to exhale with relief. Without the luxury of changing her attire, she hurriedly consumed the remaining oil and sought a secluded spot to retrieve a fresh outfit from her spatial storage before turning her attention to continue gathering oil. This time, her pace had noticeably quickened. Along the way, she collected any additional oil that lay abandoned by the roadside and made her way directly back to find Jiang Muse and the others. "Sister, why are you so late returning?" Jiang Muse inquired, his concern palpable as he contemplated whether to search for her. Shun Junyao, equally troubled, found no solace until she reappeared, releasing a sigh of relief. "How'd it go? Have you gathered everything?" Jiang Fanyin observed the large bundles in their hands, a smile gracing her lips. However, her attention was swiftly drawn to the bloodstain at her collar, prompting a furrow of worry to mar Jiang Mu's brow. Jiang Muse swiftly approached with genuine concern. "Sister, are you hurt?" Casting a glance at the observant Shun Junyao, Jiang Fanyin chose not to elaborate, lowering her voice. "It's nothing. It's merely someone else's blood that I've accidentally gotten on me. Let's return." She had initially intended to share the burden of carrying some items, but both of them stubbornly refused her offer. With a roll of her eyes, she decided to disregard their insistence. As they conversed along the way, she learned that the current prices had skyrocketed to outrageous levels. Fortunately, both of them still had a bit of money on hand. Otherwise, acquiring these items would have been impossible. "Jiang Fanyin, have you seen Qingqing?" Inquiring from a distance, Qin Yuyang, who was searching for someone, approached them directly, his tone less than amiable. He was now seeking someone, suggesting that a particular soul had not yet departed. Jiang Fanyin murmured to herself, yet she chose to ignore him entirely, coldly shaking her head before turning to walk back inside the building. However, someone reached out to block her path, irritation evident in his tone. "Did you truly not see Qingqing?" My sister stated that she is not here, and with only the three of us present. Are you blind? Upon seeing the dark expression on Jiang Yu's face, he positioned himself directly in front of his sister, glaring at the intruder with indignation. How could this wretched brat, who had committed such despicable acts, still have the audacity to confront his sister? Qin Yuyang contemplated further inquiries, but the trio simply turned away, showing no desire to engage with him. His temper flared at their dismissal. He distinctly caught the scent of Qing's perfume lingering on Jiang Fanyin. Yet she insisted she had not seen her. Enraged, he reached out to grab her, demanding an explanation. Jiang Fanyin had not anticipated his relentless pursuit. She was engaged in conversation with Shen Junyao when, caught off guard, she was suddenly yanked, stumbling and colliding with the railing of the staircase, twisting her ankle in the process. Unable to suppress her irritation, she furrowed her brow, and when she lifted her gaze, her eyes were filled with a fierce intensity. Unbeknownst to her, the impact with the railing had caused a sharp stone in her pocket to slice open a wound on her lower back, a trickle of blood seeping onto the stone, which then emanated a sudden brilliance before reverting to its ordinary dark hue. Have you lost your mind? Chapter 21. The arrival of the apocalypse. Jiang Muse and Shen Junyao also wore expressions of displeasure. One immediately rushed to confront Qin Yuyang, while the other extended a hand to assist Jiang Fanyin. Dare to lay a hand on my sister, and I shall not hesitate to end you. Jiang Muse lunged forward, engaging in a fierce scuffle with Qin Yuyang. Shen Junyao was entirely focused on Jiang Fanyin, offering her unwavering support and concern. Are you all right? Did you sprain something? I'm fine. It's probably just a twist, Jiang Fanyin replied nonchalantly, casting a cold glance at Qin Yuyang as she waved her hand dismissively. Having already dispatched one adversary, she felt no trepidation about facing another. The tribulations endured by the siblings were all instigated by these two individuals, and this man had been prancing around her for far too long. He ought to contemplate the manner of his impending demise. Qin Yuyang possessed some martial skills, yet like Jiang Yu's, they were merely superficial displays, resulting in neither gaining an advantage. Xiao Osha, return. Do not stoop to the level of a cur. Come and assist me in returning home. Jiang Fanyin concealed the murderous intent in her eyes and then called her brother back. This beast has no connection to dogs. In fact, I find dogs to be quite adorable. Shen Junyao spoke a heartfelt truth about dogs, proclaiming them to be humanity's most loyal companions. This statement clearly implied that he was even inferior to a dog, causing Qin Yuyang's expression to darken considerably, his gaze towards them becoming increasingly ominous. Jiang Fanyin cast a fleeting glance at Shen Junyao, curiosity stirring within her. His words implied that the Shen family kept a dog as well. Were it not for her current injury, she would indeed be inclined to take a look, for she had a genuine affection for small creatures, though she had never been adept at caring for them. Allow me to carry you, Shen Junyao declared, as he thrust all his belongings into Jiang Yu's hands. He then half-squatted before Jiang Fanyin, adopting a posture of utmost humility. Jiang Fanyin appeared somewhat dazed. Although she was aware of this individual's affection for her, she remained skeptical to some extent. However, his attentiveness surpassed that of her brother. This task should rightly belong to me, Jiang Muse thought, as he accepted the items with a bewildered expression. With your stamina, you can scarcely carry an adult up to the 17th floor, Shen Junyao remarked nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance at him, utterly indifferent to the instant pallor that washed over his face. How infuriating! He refrained from striking back, yet this fellow persistently targeted his vulnerabilities. Jiang Mu's expression darkened, yet he could not deny that there was some truth in what was said. Although he engaged in physical activity from time to time, primarily through running, he had never undergone any systematic training. The thought of carrying his sister up several flights of stairs genuinely concerned him, while he would not mind if he were to fall. The prospect of causing his sister harm was far more troubling. Thus, he chose to remain silent. Jiang Fanyin hesitated for a moment before gracefully leaning against him. The staircase was not comparable to the flat ground. It was impractical for her to leap up to the 17th floor. Hence, being carried was undoubtedly more reliable. Shen Junyao cast a glance at Qin Yuyang, who had fallen silent beside them, his eyes momentarily shadowed. Then, with an air of nonchalance. He turned and ascended the stairs with Jiang Fanyin on his back. He had already assessed her condition. It seemed she had merely twisted her ankle, sparing her joints from injury. A bit of medication and a few days of rest would suffice, though discomfort would linger. The thought that she had sustained an injury while in his presence weighed heavily on him. He felt he must bear the penalty himself. But the one responsible for her pain deserved retribution. Qin Yuyang watched them depart, his expression darkened. Yet he too was in pain, returning with a scowl. "Take good care of your injury. I shall return shortly with some toys for you to play with," Shen Junyao remarked, his demeanor visibly somber, as he escorted her home and descended the stairs before she could protest. After all, she was not a child. Merely spraining her ankle hardly warranted the need for toys to console her. Would he next resort to sweets to soothe her cries over a minor injury? Jiang Fanyin could not help but smile, her heart softening ever so slightly, which diminished her wariness towards him. Regardless of the circumstances, she recognized that he had consistently exuded goodwill, never having committed any egregious acts against her or her brother. While she remained skeptical of the notion of love at first sight, it did not preclude her from extending an additional measure of trust towards him. Jiang Muse couldn't help but murmur, "Sister, why do I feel as if he is treating you like a child, soothing you?" Jiang Fanyin pursed her lips, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon after, Shen Junyao returned, cradling a tiny kitten in his arms. The diminutive creature, no larger than the palm of his hand, boasted a soft, snowy coat that was utterly adorable, instantly capturing all of Jiang Fanyin's attention. "What a delightful cat. Is it yours?" she inquired casually. A friend of hers had once expressed a longing to raise cats and dogs, but due to certain circumstances and lofty expectations, she had never fulfilled that desire, which left her feeling regretful. Consequently, Jiang Fanyin had adopted a cat and a dog, both of average size. Shen Junyao gently handed her the kitten, explaining, "This little one is over a year old, calm and well-behaved. When you find yourself feeling bored, let it keep you company." "But I might not be able to care for it properly," Jiang Fanyin replied, tentatively reaching out to stroke the small cat, only to retract her hand almost immediately. She had once harbored a strong desire to have pets, but the demands of her work left her no room to nurture them, forcing her to abandon the idea. "Don't worry, although Xiao-Yi is still young, it is quite easy to care for. I brought everything it needs for meals and hydration. I've even prepared a schedule for feeding. Just put the cat food out at the designated times, and it will take care of the rest, including using the litter box. The only concern might be the odor from the litter box, but otherwise, there's nothing to fret about." Shen Junyao casually passed the bag to Jiang Muzhe, indicating that he was thoroughly prepared. Although Jiang Muse harbored a dislike for this individual, he could not help but notice his sister's genuine affection for him. Thus, he gently urged her to keep him close, saying, "Sister, I believe Jun Yao has sincere intentions. Perhaps you should accept him." Reluctantly, Jiang Fanyin acquiesced, her fondness evident as she embraced him tenderly and playfully teased him. The group exchanged a few more words before parting ways. The Meteorological Bureau's predictions proved accurate, as the following day, a fierce storm swept through once more. The relentless winds had confined the populace for nearly half a month, driving many to the brink of madness. Even the provisions they had previously stockpiled dwindled alarmingly. Hunger begot desperation, and the darker inclinations of humanity began to emerge, with some openly pleading for food in community forums. In online discussions, individuals speculated whether an apocalypse was upon them. The government had yet to issue a formal statement, leading to growing unrest and an increasing number of people succumbing to despair. Gradually, the populace began to disregard the authority of the state and its laws, with some banding together to form small collectives that brazenly demanded sustenance from households, akin to outright robbery. This time, chaos had truly enveloped the nation. Chapter 22. I possess firearms, and might even within their residential community. The situation mirrored this turmoil. Those who refused to open their doors found themselves besieged, as individuals resorted to forcefully breaching entryways, resulting in harrowing outcomes. Not only were the homes stripped of their belongings, but the fates of households with female residents were particularly grim, as brutish individuals shamelessly recorded videos of their atrocities and circulated them within the group. Jiang Fanyin had never bothered to open the message. After years of surviving in the apocalypse, she had long been psychologically prepared for the darker facets of human nature. In recent days, the fierce winds had gradually subsided, and the once vibrant discussions in the group chat had dwindled, with members now hesitant to speak for fear of repercussions from the authorities regarding their past actions. However, she did not anticipate encountering the harrowing video of Qin Yuyang's tragic demise. The footage, shared by a resident on the 10th floor, depicted a neighboring household with an open door, blood pooling on the floor, and a warning for everyone to be cautious, as someone had been brutally murdered in their home. Upon scrutinizing the video, she discerned numerous wounds on Qin Yuyang's body, none of which were fatal, indicating that his assailant had deliberately inflicted pain upon him, a sheer act of cruelty. Interestingly, before she could take action, someone else had already avenged him, an unexpected twist in the grim narrative. Yet, few seemed to regard his death with the gravity it deserved. As the winds ceased, people's courage began to swell, and gradually, some ventured outside. She began to monitor the news disseminated by the government. There was an abundance of recent updates and videos, with some speculating that the apocalypse had indeed arrived, urging everyone to brace themselves psychologically. Others shared footage of state rescue operations, but the prevailing sentiment remained one of anxiety and trepidation. Many were left pondering their next course of action. Some, inherently pessimistic, suggested that in the face of doom, it would be best to simply await death. Conversely, the more optimistic urged for preparations to stockpile necessities, advocating for the prudent carrying of supplies to mitigate unforeseen circumstances. Not everyone, having lived in an era of peace for so long, would readily accept the notion of an impending apocalypse. Thus, skepticism flourished alongside belief. However, only Jiang Fanyin understood that after the winds would come torrential rains, lasting a fortnight, with calamities striking in relentless succession. Even if the government could react swiftly and dispatch aid, it would be a while before help could reach those in need, especially given the global nature of this disaster. It was impossible for the state to attend to every location, every community. The harsh reality would soon awaken everyone to the grim struggle for survival. When hunger took hold, the lengths to which people would go to preserve their lives would be unfathomable. After perusing her phone for a while without discovering anything of value, she nonchalantly tossed it aside and turned her attention to tending to her vegetable garden. Although her space was abundant with various fruits and vegetables, she felt it necessary to maintain a fauna at home, ensuring others believed she was merely cultivating vegetables for sustenance. Having been a doctoral student at a prestigious agricultural institute, these tasks posed no challenge for her. In the morning, her brother had come to rouse her from sleep, and a glance at her phone revealed it was already nearing 10 o'clock. Habitually, she stepped onto the balcony, where the glass, affixed with tape in a crisscross pattern, reflected the water pooling on the road below. Was it already raining? A quick scroll through the group chat revealed that the first floor had been inundated as early as 6 o'clock, with some losing their lives in their slumber, while others were jolted awake, fleeing in panic. The previously tranquil group chat erupted once more, as residents from higher floors shared images of the flooding, seemingly oblivious to the impending disaster that could very well befall them. Some even expressed relief at residing on upper floors, believing themselves to be exempt from such calamities. Yet, the waters had already risen to the 6th floor, and many instinctively attempted to call for help, only to find the lines dead. Even the security office and property management's phones were unreachable. Residents of the lower floors suddenly experienced the sensation of being forsaken by the world, cursing their circumstances while frantically scrambling upwards. Those quick on their feet managed to salvage some supplies, while others, slower in their response, were left with nothing, forced to ascend alone. The floodwaters continued to encroach, posing a threat even to the high-rise dwellings, which was precisely why she had chosen to secure a residence on a higher floor. Her family had never descended during such crises, thus when the deluge came crashing down, they felt little impact. The unfortunate souls below, caught unawares, found their homes submerged, compelled to ascend floor by floor. The flood's rapid advance, leaving them no choice but to navigate the stairs rather than risk the elevator. In the stairwell, space was limited, and many resorted to knocking on doors as they sought refuge. Yet this time, no one dared to respond. The situation was evolving by the hour. Perhaps the apocalypse had truly arrived. Now, aside from her immediate family, even relatives were deemed untrustworthy. And the thought of admitting strangers, those with whom they shared no connection, into their homes was utterly unthinkable. Jiang Fanyin also requested her younger brother to invite Shun Junyao over. The three of them sat together and officially convened a meeting. Given the rapid changes in circumstances, I believe it is prudent for us to remain vigilant. You are on a lower floor, so if any situation arises, swiftly inform Xiaoze. He can be of assistance, after all. If the 16th floor were to fall, how much longer could the 17th floor hold out? They are but grasshoppers on the same string. Rest assured, I will ensure my own safety. Shun Junyao swallowed back the words that included you all, and, in a gesture of comfort, handed the snacks in his hand to Jiang Fanyin. She paused momentarily before casually accepting them and placing them on the table. This fellow had been visiting her from time to time these past few days, ostensibly to express gratitude for her care of the little kitten, and he always brought various treats, fortuitously all of her favorites. The Tang sword from last time is still with me. Otherwise, you might as well take it for self-defense. As Jiang Fanyin was acutely aware that the malevolence of human nature could surpass their imagination. Shun Junyao gently shook his head, his demeanor before her always relaxed. No need. I have a gun and the means to defend myself. Jiang Fanyin's pupils contracted sharply, and a strange sensation surged within her once more. Who exactly is he? How could he possess such contraband as firearms? You have shared this information with us. Do you not fear that we might seize it from you? After a moment's pause, she inquired with curiosity. Shun Junyao shook his head, first casting a glance at Jiang Muse before settling his gaze upon her. He cannot overpower me, and furthermore, you lack proficiency with a gun. Should you wish to learn, I could teach you. Does this fellow not comprehend the meaning of vigilance? Jiang Fanyin felt a sense of helplessness. Although they had only recently become acquainted, it seemed that the other party bore no defenses against her. They even spoke candidly about having firearms at home. She suddenly let out a derisive laugh. Chapter 23, Thirst. Meow Meow is about to make a move. Are you not afraid that I might learn to strike back at you? Her expression darkened abruptly, leaving Jiang Muse in a state of confusion. What was happening? However, Shun Junyao continued to gaze intently into her eyes, undeterred, and even infused his voice with a hint of amusement, stating, "You are not a person who revels in killing. Even if you were to strike at me, it would still be my honor." Jiang Fanyin found herself in a rather awkward predicament, as this individual was putting her in a difficult position. After all, he harbored no malice whatsoever. Rather, he seemed overly familiar and trusting toward them. If they were indeed malevolent, this fellow would be in grave danger. Nonetheless, in this world, there is no such thing as unprovoked kindness. She contemplated that one day she would uncover the true reason for his proximity. Just as she was about to articulate her thoughts, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her, accompanied by a faint buzzing in her ears, causing her to frown uncomfortably. What happened? Are you feeling unwell? Shun Junyao immediately noticed her discomfort, furrowing his brow as he leaned closer to inquire, even offering his support. I'm fine, just felt a bit lightheaded all of a sudden. Jiang Fanyin replied after a moment, waving her hand dismissively. Yet, she soon heard a faint, nearly inaudible voice, as if it were pleading for help. It sounded timid and somewhat pitiful. Thirsty, water, water. Jiang Fanyin furrowed her brows, pondering the peculiar sound that had reached her ears. Initially dismissive, she found the sound growing increasingly faint, akin to a child on the brink of dehydration, tugging at her heartstrings. Unable to contain herself, she glanced at her brother and Shun Junyao, inquiring, "Did you hear any strange sounds?" The two stared back at her, bewildered, their expressions betraying their confusion. Yet, the sound was undeniably distinct, albeit fading, igniting an inexplicable tension within Jiang Fanyin. She could no longer resist the urge to discern the source of the sound, and ultimately realized it emanated from below her floor. "Aze, please bring down 2 packets of instant noodles with me. Whatever it is, if it can be saved, I must attempt to do so. It is better than remaining in this state of emotional turmoil." Although Jiang Muse did not fully comprehend the situation, he had always been obedient to his sister. Therefore, he went into the house and retrieved 2 bags of braised instant noodles before following his sister downstairs, with Shun Junyao naturally trailing behind. As Jiang Fanyin followed the faint sound, she gradually sought its source. The voice was soft yet seemed to brim with chatter. From the initial request for water to the almost tearful plea of Meow Meow is dying, she found herself unable to suppress a smile at this moment. It was only now that she realized the cry for help echoing in her ears might not be human. Perhaps it was a plant. But why could she suddenly hear the voices of plants, despite having witnessed various supernatural abilities in her past life? She still could not comprehend why she had suddenly awakened her own powers. Yet, what utility would a power that allowed communication with plant possess? Dear sister, what exactly are you searching for? Jiang Muse had already tucked away instant noodles in his pocket upon descending the stairs, determined to avoid drawing attention from others. After all, it was no small feat to produce such delicious treats at this time, though there were supplies at home. He certainly did not wish to bring trouble upon his sister. I'm not sure, Jiang Fanyin responded, carefully attuning herself to the sound, layer by layer, uncertain of her own findings. Those who had moved into the stairwell regarded them with bewildered expressions, standing there, as if in a daze, their gazes peculiarly inquisitive. Had these individuals been cooped up at home for too long, rendering them somewhat foolish? Jiang Fanyin, indifferent to their presence, ultimately found herself at the door of room 1907 on the 9th floor after some searching. She gently knocked on the door, yet it seemed as though no one was inside, for there was no response. Hello, could you please open the door, or at least acknowledge our presence? We merely wish to inquire about a few matters, harboring no ill intentions. The sounds that Jiang Fanyin heard grew increasingly faint, yet she remained certain that the source of the noise emanated from behind the door. At the entrance of the 9th floor, there were indeed residents from the lower levels surging upward. However, the imposing presence of 2 robust men standing there exuded a formidable aura, compelling the residents gathered at the doorway of 1907 to instinctively part ways for them. Both men beside Jiang Fanyin naturally noticed her anxiety, and in an instant, Shun Juanyao's gaze turned somber. Jiang Muse knocked vigorously on the door, calling out, "Is anyone there? If you are, please respond. We came down from upstairs and mean no harm." After a considerable pause, a cautious male voice emerged from within, inquiring, "What do you want from me?" Jiang Fanyin promptly interjected, "Do you happen to have a plan at home?" The resident of room 1907 felt a bit bewildered, pondering why someone would ask him such a question. Nevertheless, he replied, "I have many plants at home." Jiang Muse continued, "Could you kindly open the door? I've ensured that my friend has cleared the area outside, so there is no risk of anyone barging in. I merely wish to take a look at your plants, if that's all right." Jiang Fanyin spoke with remarkable clarity, her composed and steady voice bringing a sense of tranquility to the residents of 1907. Instinctively, one of them leaned closer to the peephole, catching a glimpse of an enchanting young woman. The crowd that had previously gathered at his doorstep was swiftly dispersed to the other side. She did not appear to be a malevolent figure at all. With this thought in mind, he ultimately decided to open the door. As Jiang Fanyin opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of a drooping pothose plant in the foyer, and the sounds around her became increasingly clear. Thirsty, Meow Meow is about to dry up, about to wither. Finally, she felt a sense of relief as her gaze fell upon a boy who unmistakably had the appearance of a typical homebody. She positioned Shun Junyao at the entrance to shield their view, while she partially ajar the door, ensuring no one could see them. She then retrieved 2 packets of instant noodles from her brother's pocket and pointed at the wilting pothose. "May I exchange this for that?" Upon seeing the food, the homebuddy's eyes lit up almost instantaneously, his pupils constricting in sheer delight. He instinctively nodded and snatched the noodles from her grasp. What a joke it would be to trade a mere plant for 2 meals. Nothing could hold greater value than that. To resolve the matter amicably brought great joy to Jiang Fanyin, who personally went over to lift the pothose. "Do you have any other favorites? I can trade for anything edible. I am open to exchanges," she offered, and the homebody eagerly led her to inspect other plants in the house. "No need." Jiang Fanyin waved her hand dismissively and took her leave. Upon her initial entry, She had already sensed everything carefully, apart from the pothose. None of the other plants had elicited even the slightest reaction from her. A disdainful voice emerged. "What is this withered thing?" Chapter 24. Xiang and Luoluo Jiang observe his sister exchanging 2 bags of instant noodles for a pot of wilted grass. A look of disdain crossing his face as he poked at the slightly yellowing leaves. It was merely a pot of withered plants. What warranted such a diligent search from his sister, floor by floor? Shen Junyao cast a curious glance at the pothose, commenting that the yellowing was likely due to a lack of water, and that it must have been quite beautiful in its prime. With some care, it could very well regain its charm. Ultimately, what mattered was her affection for it, and that was sufficient. Yet, Jiang Muse couldn't help but find it rather unsightly. He bluntly remarked, poking at the leaves with a tone of disdain. Unbeknownst to him, one of the leaves quivered, gently brushing against his finger in a manner so subtle that even he failed to notice. Oh, it seems this plant possesses quite the temperament. Jiang Fanyin, with her keen perception, found herself increasingly fond of the green vine she held, captivating the attention of many as she made her way back. Even as they approached the iron gate, some individuals attempted to stealthily follow, their intentions clearly nefarious. However, Shen Junyao promptly thwarted their advances with a decisive kick, his gaze icy and formidable. The others, recognizing the formidable presence of the trio, quickly retreated, dissuaded from any further confrontation. Yet, even as they could not approach, the iron gate did little to silence their vitriolic remarks, filled with all manner of invective, and some even resorted to moral coercion. The 3, however, exchanged radiant smiles, for they understood that morality could not ensnare them. As long as they remained unburdened by it, they could not be shackled by such constraints. Watching the trio depart with smiles, the bystanders in the stairwell grew increasingly irate, their incessant tirades failing to deter the resolute figures moving away. As soon as Jiang Fanyin returned home, she promptly retrieved a bottle of mineral water and meticulously tended to her beloved pot hose, attentively sensing its transformation. Gradually the plant, once lacking vitality, began to flourish, and her speech morphed from fragmented utterances to a more animated expression, reminiscent of a babbling toddler. "It seems you have a fondness for it," Shen Junyao observed, noting her unwavering embrace of the pot hose upon her arrival, his gaze flickering with curiosity. Yet, he recalled never having heard her express a particular affection for pot hose before. Was it the pot hose she cherished, or was it a broader affection for plants? In this moment, it appeared rather challenging to procure any exquisite flora for her. Jiang Fanyin's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. She was undeniably charming. Much like a tender 2-year-old, her speech was sweet and endearing, and if Xiaozhe were to declare her unattractive, she would surely be offended. Alas, only she could perceive that voice. They remained oblivious, otherwise they would understand the source of her affection. "Shall we bestow a name upon it?" Shen Junyao suggested casually, adopting a relaxed demeanor. "How about Cho-Cho? It's quite fitting, given its rather unappealing appearance," Jiang Muse remarked as he leaned back on the sofa, casually proposing a name. You're ugly." Feeling the intense dissatisfaction and anger emanating from the pot hose in her arms, Jiang Fanyin shot a perilous glance at her brother, her tone devoid of enthusiasm. "That name is quite suitable. Perhaps we shall reserve it for your use." What a troublesome child he was. Would he ever find a wife? It seemed that the prospect of a future sister-in-law was a distant dream. Jiang Muse nearly choked on his own saliva, promptly offering a bright smile to his sister, a gesture filled with sincerity. "Never mind, it's better if you name it," he said. "Let us call it Lolo," he suggested, using the character for the green vine. Jiang Fanyin gently caressed the leaves of the green vine, her touch tender and perfectly suited for an adorable girl. With a mere phrase, she comforted the little green vine, and it immediately sensed a growing intimacy towards her. "Ah, indeed, this fragrant human is the best. Meow meow. No, Lolo likes her." The little green vine was overjoyed. It had suffered greatly from lack of light and water, nearly facing death itself. Although it had recovered significantly, it still lacked strength. Nevertheless, when Jiang Fanyin's fingers approached, it made every effort to lean closer. Fragrant, close embrace, Jiang Fanyin was directly amused, her crescent-shaped eyes and brows enhancing her gentleness. What a delightful fragrance! Could be a name bestowed upon her. This plant indeed possesses a certain charm, seemingly endowed with a hint of intelligence. If properly nurtured, it might assist her in various endeavors in the future. After all, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, both flora and fauna undergo transformations and influences. She had not survived to witness that era and remained oblivious to what the future held. However, this time, she could genuinely look forward to it. Do you have an affinity for plants? Shen Junyao asked her, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. Fragrance, seeking light, as Jiang Fanyin raised her brows and smiled. She effortlessly stood up and placed the pot hose in a sunlit spot, allowing it to bask in the nourishing rays. It was not merely a coincidence. It seemed that the plants I nurtured since childhood thrived better than those tended by others. This inclination eventually led me to the Agricultural Research Institute. After my parents passed away, I resigned to take over the family business, which left little time for nurturing flora and fauna. When her mother was alive, she was an ardent novel enthusiast, often teasing her about possessing some sort of botanical affinity. But who truly knows? I noticed it hasn't rained for a couple of days. Perhaps we should venture out and see if we can scavenge for some supplies. Although Shan Junyao had amassed a considerable stockpile, remaining inactive in the search for resources was foolish. Everyone was aware of their reserves, and it could lead to complications if others decided to act. All right, let us plan for the afternoon. We have an inflatable boat and a small fishing vessel at home, both of which can be put to good use. Jiang Fanyin immediately grasped his intention and decisively agreed. The group gathered for a modest lunch. Jiang Fanyin refrained from presenting the dishes prepared by her brother from her storage. Instead, she freshly picked a few vegetables and eggplants she had cultivated herself, preparing a delightful spread of 4 dishes and a soup. After the meal, she feigned seriousness as she retreated to her room to retrieve items, but in reality, she was extracting them from her storage, instructing the two to carry them downstairs directly. Unfortunately, the elevator was out of service, and everyone was compelled to rely on the stairs for their movements. As they descended with their burdens, they immediately captured the attention of onlookers who were overtaken by envy and greed. Some even brazenly approached, eager to touch the goods. Hey, hold on a moment. Chapter 25. The emergence of the malevolent spirit, such a condescending tone, was undoubtedly irksome. The three turned simultaneously, their expressions icy, only to find a group of individuals standing behind them, their eyes fixated covetously on the items they bore. Well, young men, you even have an inflatable boat? That's quite a treasure. The leader, a portly man in his 40s, was flanked by several burly men, their gazes clearly laced with ill intentions. It seemed they might be preparing for a forceful seizure. Jiang Fanyin raised her eyebrows slightly, and her expression turned considerably colder. Jiang Muse possessed the most irritable temperament. Upon witnessing their demeanor, his expression darkened, and his tone turned unfriendly. What is it that you intend to do? Ah, we have no particular intentions. One of them replied with a chuckle. However, since we all reside in the same building, given the current circumstances, shouldn't we share some of the good things we have? The leader among them appeared to regard them with indifference, his tone remarkably casual. Very well, if you present the food you have, I might just consider it. How could Jiang Fanyin possibly be the type of person who allows herself to be morally shackled? She immediately broke into a smile and spoke. Without delving into other matters, one could discern their brazen conduct simply by observing how they had commandeered an entire floor of the stairwell and the space in front of the residence doors. Their brazen arrogance was evident. And how could they dare to mention resource sharing? Have these individuals become so habituated to oppressing others? They would never relinquish their life-sustaining provisions. The man's expression darkened instantaneously, his tone losing its earlier gentleness. You are disrespecting a toast and inviting punishment. The men behind him wore equally grim expressions, their fists beginning to clench, clearly eager to engage in combat. Jiang Muse, who had endured rigorous training under Shen Junyao and was eager to test the fruits of his labor, felt a spark of excitement. He yearned to ascertain whether his recent training had indeed rendered him stronger. Shen Junyao remained unfazed, his demeanor entirely composed. I will clear the area for you. he remarked, casting a glance at his younger brother. Jiang Fanyin understood everything at once. She promptly took the items from the hands of the two men and ascended the staircase, carefully placing the speedboat and other equipment on the ground before leisurely sitting down. Were there not so many people around, she would have loved to retrieve a watermelon from her space, embodying the true essence of an onlooker. Observing the unfolding drama while enjoying a snack was the perfect pairing. Ah, just the two of you, and yet you display considerable courage, the leading man sneered, gesturing for his sons to step forward. Make sure to teach them a proper lesson. In the face of calamity, he was fortunate to have a few sons remaining, and it was precisely because they were all sons that they could swiftly solidify their position. Typically, others in the building would not dare provoke them lightly. Little did he expect to encounter two such oblivious individuals today. It was indeed necessary for his sons to administer a thorough lesson. Truly, they were unaware of the peril they faced. Jiang Fanyin found it amusing. Did they truly believe that numbers equate to strength? They remained oblivious to the fact that, in the face of absolute power, everything else is mere illusion. The conclusion was, of course, entirely predictable. Despite the numerical advantage, this group was still no match for the two of them. Shun Junyao, having been a mercenary, possessed extraordinary prowess. Although Jiang Muse was somewhat inexperienced, he had undergone several months of rigorous training, which rendered his skills significantly superior to those of the average person. The two of them joined forces, decisively overpowering several individuals, leaving them bruised and battered. Not only could they not retaliate, but they had also retreated to a corner, too intimidated to provoke them further. The intense scuffle in the stairwell naturally attracted quite a crowd, some of whom were enviously eyeing the possessions beneath Jiang Fanyin. Yet, witnessing that the most arrogant and domineering group in the building was no match for them, they could only watch with longing. "Oh, what is this? No sharing?" Jiang Fanyin remarked, rising and slightly bowing in a mocking manner. The middle-aged man, who had previously exuded an air of authority, was now drenched in cold sweat. Offering her a nervous smile, "I wouldn't dare." Seeing that no one else dared to speak, she coldly laughed and descended the stairs with Shun Junyao and the others. My goodness, it was as if a deity of death had appeared, causing all who crossed their path to hastily retreat. The occupants of the other floors, having witnessed the commotion, were so intimidated that they not only refrained from approaching, but also avoided even making eye contact, treating them as if they were mere phantoms. Internally, they chanted, "I cannot see you, I cannot see you, I cannot see you." A sentiment worth repeating thrice. Jiang Fanyin made her way to the first floor, observing her surroundings and suddenly feeling a semblance of false bravado. However, upon reflection, she realized her own strength. Having struggled for several years in this apocalyptic world, she had honed her skills. Recently, training alongside her brother had further enhanced her abilities, leading her to believe that she was indeed stronger than Xiaozhe, though she was uncertain how she compared to Shun Junyao. Stealing a glance at Shun Junyao beside her, she felt an urge to challenge him, contemplating a suitable opportunity for a contest of strength. "What's wrong? Why do you keep staring at me without saying a word? Is there something on my face?" Shun Junyao's attention was unwaveringly focused on her, and he finally broke the silence after a moment of waiting. Caught in the act of surreptitious observation, Jiang Fanyin felt a tinge of embarrassment. Clearing her throat softly, her voice lost some of its confidence as she replied, "It's nothing, really." Yet her demeanor belied her words. Shun Junyao narrowed his eyes, sensing her unease, but chose to remain silent. He was certain that even if he was unaware now, the truth would eventually reveal itself. At that moment, the floodwaters had already reached the 6th floor, and they donned their rain boots and life jackets on the 7th floor before cautiously unfurling the inflatable boat and paddling down. The waters had been inundated for several days, rendering them murky and permeated with an indescribably foul odor. Nevertheless, it seemed as though the group was oblivious to the stench, departing amidst the envious gazes of many within the building. The boat was propelled solely by their own strength, without the aid of oars. Yet, these matters were not hers to worry about, for two capable adult men were present, both adept at navigating. The water levels appeared to be gradually receding. a fact Shun Junyao had been monitoring closely. Let us search the nearby buildings and see if we can find any useful supplies, he suggested. Jiang Fanyin proposed an idea, and several individuals promptly turned back. Along the way, a gasp resonated through the air. Stop. The group instantly turned to see a figure plummeting from the sky, crashing down forcefully. A large splash of murky water erupted nearby, with crimson blood seeping slowly from the ground. Jiang Fanyin glanced up and observed numerous heads protruding from the upper floors, all fixated on the tragic scene below, whispering among themselves. Is this the residence of the Dong family on the 7th floor? What could drive someone to such despair? Alas, you cannot fathom the trial she has faced. Her husband absconded with his mistress, leaving her alone with 2 children. Just days ago, someone forcibly broke into her home, and she suffered a dreadful fate at their hands, with reports suggesting that there were multiple assailants. Such individuals truly deserve the harshest of punishments. They are nothing but beasts. What purpose does this serve? Better to endure a miserable existence than to succumb to despair. You cannot imagine the anguish. Her child was also pushed down by those fiends, and it is said that the poor soul succumbed this morning. It seems she, too, was unable to bear the weight of her sorrow. After absorbing the gossip from above, the 3 fell into a momentary silence before they set off in their boat. In these apocalyptic times, suffering is rampant, and countless souls bear their burdens. They made their way toward the larger supermarkets and shopping centers. As the water level had receded significantly, the railings of the 3rd floor were now visible. They anchored their boat at a window and, wielding a sturdy stick, smashed the glass open. Junyao, keep watch over the boat here. We will toss down anything useful from the window shortly. Jiang Fanyin had made meticulous arrangements, preparing to enter with her younger brother and then disperse their actions, thus concealing the existence of their spatial abilities. Shun Junyao's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he did not voice any objections and readily acquiesced. Jiang Muse took the lead, his long legs effortlessly swinging through the window, followed by Jiang Fanyin, whom he pulled in with him. After the supermarket closed each night, all doors and windows were securely fastened, ensuring the space remained relatively clean, save for some water stains in the corners, which were inconsequential. Let us divide our tasks. You explore the 1st floor and see what remains. We shall search from top to bottom. With her brother dispatched, Jiang Fanyin commenced her scavenging from the highest level, not pausing to ponder the utility of the items. With a sweeping gesture, everything was instinctively drawn into her spatial storage. Perhaps due to the increasing volume of collected items, the system even began to discern, rejecting any unusable items that might inadvertently be included. This was a 5-story grand shopping complex. The 1st floor was dedicated to snacks, the 2nd to furniture and household goods, the 3rd to clothing, the 4th to electronics, and the 5th, filled with technological wonders, was her favorite. Jiang Fanyin scarcely glanced at the wares. She immediately began to collect them all into her space. Among them was her beloved robotic vacuum cleaner. Pleased with the now barren floor she had meticulously cleared, she continued her descent. It was not long before she encountered her younger brother, who had come looking for her. Sister, there are several pots of plants on the 2nd floor. Would you like to see if any of them catch your fancy? Jiang Muse recalled how, during her last quest for a particular plant, his sister had tirelessly searched through numerous levels. Thus, upon spotting those plants, he hurriedly ascended to find her. Plants? Jiang Fanyin's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she sensed a faint presence, albeit not particularly pronounced. It seemed to originate from a corner on the 1st floor. Since discovering her ability to communicate with plants upon finding WWIII, she realized she could comprehend their whispers and even exert control over them. Although she could manipulate WWIII, she sensed that the little creature struggled to grasp many of her commands and lacked the strength to follow through. Nevertheless, WWIII assured her that it had the potential to grow. Perhaps she might even encounter another plant akin to it. Very well, I shall investigate further. In this apocalyptic world, flora and fauna had undergone mutations, with some even surpassing humanity in strength. Thus, possessing such a formidable plant would undoubtedly be advantageous. After watching her sister descend, Jiang Muse ascended the stairs, unaware that someone at the staircase's entrance was peering curiously at her. Jiang Fanyin was not angry. Rather, she felt a tinge of satisfaction within her heart. Although she did not directly convey her feelings to her brother, it was evident that he had sensed something amiss and had begun to explore the matter on his own. She turned and walked away without hesitation. Upon ascending the stairs, Jiang Muse was astonished by the stark emptiness that lay above. The pristine cleanliness was almost unimaginable, as even the shelves for storage had vanished. As if the space had been instantaneously cleared, the same desolate scene greeted them on the third floor, where they had recently visited. This peculiar sight led him to contemplate a singular possibility. His sister must possess some form of spatial magic. Otherwise, the items they had previously hoarded would not have simply evaporated. He had been pondering these matters for quite some time, particularly since the contents of that vacant room were so limited. Following the recent floods, it would seem that their stored goods should have been utterly destroyed. Yet, he had never witnessed his sister in a state of distress. If indeed there was a spatial anomaly at play, it would elucidate everything. After gathering the items from downstairs, Jiang Fanyin ascended with a canna lily cradled in her arms, accompanied by a collection of food. There, she spotted her obedient brother waiting patiently. Both were acutely aware of certain unspoken truths, yet neither voiced them. Together, they each hefted their respective bundles and tossed them onto the inflatable boat below. Shen Junyao caught the items with precision, and the trio proceeded to embark on their next venture. Jiang Fanyin relentlessly scoured 5 large shopping malls, loading everything that could be displayed onto their inflatable boat, although most of it consisted of clothing and food. However, their stroke of good fortune soon waned, as they encountered another group of scavengers on the road, one that outnumbered them significantly. It appeared that a wealthy young heir had arrived, even piloting a small motorboat. Upon seeing their vessel brimming with supplies, his eyes gleamed with interest. "Hey, where did you find those supplies? Share some with us, will you?" The presumptuous tone of these individuals irked Jiang and his companions, who chose to ignore them completely, altering their course to depart. Their next destination was a nearby hardware store, hoping to find tools that could prove useful, for one never knew what circumstances might arise in a post-apocalyptic world. Yet, their path was obstructed by these oblivious intruders, who, emboldened by their superior numbers, brazenly blocked both of their boats. Jiang Fanyin did not utter a single word. Instead, she directly retrieved a long, retractable rod from her pocket. The tip of the rod had been sharpened to a fine point by her own efforts, and with steady precision, she plunged the sharp end into the surface of their airship. While she could not penetrate the speedboat, did she not possess the capability to pierce the airship? I thrust with fervor. Chapter 27. The power of dread. Shen Junyao rarely witnessed her in such an endearing demeanor and could not help but let out a chuckle, realizing that she had once possessed such charm. His eyes were filled with fragments of gentle warmth. Jiang Muse gazed at his sister with a sense of helplessness. He truly had no idea when she had prepared such items. She was remarkably thorough in her preparations. It was indeed commendable that she had anticipated the possibility of being robbed along the way. Not only they, but even the wealthy young gentlemen aboard the ship had not expected someone to boldly puncture their vessel right before their eyes. It was utterly absurd. Nevertheless, they hastily rushed over to snatch her stick, joking that it was far superior to their own leisure boats. If their vessel were to be punctured, they would have no choice but to swim, yet the water was so filthy, with some even containing human waste. They certainly had no desire to plunge into such murky depths. Jiang Fanyin had no intention of turning her first encounter with someone into a bitter rivalry. After a few swift strikes, she quickly withdrew her hand. Her expression was icy, and her voice carried a sharp chill. "Understand your place. Do not provoke us, leave." She believed her words would deter them, but to her surprise, they retaliated instead. "How can you speak to us like that? We merely wanted to greet you. Is such harshness necessary?" One of them retorted. "Indeed, why did you come and puncture our tires? We have done nothing to you. If you dare to puncture our airboat again, do you think I won't retaliate? Do not assume I will not strike a woman." Jiang Fanyin scoffed dismissively, too apathetic to even glance at them. Instead, she beckoned her brother and said, "Let us move to another location." After all, they had thoroughly searched this area. And even if those individuals were to continue searching, they would uncover nothing. Rather than wasting time with them, it would be far more prudent to explore additional territories. Who would ever complain about having an abundance of resources? Jiang Yu naturally heeded his sister's advice and promptly took the helm, adhering to the plan they had initially devised. The group of wealthy young men had intended to obstruct their passage, yet upon realizing that their vessel had deflated, they hesitated to pursue too far, fearing they might struggle to return. Ultimately, they begrudgingly relinquished their efforts. The three continued their journey, but not long after, they were compelled to halt, for they encountered an acquaintance. "Professor Lin, what brings you here?" As Jiang Fanyin caught sight of the four individuals paddling a wooden raft towards her, her brow furrowed momentarily. Among them was an esteemed former colleague from the Agricultural Science Institute, a venerable professor she held in high regard. His amiable disposition and perpetual smile had garnered him great affection within the institute. She recalled that the professor's residence was not located in this vicinity. How curious it was to encounter him here. Lin Shi, diligently rowing the boat, recognized the familiar voice and promptly lifted his gaze, his eyes alight with recognition. "Is that you, Xiao Jiang? It has indeed been a long time. How have you been lately?" Jiang Fanyin scrutinized the elderly professor with a serious demeanor. He had grown frilier and more disheveled, yet his spirit remained commendable. Even in the direst of times, the professor's character was remarkably resilient. She offered a gentle smile and inquired, "I am well, but what brings you here?" "Ah, my son recently arranged for me to move into a new home," he replied. "I had planned to come and visit, but who would have guessed I would become ensnared here? Fortunately, my son had previously sent me a considerable supply of provisions, or else we would truly face starvation." Lin Shi recalled the harrowing scenes he had witnessed before, and a wave of sorrow washed over him, casting a pall over his countenance. How had the world transformed so drastically? Just a moment ago, peace and prosperity reigned, and now calamity had befallen them. It became clear to her. She had suspected the professor's residence was not situated in this dismal place. Jiang Fanyin nodded, instantly comprehending the situation. Her gaze swept past the gaunt figure of the old professor, and a deeper sigh welled up within her heart. The apocalypse was arduous, and the most difficult to endure were the elderly and the children. The sight of the starving dead was as understated as it was in literature. Even though she possessed a considerable amount of supplies, the actual possibilities were meager, for she could neither openly display her resources nor dare to directly assist others. Having experienced her past life, she understood better than anyone the dire consequences of such actions, being torn apart, facing a collective onslaught. "Professor Lin, this is my brother Mu Zhe, and this is my friend Mr. Shan," she introduced them. "Xiao Zhe, this is Professor Lin Shi, my former colleague and mentor at the Agricultural Academy, who has always treated me exceptionally well." "Hello, Professor Lin," the two greeted him politely. "Greetings. Indeed, you both are remarkable children, just like her." Professor Lin Shi earnestly examined them, expressing his admiration. Jiang Fanyin smiled gently, and her younger brother could not help but inquire, "Professor Lin, are you also here in search of supplies?" At the mention of this, Lin Shi began to sigh, his gaze filled with concern. "Indeed, one cannot simply wait idly while resources dwindle. If we do not venture out in search of sustenance, we shall surely endure unbearable hardship. Who could have anticipated that? In this new era, even wealth would not guarantee access to food. Perhaps we might search over there," he suggested. "We have yet to explore that area. There may still be some supplies available. However, you must act swiftly. It is wise to conceal any provisions you find on your person, as carrying too much can be perilous." Jiang Fanyin's gaze swept over the wooden raft, landing on an elderly couple. Such a sight was unlikely to intimidate those with malicious intent. During her extensive procurement, she had discreetly sent a batch of supplies to the Agricultural Research Institute, encompassing a diverse array of items. This gesture was a fitting tribute to her long-standing connection with the place, especially since she had entrusted someone to procure numerous seeds, all facilitated through the institute. Understanding her goodwill, Lin Shi responded with a smile. After exchanging a few more words, they each dispersed, watching their departing figures. Jiang Fanyin felt a sense of helplessness. She possessed ample supplies and could even provide them with a new boat, yet such a formidable arrangement could not be safeguarded. Now, she could only watch helplessly. "Are you worried about them, sister?" Jiang mused, noticing her mood, gently tugged at her sleeve. "It's nothing. Let us continue our search," Jiang Fanyin replied, quickly regaining her composure and fixing her determined gaze ahead. In this chaotic world, even the closest family might be unable to protect one another. Her sole focus remained on her brother. She had done all she could, and her conscience was clear. Beyond that, there was little more she could accomplish. After a prolonged search, the group finally returned with their supplies. Ascending the stairs, they attracted considerable attention, though most were already aware of their capabilities. This time, despite any lingering desire for the supplies they carried, no one dared to act. It was all about the power of intimidation. Chapter 28. The Spirit Spring nourishing WWIII, the location for the division of spoils remained the Jiang residence, where the gathered supplies were evenly distributed. Before Jiang Fanyin even entered the door, she could already hear the sounds emanating from within. They were soft, endearing, and utterly charming. Xiang is back. She couldn't help but smile. Indeed, after dedicating an hour each day to nurturing her bond with WWIII and teaching her to speak, the results were evident. The child had begun to articulate more words. Upon entering, Jiang Fanyin swiftly changed her shoes and proceeded to soothe WWIII, while Xiao quietly observed them from the sofa. It must be noted that Shen Junyao's cat was remarkably well-behaved, silent, and gentle, which she adored. "Sister, you truly have a penchant for this plant. Just look at how well it thrives under your care," Jiang Muse remarked as he entered with some items. That pot of green pothos, which her sister had tended to for a while, had undergone a significant transformation, from its initial droopiness to vibrant vitality, clearly a testament to meticulous nurturing. "What plant?" "The child has a name. It's WWIII." Jiang Fanyin shot him a glare, gently caressing Luo's leaves. As the gentle breeze swept through, WWIII joyfully stretched its body, affectionately leaning into that tender hand, filled with exuberance. "Xiang is the best, so cuddly." It was simply, adorably delightful, akin to having a little sister who was ever so obedient. Jiang Fanyin lowered her brows and smiled gently, sprinkling water that was infused with the essence of the spirit spring. Initially, she had only used mineral water, but one day, in a moment of inspiration, she added a few drops of the spiritual essence. WWIII adored it, exclaiming how delightful it felt, and from that point onward, she exclusively used the spirit spring water. Fortunately, the spirit spring seemed inexhaustible, which brought her a sense of relief. Shen Junyao observed the two siblings with a light chuckle, distributing the items before taking Jiang Muse to their specialized training. Jiang Fanyin paid them no mind, spending a while playing with the cat before she directly headed to take a shower and change her clothes. Not to mention, after floating on the water for quite some time, she had absorbed quite a scent, making it truly uncomfortable to remain unwashed. By the time she emerged, her brother had already prepared the meal, which consisted once again of 3 dishes and a soup for the 3 of them, a luxury particularly extravagant in the apocalypse they found themselves in. Jiang Fanyin sighed inwardly before proceeding to partake in the meal. "Sister, Junyao's skills are truly formidable. After practicing alongside him for some time, I feel I have learned quite a bit. He truly lives up to the reputation of a mercenary." Jiang Mu's attitude towards Shen Junyao has also undergone a significant transformation, to the extent that he no longer regards him with such suspicion. Jiang Fanyin has noticed this change as well. In her previous life, she had acquired some self-defense techniques, giving her a foundational understanding. Yet it was evident that what he imparted was far more sophisticated and powerful. Shen Junyao cast a casual glance at Jiang Fanyin, his tone unruffled. "If I can be of assistance to you, that is enough." Thanks to him, the daily routines of the Jiang siblings have become exceptionally structured. Early morning physical training, tending to flowers, and enjoying the company of their cat. Conversing with WWIII at noon, followed by intensive training before dinner, and indulging in baths and dramas afterward. Their lives have become almost blissfully leisurely. I have the impression that the number of people watching us has increased in recent days. It would be wise to sleep in a bit tomorrow and exercise extra caution. Something might transpire, Jiang Fanyin warned, her brow furrowed. Although no one had attacked them upon their return, the number of hostile gazes observing them had evidently grown, creating a sense of unease in her heart. Shun Junyao understood that she was primarily cautioning him, as his lower floor would be the first to face any potential threats should trouble arise. Very well, I shall remain vigilant. Do not worry. The conjecture of Jiang Fanyin was indeed confirmed that evening. Xiang is in danger. Bad people. Bad people. The first voice that erupted in her mind was that of Luo, soft and delicate. She had always been a light sleeper, and any commotion would rouse her instantly, let alone the voice of Luo echoing directly in her consciousness. In an instant, she sprang up, her gaze fierce as she grasped the tang knife beside her. This weapon was initially intended for her younger brother, but recently, Xiaoza had become enamored with intense training and preferred hand-to-hand combat. Thus the knife remained in her possession. Xiang is awake. Awake. It seemed that Luo sensed her awakening, her voice softening slightly. Jiang Fanyin rose from her seat and stepped outside, illuminating the space as her gaze first settled upon the beautiful pothose in the living room. Under the soft glow, the lovely green vine remained still and serene. However, only Jiang Fanyin could perceive the commotion of a small voice echoing in her mind. Xiang, bad person, fight bad person. Be good, it's all right, don't worry. I will check, she reassured the little pothose, choosing not to awaken her brother. Grasping her dagger, she approached the front door with gentle footsteps. Yet no sound reached her ears. Nevertheless, she trusted her plant companion, peering through the peephole and deciding to unlock the door. To her surprise, the entrance lay empty. However, sounds emanated from the stairwell. Someone was attempting to force the door. The pothose had indeed been a good companion, for there truly were intruders in their midst. Jiang Fanyin's expression grew cold as she directly grasped the tang knife and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, she collided with Shun Junyao, who was clad in pajamas. They exchanged a glance before their attention shifted to the iron door at the stairwell of the 16th floor. Voices could be heard emanating from the entrance. Hurry up, it's just a door to pry open. Why are you so slow? Indeed, can you manage it or not? Shut up, be quiet. If you wake them, no one will come out unscathed. I'm already moving as quickly as I can, concerned about disturbing others. Their voices were intentionally hushed. Step back. I'll open the door, Shun Junyao silently mouthed to her. Jiang Fanyin remained silent, stepping back while firmly gripping the tang knife in her hand, shifting into a defensive stance. Her eyes were dark and profound, swirling with an unending ink-like intensity. Human nature is inherently selfish. Should anyone obstruct her desire to survive, they could not blame her for showing no mercy. All she yearned for was to live well alongside her brother. Shun Junyao opened the door with a subtlety that caught everyone off guard, even the intruders outside who had not anticipated anyone opening the door at that moment. The iron door was forcefully shoved open, sending one of the men attempting to pry it off crashing backward, suffering a painful blow to the head. They were discovered. The group of late-night intruders, realizing their exposure, immediately revealed their malevolent expressions, brandishing their weapons and charging towards them. However, Shun Junyao and Jiang Fanyin had no intention of showing them any courtesy. One possessed the advantage of numbers, while the other held the advantage of strength. The tang knife had been honed to a razor-sharp edge, and the once glorious weapon of history now radiated a brilliant light in the dead of night, striking at those who dared to provoke it. Chapter 29. Unity and affection, they were courting death. Shun Junyao's expression was icy. Though unarmed, he remained unfazed, his bare fists carrying considerable strength. His seemingly slender arms displayed a captivating muscular definition, exuding an alluring aura. Yet, in that moment, no one noticed, as the impact of his fists was undeniably painful. Perhaps they were the size of sandbags. Otherwise, how could they inflict such agony? The intruders were local residents, and Jiang Fanyin recognized a few, including the family who had assaulted them that morning, an unusually large family. The burly men crowded into the narrow stairwell, making it impossible to even stand in formation, let alone engage in a fight. With Shun Junyao and Jiang Fanyin deliberately blocking the entrance, they effectively trapped the intruders, turning the encounter into a one-sided domination. With fists that seemed to carry the wind and blades that danced fiercely, the assault was relentless. Ah, it hurts. Damn it, they're truly striking to kill. I'm bleeding. It hurts so much. My weapon has been shattered into pieces. How can we continue fighting? Dad, we can't win. Let us get out of here. Before long, the weapons of the 6 or 7 men were nearly destroyed by Jiang Fanyin's tang knife, their arms and thighs marred with deep cuts. Each strike revealing the mercilessness of the assailant. Fleeing? Did you consult us first? Jiang Fanyin scoffed, her long knife pressing against several heads, forcing them against the wall. The blade gleamed ominously even in the night, illuminating the terrified half-faces of her adversaries. While she subdued a few, Shun Junyao was equally relentless, incapacitating their bodies with his hands and feet. Damn it! How could we lose despite our numbers? The leader of the group was infuriated. He had initially gathered information with the intent to escape, enticing others to join him in the venture to secretly profit before leaving. Naturally, he aimed for those with more resources, which is why he targeted the 16th and 17th floors. Yet, to his astonishment, they had not even reached the 17th floor before facing defeat. So, have you contemplated how you wish to meet your end? Shin Junyao observed Jiang Fanyin's fierce demeanor, letting out a low chuckle that sounded to the intruders like a haunting specter beckoning death. Please don't kill us. We all reside in the same building. We are neighbors. Have mercy on us. Indeed, we see each other daily. Surely, we should extend some compassion. Murder is a crime. You cannot do this. We are all citizens of the same nation. Shouldn't we promote unity and camaraderie? Jiang Fanyin switched on the stairway light above the wall, listening to their anxious and chaotic chatter, which almost provoked a laugh from her. One must ponder, if they were truly in a position to escape, would they genuinely let her and Shun Junyao go as they claimed? It is quite evident that such a scenario is impossible. It ultimately boils down to the fact that the knife only pierces others, leaving oneself unscathed. Well then, if you are willing to surrender all your supplies, I shall graciously unite with you in camaraderie. In an instant, the group fell silent, their faces etched with reluctance. What folly! This is no longer the old days where anything could be acquired with money. Those scant supplies were hard-earned fines. If they relinquished them, what would they have to eat or drink in the future? Observing their silence, Jiang Fanyin was not the least bit surprised. A cold smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Oh, so now you hesitate to unite in friendship? You can either leave your supplies behind and depart, or you may leave your lives here instead. Her tone was eerily calm, yet the words she uttered sent an inexplicable chill down the spines of the men. Unbeknownst to them, they sensed that this girl was not jesting, but rather delivering a stark ultimatum. What was going on? Among them, it appeared she was the fiercest of the lot, already eyeing their very lives. The men exchanged glances, their heads drooping in defeat, their voices unexpectedly heavy. We are willing to surrender all our supplies. Please spare us. Do not kill us. They were not fools, aware of when to make the right choices. Compared to the supplies that could be found again, their irreplaceable lives were of far greater significance. Thus no one would act foolishly. Indeed, their swift capitulation was entirely anticipated. Jiang Fanyin was not surprised. She selected 2 individuals to descend and retrieve the supplies, then silently maintained her vigil. Before long, the materials were brought up, and she deliberately observed their expressions. Indeed, she discerned feelings of regret, which reassured her that these individuals were relatively honest and had not attempted to deceive her. She found little value in those supplies and decided to hand them all over to Shun Junyao, as it was his door they had pried open. Any losses incurred should rightfully be compensated to him. Shun Junyao did not indulge in any pretentiousness and accepted them straightforwardly. After receiving the items, they finally released the individuals, allowing them to depart. A flicker of resentment lingered in the eyes of those departing, some even gritting their teeth. Yet they dared not voice their grievances given the duo's formidable presence. They could only leave, teeth clenched. Regret began to bubble within them. Had they known these 2 were so resolute, they would not have approached. Now, they left empty-handed. Having incurred significant losses, truly a case of losing more than they bargained for. Having dealt with them, Jiang Fanyin did not linger. After exchanging goodnights with Shun Junyao, they each returned to their respective abodes. Upon arriving home, she was greeted solely by Luo Luo. Xiang Xiang, impressive Xiang Xiang. Thank you, Luo Luo, for the reminder. You are truly remarkable. Jiang Fanyin expressed her gratitude with a smile, gently caressing the leaves, and then watered both her and the canna lily. To her surprise, Luo Luo could even sense the commotion downstairs. Indeed, since the onset of the apocalypse, both humans and flora had begun to undergo transformations. The canna lily, which she had brought back, had remained utterly still, and despite her attempts to connect with it, she had not discerned anything unusual. However, she remained unperturbed, tending to them each day, watering and chatting without concern for anything else. After moving a bit, her drowsiness dissipated significantly. With dawn approaching, she decided against sleep, turning on the soft light in the living room and donning her Bluetooth device to indulge in some series. She casually lifted the startled little E from the sofa, cradling him in her arms and stroking him gently. Her touch was tender, and soon enough, the soothing purrs of little E filled the air, harmonizing with the faint sounds of another's purring, creating a delightful symphony. Chapter 30. Everyone has only one chance, gazing down into the abyss of darkness beneath her. Her expression gradually turned somber. Having experienced the trials of her past life, she understood the value of existence. Thus, regardless of the offender, she was inclined to offer a chance, except in cases where individuals exhibited a profound disregard for their own lives. Everyone has but a single opportunity, yet those who had squandered theirs would find the next price to be their very existence. In the dimness of night, the girl's eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to the stars, yet the chill within them was unervingly profound. Jiang Muse only learned of the nocturnal ambush the following day, his eyes widening in astonishment, tinged with a hint of regret as he exclaimed, "Sister, why didn't you wake me? Such perilous matters should be addressed by me. How could you venture out alone in the dead of night? It's exceedingly dangerous." A sense of apprehension lingered within him. Fortunately, nothing had transpired. But what if something had gone awry? After all, he had but one sister, and nothing could truly compensate for her well-being. "You were sleeping like a log. How could I possibly rouse you?" Jiang Fanyin replied nonchalantly, savoring a sip of red wine, seemingly indifferent to his ire. Moreover, it was she who had been awakened by Luo Luo. Could she really expect him to stir at the slightest sound? The minor grievances within Jiang Muse swiftly dissipated under her calm demeanor. With a deep sigh, she earnestly turned to her sister, her expression solemn. "I don't care. You must promise me, sister, that you will never venture into danger alone again. Whatever you do, you must take me along." This was no longer an era of peace and tranquility. In this apocalyptic age, the boundaries of law and human life had vanished, necessitating utmost caution in all endeavors. He simply could not bear the thought of his sister facing peril alone. "Understood. I shall grant your wish," Jiang Fanyin reassured her rather foolish brother. With a graceful gesture, she poured him a glass of red wine. Savoring chilled wine on a brisk day was indeed a delightful experience. "Now that's more like it," Jiang Muse murmured contentedly, then relished her drink with glee. Thankfully, their parents still cared for them, and thankfully, her sister was wise. Otherwise, they would have long descended into the same plight as the residents below, battling daily over mere scraps of food, leaving no room for such a carefree existence. As Jiang Fanyin sipped her red wine, she perused the messages in the group chat. Despite the fact that many individuals had revealed their true natures, there remained a handful who engaged in serious discussions. Occasionally, she would scroll through the messages to ensure she did not overlook any significant updates. Her delicate, fair fingers flipped through the text until she stumbled upon a particular message that caused her to pause, her brow furrowing in concern. The government was reportedly dispatching personnel to assist with plans to relocate the disaster victims. The sender conveyed the information with such conviction that it seemed credible. However, the message was soon buried under a flurry of new posts. Had she not been vigilant in scrolling back, she would have missed it entirely. "Sister, what are you looking at?" Jiang Muse inquired, noticing her frowning at the phone with curiosity. The government is soon to send people for relocation and rescue, Jiang Fanyin replied, though she was reluctant to follow the government's lead. The prospect of joining the throngs of people who would undoubtedly flock to the government's aid was not appealing. The water levels were still gradually receding, and a locust plague loomed on the horizon. What sort of favorable treatment could be expected amidst such chaos? It seemed far more prudent to remain at home, where she could continue her leisurely existence and perhaps even feel a sense of security. Jiang Muse was momentarily taken aback, even somewhat dazed. After being out of contact with their country for over a month, had they finally awaited the arrival of the National Rescue Team? However, he also noticed the expression on his sister's face. He approached and sat down before her. "Sister, what are your thoughts? I will follow your lead. Whatever decision you make, I shall support." She was certainly aware of this. She undoubtedly wished for her brother to remain by her side. Yet, what about Shun Junyao? Her special training had yet to conclude, and she longed for her brother to acquire more skills, for in this apocalyptic existence, such knowledge would provide a greater sense of security. Jiang Fanyin let out a sigh within her heart, yet she reached out to gently pat her brother's head. "Please go downstairs and summon Junyao to come up. Such a significant matter warrants his input, and we must honor his decision." She had no intention of departing in the near future. However, if he chose to leave, it would necessitate an intensified training regimen in the coming days. Every bit of knowledge gained would be invaluable. Jiang Muse immediately understood, setting down his glass of red wine before descending to summon assistance. Jiang Fanyin casually retrieved an additional goblet, pouring a fine red wine into it and placing it in another location. After all, it would be rather impolite for the two siblings to indulge in their drink under the watchful eyes of others. They had also entrusted a set of keys to their home to him, allowing Shun Junyao to ascend swiftly, a smile gracing his features. In his hand, he carried a large bunch of grapes. "Fanyin, what is the matter? Did you summon me for something?" He would indeed fetch someone if asked, but couldn't he have casually mentioned the matter on the way? Jiang Fanyin, with a sense of helplessness, cast a fleeting glance at her foolish younger brother. She presented him with a screenshot of the message she had captured on her phone and earnestly discussed the matter with him. "I believe this message is not without purpose. It is quite possible that someone may come to our rescue in the next few days. I summoned you here to seek your opinion. Are you inclined to leave with the government, or do you prefer to remain here?" Shun Junyao glanced at the message before politely averting his gaze, hardly pausing to reflect before responding. "You may decide. I will follow your lead." "Wait. Such a significant matter. Do you not feel the need to contemplate it yourself?" Jiang Fanyin was momentarily taken aback, but soon found it amusing. She shot him a glare, asserting, "Such matters are not within my authority to decide for you. You should ponder it seriously. We intend to remain here regardless. We shall see how circumstances unfold. But if you choose to leave, it would be wise to begin your preparations in advance." "I shall stay as well," Shun Junyao declared earnestly, his clear eyes brimming with concern and sincerity. "I have no family left. The only ones I feel a semblance of familiarity with are you two siblings. I have long regarded you as family, and I do not wish to part ways." Yet, to Jiang Fanyin and her brother, his words inexplicably carried an air of desolation, especially upon recalling his usual closeness with them, which weighed heavily on their hearts. The atmosphere fell into a poignant silence. Ultimately, it was Jiang Muse who first shattered the stillness, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, embodying the camaraderie of brothers. "Fear not. You are, after all, half my mentor. As long as I have a morsel to eat, you shall too. Rest assured." "That sounds rather akin to begging," Shun Junyao retorted. The fleeting pang of sympathy that arose within Jiang Fanyin immediately dissipated. With a playful tone, she quipped, "Very well from now on. You shall be responsible for your master's sustenance and attire. Do strive diligently, dear brother." Chapter 31. Better to be a simpleton. Jiang Muse, oblivious to his sister's teasing, promptly raised his head in agreement. Shun Junyao couldn't help but chuckle at his antics, choosing not to dwell on the incident of him draping his arm over her shoulder. The atmosphere among them became significantly more harmonious, and an unspoken sense of intimacy seemed to blossom. "Xiang, don't go. Let's all be together." Lala chimed in after their conversation, adding her own playful remarks. A smile graced the corners of Jiang Fanyin's lips, and she decided to set down her wine glass, leaning forward to embrace Luo. In recent days, she had been intentionally teaching the two little plants how to speak, imparting a plethora of new vocabulary. Luo had proven to be a remarkably quick learner. However, the pot of canna lilies seemed to have fallen silent, despite receiving the same nourishing spring water. And having previously emitted sounds before being taken away, it now remained mute. Sister, you truly have a fondness for that wretched plant. Why not let me hold Xiaoyi for a while? Jiang Muse chuckled, effortlessly lifting Xiaoyi into his arms. Xiaoyi, who had been adorably resting on her lap, gazed at their conversation with wide, innocent eyes, exuding an irresistible charm. When suddenly hoisted up, its eyes widened even more, enhancing its endearing expression. Yet, it only let out a small, soft sound as it was cradled in Jiang Mu's embrace. Our Xiaoyi is so adorable. How could it possibly be less entertaining than that wretched plant? Isn't that right, Xiaoyi? Jiang Muse teased, playfully squeezing Xiaoyi's soft little paws, leaning closer with a grin, and giving its paws a gentle shake. It's not a wretched plant. Bad person, bad person. Luo fumed, though only Jiang Fanyin could hear its retorts. She could even sense the slight tremor of the leaves within the pot. Perhaps due to the nourishing spring water, Luo had become increasingly astute, seemingly akin to a child of a few years old, even exhibiting the ability to argue back. Jiang Fanyin gently pinched the leaf, deliberately adopting a stern expression to glare at him, a demeanor serious. Luo has a name. Luo says you are a bad person. Does she truly cherish this emerald green plant so much? How endearing she appeared in that moment. Shen Junyao gazed at her silently, his eyes exuding a gentle warmth akin to flowing water. His clear and bright gaze seemed never to stray from her face, causing his heart to soften and swirl with emotion. Not only he, but even Jiang Muse was taken aback to witness his usually calm and rational sister reveling in such childlike joy. He paused for a moment, then, feeling a touch of grievance, he embraced the little one and spoke. Sister, do you no longer care for me? Am I no longer your most cherished brother? His innocent eyes brimmed with a silent accusation, as if to say, how could you treat me this way over a mere pot of greenery? The little puppy felt wounded, its heart silently weeping. Jiang Fanyin was amused, yet instead of coaxing him, she unexpectedly felt a rare inclination for playfulness, teasingly sticking her tongue out at him while caressing the leaves. Jiang Muse stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with the unspoken words, "You have changed. Do try not to cry. Your master is still here, after all. Mind your image," Jiang Fanyin said with a mischievous smile, teasing him. Who is crying? It has been many years since I last shed tears, mind you. Jiang Muse, feeling utterly embarrassed, swiftly moved to the other side while cradling Xiaoyi in his arms. With a huff, he declared, I shall sever ties with you for 10 minutes. The underlying implication was clear. He was upset and expected them to hurry over and console him. Jiang Fanyin smiled radiantly, even going so far as to take out her phone and capture a photograph of him, claiming it was to commemorate his angry expression. Meanwhile, Shen Junyao approached with a grin, plucking a grape for him, teasingly inquiring if he truly intended to sever ties with them. Jiang Muse cast a fleeting glance at him, extending his hand to accept the offering. Though his expression remained stern, his tone softened considerably. Very well, let us sever ties for a minute. I am merely doing this for the sake of the fruit, not for your sake. He considered himself a mature adult, and a mature adult would not be swayed by a mere piece of fruit. Recognizing his insincerity, neither party chose to expose the pretense. Instead, they exchanged knowing smiles that hinted at a deeper understanding. When one declared that it would indeed be just a minute, it truly was for that brief span. Yet a minute later, he found himself gravitating back to sit beside his sister, visibly unsatisfied. Jiang Fanyin found it amusing and couldn't help but pinch his cheek. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Muse casually moved the potted green radish from her lap to the side. All of the elder sister's affection should belong to him. How could he allow a mere pot of foliage to overshadow him? Absolutely impossible. Bad person. Lolo wants to smell good. Woo-woo. Lolo was infuriated, incessantly berating the bad person. Apart from Jiang Fanyin, no one else seemed to notice that the leaves of the potted plant in the windless room began to sway ever so slightly. Just as she prepared to retrieve Lolo and caress its branches to soothe it, she found herself frozen in place the next second. For a voice, even before her, broke the silence, not in consolation, but in reprimand. "Fool! Humans are all wicked." What was this voice? It sounded somewhat familiar, yet also entirely new, as if it had emanated from within her home. That is not true. The fragrant ones are the best. Lolo appeared to be more acquainted with this voice, immediately launching a rebuttal. The leaves trembled even more violently, as if agitated. "Humans are all bad." The voice carried a hint of arrogance, clearly holding a disdainful attitude, with an unmistakable loathing for humanity evident in its tone. "Fragrant ones are good people. Lolo likes them." It seemed that the voice, typically reticent, fell silent after Lolo's declaration, even ceasing to tremble, clearly unwilling to engage further. "There are no good humans, you fool. You will be deceived." Jiang Fanyin couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing those words, yet she managed to pinpoint the source of the sound. Her gaze fell upon the pot of canna lilies near the balcony, and indeed, that haughty voice instantly fell silent. A hint of chill flickered at the corners of her lips. How audacious, to enter her home and still dare to label her a villain, even going so far as to fill Luo's head with nonsensical ideas. Did they truly believe that she, as the head of the household, was merely a decorative figure? Jiang Fanyin let out a soft hum, resolutely deciding to cease providing a certain individual's spiritual essence, opting instead for mineral water. Why must a canna lily be so astute, even covertly applying eye drops to her behind her back? It would be better to be a little fool. Unbeknownst to her, the silent and reticent persona she had crafted had been effortlessly unveiled, leaving the canna lily in quietude. Jiang Fanyin was true to her word, promptly cutting off the supply of the spiritual spring water that very day and substituting it with ordinary mineral water. Although both are classified as water, the sensations upon absorption are distinctly different, and Maringio quickly sensed something amiss. She even softened her tone to inquire of Luo, asking what her feelings were after drinking the water. However, Luo, being quite young, struggled to articulate her sensations accurately, only managing to repeat that it felt comfortable after much coaxing. Maringio remarked, "What use is your mouth if you cannot express yourself?" Chapter 32. The Government Rescue Team. Occasionally, Jiang Fanyin cast a discreet glance, calmly eavesdropping on the conversation between the two, yet revealing not a hint of her thoughts. She speculated that the cannas, having lingered in the supermarket for an extended period, had absorbed more of the words spoken around them, thus becoming more perceptive of human emotions than the pot hose, which had seldom been in contact with humanity. It even seemed to harbor a profound disdain for humankind. Unfortunately, she had always been somewhat petty and vengeful. This creature had audaciously attempted to undermine her behind her back and almost led her beloved little friend, Rolo, astray. Disobedient children naturally deserved a gentle reprimand. Since the plants had taken a liking to her spiritual spring water, she resolved to cut off the canna's access to it, ensuring this little rascal understood who its true benefactor was and that it ought to treat its guardians with respect. "Sister, why do I feel like the cannas have wilted quite a bit? What is going on? Aren't they receiving the same water?" Observing her unwavering gaze on the cannas, Jiang Muse assumed she had noticed this and approached to gently touch the plant. Jiang Fanyin let out a light hum, remaining silent. How could her spiritual spring water be compared to ordinary mineral water? They were entirely dissimilar in their nutritional composition. Observing her brother diligently examining the leaves, she couldn't help but chuckle and remarked with subtle implication, "In our family, we have always reserved the finest treasures for our own, and only those like my dear Luo, who are gentle and do not harbor disdain for humanity, are deserving of such gifts." If one cannot grasp this fundamental truth, then naturally, certain privileges will elude them. While saying this, Jiang Fanyin caressed Luo, yet her gaze remained fixated on the canna lily. "Oof, I knew it was all the doing of humans," she thought, as the canna lily seemed to have caught wind of her words and became quite agitated. Amidst this, the soft, innocent voice of Luo chimed in. "I dislike you, Xiang is a good person. The canna lily chose to ignore her entirely. How strange. Can humans hear us speaking? Luo exclaimed excitedly, praising her beloved. Xiang is the best, the most amazing. After receiving such high praise from Luo, Jiang Fanyin found her affection for her friend deepening. Not to mention, Luo was always protective of her, a rare bond that she cherished. The two plants conversed, their words failing to align, culminating in the canna lily withdrawing into silence. Jiang Fanyin surmised that it had likely retreated into a state of solitude. Even the simple-minded Jiang Muse sensed something was amiss, especially as the leaves beneath his hands trembled noticeably, an inexplicable unease rising within him. Why did it suddenly seem as though these plants possessed human emotions? But surely, that could not be the case. While plants are indeed alive, they cannot possibly possess thoughts akin to humans. Before he could delve further into his musings, a knock at the door echoed once more. Jiang Fanyin glanced at the time, realizing that it was the moment for their training session. Someone had been remarkably punctual for over a month. Sister, Junyao has arrived, Jiang Muse announced as he opened the door and ushered him in. Upon entering, Shun Junyao succinctly conveyed the news. Several speedboats had arrived on the first floor, purportedly from a government rescue team, inquiring if anyone wished to accompany them to the base. Many had opted to go, a scenario entirely anticipated by Jiang Fanyin, who displayed no overt surprise. Instead, her thoughts drifted to another matter. She promptly stood up, declaring, "I shall go down and see if I can extract any useful information from the government." In her previous life, she had long been taken back by her brother at this juncture, remaining oblivious to the government's rescue efforts. Later, when she fell ill, her brother had taken her on arduous journeys to seek life-saving herbs, leaving her unaware of the state of the nation. However, this time, adapting to the circumstances would undoubtedly serve them better. "I'll accompany you. Let Muse stay home to guard the house, lest someone take advantage of the situation," Shun Junyao insisted, concerned for her safety as they had made numerous enemies in the building, many of whom coveted their supplies. His rationale was quite valid, and Jiang Fanyin did not decline. After nodding in agreement, the two descended together. As they traversed the staircase, they encountered few individuals, indicating that they were not the only ones responding to the news. Many had already begun to evacuate with their belongings. The stairwell was littered with refuse, devoid of anything else. After more than a month, it was a stark contrast to finally see rescue personnel clad in official gear. Many were overwhelmed with emotion, some weeping as they embraced their loved ones. Initially, the crowd was filled with excitement, but it soon became apparent that the official rescue team could not accommodate the throngs of people. Frustration erupted, with some shouting curses and others pleading desperately. The fear of being abandoned once more loomed over everyone, and despite the rescuers' continuous reassurances that more assistance would arrive, it did little to quell their anxiety. As the pair reached the first floor, they were met with a cacophony of disputes, revealing the various disarrayed emotions of the crowd. Jiang Fanyin cast a languid glance, her gaze swiftly settling on a younger rescue worker, and with a decisive motion, she cleared the way with an unyielding force. Her fair yet strong hands effortlessly brushed aside all those who obstructed her path, making her presence distinctly noticeable as she approached. After all, youth is often more susceptible to coaxing. Who would dare to impede her? In that fleeting moment, many minds pondered this question, their curses stifled before they could escape their lips. As they turned, their expressions swiftly transformed, mouths clamping shut in instinctive trepidation. It dawned on them that it was the group from the 16th floor. It was rumored that their prowess was formidable, and even the multitude of sons from the old Fan family had met with little success against them. Their martial capabilities were not to be underestimated. Those present wisely stepped back, creating distance from the duo. It is prudent to avoid provoking those one cannot contend with. Even the rescue workers, who had initially been eager to defend themselves, found themselves momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing over. Bathed in the gentle sunlight, the girl's exquisite features appeared even more refined. "Hello. May I inquire about our nation's current plans for the future amidst the apocalypse?" The young man, caught off guard by her beauty, felt a faint blush coloring his cheeks. Yet he quickly composed himself and began to explain the current situation earnestly. The nation has confirmed that the world has entered an apocalyptic era, with the potential for diverse anomalies emerging each day. Numerous cities across the country are in the process of establishing various types of bases. The prior delays in their rescue efforts were due to the turmoil caused by flooding, which hindered transportation. However, there is no need for undue concern. The bases are equipped with fundamental medical facilities and protective measures, ensuring a considerable degree of safety. Jiang Fanyin squinted her eyes, realizing that the nation had already established bases at this time. How swift the progress was. In Chapter 33, The Anomaly of Xiao-Yi, she recalled that her memories of the base were not particularly fond. After all, in her past life, she had endured considerable bullying after entering a certain base, primarily because she had been a virtual burden during that period. Many harbored disdain for her, blaming her for dragging her brother down. Those who admired her brother were especially fervent in their animosity, wishing fervently to rid themselves of her. Had it not been for her brother's steadfast protection, she might have met her demise long ago. Now, however, they possessed weaponry and ample resources, even having a complete stock of medicine. There was no pressing need to enter the base. Instead, drifting through life and living freely might be a more appealing option. Resolute in her decision, she inquired about the names and general locations of nearby bases before politely declining the repeated invitations from the rescue personnel to join the base, returning to the upper floors with Shun Junyao amidst their disappointed gazes. Fanyin, do you not wish to go to the base? I can't help but sense a hint of distaste whenever it is mentioned, Shun Junyao remarked softly, casting a discreet glance at her profile. There are simply too many people at the base. They may not adequately care for us. Moreover, there could be numerous regulations. It would be far more pleasant for us to live freely, Jiang Fanyin explained with a cold demeanor, her primary concern being the secret of her spatial abilities. Such matters must not be disclosed, for if they were, their lives would be at stake. Shun Junyao, unable to discern further, chose to let the topic rest, his gentle gaze lowering, exuding an intoxicating warmth. He dined at the Jiang residence once more, having grown accustomed to this arrangement. Even the family had begun to naturally accommodate him, setting 3 bowls at mealtime. Perhaps due to the arrival of the rescue team, an air of unspoken concern lingered among them, leaving everyone with little appetite as they failed to finish even the modest 3 dishes and a soup. Jiang Muse had no choice but to return everything to the refrigerator before following Shun Junyao next door for training. Having decided to stay for the time being, their training regimen was to continue. Over the past couple of days, the typhoon had remained calm, yet they refrained from opening the windows. The air was stale, and the refuse below had gone unaddressed, leaving an unpleasant odor lingering in the atmosphere. Thus, in the unoccupied house, they cleared all the furniture, leaving only an expanse of empty space adorned with a multitude of sponge mats for training and sparring exercises. Today, Jiang Fanyin, during the special training, found herself in a blissful embrace, cradling Xiao-Yi in one arm while gently caressing Luo's leaves with the other, feeling an overwhelming wave of happiness. However, as she continued her tender ministrations, Xiao-Yi suddenly jolted awake, arching its back in alarm, claws extended, and tail bristling, even emitting peculiar vocalizations. This posture is a common display of aggression among felines, a fact that Shun Junyao had previously enlightened her about. Jiang Fanyin furrowed her brows tightly. Before she could examine Xiao-Yi, Xiao-Yi darted out like a flash of lightning, choosing a direction and emitting a sharp cry. Accompanying this was the voice of Luo. How annoying. Bad bug, go away. Xiang, hit it. A bug. Jiang Fanyin's expression grew cold in an instant, her gaze following the direction of Xiao-Yi. Without hesitation, she picked up Luo in her arms. Regardless of whether it was a pestilence or not, she felt compelled to investigate. The relentless destruction wrought by these wretched insects left her profoundly uneasy. However, she did not anticipate that Xiao-Yi, a small bundle of energy, would exhibit such formidable combat prowess. Before long, he triumphantly approached, clutching 2 cockroaches, each nearly a foot in length, akin to a victorious general returning from battle. Jiang Fanyin found the situation amusing and instinctively snapped a photograph to send to Shun Junyao, her gaze peculiar. Could it be that her cat had undergone some sort of mutation? It was undoubtedly a gentle creature. How could it exhibit such ferocity in capturing insects? She followed suit and meticulously searched the area, but discovered no other insects, indicating that these were merely two uninvited guests. However, this foreshadowed the impending arrival of a pestilence. It seemed prudent to prepare the insecticides and pest powders stored in her space. As Jiang Fanyin pondered how to arrange matters, a frantic figure abruptly burst in, followed closely by the disheveled Jiang Muse, whose brow was slick with perspiration and whose expression was one of bewilderment. Shun Junyao gazed at her with a look of palpable anxiety, instinctively scrutinizing her demeanor, so engrossed that he failed to notice he was barefoot, utterly absorbed in her presence. "Ian, are you all right?" Jiang Fanyin, taken aback, turned her head and then shook it slightly. "I'm fine, but Xiao might be in trouble. It consumed 2 cockroaches and I couldn't stop it. You should probably have it checked." She had initially believed the little creature was merely flaunting its hunting prowess. However, to her astonishment, after merely taking a couple of steps, it devoured the insects whole before she could even reach out. "Sis, you scare me to death. What happened?" Jiang Muse followed closely behind, utterly bewildered. He had been engaged in a training session with Shun Junyao when suddenly his phone emitted an urgent notification, reminiscent of a WeChat alert. Initially dismissive, he had just thrown a punch when he noticed that the person opposite him had seemingly been launched away, distracted by his phone. Fine, let him look, he thought, but upon finishing, the other's expression had changed drastically. Without even bothering to put on his shoes, he dashed towards her, alarmed and fearing something had happened to his sister. Instinctively, he followed suit, running alongside her. Jiang Fanyin had no intention of concealing anything from them. With a serious demeanor, she lowered her gaze and said, "Just now, I observed a multitude of insects. Xiao, he was the first to notice and even caught a few to eat. I wonder if she might fall ill. For now, we should hastily spray all the rooms with insecticide and pest powder. I suspect a plague of insects is imminent." The mere mention of those 2 words sent shivers down her spine. Her aversion to insects was profound and unwavering, persisting through both her past and present lives. In her previous incarnation, she had witnessed countless insects swarm and devour a living person entirely, a horrific image that lingered in her memory. Shun Junyao's expression shifted ever so slightly, his eyes flickering with an inscrutable depth, revealing little of his thoughts. He lowered his gaze slightly, waves of heartache and sorrow surging within him. Could it be that she, like him, had returned from a former life, bearing extraordinary memories and experiences? Yet, her past life was not marked by pleasant recollections. Jiang Muse remained oblivious to the profound concern etched upon his face, which had abruptly shifted in color. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned on his heel and dashed into the room to retrieve the insecticide. Setting aside everything else, his sister had always harbored a disdain for insects. It was imperative that these unwelcome creatures did not reappear in their home. What would happen if they frightened her? Today, he was resolute in his determination to engage in a fierce battle against these pests, vowing that it would be a fight to the death. Chapter 34. The capable WWIII Jiang Muse sprinkled insect repellent powder in every nook and cranny of the house, leaving no room untouched, with particular attention given to his sister's chamber. "Do you possess any insect spray on your end? If not, I can fetch some for you from my room. I have quite a stockpile." Jiang Fanyin paid him no heed, her gaze fixated on Shun Junyao, who cradled Lolo in his arms. However, Shun Junyao shook his head, indicating that he had some. He had long prepared a substantial supply, likely exceeding hers. It would be best if everyone refrained from slumber tonight. "I suspect a pestilence is imminent. Xiao Zhe and I could take turns to rest, but you're alone on your floor, so you may have to endure some hardship." Jiang Fanyin reminded him without dwelling on the matter. Shun Junyao nodded earnestly in response. Little did they anticipate that her words would prove prophetic. For the pestilence arrived sooner than expected, catching her off guard. Since they had agreed on taking turns to rest, he would naturally allow his sister to rest first. After Jiang Fanyin retired for the night, he wandered through the house, checking for any signs of pests. The first to notice the infestation was, in fact, Jiang Fanyin. He had been drawn to a sound emanating from the corner, where he discovered a small creature gnawing on a cockroach it had procured from somewhere. He promptly knocked on Jiang Fanyin's door before grabbing the insecticide and searching for more pests. Jiang Fanyin quickly emerged, clutching 2 bottles of insecticide, fully equipped for battle. They had sealed every conceivable crevice and drain that might allow the pests to infiltrate their sanctuary, yet somehow, the insects still managed to gain entry. Cockroaches are notorious for their fondness for shadowy corners, and being night dwellers, they were particularly active at this hour. Their destructive capabilities are astonishing. They consume everything from food to clothing to paper, all while harboring harmful bacteria. Strangely, however, Xiao Yi, who ingested this pest, exhibited no ill effects. Even after Shen Junyao conducted a thorough examination, he assured that there was nothing amiss. It appears that what Sister had warned was indeed true. The flora and fauna in this post-apocalyptic world have begun to undergo mutations. Jiang Mu's gaze was piercing, swiftly spotting a few insects. With a mask donned, he unhesitatingly unleashed the insecticide from his hand. Sister, do be cautious. These creatures are capable of flight. His penchant for cleanliness ensured that the several rooms in this layer were impeccably tidy, resulting in a minimal presence of insects. Yet, as he approached the window, the sound of insects scuttling across the glass, coupled with the fluttering of wings, became evident. This indicated that a greater multitude of insects lurked outside, prevented from entering only by the barrier of the window. Indeed, the term insect plague was far from an exaggeration. You must also take care, and be sure not to get bitten by any of these pests, Jiang Fanyin cautioned while diligently spraying the insecticide. For safety's sake, the two had donned protective suits early in the morning, even providing one for Shen Junyao, all to guard against potential insect bites. After all, these creatures carried their own bacteria. Although they had stocked up on numerous medications, it was best to avoid mishaps whenever possible. Xiao Yi was even more exhilarated than the two of them, acting like a radar, deftly capturing every insect in sight, crunching them with delight. Occasionally, Jiang Fanyin cast a glance over, rendered speechless. She could hardly fathom how these creatures had mutated, to the point where even cats had begun to devour insects. Xiao Yi, still rather young, consumed a few insects before losing interest. Yet he remained fervently engaged in the pursuit, capturing his prey only to dispatch it with a bite and then excitedly moving on to the next. The room was intermittently filled with his enthusiastic meows. Meanwhile, Shen Junyao was truly awake, relentlessly exterminating the insects. He had originally owned both a cat and a dog. Xiao Yi was given to Jiang Fanyin, while Xiao Bai remained by his side. This canine was a purebred pit bull, acquired at great expense, renowned for its fighting prowess, often hailed as the world's fiercest breed. Impervious to pain during combat, and striking with silent ferocity, an imposing giant among dogs. With a fierce disposition, formidable strength, and powerful jaws, it was rumored capable of single-handedly taking down wild boars and even hunting lions, exhibiting remarkable aggression. When had this creature begun to mutate? Observing Xiao Bai's frenzied insect hunting, Shen Junyao was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing its pupils closely before retreating to continue his extermination efforts. He discerned that these animals were far more attuned to the insects than they were. His recent neglect of Xiao Bai's needs left him oblivious to when it had begun to exhibit similar mutations as Xiao Yi, now also consuming insects. Previously, when Xiao Yi's pupils had turned red, they had speculated that mutated animals might share this trait. Now Xiao Bai's conditions seemed to corroborate that hypothesis. Thus, the man and his dog engaged in a frenzied slaughter of the insects. Jiang Fanyin was unaware of Xiao Bai's mutation. Noticing WWIII's formidable combat pro, she decided to leave the living room in its capable hands along with her brother and retreated to her room. However, upon entering, she was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. The once petite pot of potholes had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its diminutive form suddenly elongated, sprouting numerous tendrils that agilely explored the room with remarkable speed. Each vine was adorned with cockroaches and various insects she could not identify. In a frenzy, they coiled together and filled the pot, only to emerge again as barren branches, continuing their relentless pursuit of pests. Hearing these words, Jiang Fanyin couldn't help but smile. She approached and gently touched the trunk of WWIII, softly inquiring, "Can you eat these? Will it make you uncomfortable afterwards?" "Comfortable. Eating bugs helps me grow stronger." WWIII seemed quite pleased, as its outstretched branches began to twist playfully. "Then I shall leave this to you. Make sure to eliminate all the bugs." "My dear WWIII, you've worked hard." Noticing that it indeed appeared undisturbed, Jiang Fanyin finally relaxed, reaching out to caress its vines with curiosity, casually offering it a couple of drops of mystical spring water. In her past life, she had never encountered such extraordinary experiences, although she had seen other exotic plants, which seemed to abhor humanity. Yet, her little WWIII was not only obedient and adorable, but also remarkably capable. Able to share her burdens at such a young age, truly commendable. "Rest assured, I am strong." WWIII affectionately brought its branches closer, as if aware of her aversion to insects, even extending a clean branch to gently brush against her cheek, utterly endearing. As Jiang Fanyin left the room, she felt a lingering reluctance and promptly transitioned to her brother's quarters, where she fervently commenced her pest extermination efforts. It was only after she had tidied up the room to a satisfactory extent that a sudden realization dawned upon her. She seemed to possess more than just a solitary plant. In Chapter 35, the mutations of flora and fauna, the canna lily, which had initially been placed in the living room, was later relocated to her brother's room due to her suspicion of an impending infestation. Upon entering, she found the room enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Surrounding the canna lily lay a disarray of dark brown refuse, forming a small mound akin to a finger's length. To be precise, it was a heap of insect carcasses, interspersed with numerous wings and antennae. Unlike the fate of Lolo, which had met a strangulating demise, these appeared to have been brutally suffocated, with numerous remnants of their bodies still intact. Jiang Fanyin nodded in satisfaction. Regardless of the circumstances, the plants she nurtured proved to be quite reliable. Even the less obedient canna lilies were diligently fulfilling their role. As if sensing her gaze, the canna lily gently swayed its leaves, reminiscent of a once mischievous child striving for parental approval after mending their ways. A faint smile danced at the corners of her lips as she approached without uttering a word, her fingertips lifting to sprinkle several drops of sacred spring water. At that moment, nothing was more fitting than this sacred essence. It served as the most profound reward for its efforts. "Ah, how delightful! The water feels so refreshing." Jiang Fanyin gently lowered her gaze, concealing the profound contemplation within her eyes. It seemed that this spring water truly benefited the plants, potentially serving as a catalyst for their mutations. However, she wondered if it would be of any use to animals. Perhaps she could experiment with WWIII and Xiao by another day. If it proved effective, she might even be able to assemble a legion of creatures. Regrettably, she appeared only to comprehend the whispers of flora, leaving her bewildered by the language of fauna. Noticing how much the plants adored her spring water, Jiang Fanyin generously bestowed a few more drops upon them before withdrawing her hand to assess the situation outside. Likely due to the diligent efforts of the little ones in capturing insects, she and Xiaozhe had managed to catch only a meager number, resulting in a mere pile of insect remains, aside from those eliminated by the small creatures. There were no traces of insects left within the house. Even after the little ones had scoured for half the day, not a single one was found. Consequently, she decided to open the doors to several rooms, allowing Xiaozhe to place the canna and WWIII in the corridor, as the other rooms still required pest control. It was only at this moment that Jiang Muse noticed that WWIII could catch insects, his eyes widening in astonishment. Ultimately, he was pulled down by Jiang Fanyin, who tugged at his sleeve. Their floor's house and table had managed to withstand the chaos, but the situation with Shun Junyao remained uncertain. It was prudent to check on him. As they descended, they found Shun Junyao just finishing opening all the room doors. Upon seeing them, he appeared neither surprised nor dismayed, but instead greeted them with a smile, as if welcoming friends. "You're here? If it weren't for the current insect infestation, Jiang Fanyin would have felt inclined to respond with a simple, "Yes, we have arrived." However, before she could utter a word, Jiang Muse leapt up, his eyes sparkling with excitement, seizing her hand in sheer exhilaration. "Did you see that just now, sis? That wretched grass can catch insects. Isn't it a green radish? How can it possibly catch insects?" Jiang Fanyin observed her brother's expression with a hint of disdain, her countenance reflecting an ineffable complexity. Ultimately, she chose to enlighten him, stating that we are now in the apocalypse, when not only animals but even plants have begun to mutate. Why are you so excited? Do you perceive this as a blessing? The mutations of flora and fauna have rendered the human survival environment increasingly harsh. She recalled the latter stages of her past life, where certain creatures became astutely intelligent, even claiming territories, which ultimately compelled humanity to wage wars to reclaim habitable lands. Shun Junyao, observing the exchange between the siblings, surmised the underlying implications of their conversation and concurred with her assessment. "Your sister is correct. The mutations of plants and animals are far from advantageous for us. This signifies that our living conditions will deteriorate further, and ordinary people will face significant elimination. Even Xiaobai has undergone mutations." As he spoke, Xiaobai was not beside him, but was instead scurrying around the house, energetically chasing after insects, moving from one room to another with relentless fervor. After being schooled by the two, Jiang Mu's earlier excitement dissipated, replaced by a sense of heaviness. Alas, it truly is not easy to survive these days. Jiang Fanyin set down the small one in her hands, allowing it to join in the pursuit of insects, while the two little creatures each occupied a room. Uncertain of the circumstances below, Jiang Muse sighed melancholically. In this apocalyptic era, survival is indeed a formidable challenge. Jiang Fanyin remained silent, having witnessed the horrifying scene of a creature devouring a person until only bones remained. Thus, when he posed a question, she found it difficult to respond. After the group had tidied up the area of the creature, Jiang Fanyin produced an air freshener and sprayed it throughout each room. Only then did they carry the two little ones for examination, for Shun Junyao had prepared specialized equipment for this purpose. However, after a thorough check, aside from showing signs of excessive excitement, their bodies exhibited no abnormalities whatsoever. In fact, they appeared rather robust. As Jiang Fanyin took advantage of the moment when she was cradling the little white creature, she swiftly and deftly dripped a few drops of spiritual spring water into its mouth. The instant the liquid entered, the little one let out an excited cry. Its sudden wail startled her, nearly causing her to drop the child. "What is wrong? Is everything all right?" Upon hearing the sudden outburst from the little white creature, Shun Junyao assumed it had bitten her and hurried over with a concerned expression. "It's nothing. It just called out unexpectedly. Perhaps you should check on it again?" Jiang Fanyin casually returned the little white creature, allowing Shun Junyao to conduct another examination. His gaze flickered momentarily, yet he remained silent, extending his hand to receive it once more, and proceeded to perform the inspection again. It seemed that the little white creature had grown accustomed to such evaluations, lying obediently without resistance even during the blood draw, though it incessantly flicked its tongue in sheer excitement. The results of the examination aligned with her expectations. The little white creature, having consumed the spiritual spring water, exhibited results markedly different from those previously observed. What on earth is happening? The data is soaring exponentially. Even though Jiang Muse was unable to decipher the records, the drastic fluctuations in the data were evidently troubling. This was also unexpected for Shun Junyao, who instinctively cast a glance at Jiang Fanyin. Although he was unaware of her actions, it was evident that the little white creature's transformation was a direct consequence of her influence. Chapter 36. Jiaotiling actively contracting for favor. Jiang Fanyin observed intently for a while, astonished by the profound effects of the spiritual spring water on these flora and fauna. The remarkable efficacy experienced by the novice was indeed impressive, and it was even more astonishing to consider the daily use by Luo and the canna lilies. It was no wonder that these two little creatures, who had previously stuttered in their speech, now communicated with much greater clarity, their intelligence evidently soaring. She began to appreciate the significance of the spiritual spring water, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. After all, she had conducted experiments on the water level of the spring. Regardless of how much was extracted, the spring would replenish itself within a minute, restoring the lost volume. Quite splendid. It seemed she could utilize the spiritual spring water to nurture even more formidable plants and animals in the future. Shun Junyao cast her a sidelong glance and feigned ignorance as he spoke. It's likely due to their prior consumption of mutated insect that they have gained strength. We must enhance our training, for it is possible that these creatures are evolving at a pace surpassing our own. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression became considerably grave, and he promptly nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must train diligently. It would be utterly shameful to perish at the hands of these insects and flora. He appeared to conjure vivid images in his mind, furrowing his brow in distaste. Jiang Fanyin cast a playful glance at her brother, choosing to remain silent. The spatial abilities, the spirit's spring water, and the extraordinary talent to comprehend the language of plants were all paramount for her and her brother's survival in the impending apocalypse. However, even with her brother, she felt the need for caution, lest this endearing but naive sibling inadvertently reveal too much. The trio swiftly returned to the 17th floor, which was astonishingly immaculate. Not a single insect, nor even a corpse, could be found. As she ascended the stairs, she heard the exuberant voice of Luo. Xiang Xiang. Luo is full now. Hee. So very happy. Jiang Fanyin smiled, choosing to remain silent in the presence of the lively vine dancing gracefully in the air. Just by observing its jubilant movements, she could discern its happiness. With a gentle inclination of her body, she bestowed a few drops of the mystical spring water upon the little creature, rewarding it for its diligent efforts. The effects of the water were nearly instantaneous. The vibrancy of Luo's green hue became even more pronounced. Ah, it's the energy water, how delightful! Luo exclaimed, nuzzling against her fingers in sheer excitement. Energy water? How curious that this little one consistently invents names for the things it encounters. Jiang Fanyin found the situation rather amusing. They shared an intimate camaraderie, yet the canna lily could not bear to witness it any longer. A sense of inexplicable grievance washed over her, despite her own enthusiastic efforts. It seemed she could not surpass this foolish green vine that merely relied on its cuteness. Even the vital water that nourished their growth and strength was not possessed by this dim-witted creature in abundance. It felt utterly unjust. If this continued, she would inevitably lag behind that silly vine, and that simply could not be allowed. In a fit of desperation, the canna lily seized the moment when Jiang Muse lifted her, and her expansive leaves suddenly unfurled, the sharp edges slicing through Jiang Fanyin's palm. A droplet of crimson blood fell, seeping directly into the canna lily's foliage. Jiang Fanyin had just begun to sense the pain when, before she could react, a sudden wave of dizziness enveloped her mind. Instinctively, she closed her eyes and became acutely aware of a newfound connection with the canna lily not far away. How can one articulate such a sensation? It was as if no matter where this entity ventured, she could discern its thoughts and actions, a profound bond that transcended distance. In her mind, a small green dot emerged, which she surmised likely represented this being. Jiang Fanyin opened her eyes, her gaze immediately falling upon the canna lily, which seemed to have forcefully entered into a contract with her. However, in her previous life, she had never heard of anyone being able to form a pact with plants, leaving her uncertain whether this ability was a stroke of fortune or a harbinger of misfortune. Is everything all right? Shun Junyao and the others noticed the sudden movement of the canna lily and looked over with concern. After a prolonged silence from her, the canna lily appeared visibly flustered, its leaves curling up as if it were a small child being bullied, pitifully speaking, "Master, please don't be angry from now on, I will be good." It deliberately mimicked the way Luo spoke, and Jiang Fanyin could discern its intentions, even suspecting that it might feel envious of the water she had just provided to Luo. Hence its eagerness to please her through the contract. "All right, just behave yourself, and from now on, you shall be called Jiao Tailang." Jiang Fanyin raised an eyebrow and gently patted it, subtly dripping a few drops of spiritual spring water onto its leaves as a form of consolation. This proud yet gluttonous creature, despite its slight pettiness, had a straightforward nature that made it easy to handle. And it seemed incapable of resorting to force to make her yield. She had no intention of holding a grudge against a mere plant, especially when it had voluntarily entered into a contract with her, even opening up new avenues of thought. Indeed, by emulating that foolish little creature, she could obtain water. This human seemed to be a tad better than those wicked beings. Jiao Tailang, feeling satisfied, absorbed the water while emitting contented sighs, blissfully unaware that all its thoughts post-contract were laid bare before Jiang Fanyin. Jiao Jiao is bad. Bullying Xiang Xiang, I'll hit you. Luo Luo, oblivious to her missed opportunity to contract with Xiang Xiang, believed that her new acquaintance was bullying her and immediately swung her branches to strike the canna lily, even sending forth a green tendril that squeezed out some white sap to apply to its wounds. Jiang Fanyin felt a cool sensation and curiously raised her finger, only to discover that the wound she had just noticed had completely vanished. Goodness, it turned out that the pot hose also possessed healing abilities. This was something she had not anticipated. It seemed that there was still much about these two little beings that she had yet to uncover. What was happening? Were they fighting? Jiang mused, unable to comprehend the communication between the plants, found it quite peculiar to witness two pots of greenery engaged in such a scuffle and couldn't help but glance back and forth, posing questions. Shen Junyao, however, had noticed the wound on her finger had disappeared, and his pupils contracted momentarily, soon replaced by a hint of amusement in his eyes. He had not expected that this mutated pothose possessed such miraculous healing capabilities. It appeared that he could be a little more at ease concerning Anine's safety. With such a being by her side, at least she would not be harmed. Nevertheless, it would be worthwhile to acquire more plants, as they might reveal other extraordinary abilities. For it seemed that the mutation of flora and fauna was outpacing them. Jiang Fanyin gently caressed Loloa's vines, soothingly assuring her, "It's all right, Jiao Tailang did not bully me. He merely played a little trick." Chapter 37. The final step after leading the two into the house, she held Luluo closely and earnestly spoke, as you both witnessed. "The beautiful Canna willingly entered into a contract with me. I can now understand its words. I wonder if this counts as possessing special abilities? Sister, you are incredible. You can now make plants willingly contract with you," Jiang Mu said, admiration shining in his eyes like little stars. It seemed he still had many areas in which he could not measure up to his sister, and he silently encouraged himself to strive harder. When Shen Junyao met Jiang Fanyin's calm gaze, he discerned a hint of amusement in her eyes. Was the little girl attempting to test him? He felt no anger. In fact, he was quite approving. Her ability to remain vigilant towards outsiders was commendable. "Rest assured, to me, you are family. Family does not betray one another," he declared with unwavering conviction. Family? Could it be that in this lifetime, he might gain another family member? Jiang Fanyin fell into a momentary silence, yet ultimately smiled, refraining from uttering any further words. In her estimation, action held greater significance than mere words, at least for the time being. He had not committed any act that would harm the bond between the siblings, thus still meriting a modicum of trust. Conversely, Jiang Mu regarded the two with a puzzled glance, perplexed by their interaction. However, he did not dwell on it. Instead, he abruptly inquired, "Are you hungry? I find myself a bit peckish." After all, they had spent the entire evening dealing with the insects. Now that the battle against the pests had concluded, it seemed only fitting to reward their weary stomachs. Strangely enough, upon his question, both individuals felt a twinge of hunger and exchanged knowing glances before nodding in unison. Jiang Mu immediately chuckled and swiftly made his way into the kitchen, eager to prepare a delightful meal, for the refrigerator was stocked with an abundance of fresh ingredients. Jiang Fanyin, with no reservations, ordered, "I want hot pot. Let us prepare a hot pot." Shen Junyao had no objections, and the three of them quickly reached a consensus to indulge in hot pot. They had an abundance of various broths at home, as well as an assortment of vegetables and meats, including a generous supply of Jiang Fanyin's absolute favorite, fatty beef. Cooking hot pot proved to be even quicker than preparing a regular meal. Jiang Mu meticulously sanitized the cookware beforehand, ensuring that no unwelcome pests had previously traversed their surfaces. It was far more reassuring to consume food that had been properly disinfected. The trio had no dietary restrictions, so they opted for a dual-flavored pot, filling both sides with an ample selection of ingredients. "Hey sister, do try this. The fatty beef is simply exquisite," Jiang Muse exclaimed, his cheeks flushed with excitement as he gasped for breath while enthusiastically recommending delectable dishes to his sister. The fatty beef was indeed one of her favorites, and Jiang Fanyin graciously picked up several slices to add to her bowl. This hot pot was specifically purchased for gatherings, boasting a substantial capacity. It contained not only meats and vegetables, but also a generous amount of vermicelli, rice noodles, and instant noodles. The aroma wafting from the pot was utterly tantalizing, even prompting the usually well-behaved Xiao Yi to inch closer, only to be unceremoniously confined to the cat house by a firm hand. In the realm of hearty eaters, the soul of the meal must remain undisturbed. While Jiang Fanyin was preoccupied with her meal, she couldn't help but notice the two little rascals engaged in a squabble. Fortunately, their dispute was merely a war of words, devoid of any physical confrontation, so she chose to ignore it. Even with her explanations, the innocent Lolo vehemently condemned the malicious actions of Jiao Tailang, who had inadvertently caused her to bleed by cutting her finger. "Bad Jiao. Naughty Jiao. I detest you. Wasn't it just for the sake of forming a contract with the master? Why are you upset?" Jiao Tailang, having just absorbed a wave of spiritual spring water, was in remarkably good spirits, even adopting a gentler tone. "Xiang Xiang is bleeding. It hurts. It's all your fault. Jiao is a bad grass." Lolo persistently scolded it, though lamentably, her vocabulary was limited, reducing her accusations to repetitively calling it bad. "Then you must be a foolish grass. The master isn't even angry with me. Yet you dare to blame me." Jiao Tailang felt a twinge of anger, thinking that if it weren't for the sheer foolishness of this little creature, it wouldn't waste so much breath engaging in such a futile conversation. The two little ones were causing quite a ruckus, but fortunately, their banter was audible only to her, allowing Shun Junyao and the others to remain blissfully unaware of their antics. As Jiang Fanyin savored her meal, she listened to the two little ones bickering, suddenly immersed in the delightful experience of dining while being entertained. After a hearty feast, they entrusted the task of washing the dishes to the dishwasher. In truth, their water supply had been cut off, but fortunately, they had stocked up in advance, alleviating any concerns about insufficient water, although they were still mindful of conserving it compared to the past. The trio lingered in the building for several days until the water level had completely receded, revealing the ground once more. However, before they could celebrate, they were besieged by mutated creatures, which even shattered their windows. Unlike the obedient and capable Xiao Bai and Xiao Yi, the mutated animals outside were driven by malice. The crimson gaze that fell upon them revealed a human-like greed, especially when directed at Jiang Fanyin. Naturally, Shun Junyao and Jiang Muse swiftly armed themselves and engaged in combat with a mutated monkey that had inexplicably appeared. Luo eagerly joined the fray as well. With their assistance, Jiao refrained from intervening, feeling the need to address her inner confusion and kindly explaining the situation. "Master, you possess an incredibly fragrant scent, making it easy to attract those mutated flora and fauna. Was this the reason Luo had affectionately named her Xiang Xiang? She had always assumed it was due to her perfume." Jiang Fanyin furrowed her brow, according to Jiao Tailang. Did that mean she had become a coveted prize in the eyes of those mutated flora and fauna? Sensing her unease, Jiao Tailang waved its broad leaves to offer her comfort. "Perhaps, Master, if you were to forge contracts with more plants, it might help mask your alluring scent," it suggested. Jiao Tailang shook its head, feeling that something essential was still missing from its master, though it struggled to articulate that elusive sensation of being just one step away from completion. One step away? Perceiving its thoughts, Jiang Fanyin fell into deep contemplation. When she had previously contracted Jiao Tailang, a fleeting image of a star map had flashed through her mind, yet all the stars were shrouded in gray, enveloped in thick mist, rendering them utterly indistinct. Could this be the very essence of what Jiao Tailang had alluded to as being lacking? If she were to complete this final step, would she then be able to discern that star map clearly? She happened to have a hypothesis worth exploring. Jiang Fanyin lifted her head, observing as her companions had vanquished the mutated monkeys before she called back the swirling vines. Lolo, come here. Chapter 38. The Watchtower Ends. Preparing to depart upon hearing her summons, Lolo eagerly retracted the vines, bobbing her head and speaking. Lolo is here. This little creature is truly adorable. Jiang Fanyin smiled lightly, casually taking the dagger from Shun Juanyao's hand. After cleaning it, she slid it across her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall for Luo. The drop was swiftly absorbed. Does it hurt? Luo, being still quite young, had not yet learned many things from the plants, so it remained oblivious to Jiang Fanyin's actions. Instead, it felt a pang of sympathy and squeezed out its own sap to aid her wounds, gently nuzzling to provide comfort. However, Jiang Fanyin was the one who felt the most profound change. Her mind felt as if a veil had been lifted, revealing the true form of the celestial map. Indeed, it was an endless sea of stars, yet the stars appeared dim, with only two small ones shining brightly. She surmised they must be the banana wolf and Luo. It seemed that previously, the energy from only contracting the banana wolf was insufficient to activate the star map. Now, the star map had completely revealed itself to her, and upon closer inspection, she could faintly discern the true forms of the beautiful banana plant and the green vine within those two stars, both enveloped in a verdant aura. With her eyes closed, Jiang Fanyin delicately attuned herself, yet she could only perceive the status and abilities of the two stars. Indeed, Luo possessed the capability to heal wounds, but if evaluated by rank, it was merely at a secondary level. In the face of a grave injury threatening life, it would be of little assistance. As for Jiao Tailang, it had absorbed less spiritual spring water than Luo, currently remaining at a primary level. Furthermore, based on the information she gleaned from the Starry Sea, the evolution of flora and fauna now necessitated a process of mutual devouring to acquire or develop more formidable skills. Jiang Muse was utterly oblivious to what his sister was engaged in. Upon seeing her standing there with her eyes closed, he contemplated reaching out to her, only to be halted by Shen Junyao. Possessing a keen intellect, he surmised that she might have uncovered some crucial information amidst the flora. Thus, neither of them uttered a sound to disturb her. Instead, they collectively discarded the lifeless body of the mutated monkey and began to tend to the bloodstains that marred the room. Given that both flora and fauna had undergone mutation, the sanguine scent could potentially attract other lurking dangers, necessitating prompt action. Jiang Fanyin studied for quite a while before finally opening her eyes. Upon doing so, she was met with two concerned faces, and a hint of a smile graced her lips. My friends, it seems we may soon venture forth from our mountain abode. Let us embark on a grand endeavor. Her veins surged with excitement once more. Have you discovered something? Shun Junyao's approach to problem-solving was always incisive and unique. Haven't the creatures outside already undergone mutations? The flora and fauna beyond have certainly transformed as well. However, for them to evolve further, they must consume the energy and flesh of other mutated beings. Our plan for guarding the tower must be altered. This time, we shall take the initiative. Jiang Fanyin's mind was always clear, and she would forever choose actions that were most advantageous to them in the present moment. Deep within, she harbored other thoughts. Having experienced a previous life, she knew that certain crystals could awaken extraordinary abilities when absorbed by humans. However, in her past life, she had been ill for far too long to recall how those crystals were produced. Thus, it was prudent for them to venture outside. Initially, they had resolved to guard the tower to prevent an insect plague, and now that the crisis was averted, it was time to engage in battle once more. Even without heading to the base, their capabilities would allow them to survive in the outside world. Upon her statement, Jiang Muse was the most exhilarated. This young man had longed to test his abilities in real combat, but suitable opportunities had been elusive. Now that his sister had finally relented, he naturally raised both hands in agreement. Excellent. Let's pack our belongings and depart immediately. It will be splendid to venture out, and perhaps we might discover opportunities to awaken our extraordinary powers. His excitement was evident, and even Shen Junyao could perceive it, offering a resigned smile and a nod of consent. As long as he was with her, he had no objections to wherever they might go. The ease with which both of them agreed momentarily startled Jiang Fanyin, yet she chose to remain silent and allowed the two to gather their belongings. Jiang Muse deliberately donned his well-worn military backpack, its bulging contents a mystery to all. Meanwhile, Shen Junyao had already returned to pack his belongings. Jiang Fanyin carried a substantial bag, primarily filled with snacks and essentials for watching dramas, having casually tossed a few articles of clothing inside for the sake of discretion. She even brought along a cat carrier, in which the adorable little cat, Xiao Yi, nestled comfortably. Its large, bright eyes sparkled with innocence, so charming that Jiang Fanyin couldn't resist taking it out and cradling it in her arms. "Sister, what should we do if we can't take these two little creatures with us?" Jiang Muse swiftly approached, scratching his head in exasperation as he observed the Luo and the banana wolf. Ever since he witnessed the true capabilities of these two creatures, he could no longer underestimate them. However, as they prepared to venture out, the question of how to transport them loomed large, especially with the banana wolf being quite cumbersome. Xiang, follow Xiang, do not abandon Luo. Luo seemed to comprehend their words, mistaking them for a prelude to abandonment. In an instant, it ensnared her wrist with its vines, erupting into a heart-wrenching wail. The vines themselves began to exude moisture, visibly dripping down. The banana wolf, though more composed, was not entirely unaffected. Its voice trembled with anxiety. I too wish to accompany my master. I shall not leave my master." Originally, it had been relegated to a mere decorative piece in a supermarket by cruel humans, receiving little care. And it was only when Jiang Fanyin discovered it that it clung to the last vestiges of life. Its resentment towards humanity rendered it silent even after being rescued. Yet this human, Xiang, was different. She genuinely tended to it, yet it still found itself speaking ill of its master behind her back, even inciting that foolish little one. Surely, its master must have decided against bringing it along because of this, leading to a future devoid of delectable energy water. It felt like a bad plant, weeping softly. "Master, I was wrong. I shall never speak ill of you again. Please do not abandon me." Jiang Fanyin cast a somewhat exasperated glance at the instigator, and with a single remark, he utterly shattered the spirits of the two little ones. Truly remarkable. Jiang Muse was oblivious to the piercing gaze from his sister as he curiously observed the droplets cascading from the plant named Lolo, feeling quite astonished. Goodness, these plants have indeed undergone remarkable transformations. Not only can they comprehend our speech, but they even shed tears. How utterly enchanting. Chapter 39. Beneath the silence, currents surge Lolo. Please don't cry. You are one of the little ones in our family. How could we ever leave you behind? We are merely contemplating how to take you along, Jiang Fanyin admitted, grappling with the dilemma of how to transport the two little beings. She pondered whether it would be feasible to place them in her space. However, that would complicate explanations to Shen Junyao about their absence. Banana Wolf, having resided in the human realm for an extensive period, quickly discerned her concerns and began offering suggestions. "Master, if you could provide us with a bit more energy water, we could evolve and subsequently detach from our pots, becoming smaller." Lolo can become smaller. But Lolo does not want to leave Xiang. Lolo seemed to find a solution that ensured she would not be abandoned, immediately pressing against Jiang Fanyin's wrist, nodding in agreement, and ceasing to excrete moisture from her body. Jiang Fanyin's eyes sparkled with delight at this unexpected boon. It would surely facilitate her future contracts with entities. She recalled that in her previous life, those extraordinary plants seemed to move independently of the soil. How convenient that would be, given the simplicity of the method. She felt no inclination to keep it to herself, and promptly instructed her brother to bring both little creatures into her room. After sending her brother off to wait for Shen Junyao, she retrieved the spiritual spring water and diligently watered the two little beings until they signaled for her stop. The transformation of the two creatures was remarkably evident, as both plants radiated an otherworldly brilliance. Lolo emanated a resplendent white light, while Jiao Tailing shone with a vibrant green luminescence. The tendrils and leaves of both little beings unfurled, clearly reveling in their newfound comfort. Jiang Fanyin did not wait long. Soon, the radiance enveloping them completely retracted, and they began to stir once more. WWIII was the first to regain her enthusiasm, directly uprooting her stem from the pot. With a charming shake, she dislodged the soil from her leaves and playfully entwined herself around WWII's wrist, forming a delicate green bracelet adorned with several leaves. The verdant vine bracelet accentuated her fair wrist, rendering it even more exquisite. Meanwhile, Jiao Tailang also extricated his root stem and ascended to the crown of her head, transforming into a palm-sized leaf nestled within her hair. Jiang Fanyin approached the full-length mirror to observe her reflection, and to her surprise, there was nothing amiss. Her hair was elegantly styled in an updo secured with a hairpin, and even with the addition of the banana wolf, it appeared utterly unremarkable. Her clothing concealed her wrists, rendering any signs undetectable. The two little companions were quite astute. Casting a glance around her room, she waved her hand with a flourish, and all belongings were swiftly gathered, leaving behind only the bare walls. Even the air conditioning unit embedded in the wall was absorbed into the space. Once she had tidied up, she emerged to find Shun Junyao had arrived, carrying a large bag. Neither of them intruded upon her privacy, instead choosing to wait quietly on the sofa in the living room. "How did it go, sister?" Jiang Muse inquired, curious about the whereabouts of the two little creatures. Peering around inquisitively. "Behold," Jiang Fanyin replied, showcasing the green bracelet that had transformed from Lolo on her wrist and gesturing towards the banana wolf nestled beside her hairpin, clarifying the hiding spots of the two little companions. Jiang Muse gazed around, finding everything quite intriguing, even reaching out to touch, which provoked a flurry of indignation from the two little ones. "Who touched my bottom?" exclaimed Jiao Tailang in anger, feeling that someone was trying to take advantage of him. "Ah, Xiang, someone is touching me. It's that annoying little brother." Jiang Fanyin was nearly amused to the point of laughter by these few rascals. The name Annoying Brother, given to Jiang Muse by WWIII, stemmed from the fact that little Zhe had previously referred to her as a broken grass, prompting the little one to hold a grudge and bestow upon him an irksome name. "Enough now. Stop touching," Jiang Fanyin said with a smile, gently pressing down on her brother's hand, as the two little ones claimed he was taking advantage of them. Jiang Muse immediately withdrew his hand, his expression somewhat ineffable. The notion that plants could take advantage of others was indeed a novelty to him. He felt that ever since his sister had forged a pact with these two little beings, he had gained a wealth of knowledge. Shen Junyao observed the two engaged in conversation, both faces adorned with smiles. Since they were all prepared, he inquired if they had any particular destination in mind. "Let us head to City A," Jiang Fanyin proposed, recalling that the government rescue personnel had previously mentioned the area was developing quite well. She had already set her sights on this objective when she decided to leave. Once they had gathered their belongings, they descended directly. Shun Junyao carried a large backpack and held a leash for the dog, contemplating whether to let Xiao Bai run free. But considering that Jiang Fanyin might wish to carry the dog, he opted to dress it in a little outfit and shoes. Xiao Yi nestled in Jiang Mu's arms, while he held an empty cat carrier. As the pair descended a few floors, Jiang Fanyin casually concocted an excuse about having forgotten something and turned back. Passing the 16th floor, she noticed all the doors ajar. She seized the opportunity to enter and scavenge anything of use, clearly observing that Shun Junyao had left behind numerous items. Among them were several valuable possessions, allowing her to reap a considerable advantage. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, she thoroughly rummaged through the 16th floor before finally finishing up on the 17th. On their way down, she even emerged from the parking garage on the first floor driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, albeit slightly dusty. This was a vehicle she had discreetly prepared for their journey. Shun Junyao suspected she harbored secrets, but never pressed her for details, which relieved Jiang Fanyin. The group climbed into the car and set off toward City A. After enduring several calamities, the city remained eerily silent, even in the early morning hours. Yet beneath the stillness, a current of tension lurked. As the engine roared to life, individuals surged from the houses flanking the road, some brazenly blocking the street in an attempt to force them to halt. It was evident that their intention was robbery. However, the group was undeterred. Instead of stopping, they accelerated, unleashing their resolve as the car surged forward. The assailants were taken aback by their fierce determination. Even with several individuals obstructing their path, the vehicle continued unabated. As the car approached within mere meters of them, the would-be robbers, pale with fear, hastily scrambled to the roadside. Shun Junyao pressed the accelerator to the floor, leaving the foul stench and decay of the neighborhood far behind. Jiang Fanyin sat in the passenger's seat, observing with unwavering composure. In the face of life and death, no one is free from the fear of mortality. The Mercedes glided along the road, and although merely a little over a month had passed, the world had undergone a complete transformation. Chapter 40. There are many, so many people. The once thriving streets now lay in ruins, with numerous storefronts having their windows shattered, revealing the chaos within, evidence of thorough looting. Scattered along the roadside were abandoned vehicles, some still stained with blood. This is the grim reality of a post-apocalyptic world, where rules and morals have lost their grip. In stark contrast to the world before the catastrophe, the trees now tower higher than ever, their growth unabated. Even the grass in the green belts has surged forth, while wildflowers sway in the breeze, their blooms as large as a child's face, evoking a sense of dread. My heavens, have these plants mutated so dramatically? Jiang Muse sat in the car, simultaneously soothing Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai, while astonishedly observing the surroundings, resembling a child unaccustomed to the world. In contrast, Shun Junyao and Jiang Fanyin remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no signs of agitation, as if they were entirely accustomed to the scene. However, it was not long before they encountered a spiked strip designed to thwart vehicles, clearly indicating that they had encountered a group specializing in obstructing cars. Jiang Fanyin immediately recognized the situation, and naturally, Shun Junyao did as well. Without even pausing, he accelerated, skillfully leaping over the spiked strip, entirely disregarding it. This left the individuals concealed in the roadside bushes utterly astounded as they watched the vehicle glide away with such nonchalance. Once they regained their composure, they erupted in anger, cursing, and some even crushed the grass nearby in frustration. How infuriating it was for such a plump prize to escape their grasp. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. After all, who knew if others were trailing behind? This vehicle appeared to be beyond the reach of ordinary hands. No wonder they had seen through their ruse so effortlessly. Their inability to capture it might indeed be a blessing in disguise. These bandits had only been lying in wait to procure some food and supplies, and risking their lives for such trivial gains was hardly worthwhile. Unbeknownst to them, perhaps due to her alluring fragrance, they had not only encountered robbers along their journey, but also faced numerous mutated plants and creatures. Fortunately, the initial threats were simple enough that Jiang Muse and Shun Junyao had dealt with them before Jiang Fanyin even needed to intervene. Sister, could it be that you've also undergone some mutation, attracting all this trouble? Jiang Muse pondered, recalling how his sister had warned them earlier about potentially drawing attention. A caution they had not taken seriously until now, an occurrence that seemed utterly absurd. Reflecting on Lolo's incessant chatter about her delightful fragrance, Jiang Fanyin felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could she admit the reason behind it? Shun Junyao, however, remained unfazed, smiling as he observed the two converse while continuing to drive. Several hours had passed since they left the residential area, and their journey had not been without its challenges. Now hunger gnawed at them, signaling it was time to find a quiet place to dine. Before long, they discovered a rare, clean spot and allowed the two little ones to stretch their legs, ensuring they stood guard while the adults enjoyed their meal. Festi. I want some energy water. Master, I also want water. The two little creatures, having journeyed with them, were parched and, upon reverting to their original forms, began to nuzzle Jiang Fanyin affectionately. The cool touch of the green vines tugging at her wrist was rather pleasant, and with an endless supply of spirit spring water in her space, she was more than happy to indulge these two companions. All right, be good now, Jiang Fanyin said as she retrieved several water dishes from her backpack, filled them with spirit spring water, and distributed them.
ensuring that even Xiaobai and Xiaoyi were not overlooked. The two little ones, perhaps having indulged in too much spirit spring water recently, were now craving this particular flavor. Their keen noses detected the scent, and they darted to her side, circling her eagerly. Their impatience was truly amusing. Jiang Fanyin helplessly arranged several plates for them, only pouring the spiritual spring water once she confirmed they were settled. Setting the rules for drinking water from the very beginning was imperative. Otherwise, these little creatures would become increasingly difficult to manage. So much energy water. After drinking, Luo can grow again and grow to protect the fragrant one. Does the master really need your protection? Isn't there still me around? I will surely become stronger than you. Jiang Fanyin was unable to comprehend the utterances of the animals, yet Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai, while sipping their food, were likely declaring their unwavering loyalty, much like the two little creatures. She cast a fleeting glance and chose to disregard it. The lunch was readily prepared. It appeared as though she was extracting items from her bag, but in truth, they were drawn from her spatial realm. Each of the three had a thermal container, filled with rice, vegetables, and soup, and a gentle plume of steam wafted upward upon the lids being lifted. Oh, how delightful the aroma was! One could instantly surmise that it was prepared by Xiao Zhe. Shen Junyao casually selected a thermal container as well, discovering it contained spicy stir-fried cabbage and a delectable egg tomato soup that looked utterly appetizing. Jiang Fanyin does not indulge in seaweed. Thus Jiang Muse has, for many years, grown accustomed to preparing tomato and egg soup. The thermos was casually taken by Jiang Fanyin, resulting in a delightful variety of dishes within. The group even charmingly spread a picnic blanket across the grass, transforming their lunch into a delightful outdoor feast, elevating the experience significantly. They conversed amiably while savoring their meal, basking in a rare moment of leisure. Luo, a small bundle of cuteness, stood her watch for only a brief moment before darting towards Jiang Fanyin, collapsing in a soft heap upon her lap and playfully rolling about, seeking affection. Come here for some cuddles, Xiang. Jiang Fanyin was initially enjoying her meal when she was unexpectedly amused, wondering where this little one had learned such endearing antics. It seems she has become increasingly adept at charming those around her. Jiang Muse gazed longingly at the plants, yearning to touch them. However, after his last encounter where he was reprimanded by these flora for his impulsive touch, he hesitated. He certainly did not wish to be branded a rogue in the mouths of these plants, for the disgrace would be unbearable if word spread among other botanical beings. Alas, he wished he possessed a plant companion, one that could at least allow him to understand the language of plants. Seeing her in this state, Shen Junyao felt a surge of joy, realizing that she was genuinely enjoying herself this time, which was delightful. Just as they finished their meal and were tidying up, a sudden roar pierced the air, reminiscent of a nearby battle between humans and mutated beasts. Before Shen Junyao and Jiang Fanyin could react, Luo and the others had already begun relaying vital information. Xiang, there are people. So many people. Master, a group has encountered mutated animals nearby. Those individuals may not be their match, reported Jiao Tailang, providing the most pertinent information swiftly. It was a mutated dog nearing the 3rd level, which had been resting until disturbed by the team searching for supplies, leading to a skirmish with the soldiers. What do you think? Jiang Fanyin conveyed the information to them, seeking their opinions. If they were merely ordinary citizens, she might have hesitated, as there was a significant risk of becoming entangled in further conflict after rescuing them. However, these were soldiers, brave men and women who had shed blood for their nation. They had endured much suffering and deserved not to perish here. Then let us rescue them. Shen Junyao was the first to suggest, seemingly perceiving her thoughts. Jiang Muse naturally had no objections, and the three of them swiftly resolved to rescue the person in peril. Recognizing the urgency of their mission, they quickly tidied up the traces of their presence before hastily driving toward the scene. Meanwhile, not far away on the desolate plains, the situation had reached a critical juncture. Wang Chong once again conjured a shield of ice, desperately deflecting the claws of the mutated hound, his complexion growing increasingly pale. He was the only one in their team who had successfully awakened his abilities, yet by using the ice shield to protect his companions, he found himself unable to launch any counterattacks, rendering him utterly constrained. This is hopeless. Its hide is far too thick to penetrate. One soldier lamented. Indeed, even bullets are ineffective. The soldiers continued to aim at the mutated hound, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. But for a creature that had nearly evolved to the third tier, their efforts were akin to mere tickling, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Some had considered launching a close-range assault with daggers, yet before they could even strike, the hound's tail swept them aside, narrowly avoiding its claws. As he lay on the ground, injured, there was no time for anyone to attend to him. Damn it, you're no match for it. I'll hold it off with the ice shield. You all need to get in the car and leave. Hurry. Wang Chong noticed their plight, increasing the output of his powers while urging them to escape. Behind him, several soldiers widened their eyes in alarm, shaking their heads vigorously. No, we won't abandon you. Your abilities have awakened. You have a means to survive in this alternate realm. Don't worry about us. Just go. Another urged. Yes, Brother Wang, you must leave. We have already been a burden long enough. Can't you take care of yourself at this critical moment? Just go, we'll manage. Their urgency was palpable, with some even brandishing daggers in another attempt to confront the mutated hound. Wang Chong, filled with anxiety, maintained the ice shield while exerting his last vestiges of strength to pull them back with icy tendrils. You fools, come back this instant. You're no match for it. He could see clearly that these reckless individuals were charging forward with a death wish. Even if they managed to injure the mutated hound, it would retaliate, and he wouldn't be able to protect them in that eventuality. Once they were safe, he vowed to give them a proper scolding. As he had feared, their attacks failed to harm the mutated hound, only serving to enrage it further. The creature, having undergone a grotesque transformation, had swelled to several times its original size. And now a massive claw came crashing down, accompanied by a rancid gust of wind, striking mercilessly. Wang Chong's eyes widened in horror. He realized that if this blow landed, his comrades would surely perish on the spot. No, it was at this moment that Jiang Fanyin and the others emerged, as tendrils surged forth to ensnare the mutated dog's claws directly. Some even resorted to the most unscrupulous tactics, launching a sudden ambush. Jiang Muse thrust his Tang Dao mercilessly into the rear of the mutated dog. There was no other choice. After all, this creature had relentlessly assaulted the ice shield with its forepaws, leaving him with the unfortunate view of a foul-smelling backside, compelling him to abandon all notions of chivalry. The most sensitive part of its anatomy had been struck, an agonizing torment that no being could endure, let alone the injured mutated dog, which howled in pain and writhed, even forsaking the ice shield in its proximity to turn and attack them. Wang Chong, fearing for his comrades' lives, felt tears welling in his eyes, only to witness the sudden arrival of several individuals. These newcomers not only liberated his brethren from peril, but also initiated an assault on the mutated dog. He was unaware of their identities, yet anyone appearing at such a critical moment could potentially be a savior. Overjoyed, Wang Chong shouted to them, "Please be cautious. This beast's claws may be venomous." Though he had not known this prior, the noxious odor that accompanied the creature's attacks led him to suspect toxicity. "Luo, be careful." Jiang Fanyin, with her keen ears, immediately cautioned Luo. While she had faith in her precious Luo's healing abilities to withstand poison, she was still concerned about the pain of injury. "Don't worry, Xiang, Luo is quite formidable." Luo, having exited the residential complex, was brimming with excitement and even took the initiative to attack the mutated dog. Vivid green vines erupted from her form, enveloping the mutated creature in a verdant sphere. The mutated dog, frantic to break free, struggled against its restraints. However, with Luo's enhanced abilities, she conjured an abundance of vines that ensnared it tightly, rendering it unable even to lift its claws. After a final defiant howl, it was ultimately consumed by Luo. This marked Jiang Fanyin's inaugural sighting of Luo devouring the flesh and blood energy of an animal, an experience both astonishing and somewhat terrifying. The once mighty mutated dog visibly diminished under her voracious feeding, leaving behind nothing but a skin hanging from the tips of the vines. Jiang Muse let out a disdainful oomph, remarking, "Luo Luo, you truly have no discerning taste. Why on earth are you hanging that thing up? You should dispose of it at once. Are you intent on giving my sister a fright?" Jiang Fanyin cast a fleeting glance at her younger brother, opting for silence. It was her first encounter with such a sight, and while it did not instill fear, it undeniably marred the visual experience. "Don't be afraid, Xiang Xiang. Luo Luo will protect you. Luo Luo is very strong." Luo Luo took these words to heart, promptly extending her vines to hurl the dog's skin far away. She even took the extra step of gently brushing her vines against the grass before retracting them, resolutely declaring her commitment to safeguarding her. Shen Junyao furrowed his brow, casting a more disdainful glance at Jiang Muse. Chapter 42. Zhanghai Base. He subtly distanced himself, unable to restrain a remark. "Perhaps you should cleanse the knife in your hand before anything else. Couldn't you have chosen a more suitable spot for that? The stench you emit is truly unbearable." The mutated dog, whether due to its transformation or not, exuded a foul odor that was overwhelmingly repugnant. Jiang Muse noticed his sister frowning in response, and only then did he realize the foul odor emanating from himself. The stench was so unbearable that it nearly made him retch. He looked pitifully at his sister. "Sister, I'm not clean anymore, woo." How could it be that her foolish younger brother, after staying at home for too long, seemed to have lost a bit of his wits? Jiang Fanyin, with a hint of helplessness, retrieved a bottle of air freshener from the backpack behind her. After vigorously spraying it several times, she finally restored her normal breathing. Wang Chong had just retracted his ice shield. Prolonged use of his abilities had left his complexion somewhat pale. After taking a deep breath, he hurried over. After assessing the three individuals before him, he began to express his gratitude. "I, Wang Chong, captain of the Nighthawk Team's 3rd Squad, extend my heartfelt thanks to the brothers who saved my life. If it is not too much trouble, please share your names. I assure you that this debt will be repaid in the future." He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Had these individuals not unexpectedly intervened to attack the mutated dog, his foolish brothers would surely have met their demise on the spot. Such a life-saving grace must be remembered. "It is nothing. We merely acted in accordance with our principles." Jiang Muse chuckled lightly, dismissively waving his hand. The way you fought just now was truly magnificent. It is such a pity that I couldn't capture it on video. What a regret indeed." Jiang Fanyin remained silent, gently beckoning her companion Luo Luo, who obediently drew closer. Their intimacy evident without words. "It turns out that among you there exists a wood element ability user. How remarkable. Your earlier display of skill was both swift and decisive." Wang Chong has always held a deep admiration for the strong, and even now, as he himself has become powerful, that admiration persists. The other comrades surrounding him exhaled in relief, their trepidation easing as they immediately gathered around him. Jiang Fanyin smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further. Now that she had stepped into the open, she had no desire to conceal her extraordinary abilities. In such circumstances, only those endowed with strength would garner respect. Demonstrating her capabilities appropriately was the most effective form of camouflage, especially since she possessed more than just a single extraordinary plant and, moreover, a formidable prowess in combat. Shen Junyao cast a glance towards them, but remained silent. This had been their agreement from the outset. Both would adopt a demeanor of depth, leaving the task of eliciting information to Jiang Muse, who appeared to be the most astute among them, making his inquiries all the more credible. "By the way, how is it that you encountered mutated animals here?" Jiang Muse inquired with curiosity. Upon mentioning this matter, Wang Chong felt somewhat helpless, as he had not concealed much from them out of gratitude. "We undertook a mission to hunt first-level extraordinary plants and beasts, hoping to earn some points to exchange for crystal stones. With those stones, our comrades could awaken their powers to safeguard themselves. However, we did not anticipate encountering a 3rd-level beast." A look of relief crossed his face, had it not been for their timely intervention. He feared that his companions might not have survived. Truly, they were fortunate. Jiang Fanyin accurately captured the critical information and immediately raised her gaze to inquire. "What is a crystal stone?" Having encountered crystal stones in her past life, she was naturally familiar with them. However, having just stepped out of the community, it was only reasonable that she appeared completely oblivious to both Shen Junyao and the others, as well as to these individuals. Jiang Muse cast a curious glance. Puzzled by the object in question, Wang Chong, taken aback by the inquiry, finally spoke. You are unaware of the crystal stones? They are formed in the brains of mutated beasts. We stumbled upon an experiment that revealed these stones can awaken human abilities, which is why they have become exceptionally sought after. He scrutinized them with intrigue, despite their impressive prowess and the presence of a peculiar plant. It was indeed strange that they were oblivious to the existence of crystal stones. Such a phenomenon is truly remarkable, Jiang Muse exclaimed, stroking his chin in astonishment, before suddenly realizing with a shriek, Ah? Does that mean the mutated dog we encountered earlier also contained a crystal in its brain, and it was absorbed by Luo? Oh dear, how regretful! He lamented, feeling a pang of sorrow. He too wished to awaken his own abilities, as it was unreasonable for him to always rely on his sister as protection. Meanwhile, Wang Chong awkwardly scratched his head, recalling how they had so readily allowed that peculiar plant to drain energy, assuming they had already activated their abilities and were unconcerned about such matters. Little did he know that they were entirely unaware of the existence of crystal stones. It was no wonder they had appeared so indifferent earlier. Jiang Fanyin cast a fleeting glance at her regretful younger brother, remaining silent. With outsiders present, there were certain matters she could not articulate. The crystal within the mutated dog held no value for the alien plant. Rather, Luo found it amusing and thus concealed it within her own being, intending to present it to her privately. Luo discovered something delightful, and has reserved it all for Xiang to enjoy. Jiang Fanyin, cradling her little pet Lu, was in exceptionally high spirits. Her beloved little exotic plant truly was the finest and most endearing companion. Jiang Muse did not remain dejected for long. He quickly regained his cheerful disposition. At least they had discovered the existence of such precious crystals, ensuring they would not miss out next time. After all, it was merely a matter of acquiring crystals. They could hunt more exotic beasts to make up for it, for they were all quite formidable. Given the capabilities of their group, obtaining crystals should prove to be an effortless endeavor, rendering any sense of loss trivial. Wang Chong also smiled, a flicker of envy passing through his eyes. Although he had fortuitously awakened his own powers, his companions had yet to do so. May I inquire which base you hail from? Shen Junyao asked with curiosity. Wang Chong felt an inexplicable familiarity in his demeanor and, while responding, inquired. Our Night Eagle team is from the Jianghai base. May I ask which base you belong to? I noticed that you exude a distinct military aura. Could it be that you, too, are a soldier like us? Jiang Fanyin was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent. This was ultimately a matter from his past. Whether he wished to disclose it or not, it was not her place to bring it up. I spent a few years in the military, but now I am just an ordinary person, Shan Junyao remarked, his demeanor unchanged, speaking with a nonchalance that belied the personal nature of his words. We had only just exited the community and were still unfamiliar with the circumstances outside. Why don't we all return to the base together? Chapter 43. The child has grown. Shan Junyao remained silent, his gaze directed towards Jiang Fanyin. Naturally, these matters were hers to concern. It did not matter where they went, as long as they were together. Jiang Fanyin cast a glance at the two and fell into contemplation. Initially, her decision to visit the base in City A stemmed from the knowledge that it was the largest base in the nation in her past life. Naturally, she aimed to seek out the best. However, she had yet to reach the base in City A and instead encountered individuals from the Jianghai base first. Given this unexpected turn of events, it seemed prudent to explore this base. After all, the facilities were generally comparable, and familiarizing themselves with it would be quite beneficial. With this realization, a smile broke across her face. There was no harm in taking a look. Yet, she pondered whether there were any prerequisites for entering the base. She recalled that a certain amount of food supplies was typically required. As anticipated, Wang Chong's tone became notably gentler, even cautious, as he explained that entry to the base could be temporary or permanent, contingent upon the provision of a specified amount of food supplies. This was an unavoidable necessity, as food scarcity in the post-apocalyptic world was extremely severe to the extent that even those who had become superhumans could not ameliorate the situation. Indeed, it aligned perfectly with her memories. Jiang Fanyin nodded silently before speaking her agreement. Since we have no pressing matters, it would be prudent to visit the base and ascertain the situation there. This indicated her intention to accompany them. Wang Chong beamed with joy. Their current location was still quite a distance from a base, and the journey back would undoubtedly present numerous dangers. Having a few companions on the road would enhance their safety significantly. The group swiftly gathered their belongings and prepared to depart. "Wow, Brother Shun, your vehicle is quite impressive," exclaimed a younger soldier in Wang Chong's team, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the car with stars in his eyes. Recently, the floods had receded, and the suddenness of the calamity had undoubtedly claimed many luxury cars. This vehicle, clearly unscathed by water, was evidently well preserved. Fortunately, the car had been sealed shortly after purchase, and no one anticipated the flood would strike so soon. To their surprise, it had remained completely dry inside, a stroke of luck indeed. Jiang Fanyin smiled gently and briefly recounted the car's story. The boy named Yunxi, clearly still a child at heart, admired the vehicle with childlike innocence, affectionately touching it as if it were a treasured possession. "Isn't it beautiful? My sister has exquisite taste," Jiang Muse thought to himself, suspecting that the car had been stored in his sister's space for safekeeping. Otherwise, it would not have remained in such pristine condition. Yet, some things were best left unspoken, and they both understood the importance of discretion in the presence of outsiders. Their sibling relationship was not concealed, and Wang Chong and his team were well aware of it. Wang Chong smiled at the pair, choosing not to elaborate further, and beckoned to Yunqi, saying, "Come on, let's get in the car. It's time to head back." The camaraderie among the group was unexpectedly warm, and it was indeed beneficial for little Qi to be close to such formidable individuals. Reluctantly, Yunqi climbed into the vehicle, glancing back repeatedly, prompting his teammates to shake their heads in exasperation. Despite the apocalypse, the boys' enthusiasm and affection for cars had shown no signs of waning. Jiang Fanyin and the others also boarded the vehicle, and Wang Chong had arrived by car as well, so there was no need to worry about space constraints. The two vehicles proceeded in tandem towards the base. Although Luo initially wished to accompany the cars, Jiang Fanyin, feeling a pang of affection, took the little one into her arms. Consequently, Luo transformed into a diminutive form and nestled onto Jiang Fanyin's shoulder, occasionally swaying her delicate branches, which was utterly charming. This journey may not be entirely peaceful, so both of you should remain vigilant. Jiang Fanyin leisurely sat in the back seat, with Luo perched on her shoulder. The mischievous Jiao Tai laying atop her head, and little E cradled in her arms, embodying an exquisite sense of relaxation. Earlier, they had exchanged casual remarks with Wang Chong, and although these individuals were ostensibly on a mission, their conversation revealed that they had been prodded by others into taking on this task, and this route was, in fact, publicly known. Jiang Fanyin speculated that they might have been led into a dead end, and it remained uncertain. Given that even a small squad faced such circumstances, it was likely that the base was far from tranquil. Fortunately, Wang Chong and his companions possessed commendable character, as they were acutely aware of the situation at hand. If it were not for his protection of those individuals, they would not have been able to await their rescue. Shen Junyao understood her implication, smiled, and remarked that it was a fine opportunity to witness the various entities lurking within this base. As the vehicle gradually distanced itself, the journey was anything but peaceful. Wang Chong and his team found themselves overwhelmed, battling the mutated flora and fauna while unable to suppress their grievances. What on earth was happening? Had they inadvertently disturbed their lair? Why did the skirmishes seem never-ending? During a brief respite in combat, Shen Junyao exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Fanyin, which likely conveyed a shared understanding, particularly given that their group included a veritable treasure in the form of a living Tang Sung. Jiang Fanyin felt a sense of helplessness. Initially, she had been skeptical of the words spoken by Jiao Tailang. However, as she traversed this journey, she found herself compelled to accept their veracity. Yet, within her heart, She harbored her own speculations. Could it be that the enigmatic stone was the catalyst, awakening her latent abilities and endowing her with the peculiar constitution akin to that of Tang Sung? Jiang Fanyin retreated slightly while holding Xiao Yi, refraining from engaging in the battle. With Shun Junyao and the others present, her involvement was rendered unnecessary. She was more suited to conceal her prowess. Luo, do your best and find beautiful gems for mommy, she encouraged with a cheerful smile, standing on the sidelines to offer support, even emphasizing her wishes to Luo. This was a term of endearment they had agreed upon, as she could hardly bear the thought of being addressed in overly affectionate terms herself. Luo is formidable. Find precious stones for Xiang, she urged. Luo's excitement was palpable as it unleashed its tendrils with unrestrained vigor, regardless of the number of mutated plants or animals that approached. Even Shun Junyao and Wang Chong's opponents were not spared, as it eagerly claimed them for itself. Jiang Fanyin exhibits no sense of guilt regarding the employment of child labor, her countenance adorned with a beaming smile. How delightful it is that the child has grown and can now earn treasures to support her mother. Speaking of which, it appears she has already accumulated several of those treasures. She occasionally takes the time to let her younger brother and the others have a try. Chapter 44. Inescapable. Jiang Fanyin failed to notice the leaves above her head stirring restlessly, yet ultimately managed to suppress her impulses. Alas, she yearned to absorb the vital energy of flesh and blood to elevate her existence. Having tasted the days devoid of nourishing essence, she was resolute in never returning to such a plight. Currently, the Master's affection was lavished upon the foolish little Lolo, compelling her to strive harder to showcase her worth. However, the Master had advised her to conceal her talents and refrain from unnecessary movements. At this moment, only the world of the injured Jiao Tailang was realized. Jiang Fanyin wore a smile on her face, even raising her hand to gently touch her head, subtly allowing a few drops of spiritual spring water to trickle from her fingertips. The banana wolf immediately delighted in absorbing it, utterly oblivious to the fact that its intentions had been discerned. In that fleeting moment, the aura of the space and the spiritual spring water was laid bare. In the distance, a colossal plant atop a mountain seemed to awaken, beginning to stir its limbs as if searching for something. After meandering for a while, it quickly fixed its gaze upon a specific direction and made its way there with determination. Luo and her companions swiftly dealt with all the incoming mutated flora and fauna. Those lacking in power and aggression were released, while the remaining ones were either left with only their skins after being drained of their crystalline essence or were directly surrendered to Luo for absorption. Perhaps due to the substantial absorption, the little creature's hue had become even more vibrant and emerald, appearing refreshingly delightful to behold. My goodness, this journey has indeed been tumultuous. Fortunately, with all of you by my side, otherwise we would have faced insurmountable challenges. Perhaps we would not even have made it back. During a moment of respite, Wang Chong felt a profound sense of trepidation, realizing that he had acted rather impulsively this time. Had they not encountered these individuals, he and his brothers would have been uncertain about how many of them would have survived this mission. Jiang Fanyin gently cleared her throat, unabashedly acknowledging her role. Even though she was the one who attracted these creatures to attack, like the coveted Tang Sung flesh. Shun Junyao found her demeanor somewhat amusing, lowering his gaze to conceal the mirth in his eyes. Jiang Muse retrieved some food from his bag and offered it to the two individuals. After their recent skirmish with the mutated flora and fauna, they were heavily stained with blood and had expended considerable energy, now focused solely on replenishing their strength. Miss Jiang, how do you care for these pets of yours? They are remarkably well-behaved, Wang Chong observed, a hint of envy evident in his gaze directed at the little creatures nestled in her arms, Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai. During their confrontation with the unwelcome guests, these two little beings had excitedly dashed into the fray, revealing that they too had undergone mutation, exhibiting a surprising degree of strategy in their movements. They were genuinely puzzled. One would assume that mutated plants and animals would naturally turn against humans. especially considering the government's prior experiments, which indicated that these altered creatures harbored an inexplicable aggressive gene that intensified their inherent ferocity. This phenomenon had led to a surge in the number of mutated animals, many of which had inexplicably turned on their owners, resulting in tragic deaths for numerous ordinary individuals at the hands of their beloved pets. However, the creatures in Jiang Fanyin's possession, whether they were mutated plants or beasts, exhibited an extraordinary docility, clearly well cared for. Although their group was small, their combat prowess was undeniably formidable. They eat and drink as they please. Perhaps I am simply kinder to them, which is why they are so well behaved, Jiang Fanyin mused, somewhat uncertain, yet it was true that her pets were remarkably obedient. Despite their eyes glowing a menacing red post-mutation, they did not display any inclination to attack her, remaining endearingly gentle. Wang Chong did not dwell on the matter further, casting a brief glance before quietly consuming his rations. The merits of others were inconsequential. It would be far better for them to strive and work diligently, unlocking their own latent abilities in due course. Jiang Fanyin took out some crispy snacks from her bag, having stored an array of treats in her space, including even Xiao's favorites, though he seldom indulged in them, ultimately benefiting her. As she relished her snacks with delight, a sudden voice echoed in her mind, laced with urgency. It was the voice of Jiao Tailing. Master, something powerful is approaching. Luo also twisted its tendrils closer to Jiang Fanyin. Xiang, a plan is coming, it's here. Jiang Fanyin furrowed her brow, subtly hastening her pace of consumption while earnestly inquiring about the situation. Can you sense what it is? How powerful is it compared to you and Luo? The leaves atop her head quivered slightly, as if attuned to some unseen presence. Ikansen sabit. It appears to be a mutated plant rather than an animal. Its speed is remarkable, seemingly approaching us rapidly, and its aura is quite formidable. I may not be a match for it. Jiao Tailong's voice carried a hint of despondency, yet he quickly regained his resolve. He must cling tightly to his master's leg. With a steady supply of energy, he could swiftly evolve. Is it indeed drawing nearer to them? Jiang Fanyin abruptly rose to her feet, her gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. She was most familiar with the few little ones at home. Although Jiao Taiyong rarely spoke, he was undoubtedly the proudest among them, never easily conceding that anyone surpassed him, especially not in her presence. If he were to make such an admission, it could only signify that the opponent was indeed formidable. Their little team would undoubtedly have to muster all their strength to confront this challenge. Her sudden movement naturally startled those around her, prompting Shan Junyao to rise as well and lower his voice to inquire what was amiss. Jiang Muse hastily approached, observing the serious demeanor of the two, and he too subdued the expression on his face. Sister, have you discovered something? Jiang Fanyin did not have the opportunity to speak to them, and instead raised her voice to address Captain Wang and his team. Captain Wang, how far are you from your base? In her mind, she was also inquiring about the situation of Luo and the others. You two should sense more carefully and see how long it will take for that creature to arrive. The two little ones fell silent and began to attune their senses. Wang Chong, being more experienced, sensed something amiss from her expression. He promptly stood up, calculated, and informed her, it's approximately 20 kilometers away. It's not far at all. If we drive at full speed, we should reach it in about 10 to 15 minutes. Their current mission was indeed somewhat remote, and the numerous encounters with mutated animals and plants had delayed them significantly. Otherwise, they would have arrived much earlier. At that moment, the two little creatures also provided their assessment. Master, its speed is quite rapid, and it is not far behind. If we attempt to flee, we may still be pursued. This meant that escape was no longer an option. Chapter 45. I seem to have become a pain-free mother. Don't be afraid. Xiang, Luo will protect you. Luo reassured, gently caressing her cheek with its tendrils, offering a warm comfort. Jiang Fanyin reached out to caress the leaves, acknowledging the situation. When she lifted her head, her expression turned serious and resolute. Everyone, prepare for battle. An extraordinary plant is approaching us, and it is formidable, set to arrive imminently. She felt a sense of helplessness, Although she was aware that her very presence attracted such unusual flora, she had never anticipated luring such a powerful entity. As her words hung in the air, the countenances of those present shifted dramatically. Wang Chong and his companions immediately rose to their feet, adopting defensive postures as they cast wary glances around, even tightening their grips on their weapons. They concluded that although Miss Jiang appeared delicate, her ability to command such numerous extraordinary plants and creatures indicated she was anything but ordinary. If even she deemed it strong, it must indeed be formidable. Jiang Muse instinctively tightened his grip on the tang knife. After several recent battles, he had become proficient in wielding it, executing each movement with remarkable ease. Should any adversary appear, he was confident he could dispatch them with a single stroke. Perhaps unbeknownst to him, the youthful, playful expression that once adorned his face had long since vanished, replaced by an air of resolute determination, just as his strength had evolved. So, too had he as a person. Jiang Fanyin had deliberately intended to train her brother, naturally hoping for his enthusiastic participation in the battle, and did not discourage his eagerness. Shen Junyao comprehended the implication of her words and immediately positioned himself protectively by her side. It appeared that this adversary was significantly more formidable than the previous batches of aberrant flora. This time, they would undoubtedly have to exert themselves to the utmost. Wang Chong's expression darkened considerably as he cautiously inquired, "Miss Jiang, if we hastily board the vehicle and accelerate, do you think we could evade that aberrant plant?" He still harbored a flicker of hope, for mutated flora and fauna were inherently far superior to humans, especially considering that their team comprised only him and Jiang Fanyin as the sole practitioners of extraordinary abilities. Thus, he was compelled to ensure the safety of his comrades, which inevitably constrained their offensive capabilities. A bitter smile crept across Jiang Fanyin's lips as she helplessly waved her hand, her voice ringing clear, "I'm sorry. It's too late." Almost simultaneously, another voice echoed in her mind, that of Jiao Tailang. "Master, be careful, it's coming." The alien plant approached swiftly, not even allowing Wang Chong the chance to inquire further, as a colossal silhouette loomed over the crowd. Jiang Fanyin had spent a few years at the Agricultural Academy, and though she refrained from boasting, her knowledge of plants was indeed commendable. Upon raising her gaze, she swiftly discerned the identity of the peculiar flora before her. It was a type of climbing peony, its verdant leaves and delicate pink blossoms exuding an extraordinarily vivid allure. However, its root stem was remarkably robust, even to the point of being somewhat intimidating. She helplessly rubbed her temples, contemplating the challenges posed by such a formidable specimen. Wang Chong, feeling a chill in his heart, immediately began to gather icy shards in preparation for an impending attack. His companions clustered around him, their vigilance fixed upon the strange plant, with some of the more hot-tempered among them already poised for confrontation. Jiang Fanyin furrowed her brows and urged them to cease their actions, imploring, "Wait a moment. Do not strike yet." Although Wang Chong harbored concerns for his comrades, he ultimately restrained those ready to engage in combat. After all, Miss Jiang was not an unreliable individual, and as an adept of wood-based abilities, there was a possibility that they could communicate through alternative means rather than resorting to violence. The reason Jiang Fanyin called to them was due to a message conveyed by Luo. Xiang seems to bear no malice. Luo, with her innate innocence, and having been nurtured by the spirit spring for an extended period, possessed a remarkable sensitivity to both benevolence and malevolence. Thus, the moment the peony appeared, she sensed its presence and promptly informed the frightened Jiang Fanyin. Jiang Fanyin remained oblivious to the fact that the little creature felt fear and was attempting to protect itself, promptly inquiring, Luo, why don't you ask it what it has come for?" She communicated this in her mind with Luo, yet Wang Chong and the others were unaware, cautiously guarding against the unusual plant while casting puzzled glances in her direction, uncertain of what had transpired. Before Luo could respond, another voice reached her ears. Mother, I have finally found you." Jiang Fanyin, known for her usual composure, now gazed in astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief as they fell upon the entwined peony before her. The voice that emerged was utterly foreign, so unfamiliar that it seemed to resonate from the very flower itself. As if sensing her scrutiny, the peony suddenly stirred, prompting Wang Chong and his companions to become instantly alert. Yet, to their surprise, the flower did not display any aggression. Instead, it gradually extended a vine, remaining rooted in place while the tendril slowly reached outwards. Wang Chong and his team were perplexed by the unfolding situation. Yet it was evident that the peony harbored no ill intent, leading to a noticeable easing of their defenses. Jiang Muse stared in bewilderment at the current situation, his gaze directed questioningly at the peony. What does this mean? I have drawn my blade, and you present me with this? Shun Junyao, with keen eyes, swiftly noticed that the tendril was extending toward Jiang Fanyin and discreetly positioned himself before her, his brow furrowed in concern. He understood that, to the exotic plant, she was a coveted prize, but he had not anticipated her allure to such creatures. Nonetheless, the peony before them did not appear as though it intended to devour her. The vines of the peony unfurled, eventually halting in front of Jiang Fanyin before curling into a tight coil and gradually blossomed into a flower. A flower? What is happening? The crowd was equally perplexed. Is this a gift for me? Jiang Fanyin hesitated momentarily, recalling the voice she had heard earlier, and could not help but speak aloud. Indeed, she witnessed the peony joyfully swaying its form, and even Wang Chong and the others felt for a fleeting moment, as if it were communicating with them. A flower, a gift from Mother. Jiang Fanyin's expression stiffened for a brief moment, her brow twitching with agitation. While she could tolerate the peculiar gifts bestowed upon her by these exotic plants, she earnestly wished they would refrain from bestowing upon her such bizarre names. The term fragrant already sounded rather unsettling, and now they had the audacity to call her mother. No matter how painless the experience of motherhood might be, she certainly could not assume the role of a plant's mother. Her rigidity did not escape the notice of Shun Junyao, who, observing her discomfort, furrowed his brow even tighter and leaned in closer, inquiring with concern, "What is the matter?" Jiang Fanyin cast a fleeting glance at him, chuckling softly as she plucked a flower and casually adorned her hair with it. "You might find it hard to believe, but it seems I have suddenly embraced the role of a mother." Chapter 46. Temporary Residence at the Base. Gazing at the enormous peony before her, she felt a twinge of headache. How should she navigate this situation? "You harbor no ill intentions towards us, do you?" "Mother. I must find my mother. My mother." That peony appeared to have been devoid of interaction for quite some time, its conveyed thoughts stammering yet unmistakably clear. This entity had intentionally sought her out. One might even say it had come specifically for her. At this point, even if she wished to masquerade as an ordinary, ineffectual ability user, it seemed she could no longer maintain the facade. Wang Chong and the others observed the peculiar exchange between the person and the plant, utterly bewildered. After all, this plant could not speak. "Miss Jiang, what on earth is happening? Is she frightened?" Someone could not restrain themselves and called out to her, "Miss Jiang, what is the situation here?" Jiang Fanyin gently massaged her temples, a slight ache pulsing within. She had a vague inkling of the circumstances. For some reason, that peony had approached her. Yet, she remained oblivious to its intentions, though it was likely not malevolent. After all, it was rare for any offspring to turn against their own mother. However, the current situation was not necessarily advantageous for her, especially with so many outsiders present. "Jiao Tailang, could you please communicate with it in a more amicable manner? Urge it to withdraw for the time being. We can address it once we are safe. Its presence here is rather conspicuous." Jiang Fanyin felt a sense of helplessness as she interacted with the plants, which were indeed straightforward in their dealings, placing her in a rather difficult position. The banana plant, eager to impress its master, immediately leapt down gently along her hair upon hearing the command, its movements so nimble that they aroused no suspicion. Taking advantage of the vehicle's cover, it gradually transformed back into its original form and rushed towards the peony from another direction. Wang Chong and the others stood in stunned silence, observing the unfolding situation with tense postures, their bodies rigid as they scrutinized the two plants. Goodness, they had indeed stumbled into the lair of the exotic flora. Otherwise, How could they have encountered so many unusual plants along the way? Before they could even address the entanglement with the climbing peony, now another beauty, the canna lily, had appeared. They were on the brink of collapse, paralyzed with fear, utterly unable to move. The presence of the canna lily diverted everyone's attention, and no one seemed to notice the discreet exchange of glances between Jiang Muse and Shun Junyao towards Jiang Fanyin. Not to mention, the creature before them was unmistakably familiar, suggesting that all was well. They both silently exhaled in relief. Though they could not comprehend the conversation among the plants, Jiang Fanyin possessed the ability to do so. Thus, the dialogue of entanglement between the canna lily and the climbing peony unfolded as follows. "Hey, you fool! How could you approach the master so directly? As a plant, one should not be so blunt. Can't we learn to be a little more subtle? Who are you? You carry the sin of my mother." Jiang Fanyin's face darkened upon hearing the words. What did it mean by having her essence? Could these plants not articulate their thoughts more clearly? Me? I am the beloved plant of your mother. Do you wish to become a good plant? Indeed, I aspire to be a good plant for my mother. I want to be with her. Thus, you must first leave with me. Otherwise, your mother will be in peril, and we can only seek her in secrecy. No, I cannot let my mother be in danger. I am strong. I will protect her. If you wish to safeguard her, you must hasten and come with me. Zhao Tailang felt as though he was about to act, yet ultimately he wrapped his tendrils in leaves, forcibly pulling the creature out of their sight. As they departed, Jiang Fanyin breathed a sigh of relief. She knew she must work harder to conceal her abilities. Fortunately, aside from her younger brother, no one else was aware of the relationship between the canna lily and herself, thus mitigating her suspicion. It seemed that everything was going to be all right. Shun Junyao concealed the amusement in his eyes, composed himself before finally speaking. Jiang Fanyin maintained her composure, nodding calmly, indicating that all was well. However, she suggested they swiftly return to the base, lest they encounter unforeseen complications. Her statement served as a direct reminder to Wang Chong and his companions. Wang Chong cast a sidelong glance at her, his eyes betraying a flicker of curiosity. Yet he refrained from probing further. Instead, he promptly called to his team, urging them to gather their belongings and prepare for departure. He was no fool. He recognized the peculiarities of the situation, yet he understood that in this apocalyptic era, everyone harbored their own secrets. Moreover, concealing certain truths from outsiders was hardly an extraordinary matter. Thus, he dismissed his concerns and led the group away. This time, they returned to the base unscathed. At the entrance, designated personnel conducted checks on all individuals entering and exiting, registering them and collecting any necessary fees. Upon their return, the staff exhibited little reaction. Their attention primarily focused on the vehicle and the individuals accompanying them, particularly the enchanting Luo Luo. With polite inquiries, one staff member approached, asking, "May I inquire about your purpose for visiting?" Wang Chong quickly interjected to provide clarification, stating, "They are our benefactors who came to our rescue and wish to explore our base. This Miss Jiang is also a wood-type ability user." "An ability user, you say?" "Our base extends a warm welcome to such individuals," the staff member responded, instantly donning a courteous smile, their demeanor friendly and harmonious. "We are pleased to accommodate both ability users and ordinary citizens. We can even offer you lodging and utilities, though a certain amount of supplies will be required. Might I ask if you are considering a temporary stay or a more permanent residence with us?" Jiang Fanyin was not the least bit surprised by their attitude, as she had become accustomed to it in her previous life. She gently nodded and inquired, "I wonder what the standards are here. How much material is required for temporary residence and permanent settlement?" The staff immediately responded with enthusiasm, providing her with details about the situation. Although the base accommodates both ability users and ordinary people, the treatment of these two groups is indeed markedly different. Ability users enjoy superior conditions. As long as they contribute a certain amount of food each month, they can reside here indefinitely. They have designated areas within the base where they can accept tasks. Upon completion, they earn corresponding points. These points can be exchanged for supplies or weaponry, and acquiring crystal stones allows for the exchange of even higher grade provisions and armaments. All in all, it seemed quite promising. Jiang Fanyin and her brother deliberated and ultimately decided to take up temporary residence. She turned directly towards the staff members. "Excuse me, could you assist us in registering for our temporary stay?" Chapter 47. None of your business. The staff displayed a standard smile and promptly began assisting them with the registration process. In truth, the registration was quite straightforward, merely requiring the recording of a name, age, and ability level. Ordinary individuals were exempt from this procedure. After each person had taken their turn to register, they proceeded to the next step of submitting their materials. Jiang Fanyin inquired about the amount of supplies that the three individuals were required to provide, yet the staff's response was rather peculiar. They simply instructed her to offer what she deemed appropriate. Furrowing her brows, she refrained from further comment and promptly unzipped her backpack. While it appeared as though she was rummaging through it, she was, in fact, retrieving provisions directly from her spatial storage. She selected 2 plump sausages, 2 packets of instant noodles, and even a bottle of mineral water. Hesitantly, she asked if this would suffice. The staff's eyes gleamed at the sight of the sausages, and they nodded vigorously in affirmation. It was hardly conceivable that it would be insufficient. Those sausages were thicker than fingers. In a post-apocalyptic era, the luxury of consuming white rice and meat was already a rarity, and here were these individuals possessing such coveted sausages. They were undoubtedly reaping a considerable windfall. Suppressing their salivation, the staff hastily presented her with several nameplates engraved with the words "Temporary Residence Permit," likely serving as identification akin to an ID card. She accepted them nonchalantly and slipped them into her pocket with an effortless motion. The staff hurriedly stashed their goods away beneath the table, anxious lest she reconsider and demand them back, even if they could not claim a substantial share of the meat. Surrendering it would grant them access to a plethora of desirable items. They felt they had truly struck gold that day. With this thought in mind, their demeanor towards Jiang Fanyin and her companions grew increasingly amiable. They even took the initiative to inform her of the locations where she could rent accommodations upon entering the base. Jiang Fanyin nodded appreciatively, then followed Wang Chong and the others into the facility. The management of the base was quite orderly. All vehicles, regardless of whether they belonged to leaders, ability users, or ordinary individuals, were required to be parked at the entrance, with no exceptions. The only aspect that pleased her was the absence of parking fees. As soon as the car was parked, Jiang Fanyin exited and was met with an indescribable gaze from Wang Chong, momentarily taken aback. With a smile, she inquired, "What is the matter? Why do you look at me like that?" "Miss Jiang, it is entirely my fault. I should have clarified with you beforehand that for the contribution of supplies, anything consumable would suffice. Those 2 sausages of yours are exceedingly precious and should not have been given away so freely." So it was because of that. Jiang Fanyin, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor, waved her hand dismissively, expressing that it was of no concern. After all, she had already relinquished her possessions, and regret was now futile. Moreover, her spatial inventory was exceedingly abundant, rendering this insignificant amount of items beneath her notice. Wang Chong, unaware of the other party's possession of such a remarkable storage tool, felt a pang of discomfort himself. However, seeing that the other party was unfazed, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. With a resigned sigh, he led them inside. As Jiang Fanyin strolled through the base, she took in her surroundings, noting the stark contrast between the base's environment and the outside world. It was evident that the area had been meticulously maintained. While it may not have been exceptionally beautiful, it was certainly pleasing to the eye. Along the roadside, numerous individuals could be seen, each distinguished by their attire. The majority of ordinary people were clad in tattered garments, lacking the means to repair their clothes, whereas the wealthy donned new outfits, often showcasing distinct styles. The disparity between rich and poor was glaringly apparent, prompting Jiang Fanyin to click her tongue in silent acknowledgement. The base housed a considerable number of buildings, yet they bore no signs of water damage, leaving one to wonder how the base maintained such preservation. Wang Chong took on the role of a diligent guide, thoroughly briefing her on the base's features, such as where to procure delectable food and drink, or where to undertake tasks in exchange for points, as well as which shops provided attentive service. As they conversed, they unexpectedly encountered a group of individuals coming their way.
This group, like them, had evidently just completed a task and emerged with points to show for it. The leader of this group was a young man in his 20s, not significantly younger than Wang Chong, though his sparse eyebrows and somewhat rogue demeanor suggested he was not of the most reputable character. Jiang Fanyin discerned a flicker of astonishment in the eyes of Wang Chong and his team upon their arrival, prompting him to narrow his gaze. It appeared that there were indeed profound depths within the base. "Ah, is that not Captain Wang?" he remarked. "You have returned rather swiftly." Chu Ping adjusted his glasses, his gaze penetrating and seemingly tinged with a shadowy glimmer. Wang Chong, upon noticing their demeanor, found no solace in their expressions, which were even more brooding than his own. He retorted with a sharpness that rivaled Chu Captain's swift tongue. "It is inevitable, as our second team possesses greater strength than your third. Frankly, you might as well merge with us. It would make our missions much more effortless. I truly do not understand why Captain Wang insists on holding out." Chu Ping's smile was genteel, tinged with an air of negotiation, presenting himself as anything but a villain. Yet, having known him for an extended period, Wang Chong was acutely aware of his true nature. He let out a cold scoff and countered without reservation. "Since Captain Chu is so eager for camaraderie, why not simply join our ranks? Then we would indeed be one family. Do you not enjoy feigning friendliness? Allow me to unveil the facade of hypocrisy." Jiang Fanyin observed intently from the sidelines, recognizing that Chu Ping was evidently more cunning than Wang Chong. Despite having already taken action against him, he still managed to feign camaraderie. She couldn't help but think that it was quite remarkable for Wang Chong to have survived for over a month under such circumstances. Chu Ping gently shook his head, gazing at Wang with a look of resignation, his tone softening as he spoke. "Captain Wang, you truly possess a sense of humor. But who might this individual beside you be?" His eyes roamed curiously over the two men and one woman accompanying Wang, a shadow of intrigue flickering within them. Setting aside all else, their striking appearance and demeanor indicated they were no ordinary individuals. How could such people be seen in the company of Wang Chong? Had they perhaps uncovered some formidable support? If that were the case, did it not render them even more formidable adversaries? Mind your own business. Chapter 48. Let it be selfish this one time. Wang Chong retorted without reservation, showing no regard for the presence of his subordinates. This unabashed response momentarily darkened Chu Ping's expression. Yet he quickly masked it, responding with a gentle tone. "Captain Wang, why must you always be so aloof? Aren't we good friends? If you treat your friends in such a manner, you might risk disappointing your new companions." Despite having been so openly disrespected, he still clung stubbornly to his attempts at sowing discord. Jiang Fanyin let out a scornful laugh, choosing to directly interrupt the conversation between the two. She had no time to indulge in their idle chatter, as her time was indeed precious. "You needn't concern yourself with my affairs. Simply manage your own." It seemed that Chu Ping had not anticipated such a sharp-tongued remark from such a beautiful woman, as his expression instantly froze, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Muse, standing nearby, let out an unrestrained laugh. "Who on earth is this fellow? How could he possibly assume that my sister would show him any leniency?" Shen Junyao wore a smile as well. It was only fitting that it be so. Ideally, he should maintain such an attitude towards all other females. Wang Chong and his companions also bore smiles, their spirits inexplicably lifted. It was quite exhilarating to witness this hypocrite rendered speechless by someone else. Jiang Fanyin had no time to engage in idle chatter with them. Her gaze was fixed directly on Captain Wang Chong, and her tone softened considerably. "Captain Wang, are you not going to enlighten us about the base? Perhaps we should expedite the handover of your mission, so we may explore other areas?" Wang Chong was equally inclined to proceed, promptly nodding in agreement. "Miss Jiang is absolutely right. Shall we set off now? There is no need to squander time with unfamiliar faces." The team members under Wang Chong stifled their laughter, for today their captain had indeed spoken with remarkable candor. Were it not for the individual before them, they would not have been provoked into accepting the perilous mission that nearly cost them their lives. Thankfully, Miss Jiang and her companions had arrived just in time to rescue them, making this individual the unwitting architect of their near demise. On the other hand, Chu Ping's subordinates were seething with rage,
Their expressions darkened with indignation. How can you speak so disrespectfully? Our captain is genuinely concerned for your well-being, yet you retaliate with such venom. Indeed, why the harsh words? If it weren't for the fact that we are all part of the Nighthawk team, who would even bother to acknowledge your third team? You lack combat prowess. The entire squad has but a single Esper among you. It is truly embarrassing. Wang Chong and his team exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, but refrained from retorting. Instead, they donned stoic expressions and departed alongside Jiang Fanyin, leaving their detractors behind without a hint of courtesy. As they walked away, Chu Ping's countenance darkened further, and he could not help but murmur to himself, "What on earth is happening? How could they have returned unscathed?" During his previous mission, he had overheard discussions regarding a formidable mutated dog lurking near that stretch of road, one that harbored hostility toward humans, attacking on sight. These accounts had come from a fortunate Esper who had narrowly escaped. The following day, he had discreetly dispatched a request to the mission management office, even orchestrating a provocation while Wang Chong and his team were present, successfully inciting them to accept the perilous task. Yet, he had not anticipated their triumphant return. His meticulously crafted plan had unraveled before his eyes, leaving him seething with frustration, unable to take any further action, and forced to return with a grim demeanor alongside his subordinates. Wang Chong would not be spared his wrath, nor would those who resided temporarily at the base alongside him. Indeed, Wang Chong proved to be an exceptional guide under his stewardship. Jiang Fanyin had encountered no misfortunes and had even received numerous privileges, indicative of his commendable rapport within the base. Whatever goods she sought, she secured at favorable prices. Jiang Fanyin, having remembered this act of kindness, decided to share a few precious crystals from her pocket as she departed. After all, with Luo and the others by her side, she was never short of such commodities. Given their collective prowess, acquiring crystals would be far more effortless for them. Thus, it seemed wise to cultivate a benevolent connection. Wang Chong, however, was taken aback by her generosity. The value of these crystals had soared in the market, and, for them, merely to purchase them would require considerable effort and sacrifice. These treasures were far too precious. How could he dare to accept them? He hurriedly declined, expressing his gratitude for her kind intentions. Jiang Fanyin was not one to push things around. She simply instructed her brother to hand the items to him and left without uttering a word. Before Wang Chong and the others could react, the other party had already departed, leaving him staring blankly at the items in his hands. "Captain, what should we do? Shouldn't we return these items?" One of them pondered. "Indeed, Miss Jiang and her team have saved our lives. We cannot simply take their belongings," another agreed. Logically, they ought to return the items. Yet, as Wang Chong observed his teammates, he found himself hesitating for the first time. Should he retain these items? After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately resolved to keep them, as they genuinely needed these crystals to enhance their teammates' abilities, and it was indeed Miss Jiang's goodwill. Perhaps he could indulge in this selfishness just once. "No, we must retain these items. They shall become our most precious treasures in our transformation." Jiang Fanyin was unaware that they had engaged in considerable psychological preparation for accepting gifts. At this moment, she was leading her younger brother and companions in search of a place to reside. They proceeded directly to the real estate agency, as all properties within the base were managed by this agency. If they wished to purchase a home, they would have to navigate the leasing process through them. The agent assigned to her was a mere teenager, yet his keen gaze and charming demeanor were quite endearing. He was currently smiling broadly as he guided them to view various properties, even politely inquiring about their specific requirements for the house. Jiang Fanyin's requirements for a house were quite simple. It merely needed to be clean, spacious, equipped with a garden, and include a pet room. After all, if she wished to bring forth the vegetables from her own space, she would require a reasonable and legitimate justification that would not arouse suspicion. You have indeed come to the right person. Chapter 49. Points for purchasing a house. The young boy, Chen Yu, was filled with delight, his eyes sparkling with a hint of pride. "I happen to possess a property that fit these criteria, a charming standalone villa." Although it was somewhat distant from the main entrance of the base, the surrounding environment was rather pleasant. In fact, right behind the house lay a tract of land suitable for cultivation. The only drawback was its proximity to the base's wall, making it vulnerable to incursions by exotic plants or creatures. Chen Yu proved to be quite sincere. He did not take advantage of their recent arrival to deceive them. Instead, he candidly shared both the advantages and disadvantages of the property, endearing himself to them with his honesty. Jiang Fanyin immediately took a liking to the tranquil surroundings. The seclusion alone captivated her, not to mention its proximity to the base's walls. When Maringio would sneak in with that peony later, they would likely go unnoticed. However, she refrained from expressing all her emotions openly. "Let's first inspect the venue," she suggested. The implication of her words indicated that they possessed the means to purchase the villa. Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he promptly led them to view the property. The situation was indeed as he had described. Jiang Fanyin carefully observed the surroundings and discovered a substantial expanse of vacant land behind the house. If they were to erect a wooden fence, it would truly transform into an expansive garden. Notably, it was a 3-story villa of considerable size. "What do you both think?" Jiang Fanyin inquired, genuinely fond of the environment, yet aware she could not make the decision alone. She turned to seek the opinions of her brother and Shen Junyao. Shen Junyao had no particular requirements regarding their residence and simply shook his head, stating, "I have no objections. You may decide." It was evident that the siblings shared a mutual fondness for this place, much to her delight. Jiang Muse beamed with delight as he gazed at the wooden stakes scattered throughout the villa's yard. While others might perceive them as mere refuse, to him, they represented invaluable tools for honing his skills. "Sister, I believe the location here is quite favorable and the view is pleasant as well. What do you think?" Not particularly impressive. Jiang Fanyin felt a twinge of helplessness. Her naive brother was indeed rather simple-minded, so readily revealing their financial capability to others. Who would make a decision to purchase a property after merely glancing at it a few times? Surely, one must engage in some haggling. However, since they had inadvertently exposed their ability to acquire the villa, Jiang Fanyin chose to conceal nothing further. Her gaze settled upon Chen Yu's face, her tone composed. "This villa seems to be quite challenging to sell. Hasn't it been on the market for some time? Given its difficulty in moving, I wonder if there are any discounts available?" To her surprise, it was truly astonishing that these individuals had the means to secure such a property. Chen Yu was overjoyed. If this deal were to materialize, he would earn a substantial commission. The agents at the firm often assigned him low commission listings, taking advantage of his youth. But in this moment, he felt grateful to them. After all, without their generosity, he would not have had the opportunity to seize such a significant deal. His excitement flushed his cheeks, and he stammered slightly, "Rest assured, as long as you are sincerely interested, I will ensure you receive the most favorable price for this property and strive to obtain all possible discounts for you." His sincerity was indeed palpable. Jiang Fanyin, having witnessed the most deplorable aspects of human nature, naturally harbors a preference for sincerity. Thus, she feels a degree of compassion for the child and readily agrees to the arrangement. "I shall entrust this matter to you, but I have but one condition. The process must be expedited." She is aware that within the base, one can only exchange items for points upon arrival. Thereafter, accumulating points to acquire desired goods necessitates the completion of tasks. However, some individuals in the black market may accept food items, largely dependent on the seller's discretion. This explains their generosity in offering crystal stones and other items as gifts. After all, when they purchased their items, Wang Chong had intervened, ultimately covering their expenses with his own points and kindly informing them of this clandestine rule. Conversely, others in the base do not share her fortune. Most newcomers are left uninformed about such matters, and by the time they attempt to exchange points for housing, the process becomes cumbersome. They are then compelled to resort to the black market for points exchange, where prices are heavily negotiated, often leaving many at a significant loss. Jiang Fanyin directly retrieved half a bag of rice from her bag and handed it to him, instructing him to calculate the points. At that moment, being able to produce half a bag of rice and observing its commendable quality revealed that the other party was indeed affluent. Chen Yu felt an increased confidence in their acquisition of this place and a heightened anticipation for the commission he was soon to possess. He promptly accepted the rice with a respectful demeanor, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall return to calculate it immediately and be back in no time." Jiang Fanyin held a certain degree of trust in him, promptly commencing to wipe down the chairs herself. It seemed that this set was indeed difficult to sell, as layers of dust had accumulated significantly. Clearly, after renting this place, a thorough cleaning would be necessary. Naturally, Shun Junyao and the others joined in the tidying efforts. But even after they had nearly finished the first floor, Chun Yu had yet to return. Jiang Mu's mind began to stir with unease as he couldn't help but tug at his sister's sleeve. "Sister, do you think that lad might have absconded with our belongings? It's unlikely he would flee, but something must have gone awry," Jiang Fanyin replied with a sigh, pinching the bridge of her nose. Rising to her feet, she brushed off the dust from her attire and spoke with a nonchalant tone. "Let us go and see what commotion awaits us." Jiang Mu discerned the underlying implication in her words, his eyes instantly brightening with anticipation. It appeared that there was a confrontation on the horizon. His eagerness was clearly etched upon his face, eliciting amusement from Jiang Fanyin, who decided to let him take the lead. Shun Junyao followed closely in her wake, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her, exuding unwavering loyalty. As anticipated, the situation unfolded much as she had envisioned. When Shun Yu entered the agency carrying a half bag of rice, he was immediately targeted by those who had persistently harassed and oppressed him, the seasoned veterans of the agency. "Oh, Shun Yu, where did you procure such a treasure? Cool me. Let's take a look." They jeered. "Indeed, this is quite a find. Why not allow us to assist you in verifying its authenticity?" A group of individuals approached him with mocking grins, their intentions unmistakable. Yet, in a surprising turn, the usually submissive boy shook his head defiantly, his vigilant eyes protecting the precious bag of rice, anxiety brewing within him. How infuriating! He had deliberately chosen to enter when they were absent. Chapter 50. A justifiable reckoning. Chun Yu was resolute in not relinquishing the client's belongings so easily. Having dealt with these individuals before, he understood their nature. Anything that passed through their hands would surely be diminished. Especially in a time of food scarcity, such valuable rice was not something to be trifled with. The client had placed immense trust in him, displaying remarkable integrity by not haggling. He was determined not to betray that trust or allow the client's possessions to fall into the hands of these ruffians. This was the first time he found the courage to stand against something. Even if it meant facing dire consequences, he would protect the client's belongings. However, his newfound defiance only served to incite their wrath further. The expressions of the veteran agency staff darkened, and they retaliated with a violent onslaught. Chun Yu, lacking any supernatural abilities, was powerless to resist. Despite being ordinary like him, they were bolstered by a powerful elder who had become an ability wielder, enabling them to bully others within the agency. He had no such support. He was utterly alone. The young boy wrapped his entire being around the half bag of rice, clutching it tightly as if safeguarding something of utmost value. No matter how fiercely they tugged and pulled, he clung on, his face flushed with exertion, refusing to relinquish the bag. He endured the blows in silence, a testament to his stubbornness. When Jiang Fanyin and her companions arrived, they were met with a disheartening scene. The girl's voice, soft yet commanding, broke through the tumult. "Luo, Luo, go." Since forging a bond with Luo, Luo, and the calla lily, these two little beings were now attuned to her thoughts, capable of communicating over distances as long as they were not too far apart. They instinctively sensed her intentions, much like knowing the whereabouts of the calla lily and peony. Upon her command, the green vine attached to her wrist sprang into action, extending several tendrils. Some ensnare the aggressors, while others swiftly retrieved the beleaguered Chun Yu. This display left the assailants utterly astonished. They had not anticipated being hoisted into the air by the vines, the sudden sensation of weightlessness causing their faces to pale. "Is this an anomalous plant? What did it come be here?" they exclaimed in shock. "What is happening? Are the base's security forces entirely inept? How could they allow such a plant to infiltrate the premises? Fools, why are you still shouting? Can't you see that this plant has an owner?" A few astute individuals quickly regained their composure, their gazes shifting to the striking figures nearby, handsome men and elegant women, radiating an extraordinary aura, unmistakably not of ordinary stock. Who were these individuals? They seemed vaguely familiar. Jiang Fanyin paid them no heed, her gaze fixated on the young boy whom Luo had placed at her feet. Observing the boy's fierce protection of the rice sack, her expression softened with concern. "Are you all right?" she inquired, taken aback by the child's fierce defense of the bag. Had she not arrived in time, it seemed likely that these individuals would have beaten the boy mercilessly. Their brutality was indeed alarming. Chunyu appeared somewhat dazed, as he had just glimpsed a robust vine that had swiftly extricated him from danger. He even recalled the previous guests. If not for the sharp pain in his body, he might have thought he was trapped in a dream. The sound of the guests' voices finally brought him back to reality, prompting him to shake his head vigorously and rise to his feet, signaling that he was unharmed. His eyes sparkled with a blend of astonishment and admiration. Among these guests were indeed individuals with special abilities. Why had they not disclosed this before? If they possessed such powers, they could obtain a badge from the official management office at the base, which would grant them various privileges in future endeavors, including discounted housing. Jiang Muse was thoroughly pleased with his responsible demeanor, casually placing a hand on his shoulder in a brotherly manner. "You're quite impressive, my friend. I'll remember you. And from now on, anything our family needs will be entrusted to you." Such camaraderie was indeed heartwarming. Chunyu's eyes sparkled with delight, a broad smile gracing his face. He was suddenly enveloped by an inexplicable sensation, as if fate had shifted, suggesting that he would no longer endure the meager existence of barely satisfying his hunger. Perhaps this transformation would commence with the group before him. Shun Junyao quietly cradled Xiao Yi, while Xiao Bai obediently lay at his feet, casting a cool gaze toward the individuals suspended by Luo. With a slight tilt of his head, he pondered how to deal with these intruders. How dare they meddle with her belongings? If he didn't take action, he would be left feeling unsatisfied. Jiang Fanyin narrowed her eyes, her voice frosty. "I am but a guest, yet the staff of this agency dares to seize my belongings. Is it not reasonable for me to retaliate?" As her words echoed, an immediate understanding washed over the crowd. This was a clear indication that she was prepared to take action. The faces of the few who had been suspended turned ashen, a pallor of dread overtaking them. In this apocalyptic era, the disparity between those with abilities and ordinary individuals was stark, should she truly decide to strike. They would stand no chance. Panic ensued, with everyone clamoring in desperation, some pleading for mercy, while others resorted to threats. "What do you intend to do? Do you truly wish to lay hands on us? We are employees of the agency, backed by the official authority of the base. Should you dare to assault us, you can forget about remaining here. Esteemed ability wielder, we were mistaken. Please, do not resort to violence." I apologize. Is that not sufficient? We have done nothing to provoke you. You were the one who initiated the confrontation. Could we not resolve this amicably? We have not wronged you." Listening to their frantic justifications, Jiang Fanyin merely smiled, her tone gentle yet piercing. "Have you truly done nothing? Are the injuries upon me not a result of your actions? Since you have already attacked, do I not have the right to respond in kind? Moreover, you have deprived me of my possessions. Does that not constitute an affront?" The group was on the verge of tears, regret gnawing at their hearts. Little did they know, the seemingly trivial matter they dismissed harbored an ability wielder. Had they been aware, they would never have entrusted such a task to Chunyu, a novice in this perilous game. Chapter 51. The pitiful Jiao Tai Lang Jiang Fanyin cast a sidelong glance at Chunyu, her voice softening slightly. "Xiao Chun, this beating cannot go unanswered. How do you intend to deal with them?" Chunyu looked up in surprise, his tone faltering. "Me? I don't know." He had endured bullying for an extended period, fully aware that, as a solitary figure, any act of retaliation would only lead to his demise. Thus, in order to survive, he had silently borne the torment and oppression. Who would he yearn for strength? Yet, lacking the power to grow stronger, he had no choice but to yield to forces greater than his own. Now, however, someone was suggesting they would seek justice for him, urging him to take vengeance himself. Jiang Fanyin cast a somewhat helpless glance at him, realizing that this child had become so accustomed to oppression that he had yet to learn how to empower himself. It seemed that the only recourse was to take matters into her own hands. She narrowed her eyes and entrusted the task of action to Luo, reasoning that as long as no lives were at stake, it would be permissible for it to play as it wished. Don't worry, Xiang. Luo knows what to do. Luo exclaimed with great enthusiasm, likely exhilarated by the presence of several new toys, as it began to excitedly wave its vines and even twirl in place. The little creature had recently been nourished by the spirit's spring water, rendering it exceedingly clever. Watching as those individuals were subjected to its antics, leading to their retching, Luo disdainfully extended its vines out through the roof, continuing its circling dance. Even Jiang Fanyin was taken aback by its sudden penchant for such games. Her expression was one of amusement, perhaps inspired by the sight of the Ferris wheel spinning at a nearby amusement park. Instinctively, she took a step back, not wishing to be splattered by the unsightly vomit. The unfortunate victims were those passers-by nearby, who, while strolling, were unexpectedly doused in a deluge of vomit. Left bewildered and standing in place, utterly perplexed by the bizarre turn of events. Only upon glancing up did they notice the peculiar scene above, a series of green vines protruding from the ceiling of the intermediary office, each tip curling around a humanoid figure. The vines appear to be in a frenzy, swirling incessantly, preventing them from discerning what exactly it was. Onlookers gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. What was happening? Was there an alien plant causing havoc? Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed in wonder, frequently applauding and praising Luo with unabashed enthusiasm. To his astonishment, he had not anticipated that this little creature possessed such a myriad of tormenting methods. It was indeed a comical spectacle, reminiscent of a true human carousel. Unbeknownst to Luo, it was Jiang Yu's amusement at the performance that fueled his exhilaration. She mistakenly believed her actions were being lauded, basking in a wave of flattery that only heightened her joy. Meanwhile, the individuals bound and hoisted into the sky were engulfed in regret, their cries of alarm filling the air, which eventually morphed into a cacophony of incessant retching. Anyone caught in such a dizzying whirlwind would find it far from pleasant. To put it bluntly, they were fortunate to escape without a concussion. Eventually, Jiang Fanyin could no longer bear to witness the scene. Seizing the moment when Shanyu was preoccupied with score-related matters, she instructed Luo to retrieve the hapless souls, fearing that they might lose their heads from the relentless spinning. When Shanyu returned, he found only Jiang Fanyin and a scattered assembly of staff who were left in disarray, having succumbed to nausea. The staff who had once oppressed him now found themselves in an utterly humiliating predicament, and witnessing their plight brought him a sense of satisfaction. Without acknowledging them, he swiftly approached Jiang Fanyin and respectfully presented her with the scorecards, his demeanor genuinely reverent this time. Esteemed guests, here are your scorecards. You may use them to procure any items within the base, and you can even visit the official management office to undertake tasks for additional points. As per your request, the rent for your accommodations has been deducted by 2 months' worth of points, Yu elaborated, providing thorough details while withholding the fact that he had secured the maximum internal discount available for them. The scorecard was a metallic card akin to a business card, engraved with their names, and the top right corner shimmered intermittently, revealing the accumulated points. Jiang Fanyin was quite pleased, even directly handing him a bag of instant noodles and a sausage, saying, "This shall serve as your remuneration for running errands." Yu's eyes brightened. These items were something he had not tasted in quite some time. Yet, he felt reluctant to accept them, even disinclined to do so. After all, she had just aided him, allowing him to breathe easier. It would be rather inappropriate to accept her offerings, almost akin to being ungrateful. He hastily gestured to refuse. But before he could speak, Jiang Fanyin impatiently interrupted. "Enough, no need to decline. If you truly wish to express gratitude, simply be more proactive in assisting us in the future. Consider this a gift from us as we forge a new acquaintance." She preferred a straightforward approach rather than this back and forth. Noticing the expression on her face, Yu discerned a hint of her character and ultimately accepted the provisions, silently vowing to assist them diligently in the future to repay their kindness shown to him today. With the housing matter settled, Jiang Fanyin and her companions did not linger, but returned home directly. They had already demonstrated a semblance of might today, and given that extraordinary individuals were highly sought after in every base, it seemed unlikely that anyone would dare to openly bully him again. His fortunate days were likely upon him. As they departed, many onlookers remained at the entrance, with some having already rushed to inform the official management office. Upon returning home, Shun Junyao and Jiang Muse instinctively went to keep watch, and then Jiang Fanyin promptly summoned Jiao Tailang to bring over the peony. Jiao Tailang, feeling quite aggrieved, climbed over the backyard wall and immediately shrank down to leap onto Jiang Fanyin's head. The entire plant was in a frenzy. Ever since it had taken that foolish peony away from the scene, it felt as if it were on the brink of being driven mad. Internally, it wailed in distress. Master, Master, Jiao Jiao is so pitiful. Jiao Jiao is going crazy. I need plenty of energy water to feel better. Chapter 52. Successful contract with the twining peony. Jiao Tailang clung to her hair, incessantly lamenting, its own leaves trembling in a display of woefulness. Seeing this, Jiang Fanyin felt a surge of compassion and gently stroked its leaves, softly inquiring, "What troubles you? Have you been bullied?" Logically, that shouldn't be the case. After all, this little creature was typically the one to bully others. The twining peony appeared rather simple-minded. It should not have instigated any trouble. Her gaze shifted to the twining peony nearby, her tone becoming more serious. "Did you bully our Jiao Tailang?" The peony twisted its body and offered a flower. "No, I do not bully the extraordinary pet of my esteemed mother." However, Jiao Tailang erupted in protest, launching its own accusations. "Master, do not heed its evasions. You cannot fathom the torment it has inflicted upon me. Woe is me. It had painstakingly grown to this stature, and encountering a master with energy water was a rare fortune. Yet, after merely spending a short time with this creature, it felt compelled to return to the embrace of Mother Earth. How pitiful! As it began to explain why it had taken the peony away, it mentioned that it would seek out its master later. Yet, this creature, either dim-witted or forgetful, perpetually asked why it had come here and when it would return to its mother, relentless in its inquiries. Eventually, Jiao Tailang grew weary of explaining, but the peony continued to cling to it like a devil, a true form of psychological torment. It was a miracle it had not completely broken down. Woe is me. How pitiful Jiao truly is. It recounted its tragic experiences to its master, overwhelmed with sorrow, and could not help but rest its head on her shoulder, tears flowing freely. Jiang Muse and the others were unable to comprehend the communication between the plants. They could only analyze their interactions through their movements. One of them couldn't help but inquire, "Sister, what is happening? Is it truly being bullied?" Even Shun Junyao glanced over with curiosity, perplexed by the situation. Recently, he had felt as if these little beings possessed a life of their own, as if they had birthed their own consciousness. Although he could not decipher the language of the plants, he sensed that In seemed to understand it. In his previous life, he had overlooked this aspect. Could it be that all wood elemental ability users could communicate freely with plants? Or was it merely Yin's uniqueness? A glimmer of profound thought flickered in his eyes. Yet he ultimately refrained from voicing any questions. Jiang Fanyin, feeling somewhat helpless, gently caressed the leaves, shielding them with her palm as she dripped a few drops of spiritual spring water onto them. She murmured soothing words, there, do not cry, while affectionately patting its head. She glanced at her brother and explained to Shin Junyao, "It's nothing serious. This new little fellow has a rather poor memory," which has driven Jiao Tailang a bit mad. Jiang Muse nodded in a daze, as if he comprehended yet did not fully grasp the situation. Shin Junyao chose not to delve deeper into the matter and instead directed his gaze toward the magnificent peony entwined with vines nearby, furrowing his brow. "How do you intend to handle this creature? Can you still form a contract with it? It appears quite formidable, should you choose to accept it. Your strength may ascend to new heights." To be candid, he harbored the hope that Inin would indeed take this being under her wing, for it was among the more powerful exotic flora they had encountered since their departure. An additional ally for her protection would certainly be advantageous in his eyes. These thoughts echoed Jiang Fanyin
own sentiments. Yet the incessant calling of mother from this entity caused her some distress. Must she truly prepare to experience motherhood, albeit without pain? After some contemplation, she resolved to pose a question. Since you have come seeking me, would you be willing to form a contract with me and live alongside me henceforth? The peony, without a moment's hesitation, joyously fluttered its petal-laden form in exuberance. Yes, yes, I wish to be with mother. Jiang Fanyin was taken aback by the creature's ease of submission. After a brief pause, she accepted the dagger Shun Junyao offered, drawing it swiftly across her fingertip to extract a drop of blood, which she then offered to the peony. The blood was quickly absorbed, and she could sense the palpable joy emanating from the creature, which brought a smile to her face. However, in the next instant, a sudden, piercing pain struck her head, akin to being pricked by countless needles, radiating even to her brain. Shun Junyao was the first to notice her body sway, his expression shifting in alarm as he rushed to support her. What is happening? Are you unwell? Or has there been a complication with the contract? His concerned gaze was unmasked, and he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Muse, who could not resist raising his eyebrows at the pair in playful mockery. Yet, in that moment, neither of them had the leisure to acknowledge him. Jiang Fanyin steadied herself by grasping his arm, then waved her hand and took a deep breath, her expression gradually softening. It's nothing. It must be that this fellow's current level of supernatural ability surpasses mine, resulting in some residual effects from the contract. If I rest for a moment, I should be fine. Although she had not encountered such novel experiences in her past life, she had heard others speak of similar matters during her leisure time, so she was not entirely oblivious. Upon hearing her words, Shun Junyao instantly comprehended the situation, and the anxious look on his face diminished significantly as he quickly assisted her to a bench in the garden. Jiang Muse hastily retrieved a bottle of water from his bag for her. Both Luo and Zhao Tailang, the two little ones, quickly expressed their concern. As the gentle tendrils caressed her skin softly, her mind was suddenly flooded with the voices of these plants. Whoa, what's wrong with Xiang? Is Xiang all right? Luo is worried about you, one voice chimed. Master, are you okay? Is it possible that this peony is poisonous? Perhaps we should drive it away. The entwined peony seemed to realize that it was the cause of its mother's discomfort, immediately drooping its leaves and significantly shrinking its stout form, even nestling at her feet in a clear display of contrition. Is mother feeling unwell? Is it because of Sha? It's all Sha's fault. Jiang Fanyin gazed as yet another star in the celestial map within her mind ignited, offering no further words. After soothing it with a few gentle phrases, she successfully calmed the child. Once she had composed herself, she wasted no time in retrieving the items she had kept in her pocket for quite some time, laying them out before the two of them. On her fair palm, 6 or 7 white crystals were scattered delicately. Chapter 53. Awakening of Extraordinary Abilities. Jiang Muse's eyes widened in astonishment. Sister, how do you still possess crystal stones? Did you not give all of these to Captain Wang Cheng previously? It seems you have kept a hidden stash for yourself. How clever you are. Jiang Fanyin cast a glance at him, her eyes gleaming with a hint of pride. After all, who could deny the remarkable abilities of our little Luo? She could stealthily gather treasures without drawing the attention of others. With a gentle praise for the little creature, Luo felt an overwhelming joy, promptly extending her tendrils to affectionately nuzzle against Jiang Fanyin's cheek. This intimate gesture vividly illustrated the depth of her fondness. However, what went unheard was Luo's even more jubilant voice, which soon followed. Oh my, Xiang praised me. Xiang is the best. Hee, that's certain someone didn't. Who cares? Master will surely praise me in the future. As Jiang Fanyin listened to the innocent banter of the two little ones, a smile crept across her face. She realized that having these two children around had infused her life with an undeniable joy. However, the two individuals by her side were destined to remain oblivious to her delight. Are you planning to let us absorb these crystals? Jiang Muse chuckled, his gaze fixated with curiosity on the crystals in her hand, a hint of eagerness flickering in his eyes. He had heard that such crystals were essential for awakening extraordinary abilities.
If he could somehow utilize them, would he too be able to awaken his own powers? The thought intrigued him to no end, leaving him both curious and slightly restless. Jiang Fanyin nodded slightly, extending the crystal stones in her hand forward. Why not try to see if you can awaken your abilities? After all, she was uncertain of the outcome. It was that peculiar stone which had initially triggered her own powers, and she could scarcely recall how she had utilized it. Thus, she found herself unable to offer them any assistance. Jiang Muse gazed excitedly at the sparkling crystals, casually picking one up to examine it closely. Who could have imagined that such a small stone could awaken extraordinary powers within a person? Does Mother have a fondness for these stones? I possess many, indeed. It was a considerable effort for Chanji Xiao Yao to locate her mother, and in her exuberance, she even began to willingly offer her cherished treasures. Curious, Jiang Fanyin glanced over and beheld the creeping peony vines, where the blossoms gradually unfurled their layers of petals. Strangely, each petal concealed a shimmering crystal within. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Apart from the branches and leaves, the plant was adorned solely with flowers, revealing an astonishing number of blooms. Now, these flowers generously displayed their treasures before her. Not only Jiang Fanyin, but even Shen Junyao and Jiang Muse were equally astonished. What a remarkable discovery! This newly joined companion was indeed a veritable trove of crystals. Who could have imagined that such an extraordinary plant would harbor so many crystals? Could it be that it shares a penchant for collecting crystals akin to humans? Curious, Jiang Fanyin inquired, prompting the joyful voice of the little one to respond. Mother, I adore these sparkling stones. I have collected so many, and sometimes I even trade my fruits and other plants for them. It seems that she truly has a penchant for collecting stones. Jiang Fanyin found herself both amused and helpless as she watched the child incessantly present her with the colorful treasures. The generous spirit of the little one warmed her heart, and she couldn't resist reaching out to gently touch the child as branch. If Mother likes them, then they're all for you. I love you, Mother. The little one eagerly offered her cherished possessions, showing no sign of reluctance. Jiang Fanyin did not entirely accept the offer. She merely inquired whether it would be permissible to utilize a few of the items. If Mother wishes to provide them, it would be best to use these few. The peony, adorned with twisting branches, quivered its blossoms and cheerfully selected 5 or 6 to present to her. What is it? Are these few superior? The peony swayed joyfully, exuding an endearing charm. I am not certain. Though these may appear less appealing, their energy is more potent, which should make them preferable. Although plants cannot directly absorb such substances, they are exceptionally sensitive to energy, often possessing a greater awareness of what is truly beneficial than humans do. Jiang Fanyin was well aware of the good intentions behind the gesture and promptly extended her hand to receive the offering, contemplating the idea of privately compensating with some spiritual spring water later. She accepted the items and promptly handed them over to Shen Junyao and her younger brother, saying, "This is a gift from the little one. You two must make good use of it and strive to awaken your extraordinary abilities on the first attempt. The awakening of such powers often hinges upon chance. Some individuals succeed on their first try, while others may require several attempts. This is why people today are increasingly eager to accumulate crystal stones, to have repeated opportunities to awaken their extraordinary potentials. Naturally, the crystals extracted from higher-tier magical beasts possess a greater likelihood of triggering such abilities. It is likely that the crystals Xiao Xiao provided are of this nature. Indeed, if I successfully awaken my powers this time, I will certainly take good care of it and ensure it flourishes. Thank you, little Xiao Yao, Jiang Muse said with a grin, clutching a crystal tightly, his eyes filled with determination. He was resolute in his quest to awaken formidable powers to protect his sister, refusing to always rely on her for protection. Shen Junyao wore a gentle smile as he selected a crystal for himself, promising, "I will also treat little Xiao Yao well." Thank you, little Xiao Yao. He too aspired to possess the strength to safeguard her. The two then found a quiet spot, seated themselves cross-legged, and closed their eyes, wholly immersing themselves in the absorption of energy from the crystals. The duration of this absorption would not be lengthy. Thus, Jiang Fanyin decided to sit nearby, keeping the two little creatures, Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai, under her control to prevent any disturbances during the absorption process. Seizing the moment while they were both in meditation, she discreetly administered a few drops of spiritual spring water to the little creatures, even giving a bit extra to little Xiaoyao. This time, even the two little ones did not feel envious, as they recognized the new companion deserved a bit of preferential treatment. Jiang Fanyin's gaze fell upon the two individuals, and a sense of curiosity began to stir within her. She pondered what extraordinary abilities might be awakened in them after this ordeal. However, both of their bodies had been altered by her spiritual spring water. Without a doubt, their physical attributes would be considerably enhanced, and perhaps they could even unleash formidable powers. Just as she was lost in thought, two brilliant beams of light suddenly emanated from their forms in the distance. Jiang Fanyin felt a surge of joy and turned her gaze directly towards them. It seemed that both individuals had successfully awakened their extraordinary abilities. However, to her surprise, Jiang Mu's powers flickered briefly before dimming once more. Chapter 54. Reawakening. Jiang Fanyin furrowed her brow in perplexity. What could be the matter? Given her brother's aptitude, it should be impossible for him to fail in awakening his extraordinary abilities. Why had the light extinguished? As she pondered this, the two of them opened their eyes, one filled with joy, the other engulfed in despondency. Sister, it seems I have not awakened any extraordinary powers, Jiang Muse said, unusually dejected. He had distinctly sensed the peculiar energy lying dormant within him moments ago, yet there lingered a feeling that something was still amiss. Ultimately, it turned out to be true. He had failed to manifest any abilities at all. He felt as though he had let both himself and his sister down. Jiang Fanyin, unable to resist, reached out to gently stroke his head, offering several crystal stones with a warm smile, providing comfort. It's all right. Everyone has their first attempt that may not succeed. Perhaps you are merely struggling to awaken a more powerful ability, she reassured him. She understood her brother. Although he may feel momentarily disheartened, he would not easily succumb to despair. It was customary for him to gather himself and start anew. After being consoled by his sister, Jiang Muse felt significantly uplifted. As long as his sister did not express disappointment in him, everything else seemed inconsequential. A smile finally graced his face, and he even reached out to grasp the items she held, clutching them tightly. Having soothed her brother, Jiang Fanyin turned her curiosity towards Shun Junyao beside her. Noticing him smiling at them, she couldn't help but chuckle. Congratulations, Junyao. You seem to have successfully awakened your ability. Shun Junyao chuckled softly, casually raising his hand, and in an instant, a backpack from a distance appeared in his grasp, as if teleported, the speed astonishing. Without further ado, nothing illustrates the efficacy of one's abilities more clearly than a direct demonstration. Jiang Fanyin's eyes sparkled with delight, her face radiating joy. Is this a psychic ability you possess? You should be capable of manipulating various objects. Quite impressive indeed. It seemed that her powers extended beyond mere object manipulation. Allow me some time to study it further, and I shall gradually reveal more to you, Shun Junyao remarked with a slight squint and a smile. The initial activation of one's abilities necessitates a period of adjustment, not only to familiarize the wielder with their powers, but also to enhance their control over them. All right, Jiang Fanyin replied without any hesitation, her smile unwavering. She then turned her attention to her younger brother, reassuring him, it's all right. Why don't you give it a few more tries? Junyao and I will be right here supporting you. She remained concerned that her brother might succumb to despondency if he struggled to awaken his abilities. Jiang Muse cast a serious glance at the two of them, then nodded quietly in agreement. After taking a deep breath, he sat down cross-legged once more, gripping the crystal tightly as he began to sense his own extraordinary abilities. His inner conviction was even more resolute than before. His sister had always protected him, yet he yearned to safeguard her in return. He desired a formidable power to shield her. No, he must possess an even greater strength. Observing him continue to absorb the energy from the extraordinary stone, Jiang Fanyin decided to sit cross-legged on the nearby grass with Shun Junyao, anxiously yet patiently awaiting the outcome. She had faith in her brother. But the efficacy of the extraordinary stone was reliant on probability. Thus, if it did not work the first time, there would be a second. She believed her brother would one day awaken his powers. It was merely a matter of time. It's all right, don't worry too much. Xiao Zhe has a robust constitution. He will surely succeed in awakening his abilities. Shun Junyao comforted her in a hushed tone, misinterpreting her focused gaze on her brother as concern. The little companions around Jiang Fanyin gradually gathered closer, each expressing their affection and attempting to cheer her up. Xiang, do not be sad. Luo will play with you. You are my favorite. Master, rest assured, your brother possesses a pure and potent energy within him, which should awaken formidable offensive abilities. Do not worry too much. Dear mother, please do not fret. Xiao has many of these stones at hand, and I can present them for his use. Mother, you must be happy. Jiang Fanyin initially harbored little concern. She held a steadfast belief in her brother's abilities. Her apprehensions lay elsewhere. In her past life, her brother had successfully awakened his metal-based supernatural powers on his first attempt. Why then, had the circumstances shifted this time? She worried that her rebirth might alter the trajectory of numerous events. If her brother's path had already changed, what fate awaited him? How would the world transform as a result? However, these thoughts were not easily articulated, so she could only smile and gently caress the vines of the small creatures, offering them a measure of comfort. The innocent little beings, believing they had successfully cheered her up, began to quarrel among themselves, creating quite a commotion. Jiang Fanyin felt a sense of helplessness as her mind was cluttered with the incessant chatter of several little creatures, making it impossible for her to find peace. In an effort to calm them, she dispensed a few drops of spiritual spring water, which soon brought tranquility, eliciting contented sighs from the little ones. Ah, it's the energy water. How delightful! They exclaimed. Indeed, our master, Xiang, our beloved matron, is the best. Shun Junyao remained silent, observing her communication with the plants, and chose to accompany her in silence. His gaze also expressed concern for Jiang Muse, who was wholeheartedly activating his extraordinary abilities. Fortunately, this time did not drag on for too long, as a soft lavender glow quickly enveloped Jiang Muse. When Jiang Fanyin's eyes brightened, a sense of perplexity arose within her heart. What was happening? Why was it pale purple? Her brother should have awakened a golden ability. It appeared that, as she suspected, her rebirth had indeed altered the trajectories of many around her. Shun Junyao also discreetly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had successfully activated his supernatural powers. This was a good outcome, sparing her from excessive worry and emotional turmoil. When Jiang Muse opened his eyes, he was overwhelmed with excitement, his face flushed with exhilaration. He even jumped up, nearly twisting his ankle, a testament to his fervent emotions. Jiang Fanyin was startled, and after regaining her composure, she shot him an exasperated glance, though her lips curled into a smile. How wonderful was that her brother had awakened his powers. Even in her absence, he would be able to protect himself. Shun Junyao shared in the joy, albeit in a more masculine manner, as he stood and lightly patted Jiang Mu's shoulder, offering his congratulations. Jiang Muse, overwhelmed with excitement, directly grasped his arm while casting a fervent glance at his sister. Sister, can you guess what extraordinary ability I have awakened? He was certain that they would never be able to fathom the nature of his newfound powers. Jiang Fanyin also indulged him, feigning speculation. Could it be a golden attribute ability? Yet, she remained oblivious to the fleeting darkness that flashed in Shun Junyao's eyes not far away. Chapter 55. The Perceptive Shun Junyao. Jiang Muse smiled, neither affirming nor denying the correctness of her statement, but instead directing his gaze toward Shun Junyao. Noticing his look, Shun Junyao swiftly concealed the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, then casually ventured a guess regarding an ability he was familiar with. Naturally, it was unlikely to be accurate. I knew you two would certainly be off the mark. Jiang Muse cast a smug glance at the two individuals, effortlessly showcasing his extraordinary abilities. With a delicate snap of his fingers, a surge of violet lightning manifested in his palm, and without hesitation, he flung it to the ground, the crackling energy singeing a small patch of earth beneath. Jiang Fanyin's eyes widened in astonishment, a rare flicker of surprise illuminating her gaze, while profound bewilderment surged within her. How could this be an ability associated with thunder and lightning? Even in her previous life, years after the apocalypse, she had never heard of anyone being able to unleash such a power. The tumultuous weather of the post-apocalyptic world could deplete even the most revered abilities of water and fire. Yet thunder and lightning remained inexhaustible, so long as the heavens existed. This power could be perpetually wielded. It was nothing short of a formidable weapon. Jiang Fanyin could scarcely fathom the extent of admiration her brother's abilities would garner if exposed to the world. Even Shun Junyao cast a curious glance at the ground, exclaiming, "Xiaozhe, your power is quite formidable. Perhaps my psychic abilities might not withstand yours." It was a rare occasion for Jiang Muse to hear such praise from him, and his spirits soared, prompting an exuberant response. "Of course, I possess lightning abilities. I am indeed formidable, you know." Shun Junyao chuckled helplessly, choosing not to engage further. His gaze drifting to Jiang Fanyin, his deep-set eyes betraying a myriad of thoughts. Thus, the speculations that had occupied his mind over recent days found resolution. She was indeed akin to him. No wonder he had always felt that something was amiss since their acquaintance. Now, he had finally uncovered the truth. Jiang Fanyin remained oblivious to him, her smile radiant as she celebrated a double joy today, hinting that a grand feast awaited. Indeed, this was a momentous occasion as they awakened their extraordinary abilities. Jiang Muse enthusiastically took on household chores, volunteering, "Sister, you all tidy up the living room while I handle the kitchen. We must celebrate properly today." They had already inspected the villa during their visit, which was remarkably well preserved. Even the gas utilities were functional. However, even if they were not, it mattered little since they had stocked up on numerous gas canisters, likely stored in the sister's space. As he scurried away, his spirited demeanor amused Jiang Fanyin, who chose not to comment further, but instead joined Shun Junyao and the others in their tasks. She even fetched several small buckets and clean cloths, filled them with water, and placed them on the ground, instructing the little ones to wipe the stairs, tables, and benches. She proclaimed that to enjoy the energy water, they must first work. No work meant no water. She even put on a little demonstration, teaching them how to be industrious. This was not exploitation. It was merely household responsibilities shared among family. The little ones delighted in the spiritual spring water, their eyes sparkling at the prospect of a drink, prompting them to spring into action. One vine carried a small bucket while another twirled a cloth, enthusiastically scrubbing away, perhaps fueled by excitement and a lack of awareness of fatigue. Jiang Fanyin, exhausted after half a day of tidying, found her little helpers even more animated, exchanging what they believed to be secret tips. Listening to their self-important whispers nearly brought her to laughter. These little ones were her source of joy, and their chatter was endlessly entertaining. Shun Junyao, having cleaned the upstairs rooms, descended to find her doubled over in laughter on the sofa, a gentle smile illuminating his face. Unable to contain himself, he approached her and asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing, just find these little ones too amusing. They may be a bit rambunctious, but they are quite helpful," Jiang Fanyin replied, her affectionate gaze softening Shun Junyao's heart. Although Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai did not comprehend speech or know how to scrub floors, they busily dashed about, tossing unwanted items into a large garbage bag, embodying the spirit of a united family. Thus, it is even more worthy of celebration, is it not? Shun Junyao chuckled, engaging in conversation with her before resuming his cleaning efforts, even taking the initiative to install filters on various faucets for safety, given the recent pestilence that had swept through. It was wise to ensure the water was thoroughly purified. With the family working in unison, the speed of their efforts was remarkable. Within just 2 hours, the villa sparkled as if it were newly purchased. Afterward, they all took showers and changed into clean clothes before gathering for a meal prepared by Jiang Muse, which was a feast for the senses. Jiang Fanyin even brought out a fine bottle of red wine to commemorate the occasion, their laughter and clinking of glasses resonating throughout the house. The sounds of joy could be heard from outside, causing a group of intruders to pause in disbelief at the door, their expressions momentarily dazed. If it weren't for the apocalypse, They might have thought they had returned to a bygone era of peace and tranquility. The serene days they once took for granted now seemed irretrievable. Brother, this is the house that scoundrel rented out to them. A pale-faced, middle-aged man, supported by others, stumbled forward, his vision clouded with stars. He felt as though he had experienced a thrilling amusement park ride, an unprecedented sensation in his life. The man's malicious gaze settled on the villa, his expression contorted with rage. This property had once been his. However, due to persistent attacks from strange plants and beasts, he could never successfully rent it out. The few times it did rent, it was invariably returned, prompting him to offload it to Chunyu. Who could have predicted that such a group would occupy the house, tormenting him in the process? Now that Yanggu had arrived, they were doomed. Chapter 56. Good evening, guest. Despite his trepidation, the man felt a flicker of pride. These individuals were indeed bold to confront them without prior inquiries. Little did they know that Su Lang thrived in this agency due to the formidable backing he possessed. Yanggu, a powerful ability wielder and member of the Wild Wolf team, would not have dared to be so brazen without such support. The man, referred to as Yanggu, was burly and dark-skinned, his voice gruff as he surveyed the surroundings with casual indifference. Is this the place? Are those the people inside? Indeed, Yanggu. There are 2 men and 1 woman, along with a cat and a dog. All are meaty prospects. If you can help me settle the score, the majority of the spoils will be yours, Su Lang replied, feeling a pang of regret. The wealth these individuals exuded suggested they were affluent, even in their flight. Perhaps a lucrative catch. Meat? It had been an eternity since they savored such a delicacy. Yanggu himself could not resist licking his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. It had been far too long since he had tasted meat. Even the flesh of mutated beasts was reserved for the higher-ups, leaving him with none. However, should today's plan succeed, both the profits and the meat would be his. The prospect of feasting was enticing, and as long as he did not overstep, no one would dare to challenge him, knowing the leader would protect him. With his plan solidified, Li Yang sneered and led his group inside, accompanied mostly by close friends and comrades. Once the deed was done, he would ensure they all enjoyed their share of the spoils, allowing the matter to be swept under the rug. Jiang Fanyin and her companions were enjoying a sumptuous feast in the living room when a few eager little ones began to report the situation at hand. Being plants, their perception of the external world was inherently more acute than that of humans. They could even sense the words exchanged among people. Upon hearing the little ones recount the happenings and conversations outside, Jiang Fanyin couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Who did they think they were to attempt to confront them? They ought to take a moment to reflect on their own worth. At that moment, with delectable food before her, she had no time to engage with such trifles. Instead, she would rather indulge in several more pieces of tender beef. However, since these individuals had forcibly intruded, she could not simply ignore the situation. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke directly. Sha. There are some ill-mannered guests at the door who have come uninvited. Kindly assist in sending them away. Ensure that the situation is handled without any harm. The little ones, who were initially relaxing in the spirit spring, were suddenly invigorated by the prospect of a scuffle. Each one sprang into action, with Little Bai joining in with excited yelps. Racing out alongside them, how delightful it was to see these spirited little beings so eager for excitement. If only they could be as well-behaved as the smaller one, who quietly nestled beside her, sharing the meal. Ever since their mutation, their appetites had greatly increased, necessitating multiple servings of cat and dog food. If it weren't for their ample supplies, they would scarcely be able to sustain such voracious appetites. What is going on? Jiang Muse inquired curiously, while skillfully picking up a meatball. On the other hand, Shun Junyao narrowed his eyes, recalling her earlier words. He asked directly, "Are those from the intermediary agency here to cause trouble again?" It was evident that they had only recently arrived at the base and had just separated from Wang Chong and the others, making their presence unlikely. The individuals who could possibly appear at this moment were likely those staff members who had just been severely reprimanded. It was truly unexpected that they had the audacity to return after being dealt with so harshly. Is it true, sister? They actually dared to show up again? Sit tight and watch how I handle them. It's the perfect opportunity to test the power of my new abilities. Jiang Muse exclaimed,
excitement bubbling within him. Eager for a confrontation, much like the little ones. Do not intervene. Focus on your meal. There are still a few little ones outside. Your presence is unnecessary. Jiang Fanyin shot him a glance, firmly restraining her younger brother. To be honest, she was reluctant to reveal his extraordinary powers. After all, his abilities were exceedingly strong, and attracting too much attention could pose risks. Who knew how others might exploit his talents? Since her sister had spoken, Jiang Yu complied, albeit reluctantly casting a longing glance outside before returning to his meal. You have already made your abilities known. They must have some confidence to come here directly. The little one should be capable of handling them, but I wonder what support they have behind them. Once we capture them, we must inquire thoroughly. Shun Junyao contemplated, as was his customary practice of thorough consideration. Jiang Fanyin nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. After all, as newcomers to this place, we are unaware of the formidable forces that may be at play. Seizing the opportunity to gain a deeper understanding seemed prudent. Thus, the group resolved to indulge in their meal with delightful anticipation. Meanwhile, those outside struggled to enter, only to be met with a shocking spectacle. A horde of exotic plants and beasts burst forth from the dwelling, clearly intent on pursuing them. Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Hadn't it been stated that there was only one ability user? Why were there so many extraordinary plants and creatures? Which wood-type ability user could command such a formidable array of exotic flora? In that moment, he felt no inclination to fight. Instinctively, he thought only of fleeing. Yet, escaping from the grasp of those plants was no simple feat. One vine reached out and ensnared him, pulling him back with relentless force, followed by a barrage of strikes that left his body bearing the marks of a brutal whipping. If the leader was met with such a fate, the others fared no better, ultimately suffering a similar beating that left them incapacitated. As Jiang Fanyin and her companions listened to the anguished cries, they leisurely finished their meal, only to be met with a scene that left them somewhat bemused. Ever since Luo discovered the thrill of vanquishing foes, she had returned with a fervor that inspired the others to embrace the concept of self-sacrifice. With a cheerful demeanor, she greeted, "Good evening, esteemed guests." Chapter 57. Winds from all directions. Su Lang's complexion had long since turned ashen, his mind consumed with regret. Despite having previously experienced the formidable prowess of his opponents, he could not suppress his indignation, seeking retribution instead. Who were these individuals, and from whence did they derive such formidable strength? The green vine that had once ensnared him was one thing, but now there were two peculiar plants as well. Could they also belong to that girl? What manner of people had they inadvertently provoked? Liang, his eyes wide with terror, pondered his own abilities as an esper. He had engaged with other espers before, yet never had he encountered one capable of simultaneously commanding such an array of extraordinary flora. The limits of one's concentration were finite. Who were these individuals, truly? Observing their youthful appearances, he forced a smile in an attempt to obfuscate the tension. Esteemed ones, might we have reached a misunderstanding? We have come to offer our apologies. Such conduct is rather inappropriate, don't you think? After all, their previous remarks had been made in private, and he was certain they had not overheard. Thus, his assertions still held weight. Had he not heard the accounts relayed by the young ones, Jiang Fanyin might have genuinely believed his words. Instead, she merely let out a soft scoff. "Oh, really? Did you not say you intended to divide our possessions, giving the lion's share to you? Perhaps I misheard?" Her smile remained, yet it was juxtaposed with the eerie presence of the strange plants, resembling that of a devil. Su Lang could not help but swallow hard, awkwardly smiling as he lamented, "It is all our fault. We failed to recognize your greatness and inadvertently offended you. Please, esteemed Esper, do not take offense with us, mere mortals." "Oh, are we beginning to witness a moral coercion of my sister?" Jiang Yu's laughed directly, questioning whether it was reasonable for ordinary people to bring ability users to seize their resources. "Your double standards are quite evident," he remarked. Though he smiled, his eyes were filled with a chilling glare. He had awakened his abilities and would not allow anyone to bully his sister. No one would dare. Shun Junyao, with utter disregard, summoned his powers to draw the person closer, gripping Li Yang's neck with an iron hand.
his voice as cold as winter's snow. Apologize and leave the resources, or forfeit your life here. His frigid tone brooked no jest. Even a fool would choose between those two options. Liang, entangled by vines, felt an inexplicable force pull him forward, his nerves frayed with fear, unable to muster the strength to resist. Upon hearing Shun's ultimatum, he nodded vigorously, even fearful of a potential change of heart, hastily instructing a subordinate to retrieve items from his home. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. In this apocalyptic era, killing had become unrestrained, yet the adversary only demanded resources in exchange for his life, suggesting they were still reasonable, which eased their collective anxiety. Seeing the opportunity to barter resources for survival, Su Lang joyfully exclaimed, "I, esteemed ability user, I too can offer resources as an apology. Spare my life." Having amassed a decent stockpile during his years at the agency, he believed he could secure his own survival. Since he had interjected, Jiang Fanyin chose not to intervene further and instead inquired about another matter. "You dare seek revenge upon your arrival. It seems your status is quite remarkable. Your subordinate will need time to fetch items. Let us converse amicably." Initially terrified, Liang was taken aback that they merely sought conversation. Soon, he found himself divulging everything, behaving as obediently as a child. "Goodness, I thought there was only one wood-type ability user, yet here stands another. Surely the one beside you is also an ability user? These individuals are incredibly formidable. It truly baffles me why I would recklessly attempt to rob such powerful beings." After providing his insights, Jiang Fanyin gained a clearer understanding of the power dynamics within the base. It appeared that the military and political factions had diverged, each possessing their own strengths, even hinting an underlying trend of mutual antagonism. The military was led by Mu Cheng, commanding the Night Eagle and Night Owl units, while the political side was spearheaded by Fong Jun, overseeing the Wolf Pack and a collection of gathered ability users. Liang was a member of the Wolf Pack, explaining the audacity of the seasoned employees at the agency. Indeed, they were backed by the political faction. Jiang Fanyin squinted her eyes, gently stroking her chin, as contemplations began to unfold within her mind. Although she dared not speak untruths, it appeared that the balance of power remained, at least for the moment. However, with the inexplicable addition of a few more individuals on their side, it was likely that the situation would soon shift. Perhaps in due course, their troubles would come knocking at their door. On the other hand, she had provided a considerable amount of crystal stones to Wang Chong. It remained uncertain whether they would be able to awaken their extraordinary abilities. If such powers were indeed unleashed, would the equilibrium of forces be irrevocably disrupted? Might she bear some responsibility for this turn of events? Jiang Fanyin, feeling a slight headache, rubbed her temples in exasperation. She had originally intended to stay here temporarily, merely to observe, yet she found herself entangled in a myriad of unexpected events. Shun Junyao honored his word, gathering a multitude of supplies before releasing everyone, realizing that keeping those individuals around served little purpose. The group departed, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. "Master, why did you let everyone go?" "Xiang, earn supplies for Xiang, nurture Xiang. Does mother appreciate such things?" "Then, Xiao shall also earn supplies for mother." Each of the little ones chimed in, warmly articulating their affection and closeness to her. In Jiang Fanyin's heart, warmth enveloped her as she affectionately patted the few little creatures who had contributed the most today, generously pouring them a plate of spiritual spring water. Never forgetting Xiao Bai and Xiao Yi, the family celebrated late into the night before finally resting at the base. Unbeknownst to them, others had begun to take notice, particularly from both military and political circles. Within a spacious office, a middle-aged man with a simple demeanor was perusing documents in his hands. Opposite him sat a lean man in his 30s, bearing a subtle scar on his face. He was Han Yu, the commander of the Nighthawk unit. "You mean those extraordinary individuals are the ones your team 3 encountered and brought back?" Mu Cheng was genuinely surprised and cast him an inquisitive glance. Han Yu shrugged, "Yes. It was Wang Chong from my team 3 who came to inform me, asking if I could find a way to gather them. I heard one of them possesses wood-based abilities." Chapter 58. military and political intent to recruit, Mu Cheng had not anticipated this turn of events. He was aware that those individuals had been quite conspicuous, having arrived with members of the Nighthawk unit for a shopping excursion. He was also privy to the commotion surrounding the issues at the real estate agency. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he pondered the implications of their military escort and their entanglement with the political side's wolf squad. Could it be that they harbored intentions of aligning with the military? Such a prospect would indeed be beneficial, especially considering the scarcity of extraordinary individuals in recent years, given that even a few among many bases were insufficient. He would wholeheartedly welcome the opportunity to bring in more talent, even extending favorable conditions. With this in mind, he resolved to speak to Han Yu. Since they seem somewhat amicable towards us, have Wang Chong engage with them further and see if we can integrate them into our ranks. Han Yu understood his implication. The balance of power within the base had been relatively stable, but once disrupted, the identity of the instigator could be critical. He nodded solemnly, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will instruct my subordinates to proceed with this." Seeing Han Yu's earnest demeanor, Mu Cheng couldn't help but jest lightly. "No need to be so serious. It's not a matter of grave concern. If they wish to be friendly, let them be. There's no need to force anything. Those who are willing to extend a helping hand are unlikely to be ill-intentioned, and even if they ultimately do not align with us, they will not act against us." Having seen much of the world, he had developed a keen insight into human character, even without having met these individuals. "All right, I understand. We shall recruit them if possible. And if it proves unfeasible, I want to make things difficult for them, especially considering their assistance to Team 3. However, the political side remains unpredictable." Han Yu chuckled softly, understanding the underlying meaning. The political faction had engaged in numerous activities of late to assert their authority within the base. Yet, the sudden arrival of these individuals had effectively undermined their efforts, potentially drawing the attention of the political side as well. The fate of recruitment versus opposition remained uncertain. Mu Cheng recalled Fang Jun's usual approach to matters and couldn't suppress a smile. Should Fang Jun inadvertently offend these newcomers, he would be inclined to express gratitude for inadvertently sending valuable talent their way. Not accepting them would indeed be a disservice to their goodwill. As anticipated, the political faction had also taken note of this new group of extraordinary individuals. Fang Jun's expression darkened considerably upon receiving reports from his subordinates. What was their intent? Did they seek to undermine him from the onset? After a moment of hesitation, a subordinate cautiously spoke up. "Mayor, it's not quite that. This stems from Su Lang and his inept companions. They mistook the newcomers for easy targets and attempted to exploit them, only to face backlash. Moreover, it was unkind to note that the newcomers had shown them little cruelty. Aside from feeling dizzy and nauseous, they had emerged relatively unscathed. However, he had heard that Su Lang could not endure the humiliation and sought help from the Wolf Squad, leading to a disturbance. The current situation was uncertain, and if things escalated, they could end up with a feud. Fang Jun was inclined to voice these concerns, but he was interrupted by the mounting frustration that had taken hold of him. They entered the base and immediately set upon the staff of the real estate agency. "Do they not realize that we protect this agency?" His anger flared. It was a direct affront to his authority. He had always valued his reputation, and this incident had dealt a severe blow to his pride, leading him to harbor ill feelings toward both the instigators and the newcomers. His devoted secretary, undeterred by the rising tension, earnestly advised, "Mayor, these individuals seem quite powerful. I suggest we attempt to recruit them. Even if we fail, we should not allow the other side to seize the initiative." Mention of the military side tempered Fang Jun's ire, prompting him to reflect. Ultimately, he conceded to send someone to attempt recruitment. After all, he could not allow valuable assets to slip into the hands of the opposing faction. With that, he returned to his affairs, clearly disinterested in further discussion. The secretary, well aware of his temperament, refrained from further comment and proceeded with the task. Fate would have it that both parties deemed an early morning visit as the most sincere gesture, leading them to coincidentally encounter each other outside the villa. "Oh, ISNT, this Captain Wang from Team 3? What brings you here?" Secretary Wang Qingshan frowned at the sight of him, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The discord between the military and political factions was no longer secret within the base, and as a representative of the political side, he needed to maintain a certain demeanor. Wang Chong's expression darkened in response. It appeared the political faction was also keen on recruiting Miss Jiang and her companions, a deviation from their previous expectations. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and greeted him. Secretary Wang, busy as ever. What brings you out today? Where are you headed? Allow me to accompany you. It has been quite a while since we last met. The straightforward Wang Qingshan seemed to have adopted a more sardonic tone upon his return. Caught off guard, he hesitated momentarily before quickly regaining his composure, donning a familiar faade. Oh, it's merely that my subordinates are rather unsophisticated. They misunderstood Miss Jiang, and I was sent to offer an apology. If he believed that Wang Chong was genuinely there to apologize rather than to recruit, he would truly be a fool. Wang Chong narrowed his eyes, perceiving the underlying motives but choosing to remain silent. Since they were both vying for Miss Jiang and her companions, it would ultimately come down to their respective abilities. He would not yield, especially given their existing rapport. He was determined not to lose to the political faction. The villa's door remained firmly shut, and knocking yielded no response, indicating that everyone inside was still asleep. The two men stood resolutely at the entrance, awaiting a reply. As Jiang Fanyin opened the door, she was taken aback to find two individuals standing before her. Chapter 59. The Recruitment of Two Parties. Quickly regaining her composure, she raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Good morning, Miss Jiang. I heard that you have moved into a new home, so I thought I would come over with some friends to congratulate you," Wang Chong replied, waving to the team members in the distance. They promptly surged forward, offering their greetings, inadvertently pushing Wang Qingshan aside in the process. Wang Chong had evidently come well prepared, pulling out a bag from his pocket containing warm, freshly made pancakes. It was indeed a rare treat to enjoy such delicacies at this hour, indicating the sincerity of his gesture. Wang Qingshan, momentarily displaced, wore a sullen expression but soon composed himself. He squeezed his way back in, wearing a smile as he greeted her. "You must be Miss Jiang." "Good morning." Jiang Fanyin observed that Wang Chong and his companions were in good spirits. However, she refrained from accepting his offerings. After all, she possessed ample supplies for sustenance, while they were in a more precarious situation, so it seemed prudent to reserve these provisions for them. Yet, who was this individual before her? She had never encountered him before and initially assumed he had accompanied Wang Chong and his group, but now it appeared otherwise. "Greetings, Miss Jiang. I am the secretary to the mayor of the base city. I have heard that there was a misunderstanding between the staff of the intermediary agency and your group, and I am here to offer their sincere apologies. This is a small token of goodwill. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us. As we are all destined to live in the base together, perhaps we can forge a friendship moving forward." Wang Qingshan seized the opportunity to introduce himself, promptly extending the gesture of goodwill he had prepared earlier. He had brought several eggs, a rarity in this post-apocalyptic world where many chickens and ducks had mutated, making it exceedingly difficult to find untainted eggs. Thus, these eggs symbolized their earnest intentions. Jiang Fanyin, instead of responding, simply laughed. Secretary Wang was truly jesting. "It was rather amusing how you all made friends at the base, sneaking into my home at midnight and attempting to divide our property and resources. I cannot agree with such intentions." Wang Chong, unaware of the situation, widened his eyes in surprise upon hearing this, immediately glancing at Wang Qingshan. "My friend, you are quite bold. Robbing in the dead of night? Your subordinates truly underestimate Miss Jiang's prowess. Even if they are asleep, there remains a vigilant plant that hardly requires rest. Luo is indeed formidable. This is not a robbery. It seems more like a quest for heads." Wang Chong chuckled inwardly, feeling he needed to inquire about the fate of those individuals. Observing Miss Jiang's nonchalant demeanor, he surmised they had gained nothing of value. He joined in the conversation, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, Secretary Wang, you certainly know how to cultivate friendships. Your ability to feign compliance while harboring ulterior motives is quite impressive, isn't it?" He had anticipated that Su Lang would create trouble for them, yet the others did not appear overly enraged. However, Wang Chong, that scoundrel, continued to stir the pot. Though he felt infuriated, he concealed his emotions and promptly offered a smiling apology, maintaining a courteous demeanor. Miss Jiang is absolutely right. Those few ruffians. Had they not feared your wrath upon encountering them, I would have certainly brought them forth for a proper apology. Hence, I have come personally to express my regrets. Please, let's not dwell on those foolish individuals. Their attitude was sufficiently sincere, and Jiang Fanyin felt it inappropriate to remain cold. Ultimately, she welcomed the entire group inside. As she entered, relief washed over her. Fortunately, she had yet to retrieve the furniture from her space. Had they come so unexpectedly, it might have revealed too much. Clearly, installing surveillance at the entrance would be prudent in the future. Wang Qingshan, witnessing their entrance, finally exhaled in relief. It seemed the visitors were not difficult to handle. A mere apology sufficed to smooth over the matter, paving the way for better dealings in the future. The group had seldom visited this villa, but upon entering, they exchanged flattering remarks, primarily extolling the wisdom of the property purchase. Jiang Fanyin could roughly discern their purpose for visiting today. She found it amusing, but chose to remain silent. After all, it was just sweet talk that cost nothing, and she could simply accept whatever they said. The group promptly settled onto the sofa, and before they had the chance to exchange more than a few words, they noticed several others emerging from the room. Jiang Muse and Shan Junyao emerged to find themselves somewhat bewildered. However, recalling the intelligence they had gleaned from yesterday's inquiries, they soon grasped the current circumstances. In an instant, Jiang Muse felt an overwhelming urge to retreat to his room. Such schemes and plots were ill-suited for him. It would be wiser for him to find a place to vanish. Shen Junyao furrowed his brow, but chose not to voice his thoughts, instead making his way directly to her. Have you all awakened? Junyao, why don't you and Xiaoza prepare the meal, while I keep them company for a while? Jiang Fanyin was aware that neither of the two individuals enjoyed such scenes, so she promptly sent them both away. She then engaged in casual conversation with Wang Chong and Wang Qingshan. Wang Qingshan, composed as ever, accompanied her in light-hearted banter, as if he had no intention of soliciting her. Had Jiang Fanyin not known his affiliations, she might have genuinely believed he was there to befriend her. However, Wang Chong, unable to maintain his composure, soon delved directly into the matter at hand. Miss Jiang, he began earnestly, how do you find our base? Quite impressive, isn't it? Would you consider joining our ranks? We offer numerous privileges. His earnest desire to recruit Miss Jiang was evident. Her abilities would significantly enhance the safety of their future missions. Thus, upon receiving this assignment, he was genuinely pleased and had come prepared. Wang Qingshan was waiting for this moment, as their past encounters with Miss Jiang had been less than cordial. If he were to broach the subject himself, it might provoke her disdain. So he patiently awaited Wang Chong's initiative. Given their shared objective, Wang Chong, being impulsive by nature, would not shy away from speaking up. With the topic now introduced, Wang Qingshan quickly took the opportunity to contribute. Miss Jiang, our government is sincerely eager to welcome you all. The conditions we can offer surpass those of the military. His statement was delivered with great confidence, as their political faction's financial resources were well known. Recruitment is unnecessary. We prefer to be tourists, Jiang Fanyin replied, referring to the idle abilities of those who choose not to align with any faction, opting instead to earn points through tasks to sustain themselves. Ultimately, they merely sought a place to rest, with no intention of joining any powers. This was an unexpected turn of events for both Wang Qingshan and Wang Chong, leaving them momentarily speechless. Wang Qingshan, having previously served as a secretary, quickly regained his composure and expressed his camaraderie. Tourist it is, since you have made your decision. I wish you high scores and safe returns on all your missions. I also hope for future opportunities for collaboration. This gesture represented the political faction's goodwill. As a military representative, Wang Chong was equally determined not to lag behind, promptly adding, it's excellent that you wish to be tourists, Miss Jiang. With your prowess, you will surely ascend the leaderboard swiftly. We will do our utmost to assist you. Do not hesitate to reach out if you encounter any challenges or uncertainties. Both factions were extending their goodwill, and Jiang Fanyin was not one to lack social grace. She smiled and replied, of course, I may very well require your assistance in the future.
Since we all aspire to be good friends, I shall not stand on ceremony. After all, it was merely a matter of polite conversation, something that anyone could articulate with ease. Jiang Muse and Shun Junyao exchanged a glance, both understanding the unspoken sentiment, and neither felt the need to elaborate. The evident discord between the military and political factions did not escape their notice. They were not fools to forsake their tranquil lives for the sake of trivial matters. It was far more enjoyable to indulge in leisure, pursuing their desires without constraint. Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai remained quietly nestled on the other side of the sofa, oblivious to human discourse, choosing instead to bask in tranquility. However, Luo, ever clingy, approached insistently, yearning to snuggle with Jiang Fanyin. With affectionate indulgence, Jiang Fanyin allowed it to entwine itself around her wrist, forming a bracelet of vibrant green. The other two little creatures were not to be outdone. One coiled around her leg, while the other, hindered by its size, stood silently beside her. This unique affinity for flora drew envious glances from onlookers, though only Wang Cheng scrutinized the strange plants, his gaze darkening with intrigue. Wasn't that the very plant that had obstructed their path the other day, presenting Miss Jiang with a flower? So, it had also fallen under her sway? How formidable was Miss Jiang indeed? What power must one possess to tame such extraordinary flora? That peony appeared to be at least at the third or fourth level. In that instant, his perception of Jiang Fanyin's capabilities deepened significantly. Wang Qingshan, though unaware of the exact prowess of those exotic plants, could sense their formidable presence, clearly not to be trifled with. It seemed prudent to cultivate a good rapport with these individuals, lest they provoke animosity. His mind raced with various strategies to foster a closer relationship. The two did not linger long, parting after a brief conversation. Wang Cheng lingered behind, turning back to say, "Rest assured, we shall always be friends, regardless of the path you choose. That will never change." This was meant to bolster her spirits, conveying that the military would not pose any hardships for her. Although Jiang Fanyin was indifferent to such matters, she still felt a sense of gratitude for his words. Given their differing positions, he need not have spoken them, yet he did, which reflected his sincerity. She smiled as she watched them depart, saying nothing, not even inviting them to stay for a meal. Once they had left, she began to prepare food for the little ones. Now, not only did they possess exotic plants, but also unusual beasts, each with quite an appetite. While there was sufficient spirit spring water, it could not be their daily sustenance, lest they run out of clean water for themselves. Watching them begin to eat, Jiang Fanyin finally joined her brother and the others for dinner. After the meal, they did not linger at home. Jiang Muse chose to remain in the backyard, turning over the soil to prepare designated spots for the exotic plants. The little ones were quite delighted, each marking out their territory, which amused Jiang Fanyin. It seemed that the instinct to claim land was universal. After some time, only Jiang Fanyin and Fu Jing took the little ones out, while Jiao Tailang intended to accompany them, but stayed behind, feeling uneasy about Xia Xia's territorial markings. Fearing her own domain might be encroached upon, she justified her decision by claiming she was there to watch over her new companion. Jiang Fanyin discerned its little schemes, but chose to disregard them, leading Shun Junyao and Luo straight out the door. Today, they intended to visit the task office. After all, it would be beneficial to familiarize themselves with the procedures, especially since they had yet to undertake any assignments. Upon entering the task office, they were taken aback to discover that it still adhered to the ancient methods of operation, meticulously documenting all relevant matters on paper, which were then laboriously transcribed countless times and stacked for their examination. Jiang Fanyin also reached out to take a stack, dividing it in half for Shun Junyao, and the two of them began to meticulously peruse the contents. After some time, Shun Junyao suddenly nudged Jiang Fanyin with his elbow, passing her a sheet detailing a task. "Take a look at this," he said. "Curious." Jiang Fanyin took a closer look and discovered that the task at hand was not merely a simple quest to eliminate exotic flora or fauna. Rather, it possessed an air of peculiarity. It was said that atop a distant mountain in the eastern district, a multitude of unusual plants and creatures congregated, dancing harmoniously both day and night. Though silent, the sight was undeniably bizarre.
exotic plants, and creatures entwined in a graceful dance. Such an occurrence had never been heard of in her previous life. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that this place seemed somewhat familiar. Memories from her past life were too distant, and some details eluded her unless she concentrated deeply. Thus, Jiang Fanyin did not dwell on it further and allowed a smile to curve her lips. How delightful it was to encounter such intriguing phenomena. Should she venture to witness it? Shun Junyao, sensing her affinity for such wonders, had selected this task for her, and now, seeing her reaction, it was evident that she was indeed enchanted. It appeared that her affection extended not only to animals, but also to plants. Jiang Fanyin nodded, her fingers gently caressing the paper as she squinted slightly, formulating her own plans in her mind. If she could form a contract with Sha and the others, surely she could also establish bonds with other exotic plants. Moreover, if there truly were numerous exotic plants available, would this not allow her to augment her own strength? Let's undertake this task. Chapter 61. I shall strike for you. Jiang Fanyin meticulously perused the task and discovered that numerous individuals had previously undertaken it. Yet each time they returned with distinctly different descriptions of the scenes encountered. Many had witnessed a myriad of unique landscapes, some even losing themselves within, ultimately returning empty-handed. There were even those who encountered a plethora of exotic flora. Despite several teams setting forth to execute the mission, they too faced a disheartening return. Curiously, none had suffered any casualties throughout these endeavors, which was indeed an oddity. The personnel at the task management office expressed a warm welcome to those willing to undertake the assignment, eagerly informing them of the high points awarded for its completion, primarily hoping that the resolution of this enigma would alleviate their long-standing perplexities. Jiang Fanyin smiled subtly, remaining silent. Yet deep within, she felt a profound confidence in her ability to conquer this task. Even if it involved the chaos of otherworldly beasts, she remained undaunted, for she possessed an abundance of exotic flora at her disposal. Should negotiation fail, she was prepared to engage in combat without trepidation. The two decisively accepted the mission, and the staff, seemingly anxious about their potential hesitation, swiftly stamped the task with an official seal, beaming as they handed over the insignia. With warm wishes, they expressed hopes for their swift success and an expedient completion of the assignment. Jiang Fanyin harbored grave doubts about whether she had uttered that phrase countless times before, as it sounded so remarkably familiar. However, her curiosity grew stronger. This mission promised to be quite intriguing. Upon returning home today, she planned to prepare for her departure on the morrow. Having accepted the task, the two of them strolled leisurely along the street. As they approached a stall, an unexpected force suddenly overturned it, sending the assorted items scattered across the ground. Many of these objects struck pedestrians nearby, including Jiang Fanyin, who was inexplicably hit by debris. Gazing at the ink stains that marred her attire, her expression darkened. It was a dress she cherished dearly, adorned with patterns she adored, now sullied by an unsightly blot. Though it could be washed away later, her pleasant mood for shopping was irrevocably tainted, plunging Jiang Fanyin into a foul temper. With a cold demeanor, she turned to see the perpetrators, a grandfather and his grandson. The grandfather appeared to be in his early 50s, while the boy, looking no older than 7 or 8, bore a delicate visage that elicited sympathy. Yet, both their faces reflected palpable fear, though the grandson's eyes betrayed a distinct disdain and barely contained fury. In addition to Jiang Fanyin and Shun Junyao, 5 or 6 ruffians loitered nearby, their demeanor suggesting they were not to be trifled with, exuding an air of menace. Did your clothes get dirty? Shun Junyao, standing beside her, noticed the stains and furrowed his brow in concern. The ruffians, seemingly oblivious to their presence, kicked the scattered items disdainfully, their tone laced with rudeness. Hey, old man, you really lack awareness, don't you? Have you paid this week's street management fees? One jeered. Our brother Yu is responsible for this street. Do you dare to default on his fees? You must be seeking trouble. Another chimed in, old man, will you pay or not? Can you still manage to settle this fee? The group's words were increasingly crude, revealing their utter disregard for civility. Jiang Fanyin immediately comprehended the reprehensible behavior of those who had sullied her attire,
Yet this did not preclude her from feeling a surge of indignation. The elderly man before her was already graying, his voice hoarse from apparent dehydration, yet his simmering anger was unmistakable as he exclaimed, "I have already paid the street management fee. You collected it yourselves? Why do you demand payment again? How can these people behave in such a manner? All this grandfather and grandson wish for is a peaceful existence. Why must it be so arduous?" The group of men exchanged glances, a sudden smirk spreading across their faces. "Oh, you paid, did you? Who witnessed it? We seem to have no recollection of such a transaction. Where is the evidence of your submission? Indeed, who saw it? Do not speak nonsense. I have never seen you submit anything. No payment means no payment. Do not feign ignorance with us. Who witnessed your payment? If you cannot afford it, then so be it. What is there to fear? At worst, you could simply offer up your precious grandson to us. Our brother Yu has a fondness for children. Seeing such a well-behaved child, he might just generously waive your street management fee." Their expressions twisted into a grotesque mockery, laced with an unsettling leer. Jiang Fanyin had encountered such loathsome and sordid smiles far too often in her past life. They epitomized the utmost malice humanity could muster. In that instant, her penetrating gaze intensified, revealing her discernment of their wicked intentions. The plant, Lolo, sensing her resolve, sprang forth without hesitation, detaching from her wrist. It transformed mid-air into a large green vine, its tendrils extending wildly, striking each of them with fervor, akin to a whip. Xiang is a good person. Thus, all who provoke Xiang are inherently bad. This unexpected maneuver took them by surprise, and before they could react, they were met with sharp stings. The pain was abrupt, causing several to cry out in shock and leap about in agony. The elderly man, with reddened eyes and trembling hands clutching his grandson, beheld these men with a profound loathing. How could they have the audacity to target his innocent child? In this world of desolation, survival had become an insurmountable challenge. He would rather perish alongside his only remaining kin than surrender him to such wretches. Yet, before he could voice his indignation, the assailants erupted in bewildered shouts. "Who dares to strike me with a whip? Such audacity! Who is it? Do they not value their lives?" The men, accustomed to their tyrannical reign over the streets, were met with disbelief and pain, their bravado faltering. From a distance, a chillingly calm voice pierced the air, carrying an air of nonchalance. "It is I who struck you. If you have any objections, keep them to yourself." The audacious voice of a young girl reverberated, shocking the ruffians into silence. They clutched their stinging wounds, their rage boiling over, yet their gazes involuntarily turned towards her, astonishment etched on their faces. "Who is this girl? Why does she meddle in our affairs?" In that moment, one of the leading thugs, named Chun Fei, his demeanor brash yet perceptive, recognized the disparity in their statuses as he noted the cleanliness and poise of the two newcomers, clearly of higher standing than his own. Thus, he refrained from outright aggression. However, having been unexpectedly struck, his tone remained combative, albeit tempered by the realization that she appeared to possess extraordinary abilities. Jiang Fanyin cast a sidelong glance at the dark ink stains adorning her dress, her expression hardening with palpable discontent. It was only then that Chun Fei noticed the ink blemishes on her attire and the ink bottle lying on the ground, leading him to comprehend the nature of the mishap that had just unfolded. He frowned, thinking to himself, "It's merely a few ink spots. Surely a wash will suffice." After all, in this apocalyptic era, who among them could afford to be lavish with their garments? They were not of noble birth, after all. He inwardly lamented the troubles that women often brought, pondering why one could be so finicky over a mere piece of clothing. If Jiang Fanyin could hear the thoughts in her heart at this moment, she might well curse him as a lowly man. However, her expression was equally grim. She didn't even spare a glance at the pair of grandfather and grandson. "You have disturbed my pleasant shopping experience. Either you produce some supplies to apologize, or you shall leave your lives here." Her tone was remarkably calm, yet an unintentional aura of menace emanated from her. Chun Fei let out a derisive laugh, displaying his own arrogance. "Do you even know who we are? How dare you demand an apology from us? You must be seeking death. After all, she was merely an ability user. What was so impressive about that?
There were plenty of ability users in this base. How much combat power could a wood-type user possibly possess? He was unafraid. The few ruffians surrounding him, accustomed to his swagger, also joined in with mocking laughter, their demeanor exceedingly arrogant. Indeed, once you entered this street, you should have inquired about our brother Fei's status. He is under the protection of Brother Yu. Exactly. How dare you provoke him? Are you disregarding the reputation of Brother Yu's Wild Wolf Squad? The Wild Wolf Squad? How intriguing. Just as Wan Liang departed, another Brother Yu arrived. It seems she truly did not get along with this Wild Wolf Squad. Jiang Fanyin's lips curled into a cold smirk, her eyes shimmering with a frosty light. The mere sight of the two members from the Wild Wolf Squad revealed their audacious demeanor, indicative of the rampant arrogance fostered by Zhang Fang within the base. Such a manner of conduct unmistakably suggested their ill intentions. Without further ado, she issued a sharp reprimand, commanding Luo, give these ruffians a stern lesson. I do not wish to hear another word from them. Their words had sullied her ears. Luo, the most obedient of all, upon hearing her command, immediately unleashed a flurry of vines, launching a swift and merciless assault on the intruders. The focus of her wrath was particularly directed at the leader, Chun Fei, as several vines swiftly covered his mouth, emphasizing the singular objective of silencing him. The little creature was incensed by his attempts to speak. Bad people should remain silent. Xiang will be displeased. Xiang desires happiness. And Luo must punish the wicked. Jiang Fanyin was thoroughly pleased with the little one's cleverness and care, to the extent that the hardness on her face softened considerably. Even Shen Junyao could not resist stepping forward to kick a few of those individuals. Initially, Fanyin was quite cheerful, but their presence disrupted her joy. Most of these individuals were merely ordinary people and were no match for them. They were swiftly bound by Luo and unceremoniously thrown before her. Shen Junyao, showing no restraint, directly stepped onto Chun Fei's shoulder. Chun Fei's mouth was tightly ensnared by vines, rendering him unable to speak, his face flushed with anger. He glared at her with a look that seemed capable of killing her with mere intent. Jiang Fanyin couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle, observing the vacant chairs beside the stall of the grandfather and grandson. She casually took a seat, leisurely stroking the tendrils of Luo, exuding an air of intimacy. This entire mess is rather vexing to me. Have you two come to a decision? Chun Fei glared at them in fury, his mouth only able to emit faint whimpering sounds. He was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses. He wished to voice his thoughts, yet his mouth was sealed shut. How could he express himself? What would he possibly say? Scoundrels! It appears that Jiang Fanyin was oblivious to this fact, directly allowing Luo to strike him once more before finally expressing her feelings. Alas, she had yet to formulate a plan, so perhaps another lesson was in order. There is no need for a multitude of excuses when one wishes to reprimand. One simply does it. Luo, being remarkably considerate, even understood the principle of equitable distribution, ensuring that none of the other little rascals, who were tightly bound, were spared. Instantly, vines surged forth, resulting in a chaotic beating. Those few rascals not muzzled fared slightly better, managing to emit some cries of distress during their thrashing. However, Chun Fei, whose mouth was tightly bound, could only emit muffled whimpers, rendering his words unintelligible to all but himself. Tears nearly streamed from Chun Fei's eyes as he desperately shook his head, his reddened eyes betraying a hint of vulnerability. The elderly duo transitioned from astonishment to palpable excitement, their eyes gleaming with a sense of satisfaction. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the struggle for survival among ordinary people has been exceedingly arduous. The grandfather had exerted every effort for the sake of his only descendant. Yet existence had proven to be so challenging. Having finally entered the base, he hoped to sustain a modest income through trade. But these individuals had fixated their gaze upon his grandson. Were it not for the military's oversight, they might have forcibly taken the boy. Do not presume that he, having recently arrived, was unaware that the infamous Yuga from the Wolf Squad, responsible for patrolling the streets, was a pervert with a penchant for toying with young, innocent boys. With only this one descendant, He would do everything in his power to protect the child, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Seeing others being bullied brought him an unexpected sense of joy. It was delightful to witness such oppression. Surely, they would not mind if he turned the tables and exerted his own form of bullying upon them. Would they? Jiang Fanyin's smile was radiant, possessing a hint of devilish charm that captivated those around her. Chun Fei felt an overwhelming sense of despair, wishing he had consulted an oracle before venturing out today. Surely, it was an inauspicious time to provoke the wrath of fate. Chapter 63. Scoundrels aren't fat, but they do stink. The commotion here was considerable, naturally attracting a throng of onlookers. Even amidst the chaos reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic world, the human penchant for gossip remained unyielding. Many craned their necks to catch a glimpse, with the bolder individuals squatting near nearby stalls, occasionally stealing glances, while the more timid observed from a distance, shielded by the crowd. However, some familiar with Chun Yu, or those who dared not offend him, discreetly scurried off to deliver news, soon catching the attention of Luo. Though her roots remained anchored to the ground, Luo extended her branches high and far, ensuring she could monitor every movement of those present. Upon noticing the stir, she promptly reported to Jiang Fanyin. Xiang, someone has fled. Several individuals have escaped. Are they perhaps informing others? Luo can retrieve them. Jiang Fanyin did not even turn her head, calmly nodding slightly as if she had not noticed anything at all. With such a considerable commotion, it was impossible to conceal the news. Since the situation had escalated to this extent, it would be better to amplify it further. Only by making the matter so significant that even the authorities could not cover it up might there be a chance to temporarily salvage the fates of those involved. It is rather ironic that the call for assistance had summoned not just a single group of individuals. News of the disturbances caused by the ability users and exotic plants in the marketplace swiftly spread to both military and governmental factions, prompting relevant leaders to arrive promptly. The first to reach the scene was what Chun Fei and his companions referred to as Brother Yu, a man with slanted eyebrows and triangular eyes, whose appearance immediately suggested a rather unsavory character. Jiang Fanyin cast a disdainful glance at him, her brows furrowing in revulsion. With such a loathsome and sinister appearance, it was no wonder he could commit such repugnant acts. He was truly scum. Scum? Xiang, what does scum mean? Is it fertilizer? Luo, intrigued by her thoughts, posed a question. In their botanical memory, all refuse served as potent fertilizer for their growth. Could it be that humans could also become fertilizer? Amused by Luo's curious inquiries, Jiang Fanyin worried about inadvertently misleading the child, and thus felt compelled to clarify. No, dear. Scum is a term used to describe wicked individuals. Only those who are truly vile would be labeled as such. Even if such people were to become fertilizer, they would make you, Luo, smell foul. She hardly noticed that upon hearing this, Luo instinctively pulled back, distancing itself from that despicable Yuge. Xiang cherished Luo dearly. If Luo became foul, she would inevitably turn her affections to Jiajia, and that simply could not be permitted. No, scum was far too terrifying. It could make Luo stink. She must tell Xiao upon returning. Scum is not fertilizer, but it can indeed be foul. Chun Yu surveyed the chaotic scene before him, his gaze sweeping over the distant boy and Chun Fei's face, his expression darkening momentarily. His voice, gravelly, conveyed his irritation. Miss, even if you are an extraordinary being, causing such a ruckus in the marketplace violates the rules of the base. Can someone enlighten me on what exactly is happening here? Is Chun Fei such a fool that he cannot manage even the simplest of matters? What use is he to me? All he does is attract trouble. Ah, cousin, you finally arrived. Hurry and save me. This wretched alien plant is truly going to suffocate me. Chun Fei, upon seeing his companion's arrival, felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, struggling violently and making muffled sounds as if desperate to cry out for help. Noticing his commotion, Luo, displeased, gave him a few more tugs. What was all this fuss about? Even bound, he remained so restless. Was he seeking punishment? Jiang Fanyin turned her gaze towards the newcomer. And indeed, they were members of the wolf squad, distinctly different from the previous inept individuals. Their arrival was accompanied by a formidable ability user, and their imposing presence suggested a commendable lineup. She smiled lightly, calmly articulating her thoughts. Oh, so the market does have its rules? How was I unaware of this? I observed this staff member recklessly overturning someone's stall, splattering dirt upon me while exuding arrogance. I nearly found myself terrified, believing this market, this base, was under the dominion of someone named Yuge. She paused momentarily, allowing a serene smile to grace her lips. Hearing them mention a powerful figure backing them, she mused about the nature of this shadowy benefactor, pondering what kind of heartless individual might be obstructing others. Observing the man before her, he certainly appeared to be a leader. She wondered whether he had ever encountered this Yuge. Shen Junyao was nearly overwhelmed with laughter internally, yet his expression remained composed. His tranquil demeanor suggested that he should not be underestimated, revealing a glimpse of his elegance. Fanyin was truly delightful. She had discerned the identity of the newcomer from the reaction of the leading thug, likely identifying him as this Yuge. It must have felt exhilarating to openly insult him in front of his face, though it was uncertain how the other party was internally reacting. He chuckled silently and shifted his gaze. Indeed, he saw the man's face darken considerably from a distance, his expression shifting through various shades of displeasure, rendering his already unattractive visage even more grotesque. The roundness of his form quivered with suppressed fury. This was akin to being insulted directly to his face, and it would be astonishing if Chun Yu could endure such indignation. However, he had already conducted his inquiries en route and recognized this was clearly a newly arrived ability user, completely unfamiliar with him. Since they did not know him, it indicated there was no malice intended. Thus, his reprimand was futile. Nonetheless, he was still seething with rage. His words erupted as if forcibly squeezed from his throat. What exactly do you want? Jiang Fanyin lightly tapped her skirt, the conspicuous stains glaringly evident. Her tone carried a hint of impatience, with her attire soiled. Her enthusiasm for shopping had dwindled. Feeling rather discontent, she contemplated discussing the matter of compensation with her superior. Is this truly the demeanor one should adopt when broaching the subject of recompense? One might mistake her intent for an effort to impose order upon the marketplace. Chun Yu's gaze momentarily flickered past the anomalous plant beside her, forcing out a strained smile through clenched teeth. Miss, since we were to discuss compensation, might we first release our personnel? It would allow for a more sincere conversation. Sincerity? I see none of your sincerity. Jiang Fanyin chuckled lightly, observing instead the restless demeanor of the ability users lurking behind you. Surely, they do not believe that a mere handful of insignificant players could triumph over her. Setting aside other considerations, even a single level 1 or 2 plant could easily handle them. Sha had utilized some of the crystals in her possession, and now she, her brother, and Shen Junyao had all elevated their ability levels. Presently, they were all at level 2, with one at level 3. Could they truly be outmatched? Suddenly, a voice interrupted their exchange. What are you doing? Chapter 64. Chen Yu's calculated approach. Wang Qingshan had been keeping a watchful eye on Jiang Fanyin and her companions, even assigning someone to discreetly track their movements. However, due to the lackadaisical nature of the surveillance, neither Jiang Fanyin nor her team noticed they were being followed, and the pursuers ultimately lost sight of them. Thus, when Wang Qingshan received the news, it was considerably delayed, arriving later than Chun Yu, who was situated farther away. Upon arrival, he was met with the sight of the two parties in a standoff, prompting him to furrow his brow and inquire, "What is transpiring here?" Jiang Fanyin's gaze shifted toward the sound, her brows slightly raised, revealing a hint of surprise. At last, a leader who seemed somewhat familiar had arrived. This must be from the political faction. As a member of the WWIII team, Chun Yu was naturally acquainted with Secretary Wang, a figure who had stood by the side of the political leader for many years, which spoke volumes about his reliability. Upon spotting him, Chun Yu quickly composed himself and jogged over to greet him. "Brother Wang, what brings you here? It's merely a trivial matter. You needn't have come all this way." Secretary Wang, however, paid him no mind, his attention fixed squarely on Jiang Fanyin and Shen Junyao in the distance. Lowering his voice,
he inquired about the situation. What has transpired? Please enlighten me. Chunyu, not one to be easily deceived, was well aware of the nature of those beneath him. Thus, he carefully chose his words. Oh, it's nothing serious, merely a small misunderstanding. Rest assured, I will resolve it. His attempt to obscure the truth resulted in vague explanations, failing to clarify the misunderstanding at hand. But Secretary Wang was no stranger to complicated situations. He had witnessed far more chaotic scenes than this, even without Chun Yu's evasiveness. The sight of the bound individuals and the disarray surrounding them indicated that matters were far from benign. Without pressing Chun Yu further, he turned his attention to Jiang Fanyin, his tone softening considerably. Miss Jiang, it is a pleasure to see you again. Might I trouble you to explain what has occurred? I could assist in rectifying the situation. The current conditions at the base were indeed dire. The power dynamics dictated that whoever wielded greater influence would command authority. It was in his interest to appear amicable, ensuring that he did not inadvertently push them toward the military faction. What was the situation unfolding here? Could it be that these two had ties to the political faction? Why was Brother Wang speaking to them so amicably? Chun Yu, perceptive as he was, quickly sensed the shift in atmosphere. His expression subtly altered, and he hastened to don a fawning smile. Jiang Fanyin wasted no time in elucidating the situation, casting a scornful glance at them, without the need for further words. That singular look was sufficient to make Wang Qingshan feel his composure slipping away. Anger began to simmer within him, causing his expression to darken noticeably. Ironically, this individual was someone he had personally elevated, drawn to his charm, eloquence, and competence, often outshining others with his generous gifts. Yet, he had never anticipated that this person harbored such a peculiar proclivity, which was truly repugnant. Chun Yu, of course, noticed the shift in Wang's demeanor and silently cursed his luck. He hastily interjected, Miss Jiang, Brother Wang, this is all a misunderstanding. I merely found this child endearing. My intentions were never improper. It was a misinterpretation by my subordinates. How about this? I shall apologize to the grandfather and grandson duo and offer them additional compensation for their troubles. Being astute, he recognized the necessity of making the right choices, understanding that preserving his lucrative position as the street administrator far outweighed the value of a mere child, making any sacrifice worthwhile in the face of potential loss. Jiang Fanyin did not expect to rid herself of such a despicable parasite upon her arrival, yet she recognized the necessity of offering some preferential treatment. With a light chuckle, her expression softened considerably, appearing more amiable. I have heard that you charge a street management fee here. The implication of her words was quite evident. Wang Qingshan was well aware of this matter. As long as the other party did not overstep their bounds or escalate the situation, he would remain indifferent, for he was accustomed to receiving benefits. However, he could not help but cast a disapproving glance at Chun Yu, gritting his teeth. How could this fellow not exercise some restraint? This was a critical period for the base. Surely, he could avoid offending certain extraordinary individuals. At such a time, the sentiments of the people were of utmost importance. Receiving Wang's glare, Chun Yu immediately began to explain, even making promises. Rest assured, I will extend a sincere apology. I can also waive their management fee and find them a better location to sell their goods. If necessary, I shall compensate them further. His eagerness to appease was unmistakable. Jiang Fanyin promptly accepted the olive branch and rose to observe the young boy, though he appeared no older than a few years. He stood protectively in front of his grandfather, his gaze vigilant. He resembled her younger brother in a past life, ever watchful in his defense of her. Were it not for this resemblance, she might not have been so quick to extend her aid, but the memories stirred within her. You are very brave. A truly good child who knows how to protect your grandfather, Jiang Fanyin remarked, her eyes softening as she reached out to ruffle his hair, her smile conveying her fondness for the boy. Wang Qingshan and Chun Yu both took note of this interaction, each harboring their own thoughts. Chun Yu cast a regretful glance at the child, sighing internally. It seemed that the boy was destined to remain passive. However, preserving his position was a blessing of its own. If he could not act, so be it. The young boy, though still tender in years, was perceptive enough to recognize that the beautiful sister had just fought for their justice.
He beamed at her with a sweet smile. "Thank you, sister." His gratitude was genuine. Had it not been for her, his and his grandfather's fate might have been dire. But now, things were different. They would no longer be troubled, and they could live in peace, as long as he could find a way to awaken his own abilities, thus no longer fearing others' bullying. Indeed, Chinyu was competent, promptly directing others to tidy up the scattered belongings and swiftly issuing apologies along with reparations. Truly, he was a thoughtful and obedient child. Jiang Fanyin indeed held a fondness for the child, smiling as she exchanged a few more words with him, her hand inadvertently brushing against his clothing. Upon rising, she instructed Luo to release those individuals. The other party honored their word. Retaining these insignificant troublemakers served no purpose. Chapter 65. A good deed for the day. Chen Fei and his companions were not foolish, with their own Yugu and the senior leadership treating them with such cordiality. It was evident they had provoked an individual of considerable consequence. As soon as Luo loosened her grip, they immediately bowed their heads and shrank behind Chinyu, not daring to show their faces. Clearly, they feared another round of reprimands. Miss Jiang was indeed a person of great capability, as her companions swiftly manifested their extraordinary abilities. Wang Qingshan shifted his gaze towards Shan Junyao, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he narrowed his eyes slightly. His discernment proved accurate. This group possessed a remarkable identity, and even if they could not be won over, they certainly should not be offended. In just one night apart, the aura surrounding them had intensified significantly, confirming their formidable prowess. It appeared that henceforth he would need to offer more guidance to his subordinates, urging them to exercise greater caution. Jiang Fanyin was unaware that within such a brief moment, the other party had contemplated so much. As they conversed, she maintained a light-hearted demeanor, remarking that everyone was essentially the same. Fortunately, in this apocalyptic world, she would possess the strength to protect herself. She deliberately exhibited a sense of confidence in her speech. After all, to earn the respect of others, one must embody a sufficiently formidable attitude and conviction. Indeed, Wang Qingshan discerned the firmness in her words, which led him to regard them with greater esteem. He even resolved to return and discuss with Feng Jun how best to approach their situation. It was imperative that talent remained under one's control. At the very least, they needed to cultivate goodwill. Jiang Fanyin, with a deft maneuver, alleviated the predicament of the grandfather and grandson duo, thus losing interest in lingering there, especially since he needed to cleanse himself of the grime that had accumulated. After exchanging a few words with them, he took his leave. Observing their retreating figures, Wang Qingshan squinted slightly, unable to suppress his irritation as he admonished Chun Yu beside him. "Can you not be so oblivious? At such a moment, it is unwise to offend anyone indiscriminately. Our household is currently in dire need of extraordinary beings, and you have managed to offend several in one fell swoop." Inwardly, Chun Yu cursed the troublemakers, Chun Fei and his cronies, repeatedly. Had he brought his own group, this debacle would have surely been avoided. However, since Chun Fei was his cousin, any misdeed on his part reflected poorly on him as well, leaving him with no choice but to apologize profusely. Wang Qingshan, noticing Chun Yu's demeanor, felt his own ire dissipate considerably, and he chose not to linger longer. Concealing his own concerns, which he intended to discuss with Feng Jun, he departed hurriedly. As soon as he left, Chun Yu's expression darkened, and he unleashed a tirade against Chun Fei and his companions before storming off with them. Meanwhile, the nearby vendors gazed enviously at the grandfather and grandson, finally daring to approach and congratulate them. "Old Su, you and your grandson are truly fortunate now. You no longer need to pay management fees for the goods you sell. You can keep the provisions for yourselves. Your lives will surely improve. Indeed, with these two extraordinary beings safeguarding you, your future looks much brighter. Tong Tong will grow up well without fear of being bullied," they continued, expressing their envy. Having garnered the favor of two extraordinary beings, who knows how many benefits await you? You must remember to express your gratitude. Certainly, Old Su nodded vigorously, his eyes glistening with emotion as he embraced his grandson, his hands trembling with excitement, rendered momentarily speechless. Today marked a significant turn of fortune for their family. Although they had never met the two extraordinary beings, they willingly sought justice on their behalf. Without a doubt, he would no longer need to worry about his grandson's safety. A monumental blessing indeed. He vowed that when the opportunity arose, he would repay their kindness. The little boy named Tong Tong nodded earnestly, his eyes brimming with gratitude. He resolved to find a way to repay the kindness of that big sister. The Su family was renowned for their gratitude. Clenching his tiny fist, he accidentally brushed against his pocket, pausing for a moment, then instinctively reached inside, only to uncover a shimmering stone in his hand. His eyes widened in astonishment. This was a crystal capable of awakening human abilities. Though he had never used one, he had seen them before. How could such a treasure end up in his pocket? It must have been placed there by that big sister when she had embraced him. Tong Tong was overcome with excitement and immediately tugged at his grandfather to return home. Though their finances were limited, they rented a modest little house. The bewildered elder followed him home. The items had just been tidied up by those individuals, and he was free to carry them away. Grandfather, look, is this not a crystal? Tong Tong, despite his tender age, had become remarkably cautious due to the world's harshness. He lowered his voice, pulling out the crystal he had clutched tightly. The old man's eyes widened in shock, and after a moment of stammering, he could hardly find words to express his astonishment. Once he regained his composure, he exclaimed, Tong Tong, this must have been secretly given to you by the extraordinary beings. You must try to see if you can awaken your abilities with this stone. Having one foot already in the grave, he was uncertain if he could awaken his powers. Even if he did, how many more years would he have to live? Yet, should his grandson manifest abilities, he would be able to protect himself wherever he went and earn the respect of others. Tong Tong nodded, determined to absorb every ounce of potential within him. He was certain he could awaken his abilities. From now on, he would be the one to protect his grandfather. And as for those two extraordinary beings, he vowed to repay their immense kindness in the future. You seem quite fond of that child, Shan Junyao teased playfully during their walk, his smile gentle. He had noticed someone discreetly slipping a crystal into the child's hand, a gesture of unwavering support. Jiang Fanyin was not inherently a kind-hearted individual. Had it not been for the emotional stirrings provoked by the sight of others' lives and deaths, their fates would have held little significance for her. With a faint smile, she remarked lightly, seeing as he appears to be a good child, let me consider it a virtuous act of my day. However, despite her words, she did not genuinely dwell on the matter, for those who perform acts of kindness seldom anticipate any form of recompense. The two soon returned, startling Jiang Muse, who assumed they had encountered some sort of trouble outside. Jiang Fanyin went straight to take a shower and change her clothes, leaving everything to Shen Junyao. Shen Junyao succinctly explained everything to her. Jiang Muse is also a person of integrity, who immediately chastised Chun Fei and Chun Yu, praising his sister for her righteous actions. Thus, the matter was laid to rest. The group then excitedly discussed the mission they were about to undertake. Chapter 66, Guidao Street, Nanshan. The task appeared to pose no real danger, and after listening to their discussion, Jiang Muse felt a surge of curiosity. The group swiftly packed their belongings, preparing to set off without any hesitation. The young ones naturally accompanied them, as they felt uneasy about remaining behind. Upon departure, Jiang Fanyin even prudently stowed away the furniture she had previously taken out, having never confided in her brother about her spatial abilities. On one hand, she had not deliberately concealed it, hoping he would discover it on his own. On the other hand, she was uncertain how to explain that she had possessed this ability even before the onset of the apocalypse. However, as time passed, certain traces could not be hidden. Although Shan Junyao said nothing, she sensed he had perhaps uncovered some truth, yet he chose not to mention it. The group quickly registered at the base, with the little ones discreetly hiding on her person. What intriguing discoveries awaited them in the Guidao Street, Nanshan area, with Jiang Fanyin in their midst. Their journey remained far from tranquil, yet this time, with Xiao Xiao present, many lower-skilled individuals dared not approach. As Jiang Fanyin sat in the car, she smiled and gently touched the floral bracelet adorning her wrist, feeling grateful for Xia Xia's presence. Otherwise, everyone would have endured greater hardships. Xia Xia had likely become the most formidable among them, having attained a level 3 when she first approached them. After consuming the spiritual spring water for a day or two, she successfully ascended to level 4. Her formidable aura was sufficient to intimidate any lesser beings among the exotic plants and creatures. "No, not at all," Sha shyly responded, finding herself in a rare moment of intimacy, her wrist now entwined with the bracelet like a twisted braid. The sight was amusing, prompting Luo to eagerly join in, seeking affection as well. Xiang, Luo wants to cuddle too, cuddle. Was there really a need for competition for affection? Jiang Fanyin chuckled, playfully patting them all, ensuring that even the banana wolf atop her head was not overlooked, striving for an equitable distribution of attention. A faint worry began to creep in. What if she ended up with too many contracted plants in the future? Would her hands become calloused from all the affectionate touches? Inside the vehicle, Shen Junyao remained at the wheel, cheerfully chiming in. Although the road was tranquil, they were acutely aware of the lurking eyes that observed them from the shadows. Once they ventured into the mountains, the circumstances could very well change. Caution was still paramount, despite their recent tasks having spared them from fatal consequences. The complexities of contemporary society demanded that they maintain their vigilance. Jiang Muse, despite his carefree demeanor, was acutely aware of the movements around him. After all, he had become a competent supernatural being. With a grin, he reassured, "No worries, for I shall protect you all, whatever may approach. I can unleash my might and vanquish it with my electrical powers. Lightning is effective against both flora and fauna." Jiang Fanyin, his elder sister, was equally fond of her brother's abilities and began to ponder the precision with which he could wield them. Would it not be more convenient for barbecues in the wild? Her tone was laced with affection as she said, "All right then, I shall refrain from intervening today. It is all in your capable hands, little Zay." With such a significant responsibility bestowed upon him, Jiang Muse nodded enthusiastically, his anticipation palpable as he surveyed the scenery outside, eager to embrace the day as his moment to shine. Today marks the day of Nyogwa Lu Zay's emergence. Protecting my sister is a noble duty. Observing the beaming faces of the two in the back seat, Shen Junyao couldn't help but smile as he accelerated the vehicle. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, swiftly unloading their hefty packs and securing the car doors. The rugged terrain meant that the vehicle could not ascend further. They would have to continue on foot. To guard against snake bites and insect stings, they had already donned long boots and ensured their clothing was tightly secured, thoroughly preparing for the journey ahead. However, the mountain was surprisingly silent. "Isn't it eerily quiet here? Not even the chirping of birds can be heard," Jiang Muse thought, feeling an unsettling strangeness enveloping the air. Jiang Fanyin cautiously tossed the canna lily from her head onto her brother, shielding him with utmost care. She even offered a gentle reminder, urging everyone to remain vigilant against potential ambushes, assuring them that if any danger were to arise, the little creatures would alert them in advance. With the presence of Jiao Tailang, she felt a measure of reassurance. At that moment, Jiao Tailang had reverted to his original form, comfortably resting atop his head, letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, nothing compared to the comfort of a hedgehog's spines while sleeping. Shen Junyao discreetly inched closer to them, ready to respond promptly should any threat emerge. However, to their surprise, their journey was devoid of any peril. The little ones remained oblivious to any signs of danger. It was only when they neared the mountain summit that Xiao seemed to sense something amiss and began to caution her. Mother, be careful. There are two powerful presences nearby." Jiang Fanyin's brow furrowed momentarily as she instinctively inquired about the situation. "Can you discern whether they are anomalous plants or mutant beasts?" There exists a distinction between the two. After all, most plants are inherently gentle and rarely exhibit aggression, even when transformed. Except for a few particularly aggressive aberrant plants that may attack humans, the majority prefer to strengthen themselves and conceal within the mountains. In contrast, mutant beasts typically unleash their ferocity post-transformation, often resulting in the emergence of crystalline formations. This is why humans predominantly undertake missions to hunt these beasts, not solely for the crystals, but primarily to mitigate the threats they pose to ordinary individuals. Xiao seemed to grasp her intent and confidently released its aura to probe the surroundings. Soon, Two formidable presences began to respond, seemingly displeased by its uninvited intrusion. Xiao Xiao appeared somewhat discontented. Mother, they are anomalous plants, all anomalous plants. They do not welcome Xiao Xiao. Noticing its despondency, Jiang Fanyin tenderly caressed its petals and softly reassured it, saying, "It's all right. They simply do not yet understand how well-behaved our Xiao Xiao is. Let's not hold it against them." Xiao Xiao, with a childlike temperament, quickly dissipated its momentary displeasure, even affectionately curling around her finger. Mother, you are the best. Xiao Xiao loves you the most." The little creature had previously spent its days in solitude, rarely conversing with other plants, which initially made communication with her somewhat challenging. However, thanks to the time spent with WWIII and the others, it had gradually improved. Xiang also affectionately extended its tendrils to nuzzle her, even rubbing against her fingertip. Xiang, WWIII loves you the most, truly the most. The two little beings were simply adorable, and Jiang Fanyin couldn't help but laugh at their antics. Meanwhile, Zhao Tailing couldn't resist voicing his disdain for the duo above Jiang Muse. A couple of clingy little creatures, spoiled and pampered. It's still me who is the most formidable. Only the weak resort to coquetry and cuteness. Chapter 67. No cuddling for our Shun Junyao, and Jiang Muse had been watching her talk to herself for quite a while before finally inquiring about the matter. What happened? Is there something wrong? Yes, sister. Have you discovered something? But did the little ones tell you something? Jiang Fanyin did not conceal any information from them, revealing everything candidly. Xiao Xiao mentioned that there were two formidable presences atop the mountain, likely of an extraordinary nature, and they exhibited a strong aversion to outsiders. She advised them to exercise caution as they ascended. Her warnings were thorough, and both individuals solemnly nodded in agreement. They were now quite close to the summit, necessitating heightened vigilance. Upon reaching the top, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The once desolate peak was now entirely overtaken by a type of climbing vine, characterized by its yellow stems and devoid of leaves. Jiang Fanyin scrutinized the scene with meticulous attention, perceiving that the stem resembled delicate threads, long and endlessly entwined around the entire mountain peak. Its density was suffocating, evoking an unsettling sensation of being ensnared and forever deprived of sunlight. However, the flowers were quite enchanting, adorned in a subtle greenish-white hue, refreshing and striking, evoking affection. Yet, a mere glance at the surrounding mass of slender, thread-like stems sent a shiver down one's spine, creating an atmosphere of dread and oppression. My goodness, what on earth is this? The sight left me tingling all over. Jiang Muse instinctively rubbed his arms, his expression betraying an ineffable unease. Shun Juanyao's gaze darkened considerably. His thoughts were deeper and more comprehensive than Jiang Muse, and his tone grew more somber. This plant exhibits a formidable capacity for entanglement. Have you not noticed that no other flora remains here? It is evident that they have all been driven away. Jiang Fanyin observed intently for a moment before providing them with a more detailed explanation. The plant in question was Cuscuta, a one-year parasitic herbaceous plant known by various names such as rootless grass, yellow silk, and golden silk vine, among others. It possesses a formidable capacity for entwining and parasitism. After a brief pause, she continued, explaining that this particular plant enjoys clinging to legumes or other vegetation, extracting nutrients and moisture from its host through its haustoria to strengthen itself. Occasionally, it may even attach to several plants simultaneously, and any mutations could pose significant danger. Thus, caution is advised. Having once served as a professor at the Agricultural Science Institute, she possessed substantial knowledge about these plants. And perhaps due to her ability to comprehend their language, she felt an innate affinity towards them. Unbeknownst to the group, as they conversed, the Cuscuta's tendrils had begun to stir, gradually encircling them. It was the other small plants that first noticed, eagerly alerting her to the situation. Xiang, be careful. It's coming. Mother, they have awakened. Master, there is danger. Please be cautious. The warnings from the plants heightened Jiang Fanyin's vigilance, prompting her to realize that the tendrils of Cuscuta were nearly surrounding them. She furrowed her brow and immediately transformed the canna back to its original form. As its leaves were the largest among her companions and could shield them entirely, even over a considerable area. Everyone, be careful. It seems poised to attack us. Shun Junyao and Jiang Muse promptly positioned themselves on either side of her, remaining on high alert. However, before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Fanyin caught a peculiar fragrance in the air. Before she could inquire further, her vision blurred, and the scene around her shifted instantaneously. In a wild overgrowth, a battered man lay crumpled on the ground, his face alarmingly pale. It was her brother. Behind him was a feeble version of herself, stricken with illness. This sight seemed eerily familiar, yet it evoked the same profound pain and heartache. She reached out, calling her brother's name in despair, though an unsettling feeling lingered within her. A familiar voice echoed in her ears. Xiang, what is wrong with you? Jiang Fanyin furrowed her brow in confusion, pondering, who is Xiang? Who could Xiang be? This name seemed to act as a switch for her memories, instinctively reminding her of her own identity. Yet, this was clearly not her past life. She had successfully protected her younger brother, ensuring he would never find himself in such dire circumstances. Thus, it followed that everything before her was merely an illusion. Once she attained a lucid awareness, the illusion could no longer hold sway over her, and it began to dissipate before her very eyes. Jiang Fanyin finally beheld the scene before her. The canna lilies and peonies were fervently striving to shield the motionless Jiang Muse and Shen Junyao. She observed with clarity that behind the dodder vines, another type of plant had emerged. Was that a Dachira? How could there be Dachira here? This is truly dire, for Dachira possesses hallucinogenic properties and can even be toxic. It seems this battle will not be easily won. Junyao awakened swiftly. Jiang Fanyin unceremoniously pushed the two awake. Jiang Muse quickly roused from his slumber, but Shun Junyao seemed ensnared in a nightmarish reverie, unresponsive to her calls. His body trembling faintly. As Jiang Muse opened his eyes, he felt a momentary disorientation. However, he quickly regained his composure, instinctively summoning his lightning power, and vigilantly fixed his gaze upon the dodder vines and the peculiar plants that had suddenly appeared. He sensed that these entities were indeed suspicious. He had almost lost face in front of his sister. Oh, how frustrating. He had promised to protect her, yet it had nearly turned into a situation where she would be the one safeguarding him. Jiang Fanyin found herself momentarily indifferent to Shun Junyao, resigning to the peculiar environment surrounding her. At least the canna lily beside her ensured her safety, and her immediate concern lay in confronting these exotic plants. Lolo, could you inquire what they truly desire? Gazing at the tendrils of the dodder that entwined around them, Jiang Fanyin felt a tinge of helplessness. No matter how she perceived it, it did not seem as though they intended to inflict harm. Rather, it appeared they sought to ensnare them. Lolo, the most amiable and pure-hearted among her little companions, had a natural affinity for both flora and fauna, making her the ideal candidate for such an endeavor. Without hesitation, Lolo eagerly descended from Jiang Fanyin's wrist, extending her vines in an attempt to thwart their encirclement, her tone tinged with irritation. What are you two plants up to? You mustn't encircle us, or Xiang will be displeased. Perhaps it was Lolo's inherent charm that fostered a bond with the plants, for soon enough, Jiang Fanyin heard two responses to her. One voice was youthful, while the other bore a gentle quality. Come play with us, accompany Cici. Who is Xiang? Why would she be upset? Chapter 68. Deceiving the exotic plants, Jiang Fanyin felt a sense of helplessness, accompanied by an inexplicable flush of embarrassment that crept across her cheeks. Oh dear, why does little Luo insist on addressing her in such a manner? The household was home to three young ones, each with their own unique way of referring to her, which was undeniably mortifying. Such appellations were best kept private. Her gaze, tinged with resignation, drifted towards the suddenly animated daughter and mandrake nearby, her eyes momentarily deepening with contemplation. It appeared that the voices she had just heard belonged to those two little creatures. Luo, unaware of her own thoughts, felt a twinge of indignation and, in a fit of annoyance, used her vines to separate them. Xiang is asking you, so please respond to the question. The two little beings, seemingly younger than Luo, spoke with a somewhat childish tone. We weren't planning anything. We just wanted you to play with us. Yes, let's all play together. We are quite adept at dancing. The two little ones appeared eager to showcase their dancing prowess, immediately swaying their bodies in a lively manner. Jiang Fanyin distinctly heard their conversation and couldn't help but chuckle, though much of her wariness and vigilance had dissipated. There was even a sense of bemusement. No wonder those who had come before to carry out their tasks claimed to have dreamt of various scenes, continuously singing and dancing. It was all due to the delightful collaboration of these two little creatures. Sister, what exactly is going on? What are they up to? Jiang Muse gazed at the two continuously twisting plants before him, somewhat bewildered and unable to comprehend. Having spent a considerable amount of time in harmonious companionship with the little creature at home, he could discern some of its emotions. Yet, he found it perplexing that these plants seemed to harbor no intention of causing them distress. Rather, they appeared to be dancing. Unable to fathom this peculiar situation, he decided to consult his sister. Shen Junyao, on the other hand, could perceive certain nuances and couldn't help but murmur that they seemed to bear no malice towards them. This sentiment was evident to them both. What if I told you they merely wished to dance with you? Would you believe it? Jiang Fanyin's laughter was peculiar, imbued with an indescribable quality, particularly as her words compelled both individuals to glance toward the two little ones not far away. Are they truly dancing? How astonishing. They're not dancing grass. Why do they so relish this art of movement? Surely, those who previously came to undertake tasks were conscripted as dancers, were they not? Almost certain of this. They exchanged knowing looks. At the mere mention of dancing, Jiang Muse felt his resolute masculine disposition tremble, even swallowing hard as he tugged at his sister's sleeve. Sister, could you perhaps request something else for them? You know me. I simply cannot do it. I truly cannot. It was no exaggeration. He had never even managed to perform the standard dance well during university. When he attempted to dance, his limbs seemed to possess a will of their own, leading to a lack of partners willing to join him. Better to engage in a brawl than to dance. The latter might very well claim his life. Jiang Fanyin was undoubtedly aware of her brother's extraordinary talent for dancing. The memory of witnessing his performances in the past brought an involuntary smile to her lips. With a tender affection, she gently ruffled his hair, her tone softening as she reassured him. All right, I understand that you may struggle. Rest assured. Jiang Muse widened his eyes. Although his sister's words seemed sensible, a closer examination left him feeling somewhat perturbed. After playfully teasing her younger brother, Jiang Fanyin stepped forward, her tone softening. Hello, we're not particularly skilled at dancing. Allow me to offer you something in exchange for sharing the details of this place, if you would be so kind. The two plants, appearing rather youthful, directly countered her inquiry. No, we want to dance. Dancing is delightful. Mandala chimed in with curiosity. What do you possess? Why do you inquire about us? It seemed they were oblivious to the remarkable fact that she could communicate with plants, responding with an air of nonchalance. These were two innocent little beings, and it was Jiang Fanyin's first experience in handling such a situation, leaving her somewhat helpless. Deciding not to waste any more time with the two little ones, she retrieved a small bottle of water from her bag, subtly twisting off the cap. With a discreet yet swift motion, she infused some spiritual spring water into it before presenting the bottle. Gently, she poured the water for the two little creatures. Even though it had been diluted, the essence of the spiritual spring water remained potent, surpassing that of groundwater. Soon, both little beings sighed in comfort, their swaying forms brimming with renewed vigor. After absorbing the water, they felt utterly at ease, even affectionately leaning closer to touch her palm while voicing their queries. This feels wonderful. What is it? So cool and comforting. Such powerful spiritual energy. It tastes delightful. What is this fragrant and exquisite? Previously, only she had called herself by that name, but now another plant referred to her as fragrant, leaving Luo somewhat displeased. It climbed up to embrace Jiang Fanyin's hand, its voice soft and endearing. You mustn't call her that. Fragrant is what only I call her. To her surprise, the little creature turned out to be quite possessive, unwilling to let their shared title escape to others. Jiang Fanyin observed the little ones vying for her affection, feeling a slight headache as she pinched her brow. Luo, with her inherently sincere nature, had been pampered a bit too much, inevitably becoming somewhat spoiled. If she were to nurture two more delicate little ones, her future days would indeed be quite lively. However, she could not permit them to remain here indefinitely, should they encounter a formidable ability user. These two innocents might well face dire consequences. Therefore, she wished to take them away, not only to fulfill her mission, but also to ensure their safety while expanding her own support. Shen Junyao and Jiang Muse had witnessed her converse with the strange plants before, so they refrained from interrupting, quietly retreating to remain vigilant of their surroundings, allowing her the space she needed. Would you like to come back with me? My place is quite spacious, and you could even enjoy this energy water every day, Jiang Fanyin said, sighing helplessly in her heart. She felt as though she resembled someone trying to coax children. Fortunately, her efforts proved effective, as the two little ones affectionately nestled closer to her. Yes, we want energy water and to grow taller. Not fragrant, but mother dear, Man wants to go back with mother. Chapter 69. Two playful little ones. Jiang Fanyin believed she ought to acclimate herself to the days when she was whimsically addressed by a handful of little ones. With a resigned sigh, she gently rubbed her brow and then turned her gaze towards the two individuals behind her. Would you care to attempt forming a contract with them? Although they possessed formidable supernatural abilities, it would be splendid if they could also have the protection of an extraordinary plant like hers. However, forming contracts with plants was her unique gift, and she was uncertain whether they could successfully establish such a bond with these little creatures. Nevertheless, it was worth a try. Jiang Mu's eyes lit up with excitement. He had long envied his sister's ability to command exotic plants and even converse with them. He often pondered whether he could communicate with the little creatures at home if he were to form a contract with an exotic plant. After all, his sister was always amused by the antics of those little beings, and he was genuinely curious about their conversations. Really, sister? Can we also form a contract? His enthusiasm was palpable, and his gaze lingered on the two little creatures before him. They appeared quite formidable. Which one would be more suited to him? He wondered. Meanwhile, Shen Junyao paid little attention to these matters. He was more focused on enhancing his own strength, and even nudged Jiang Muse forward, signaling him to take the first step. Noticing his indifference, Jiang Muse did not hesitate. Eagerly, he approached, intent on pricking his finger, only to be gently pushed away by the tendrils of the daughter. Though the force was slight, he felt the two little creatures' rejection, and his excitement diminished by half in an instant. Turning towards his sister, he looked at her helplessly. Sister, the tendrils are refusing my approach. Do you think they do not wish to form a contract with me? His sister possessed wood-based abilities, naturally attracting plants, while he feared that his lightning powers might only intimidate them. Jiang Fanyin had not anticipated that the two little creatures would suddenly change their minds after they had just reached an agreement. With a sense of helplessness, she squatted down to inquire about the situation. What is the matter? Did we not agree that you would return with us? Only through a contract can you better transform your forms. In her heart, she wished to keep these two little beings with them. For the intertwining abilities of the daughter and the hallucinogenic and toxic properties of the mandrake were indeed a perfect match. However, as soon as she posed her question, the two little ones simultaneously rejected her. Ugh, it's the stinky men. We don't want to play with stinky men. We want the fragrant one. We want our mother. Not him. The two little creatures felt quite aggrieved. Were they not told that their mother would take them away? Why had it turned into two stinky men instead? They were well-behaved plants and could not form a contract with stinky men. Upon listening to their discourse, Jiang Fanyin seemed to grasp their intentions, realizing that even plants harbor a bias against males. With a hint of exasperation, she turned to her younger brother and his companions to elucidate the situation. These two little ones are both female. They simply wish to avoid a pact with you boys. It is my fault for not clarifying this with them earlier. She sighed, pondering the triviality of the matter. Jiang Muse appeared indifferent to these matters, nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders to convey his lack of concern. Yet his eyes were still enviously fixated on the two little ones. Luo, on the other hand, was rarely seen reveling in mischief. Hee, stinky little brother. Everyone knows it's the stinky little brother. Jiang Fanyin helplessly patted Luo's vines, realizing that this little creature held grudges for an unusually long time. After being teased by Xiaoze, it persistently referred to him as Stinky Brother. Fortunately, Xiaoze remained unaware. Otherwise, the two would surely have a serious confrontation. She composed herself and made a rare, earnest promise, assuring them that she would undoubtedly find the most suitable exotic plant for their contract, although it was feasible to force the contract upon them. Such an action would harm the exotic plants and diminish their loyalty to their master, ultimately proving detrimental to both parties. It would be wiser to find an exotic plant for Xiaoze that would be solely devoted to him. Little did Jiang Fanyin realize that not long after, she fortuitously discovered such an exotic plant, fulfilling her brother's small wish. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Shen Junyao softened his expression, gently shaking his head with a smile. It's all right. Such matters may require fate. Perhaps our bond with the exotic plants lies ahead, and there's no need to rush. Both of them expressed their indifference, and Jiang Fanyin proceeded to cut her finger, personally contracting the two little creatures. She successfully acquired 2 powerful level 3 exotic plants, illuminating 2 additional stars in her mental star map, combined with the 5 stars already lit by Luo and the others. She was curious about the effects of fully illuminating the map. After the contract, she felt her strength surge, and the bond with the exotic plants grew more intimate, allowing her greater control over them. As she opened her eyes, her contemplation lingered. It seemed that each additional contract enhanced her natural ability to manipulate exotic plants. Inin, perhaps you should let them shrink a bit. Otherwise, we will draw too much attention when we return to the base, Shen Junyao remarked, slightly furrowing his brow at the sight of the sprawling dodder vines nearly engulfing the mountaintop. Her abilities were indeed impressive. If she could gather all the exotic plants under her command, he would feel much more at ease. After all, who could harm her then? Jiang Fanyin was lost in thought, naturally oblivious to the change in address, while Jiang Mu's couldn't help but chuckle softly beside her. To be honest, after collaborating for several months, he had grown quite familiar with Shen Junyao and even contemplated that having him as a brother-in-law might not be such a bad idea after all. Jiang Fanyin conferred with the 2 small creatures and, after generously sprinkling them with some sacred spring water, managed to coax them into a diminutive form, whereupon they leisurely coiled around her wrist. Her already fair wrist now adorned with several tiny beings, which had transformed the once verdant green into a delightful tapestry of dodder and belladonna blooms, enhancing the elegance of her wrist even further. Observing this whimsical sight, Jiang Fanyin could not help but shake her wrist in mild exasperation. If these few little creatures could bring about such a transformation, she could scarcely imagine the consequences of nurturing more in the future. The 2 companions shared a light-hearted laugh before commencing to pack their belongings in preparation for their return. As Jiang Fanyin observed the surrounding commotion, he silently pondered the circumstances of Nanshan, gradually uncovering the events that had transpired upon the mountain. Since the mutation of both flora and fauna, they had begun to seek their own resting places. The dodder, by a stroke of fate, had also undergone a transformation into its current state. Initially solitary, it soon encountered the mandrake, enchanted by the mandrake's hallucinogenic abilities. The 2 little beings found a mutual affinity and formed an alliance. Together, they stirred up mischief on Nanshan, compelling passers-by to join them in their whimsical dance. Jiang Fanyin felt overwhelmed after understanding everything. These 2 mischievous individuals. Chapter 70. Do they have dung in their mouths? Jiang Fanyin felt an intensifying ache in her head. These 2 little rascals certainly knew how to stir up trouble, dragging along so many people into their antics. However, it was now up to her to tidy up the aftermath, which was indeed a bit troublesome. To be completely honest, would inevitably reveal some of her own capabilities, and she needed to concoct a plausible explanation. It seemed that next time they ought to take on some tasks involving the extermination of otherworldly beasts. Otherwise, these matters would eventually become impossible to conceal. Shen Junyao, sensing her concerns, promptly shifted the conversation. All right, I happen to have not undertaken an independent mission recently. Sister, why not let me give it a try the next time you accept a task? Jiang Muse felt a surge of excitement, eager to undertake a few tasks himself in order to earn points for his sister. Jiang Fanyin felt a profound sense of assurance regarding his abilities.
in a straightforward manner. She remarked, "If you wish to undertake a task, simply select one from the mission board. I shall have Tusi plant a small seed on you. Should any danger arise, it will alert us." The child has matured, and it is time for him to venture out and cultivate his independence. Perhaps his strength could even multiply. Although Xiao Zhe is somewhat impulsive, his capabilities are commendable. With more training, he may even become more cautious, as combat experience is of paramount importance. Sensing her sister's confidence in his prowess, Jiang Muse became increasingly exhilarated, brimming with excitement akin to that of a young child. Jiang Fanyin tenderly ruffled his hair, uttering little else. The trio, accompanied by several small companions, descended the mountain. For the sake of safety, Jiang Fanyin opted to visibly retain only Luo, while the others either concealed themselves within the backpack or transformed into trinkets, such as bracelets. Upon reaching the mid-slope, they encountered another team engaged in their own tasks, eliciting a sense of surprise, for it was indeed rare to see 2 or 3 individuals venturing out on missions these days. In such a perilous world, most would prefer to gather more allies before embarking on their endeavors, making their presence all the more uncommon. Jiang Fanyin cast a glance at them and kindly reminded, "If you're also undertaking the task in Nanshan, you may return. We have already completed it." The road to Nanshan was long and rugged, overgrown with vines, making the ascent quite arduous. Even when they had climbed it, they felt a degree of fatigue. Since the task was accomplished, there was no need for others to make a fruitless journey. Her intention was to offer a helpful suggestion. However, one member of the opposing team reacted with a scowl and a dismissive snort. "Many teams have failed at this task, and you 3 dare to boast?" The speaker was a young girl, strikingly delicate yet with an air of defiance in her eyes, clearly a child accustomed to being spoiled. Jiang Fanyin narrowed her eyes, choosing not to engage further. Observing that her words of caution were falling on deaf ears, she decided to leave. If they were unwilling to listen, then they could tackle the climb on their own. After all, the exertion would not burden her. Shun Junyao and Jiang Muse exchanged glances, their expressions darkening momentarily. Yet seeing her silent resolve, they too followed her departure. However, their retreat only fueled the arrogance of the others, who mocked them with derisive laughter, taunting, "Oh, did I strike a nerve? Do you even know your own limitations? How dare you speak such grandiose claims? It's laughable that you lot, with your mismatched appearances, think you can handle this task." The leader of the opposing group did not rein in his companion, his gaze fixating instead on the singular anomalous plant beside her. Its aura was formidable, suggesting the presence of a wood-type ability wielder within their ranks. Just as he was about to advise restraint, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Lolo, fiercely protective by nature and having gained sentience from the spirit's spring water, sensed the malice in the taunts, and her fury erupted. Vines lashed out at the woman, crackling through the air with the sound of thunder, showcasing their extraordinary power. No one anticipated that this anomalous plant would act so suddenly, leaving them unprepared. The woman let out a piercing scream, instinctively retreating behind the man. His brows furrowed deeply as he swiftly summoned his abilities for protection. His power, rooted in earth, was primarily defensive. He quickly erected a sturdy earthen barrier, sheltering his companions behind him. Lolo's vines struggled futilely against the wall, growing increasingly agitated as they failed to break through, hurling indignant insults. "Villain! Wicked earth! Lolo is furious enough to wither the plant." Even Jiang Fanyin was taken aback by Lolo's sudden aggression, turning in astonishment. "Lolo, come back." The earthen wall was not something Lolo could dismantle at that moment, nor was it wise to expend her energy in vain. She called her little one back, who returned still fuming, wrapping her tendrils around Jiang Fanyin's fingers protectively. The other little creatures were equally incensed. Had they not promised to remain concealed in front of outsiders, they too would have charged forward. Even without doing so, they were as irate as Lolo, clamoring to join the fray. Master, let me out. I can certainly whip her. Mother, let me go. Please let me, Mother. Cece can strangle her. Man can make her have nightmares." The heartfelt allegiance and affection of these little beings lifted Jiang Fanyin's spirits considerably. She consoled them silently,
gently stroking Lolo's vines. The anomalous plant had acted on her command, a testament to her control. Meanwhile, the girl, clutching her injury, seethed with anger, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Fanyin, exclaiming, "How can you be so wicked? I merely spoke the truth, and you resort to using that wretched plant against me." Jiang Fanyin was both enraged and amused by the unexpected backlash, realizing that while she was permitted to speak disrespectfully to others, they were not allowed to retaliate. Her expression turned frosty as she composed herself and remarked, "Did you eat excrement before stepping out today? I can assist you in washing that out with mud. It might cleanse you better." Wasn't that a blatant insult? Chu Ro's countenance darkened immediately, and she felt an urge to retort. She bore numerous wounds on her body, each one itching torturously. She had never endured such suffering before, not even during the apocalypse when she had been well cared for. "What are you saying?" Chapter 71. A Trip for Nothing Xiao Ro. Chu Zhang's expression grew serious, and with a single phrase, he called back his irritable sister. Stepping forward, he addressed the lady. "Your words are rather harsh. It is unbecoming for a young lady to speak in such a manner." His tone carried an implicit rebuke and a lesson, which only heightened the ire of Jiang Muse and the others. "Oh, does your family reside near Notre Dame de Paris?" Jiang Muse, ever protective, especially towards this lone relative, darkened his face and stood in front of his sister. This woman had mocked my sister, who hadn't even retaliated, yet she had the audacity to escalate things. If you choose to ignore this, do not blame us for intervening. Though his parents were no longer present, his sister was not someone who could be bullied or reprimanded by anyone. He certainly was not one to dare. Shen Junyao's expression grew even more frigid, his deep, cold gaze landing on them without a shred of courtesy, his hands clasped behind his back, subtly gathering strength. Even if they outnumbered him, he was unfazed, relishing the opportunity to test the abilities he had recently awakened. Chu Jiang had intended to ease the tension, but upon hearing their remarks, his demeanor shifted to one of hostility. "My sister is naturally straightforward. She merely speaks plainly without malice. It is clear that you all acted first without discerning right from wrong. Was this the rhythm of seeking trouble?" Jiang Fanyin narrowed her eyes slightly, her small hand gently stroking the nearby Luo. Her tone became grave as she muttered, "If we are to act, let's do so swiftly. We must return to complete our task." She continued, "If we are to engage, then let it be so. Do you believe we fear you, brother? Look at the injuries I bear. These individuals have bullied me so. You must seek vengeance on my behalf." Upon hearing her words, Chu Ro's anger flared, transforming her previously delicate visage into a contorted expression. She shook Chu Zhang's arm persistently, imploring her brother for justice. Unbeknownst to her, the other teammates behind them wore expressions of disdain and annoyance, though they quickly masked their feelings, as if fearful of being discovered. However, Jiang Fanyin astutely observed this dynamic, a flicker of amusement dancing in her eyes as she reflected. So, even within their ranks, disunity prevails? How intriguing. Chu Jiang was no fool. He recognized that while their adversaries numbered only 3, they themselves boasted a dozen. Yet, the enemy remained composed and unperturbed, suggesting either a deliberate facade or a genuine lack of fear regarding their combat prowess. Judging by the formidable strength exhibited by that peculiar plant earlier, they hardly seemed to be mere pretenders. If a confrontation were to ensue, the outcome could prove unfavorable for either side. After a moment of contemplation, he softened his expression and spoke directly. "Even if my sister has spoken out of turn, you have already resorted to violence. We have a mission at hand, so we shall not pursue this matter further. Should the opportunity arise in the future, we will naturally seek your guidance." This was, in effect, a tacit truce. While he recognized their formidable nature, he remained averse to confrontation, revealing a certain timidity. Jiang Fanyin discerned the true nature of the man before her at a glance, letting out a scornful laugh before turning on her heel and departing, showing no inclination to engage further. Shen Junyao contemplated taking action, yet upon observing her swift exit, he surmised her desire to hasten back and complete her task. Though filled with regret, he chose to follow in her wake. Jiang Muse shot them a fierce glare before departing, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Yet, There was someone even more dissatisfied. She angrily struck her elder brother, urging him to avenge her. "Brother, what are you doing? Why did you let them go? You haven't avenged me yet. Look at all these injuries." Chu Ro was nearly beside herself with fury. She had merely exchanged a few words, yet the other party had directly attacked her, leaving her, a girl, with numerous marks. This was utterly outrageous. And what was up with her brother? He used to seek revenge for her, but today he seemed different. Could it be that he had taken a fancy to that vile woman's face? She was infuriated, but the rest of the team appeared indifferent. Murmuring amongst themselves, "What are you making a fuss about? We came out here to complete a mission, not to cater to your whims." "Exactly. We can't delay our tasks just for you. The points from this mission are substantial. If we succeed, we could be set for at least a month." "Oh, must we continue with this nonsense? The captain has already let them go. What more do you want? Are you insisting on capturing them just to beat them up for your satisfaction?" Chu Ro's temper was spoiled, and her tongue was sharp and foul. Not to mention, very few in the team genuinely liked her. They merely tolerated her for the captain's sake. She truly believed herself to be a pampered heiress, oblivious to the current situation. To her astonishment, her teammates began to defend those individuals, causing her face to flush with anger as she glared at them, her eyes fierce enough to seem as if she could devour them whole. In her wrath, she even contemplated striking them. "Enough. Let's stop this bickering. We still have to climb the mountain. Don't you feel tired? If anyone stirs up trouble again, I will deduct their points from this mission," Jiang Chong declared sternly, intercepting his sister and casting a warning glance at the others. At the mention of points, the other team members fell silent, though they still muttered under their breaths. If it weren't for her connection to the captain, who would bother with her? She was nothing but a nuisance. After some difficulty, the group finally quieted down and continued their ascent. Little did they know that all their anticipation would ultimately turn into mere illusions, and their efforts might be in vain. Casting a glance back at the vanishing figures, Jiang Muse felt a sense of frustration. "Sister, why didn't you let us take action? I wanted to teach that woman a lesson, not to mention for Luo's sake." "Fool! If you engage them now, you might relieve some frustration. But what about the mission? The points are too high to ignore, and it's possible that while we were speaking, other teams might have seen us. What if they beat us to it?" Jiang Fanyin tends to consider matters from a more comprehensive perspective. Jiang Muse had indeed not anticipated this revelation. He nodded in sudden enlightenment, remarking on his sister's quick wit. Shen Junyao also nodded in agreement, acknowledging that she was truly exceptional, not only in his eyes, but also in the perceptions of others. Moreover, who claimed that she would not retaliate. "Just wait and see if she can sleep soundly tonight." Jiang Fanyin coldly smirked, her eyes glinting with a frosty light. In this apocalyptic world, she would not suffer in silence. Any grievances would be addressed promptly. Luo excitedly waved her branches, the twisting of the vines becoming increasingly exuberant. Look at me. This is all Luo's doing." Chapter 72. It turns out she has already regarded him as family. Luo's excitement was palpable to everyone. Shen Junyao and Jiang Muse exchanged curious glances. Having spent some time together, they had developed a certain understanding of these little creatures and could deduce the cause of such exuberance. Could it be that Luo had done something? Shen Junyao's eyes softened, a smile gracing his lips as he glanced at her with curiosity. Is it true? It must be Luo. She has placed a little fluff ball on her. He, and now she wants a tickle. Luo was brimming with joy, her dancing vines nearly reaching their faces. Jiang Muse was nearly in fits of laughter, as he felt there was no need for questions. Merely observing the vines that were nearly striking him in the face made everything abundantly clear. Well, it was evident to all that it was indeed Lolo's doing. And what a splendid job she had done. Jiang Fanyin, with a hint of exasperation, once again raised her hand to fend off the vines that had come perilously close to her, gently pulling the little one back into her embrace. This little creature truly possessed the heart of a child, seeking praise after accomplishing a mere task, and if left unchecked, would likely ascend to the heavens. Xiang. Lolo is happy. Who dares to bully you, Lolo? I shall avenge you. What endearing little being. Jiang Fanyin felt a warmth in her heart and expressed her gratitude to the tiny one. However, Lolo became bashful opting to clamber on her backpack, standing proudly atop it, completely disregarding the two little ones nestled inside, which stirred up quite a commotion. Lolo, you're stepping on my hua-hua. Oh dear, my roots are going to be crushed. Mother, you must intervene. Man lamented as she tenderly patted her beloved flower. Meanwhile, Cece playfully entwined Jiang Fanyin's hair with her vines, yet did so gently, seeking her assistance with a charming display of affection. Jiang Fanyin wore a radiant smile as she lovingly adjusted Loloa's position, then proceeded to soothe the other little ones. Having so many young ones at home certainly brings a delightful commotion. Jiang Muse and Shun Junyao gazed at her with radiant smiles, particularly captivated by the joy illuminating her face, feeling that such moments were truly precious. Yet, it was precisely at this juncture that an unforeseen turn of events transpired. From the shadows, a dark figure surged forth with alarming swiftness, its blood-stained claws lunging mercilessly towards Jiang Fanyin, the air around it crackling with an ominous intent. As the apocalypse loomed, numerous mutated plants and beasts began to exhibit transformations, with the more advanced entities even displaying nascent intelligence. Even in battle, they developed their own strategies, learning to seize the opportune moment to engage in combat. However, just as a shadow leaped into the air, it abruptly halted mid-motion, as if ensnared by an unseen force. In the next instant, a formidable bolt of lightning descended without mercy. A heart-wrenching scream echoed piercingly in the ears of those present. Jiang Fanyin took a step back, relinquishing the battlefield to them. Today, she was overwhelmed with little creatures, and it seemed more prudent for them to engage in combat while she observed the spectacle. Yet, even as she watched, her tongue remained sharp, mocking them. Do you really think you can ambush us? Perhaps next time, you should consider masking your foul stench. It wafts through the air from miles away. Their idle chatter and dazed expressions were merely a result of the noxious odor they had detected, which had prompted them to seek an opportunity to assist. It was only now that she discerned the true nature of the creature before them, a wild boar. Towering at nearly human height, its body smeared with blood of unknown origin, and its exposed tusks exuded a repugnant odor with every breath it took. Good heavens! This creature has an atrocious stench, Jiang Muse exclaimed as he summoned his powers, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the boar with a furious crackle, sending arcs of electricity coursing through its body. The boar let out a shrill cry, instinctively attempting to circumvent Jiang Muse to attack Jiang Fanyin, evidently aware that the lightning was not to be trifled with. Its beastly eyes glowed a fierce crimson, filled with malevolence. The stench was unbearable. Shun Junyao hesitated and retreated from the fray, anxiously waving away the odor clinging to him. You carry on. I'm out of here, he declared. The thought of that foul smell clinging to him was intolerable, and he feared the repercussions if Fanyin caught a whiff. It would tarnish his image in her eyes. You're fleeing too? Jiang Muse remarked, exhilarated by the prospect of testing the limits of his newly awakened powers. Today was destined to be his stage. Observing her foolish younger brother thrust into the fray, Jiang Fanyin shook her head in exasperation. How could she possibly feel at ease? It was a relief that he had been deceived by his own kin. Otherwise, the situation could have been far worse. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly paused. Family? Had she truly begun to regard him as one of her own? Shun Junyao sniffed himself, confirming that he bore no unusual odors before daring to approach her. Noticing her momentary distraction, he inquired with genuine concern. Jiang Fanyin shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Shun Junyao, not dwelling on it, swiftly redirected his attention to Jiang Muse, who was engaged in a fierce battle with a wild boar not far away. Given that it was his first solo encounter, particularly against a beast, both of them were understandably concerned. The wild boar, despite its thick hide and flesh, could not withstand repeated electric shocks. It squealed in pain, desperately attempting to break free and charge towards Jiang Fanyin and the others. Fanyin, why do I get the impression that it seems to be heading towards you as well? Shun Junyao observed intently for a moment before reaching this conclusion, casting a puzzled glance in her direction. Could it be that you not only attract strange plants, but also these beasts? That can't be true, can it? This would be akin to the legendary flesh of Tang Sung, wouldn't it? Jiang Fanyin comprehended his meaning, calmly gesturing with her hand, her eyes narrowing in contemplation. It seemed there was more to it. The plants appeared increasingly affectionate towards me, their intentions suggesting a desire to consume me. Despite possessing beastly eyes, the avarice within them was vividly apparent. Shun Juanyao's demeanor instantly shifted to one of caution, his brow furrowing as he subtly positioned himself protectively in front of her. Henceforth, during missions, you would be unable to part from others. What if one day you were ambushed by them again? No worries, even if I falter. Aren't there still Luo and the others? Jiang Fanyin remarked nonchalantly, waving her hand dismissively. As they conversed, the battle on Jiang Yu's side had also reached its conclusion, a faint aroma of meat wafting through the air. Chapter 73. A piece of good news and a piece of bad news. This was the first time Jiang Yu's fought independently, beads of excited sweat glistening on his forehead. Soon, he triumphantly showcased the wild boar, which was now merely twitching its legs, exclaiming, "Sister, look at this magnificent beast I've conquered." Jiang Fanyin, ever generous with her praise for her younger brother, immediately applauded him, her eyes brimming with affection. Of course, who else could it be? That's my brother. Truly remarkable. To Jiang Yu's surprise, his sister's compliments left him momentarily speechless, his cheeks tinged with a blush as he bashfully scratched his head and obediently brought the boar closer. The trio quickly tidied the scene and departed in their vehicle, mindful of the task at hand, returning promptly to avoid being outpaced by others. They intended to bring back the boar meat, which could be exchanged for valuable goods, as their home was not lacking in meat. And there were no concrete experimental data suggesting that the meat of extraordinary beasts was inedible. Thus, it seemed wiser to barter it for something more reassuring. After lingering for a while, they finally left, only to encounter the group they had parted ways with descending the mountain, utterly exhausted. Among them was Chu Ro, who was vocally disgruntled, her face flushed with fatigue and frustration. What kind of people are they? They didn't even inform us that there was nothing up there, making us waste our efforts. She had been grumbling all the way down, prompting others in the team to voice their discontent. But they clearly mentioned it before. "It's not our fault you chose not to believe them," one muttered, unable to contain their irritation. Indeed, someone had kindly warned them to prevent a futile trek. Yet here they were, exhausted from the unnecessary climb. Chu Ro's incessant complaints had long drawn the ire of her teammates, who could barely tolerate her incessant negativity. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang, equally fatigued, felt a surge of resentment as he overheard the murmurs directed at him. He shot a glowering look at his sister, contemplating how her incessant chatter had led to the entire team's arduous journey up the mountain. "Are you all out of your minds? I'm on your side. We're teammates, so why do you always side with others?" Chu Ro, already irritable from fatigue, grew even more incensed upon hearing their comments and pointed an accusatory finger at them, quickly turning to her brother for support. However, Chu Jiang ignored her pleas, his focus directed toward a patch of charred earth and vegetation. "What is that?" he suddenly inquired, his brow furrowing. Several team members followed his gaze, and one approached for a closer inspection, noting that it appeared as though something had struck it, likely lightning. "Lightning?" Kujaneskid. His brow furrowed deeper as he pondered the implications. He had been so focused on their mission that he hadn't noticed any thunder earlier. Could it have stormed while they were climbing? The marks were evidently fresh. "No, we didn't hear any thunder," the team members replied, shaking their heads in confusion. "Could have been left by those few people we encountered earlier?" Chu Jiang squinted, unaware that those very individuals had already returned to the base, proudly presenting the wild boar amidst astonished and envious gazes, successfully claiming their points for the mission. "Wow, this is quite a substantial amount of points," Jiang Yu remarked, unable to suppress a smile as he looked at the digits on his points card. Generally, mission points hovered around a few hundred, but due to the number of teams returning empty-handed, the points had significantly increased. Who would have thought that this misunderstanding would yield such a fortunate outcome for them? Jiang Fanyin and Shun Junyao chose not to claim their share. All points were transferred to his card. "Go and see if this meat can be exchanged for goods. It was your conquest. You can request anything you desire," Jiang Fanyin said affectionately, encouraging him to give it a try. Jiang mused, brimming with excitement. approached the staff at the task management office. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a sense of exhilaration, reporting the latest developments. Sister, they mentioned that the base has recently welcomed a group of researchers who are planning to establish a research institute. They believe this meat could be utilized for experiments to determine whether the flesh of the deceased exotic beast poses any harm to humans. Observing his enthusiasm, Jiang Fanyin gently adjusted his disheveled collar and inquired with a smile. This is indeed a positive development. If successful, it would benefit other bases as well. What are your thoughts on this? Sister, perhaps we could accept a modest fee and allow them to conduct their research, Jiang Yu suggested, clearing his throat. Feeling a tad embarrassed, having previously worked at the Agricultural Science Institute, he held a deep respect for these researchers. Initially, he intended to offer the meat without charge, but he felt it would be unfair to disregard everyone's hard work. Being siblings, Jiang Fanyin could easily discern his thoughts. She reached out to ruffle his hair affectionately, saying, "Your accomplishments are yours to manage. Go ahead." Jiang Fanyin's gaze brightened for a fleeting moment, and she quickly nodded before making her way over with her belongings. My foolish younger brother, oblivious to the need to set down what he held, approached her. Watching him dash away, Jiang Fanyin shook her head in a blend of exasperation and amusement, her eyes brimming with affection. How wonderful it is that her brother remains by her side, thriving and radiant. Xiao's nature is sincere, kind-hearted, and undeniably upright, a rarity indeed. Shun Junyao nodded in admiration, his voice gentle. You have truly taught him well. Meanwhile, Luo excitedly leaned against Jiang Fanyin, murmuring, that silly brother is a good person, though he has a sharp tongue, always saying I'm an ugly weed. The little one had retained this impression vividly, having heard Jiang Muse chide her so frequently upon her recent arrival home. Jiang Fanyin curled her lips slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, Jiang Muse returned with a skip in his step, his eyes brimming with delight. Sister, Brother Junyao, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Chapter 74. A heroic intervention observing her brother's exuberance. Jiang Fanyin couldn't help but wear a smile filled with affection. Very well, let us hear the bad news first. Ahem. The bad news is that I gave the wild boar meat away without charging them, Jiang Muse confessed, stealing a glance at his sister. Noticing her lack of anger, he grinned and continued. However, they promised not to take it for nothing. They will grant us honor badges. If there are advancements in the experiments, we will be prioritized for meat supplies in the future. Though the promise sounded appealing, upon closer inspection, it bore little significance to them. The badges were merely symbolic. And as for the meat, they had never found themselves in short supply. Jiang Fanyin let out a helpless smile, refraining from voicing her thoughts, and instead fervently encouraged her younger brother, saying, everything is well. Since our task is complete, let us return. Shun Junyao, observing the two with a knowing smile, chose not to reveal his understanding. After all, it was merely a matter of a few pieces of meat. It was better to use it to amuse him, akin to soothing a child in advance. The trio departed the task management office with laughter. They even took on a few additional missions to slay exotic beasts, as the locations conveniently aligned, allowing them to eliminate the threats in succession. When Chu Jiang and the others returned to accept new tasks, they fortuitously encountered the group heading out for their missions. Upon spotting them, Chu Ro was infuriated, immediately disembarking from the vehicle with rage, intent on instigating a confrontation. Jiang Fanyin cast a fleeting glance at her, her gaze imbued with an icy indifference as she entered the vehicle, seemingly dismissing them entirely. As for Shen Junyao, he accelerated with a decisive stomp on the gas, swiftly speeding away and leaving Chu Ro engulfed in a cloud of exhaust. Damn it! Chu Ro was nearly choked by the fumes, her eyes ablaze with fury, on the verge of erupting. Conversely, the other team members behind her were in remarkably high spirits. Ever since the onset of the apocalypse, they had endured the captain's biased favoritism, and now, witnessing her in distress brought them a peculiar sense of relief. What a strangely gratifying moment. By the way, how splendid was the weather today? The sun shone brightly, and the flora flourished abundantly. Jiang Fanyin was unaware that her mere glance had incited a profound irritation in someone. At this moment, They had already ventured into the dense mountains and forests on the outskirts of the capital with their young ones. The task was relatively straightforward. As long as they could hunt down a beast, they could return with its corpse and crystals as proof to claim points. However, most individuals would opt to pocket the crystals, for these treasures were far more valuable than mere points. The journey was swift and exhilarating, particularly once they entered the woods, where the air was refreshingly cool. Sister, do you all feel as though the temperature has suddenly dropped these past few days? I can't shake off this chill, Jiang Muse remarked, setting Little White down while rubbing her arms. Jiang Fanyin listened attentively, nodding her head in acknowledgement, yet internally heightened her vigilance. By her calculations, the extreme cold would soon be upon them. Though the weather was merely cool at present, it would inevitably become lethal. Shun Junyao cast a glance at her, understanding the gravity of the situation, and promptly uttered a warning that the coming chill might be even more severe. In this apocalyptic era, many phenomena defied conventional reasoning. With someone initiating the discussion, Jiang Fanyin quickly chimed in, agreeing that extreme cold, sweltering heat, and acid rain could potentially manifest. Recalling the ghastly sight of bones gnawed by insects, Jiang Muzha shuddered involuntarily, realizing the urgency of their preparations to avoid panic when calamity struck. This was only natural, and both nodded in solemn agreement. Life in the apocalypse was arduous, and it remained uncertain how many lives would be lost this time. After a brief interval, Xiaobai began to howl, spinning in circles before darting off in a specific direction. What has gotten into Xiaobai? Has it discovered something? Jiang Muzha's eyes sparkled with excitement as he urged the others to follow. Shun Junyao and Jiang Fanyin exchanged glances, promptly joining him. For safety's sake, Jiang Fanyin consulted a few small creatures nearby, inquiring whether any dangers lurked in the vicinity. To her surprise, the little ones shook their vines, indicating that no formidable anomalous plants or beasts were present. Reassured of their safety, the trio followed without haste. Xiaobai soon halted beside a massive tree, sitting quietly while panting excitedly, its tail wagging and its small head held high, an unmistakable sign of its pride in its find. Upon their arrival, they discovered a large hole at the base of the tree, tall enough for a person to enter. It was unclear whether it was a hunter's trap or something else entirely. Inside the pit lay a middle-aged man, lying still, his fate uncertain, whether unconscious or deceased. Good heavens! How could such a large hole be here? Jiang Muzha exclaimed, instinctively patting his chest in relief that he had not rushed over, lest he too fall in. That poor fellow, is he alive or dead? Shun Junyao pondered aloud, yet made no move toward the hole, observing the situation with a detached demeanor. Jiang Muse, however, is a genuinely sincere youth, who immediately nodded in agreement. Of course, he must save her. Saving a life is indeed more meritorious than constructing a 7-story pagoda. Jiang Fanyin casually retrieved a rope from her bag and secured it to the towering tree. Tilting her head, she inquired, "Which of you will descend to bring the person back up?" In truth, she was indifferent to the notion of rescue. Having become accustomed to the cycles of life and death in her previous existence, she had long since grown apathetic towards many matters. Yet, if her younger brother wished to save him, then so be it. Ultimately, it was Shun Junyao and Jiang Muse who collaborated to hoist the individual back to safety. Perhaps having struck the ground when he was discarded, the middle-aged man groaned softly before genuinely regaining consciousness. Upon seeing them, he appeared somewhat bewildered and instinctively asked, "Where am I? Who are you?" Shouldn't that question be directed at them instead? Jiang Muse couldn't help but roll his eyes, yet he crouched down, gazing at the man with curiosity. "Sir, we happened to pass by and saw you fall into this pit, so we instinctively helped you out. Are you all right?" The middle-aged man's eyes momentarily lost focus, but gradually his memories returned. He recalled wandering back from the restroom when he suddenly felt weightless, and after that, everything faded from his mind. It seemed that indeed they were his saviors. He hastily sat up, his gaze sweeping briefly over Xiaobai and Xiao-Yi before quickly lowering his eyes in gratitude. "Oh, I truly owe you my life. If it weren't for you, who knows how long I would have remained unconscious, or worse, I might have been eaten by a strange beast." The man smiled brightly as he spoke. "You have saved my life. Our village is just ahead. Could I trouble you to escort me back? Rest assured, my family will surely reward you. Chapter 75. The hospitable villager's Jiang Fanyin scratched his head and instinctively glanced at his sister. They had ventured out to complete a task, and while making the trip seemed inconsequential, his sister detested complications. To his surprise, Jiang Fanyin curved her lips into a gentle and demure smile, nodding in agreement. Jiang Fanyin did not ponder much. Upon her agreement, he promptly instructed the man to lead the way. He also attempted to scoop up little White for a cuddle. However, with the rare opportunity to frolic on the grass, little White was unwilling to be held continuously. With a flick of its tail, it dashed away, following them closely. Only Xiao Yi remained quietly nestled in Jiang Fanyin's embrace, retracting its claws and presenting an innocuous demeanor. "Is this your family's pet?" the man inquired, his tone warm and enthusiastic, as he guided them forward while engaging in conversation with Jiang Fanyin and Shen Junyao, who trailed behind. Jiang Fanyin gently lowered her gaze, slowly stroking the cat with a tender touch, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, although she had only taken care of it for a short while, it had proven to be unexpectedly well behaved. The man had enthusiastically introduced himself, revealing his name as Tian Quan, and mentioned that his village was just beyond the forest, nestled in a picturesque environment with few wild beasts and seldom visited by outsiders. In this moment, as they shared light-hearted banter, the conversation seamlessly shifted. "This cat is truly beautiful," she remarked. "By the way, how did you find yourselves wandering into this forest?" Jiang Fanyin was about to explain that they had ventured into the forest in search of mythical creatures when his sister interrupted him. "You might find it amusing, but we actually ran away from home in a fit of rebellion against our parents. We had no particular destination in mind, and, as fate would have it, we lost our way and ended up in this forest. It felt rather refreshing here, so we decided to linger a bit longer." What is she talking about? Hadn't their parents already passed away? Jiang Fanyin instinctively glanced at his sister, only to be met with a sharp glare that compelled him to lower his head, concealing the bewilderment in his eyes. The man surveyed them with a curious gaze, speculating whether they were two siblings who had eloped due to parental disapproval. It was evident from their faces that they were brother and sister, yet the taller man did not appear to belong to the same family. "Indeed, I cannot help but be drawn to him. Just look at how handsome he is." Jiang Fanyin's expression was one of defiance, reminiscent of a young lady rebelling against her family. She resolved that if her family disapproved, she simply would not return home. Shen Junyao cleared his throat and turned his head, though his ears were tinted with a faint blush. Tian Quan, initially puzzled, quickly noticed the man's bashful demeanor, which put him at ease. He couldn't help but mutter inwardly, observing how someone so sturdy could exhibit such shyness. Perhaps he was somewhat effeminate, which might explain why his parents disapproved. A broader smile spread across his face, and his demeanor became increasingly amiable. An effeminate man poses no threat, indeed. Jiang Fanyin was also smiling, her smile radiant. The runaway young lady, the foolish younger brother, the utterly ineffectual companion. How fitting they were as unsuspecting prey. It would be a shame not to take action. Shen Junyao, with an unruffled demeanor, stepped between Jiang Fanyin and Tian Quan, effectively separating them and sending the latter to the back to keep the sister company. This lad, to put it charitably, was straightforward, to speak more harshly. He was rather simple-minded, utterly oblivious to the intentions of others, and when faced with unexpected changes, he was incapable of responding in time. As their conversation progressed, Jiang Fanyin had gathered a semblance of understanding and silently retreated to engage in light chatter with his sister. Fortunately, the village soon came into view, and within a few exchanged words, they could already see their destination. As Jiang Fanyin gently cradled the young child in her arms, she swiftly surveyed the village before her. Indeed, it was a picturesque scene, shrouded in misty mountains and perched upon a gentle slope, seemingly impervious even to the fiercest floods. It was no wonder it had remained so well preserved. The sounds of laughter and chatter echoed from within the village, creating an atmosphere that felt more like a utopian paradise than a world ravaged by calamity. The tranquility was almost uncanny. "That is our village," she remarked. "Each household cultivates a bountiful harvest. You children must have run out without a proper meal. Come, Let us enjoy a warm feast in my home. Tian Quan enthusiastically gestured towards a quaint brick house, inviting them to join him for dinner. Jiang Muse tugged at the corner of his mouth, politely declining, stating that it would be too much trouble for them, and suggested it was best to forget about it. He had no appetite, did not wish to eat, and perhaps he was unable to do so. What was so troublesome about this? They had just saved his life, after all. Come now, why be so formal with an elder? You must dine heartily at my home today. Although our village is small, we are exceedingly hospitable. This sentiment was evident as soon as they entered the village. The men who occasionally emerged from their homes greeted them with cheerful smiles, and upon hearing that he wished to treat his benefactors to a meal, they expressed their intent to bring over several dishes. The villagers' warmth deeply touched Jiang Fanyin, prompting her to immediately agree to stay for dinner. She even proposed a gathering for the entire village, inviting everyone to participate in the festivities, which would surely enliven the atmosphere. Of course, I will inform everyone to come dine at my home. It has been ages since we welcomed outsiders. Since you wish to celebrate, let us do so joyously, haha. Tian Quan chuckled, his smile nearly reaching his ears, and promptly busied himself with preparations. With the entire village working together, the meal was swiftly prepared. Gome, everyone do not be shy. Let us eat, Tian Quan urged, leading the charge. The group immediately complied, and before long, they were sprawled over the table. Noticing their inactivity, Tian Quan could no longer conceal the malice in his gaze. A lascivious grin broke across his face as he began to boast to his companions. What do you think? I truly am fortunate. I have managed to catch several beauties this time. You, my friend, took a stroll this morning and still landed such fortune. Indeed, you have had quite the lucky break. Just to be clear, I do not desire the women, but I must sample these two young men first. Tian Quan, basking in the envy of his peers, wore a triumphant smile. Thankfully, he had cleverly concocted a reason to lure them back. Otherwise, managing 3 individuals alone would have proven quite challenging. Now that they were in the village, with the medicine administered, he felt assured they would not escape. Yet in the next moment, his expression drastically changed. You have not eaten this food. Chapter 76. There is no hell on earth worse than this. The reason for his abrupt change in demeanor was the sight of those who had collapsed earlier now, all standing upright. Truly disappointing. You are all nothing but beasts. Jiang Fanyin calmly sat up, brushed off her sleeves, and wore an expression of disdain. Jiang Muse sat in silence, his face ablaze with fury. He had selflessly intervened to save someone, only to discover that he had rescued a demon. The ease and familiarity with which they spoke revealed that this was not their first transgression. One could only speculate how many others had suffered at their hands before him. In this apocalyptic world, the calamities of nature seemed trivial compared to the horrors inflicted by humanity. Shen Junyao wore a grim expression. Having witnessed far more repulsive and terrifying occurrences in his previous life, experiences that had nearly ensnared him as well. Encountering such a situation, he recognized the truth at a glance. Tian Quan was taken aback. Their village, being close to the mountains, had always been plagued by pests. Their ancestors had left behind numerous remedies for repelling insects and inducing sleep. Without these formulas, they would have perished during the insect plague, and they later discovered that the sleep-inducing powders were even more effective when used on humans. Thus, they had enjoyed a carefree existence thereafter. Previously, they had triumphed in every endeavor, yet today they faced an unexpected defeat. His complexion changed dramatically as he urgently called to his companions. Hurry, act swiftly. The once hospitable villagers suddenly transformed, pulling their weapons from beneath the table and launching a direct assault. The weapons had been prepared long ago. They always approached situations with a backup plan, but this was the first time they had truly needed to employ it. The villagers were filled with panic, acutely aware of their own misdeeds, and they realized that these outsiders could not be allowed to leave the village under any circumstances. They had to be contained. Sister, don't act recklessly. Let me handle this. Jiang Muse, usually adorned with a cheerful countenance, bore an unprecedentedly grim expression. The fury in his eyes was unmistakable, and the power of lightning had long been accumulating in his hands. As their attacks approached, he raised his hand decisively, unleashing the full force of the lightning energy.
which manifested as a wall of lightning above the dining table. The visible arcs of electricity flickered incessantly, catching the assailants off guard, who then emitted a cacophony of anguished cries, their voices strained and desperate. Though Jiang Fanyin felt a fleeting uplift in her spirits, it quickly dissipated, leaving her cold once more. "I shall leave this to you," she declared, "while I venture elsewhere to investigate." Driven by a personal instinct, she was reluctant to let her brother witness the scene, fearing it might be yet another hell on earth. For their safety, she entrusted Luo and Man to stay behind, even leaving Xiao Yi in Shun Junyao's care, while she took the remaining little ones with her. Xiaobai, with its keen sense of smell, seemed to understand her quest and dashed straight to the backyard. Upon entering, the tragic sight rendered Jiang Fanyin speechless. The backyard had evidently been altered, the grass replaced, and scattered across the lawn lay several women, devoid of clothing and marked with various signs of abuse, clearly stripped of their dignity for the amusement of their captors. These women appeared soulless, showing no reaction to her presence. Gritting her teeth at the sight of their vacant eyes, Jiang Fanyin thought, "These brutes. Master, what has happened to these people?" A little one inquired, bewildered. "Indeed, why are they not wearing clothes?" Another chimed in, their innocent questions deepening the shadows in Jiang Fanyin's gaze. Without uttering a word, she entered the house and rummaged for a few garments, dressing each woman one by one. "You have been rescued. Your nightmares have come to an end. Gather your spirits and survive for yourselves and for your families," she urged softly before stepping outside in silence. This village harbored many more abodes, each likely shrouded in similar horrors, and her journey had only just begun. Once Jiang Fanyin departed, it took a considerable amount of time for the villagers to gradually begin to move their eyes, their gazes slowly descending as they absently touched the fabric of their clothing. The sensation of donning garments had long since slipped from their memories, so much so that they could scarcely recall their own identities. Upon her exit, Jiang Muse and the others had already bound all the villagers, their faces contorted with fury as they interrogated them. "Junyao, accompany me on a stroll through the village. Let us ascertain if there are any other victims." Jiang Fanyin concealed the affairs of the backyard, instructing the two young ones to diligently protect their younger brother before departing with Shun Junyao. Shun Junyao, discerning her intentions, followed closely behind. As they left, the villagers continued to clamor for their release. The response to their cries was met with the unleashed power of lightning from Jiang Muse, which resonated with a chorus of anguished screams. The two wandered through the village, and indeed, in the backyards of each household, they discovered several tormented souls, including a few boys of tender years. Observing the marks upon their bodies and the numbness etched upon their faces, both felt their teeth clench in indignation. This was, without a doubt, a hell on earth. They clothed all the victims before leading them to gather at Tian Quan's home. Along the way, the two engaged in discussion. The substances possessed by the villagers were rather intriguing. It was likely that many had fallen victim to those very drugs. Shun Junyao succinctly articulated the crux of the matter, his countenance darkening significantly. Jiang Fanyin nodded, narrowing his eyes, realizing that these individuals were likely exceedingly familiar with the prescription. They could not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, there would be more victims. To his shock, even before entering the room, a strong stench of blood assaulted their senses. The two exchanged worried glances and rushed into the room, only to be met with a horrifying sight. Several villagers, previously bound, now cowered in terror in the corners. The figure of Tian Quan was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a heap of mangled flesh lay scattered, with a few frenzied women gnawing and biting at it with wild abandon, as if intent on devouring the remains alive. Jiang Muse and a few young companions stood silently to one side, their fists clenched, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Moments ago, he had been interrogating them when a group of women suddenly emerged from the backyard. Upon seeing the bound Tian Quan, their eyes sparkled with an astonishing intensity. In an instant, they lunged forward, viciously tearing him apart, leaving him in his current state. The horrifying scene was one he had never witnessed before, yet he felt utterly powerless to intervene. He was unaware of the torment these women had endured. but it was evident that they had faced a hell from which there was no escape. He had no justification to prevent them from seeking vengeance for themselves and their families. Remaining a mere spectator was the only recourse available to him. Jiang Fanyin cast a glance at them, ushering those behind her into the room, and gestured toward the villagers and the weapons by the door. Her tone was filled with compassion, declaring, "This is your moment for vengeance." Perhaps such words were uttered too late. Chapter 77. I will forgive you if you die. No sooner had she finished speaking than the individuals behind her erupted in piercing, shrill screams. Some even reached for the nearby weapons, wielding knives and clubs with reckless abandon against the villagers. The villagers' cries of terror echoed immediately. Countless merciless assaults rained down upon them, fueled by long-simmering resentment and a fervent desire for retribution. "Ah, it hurts terribly. Please stop. I was wrong. Spare us." Their voices cried in agony. "It hurts so much. Please, don't hit me, don't bite me. I shouldn't have treated you this way. I beg you, let me go. Help. Save us. I don't want to die." The villagers' desperate wails resonated, yet not a single heart softened in response. Jiang Fanyin and the others stood idly by, their cold gazes fixed upon the unfolding scene. The innocent victims, tormented and anguished, seethed with a desire to consume their oppressors whole. Mercy was an unthinkable notion. Some, with eyes ablaze, hurled curses at them. "You vile scum! How dare you seek salvation? When we pleaded for your clemency, where were you then? The wheel of fate has turned, and now it is your time to pay the price. You beasts! I shall strike you down! I shall strike you down!" Once their pent-up hatred was unleashed, the villagers were left as mere remnants, reduced to a grotesque mush. Even their own kin would struggle to recognize them. A testament to the brutality of their actions. At last, they had exacted their revenge, and an exhilarating thrill coursed through the victims, bringing a flush of color to their pallid faces. After avenging their torment, they slumped to the ground, dazed and disoriented, murmuring the names of those they held dear. It was then that Jiang Fanyin and the others realized that they were not alone in this place. Some had come accompanied by their family members, all of whom had fallen victim to the same insidious drug. The villagers were devoid of humanity. Whenever they captured someone deemed useful, that person would be allowed to live, while those deemed useless were immediately executed, their bodies disposed of without ceremony. Disturbingly, each murder was accompanied by a banquet, replete with an abundance of meat. Countless family members, friends, and loved ones had perished in this village, their lives extinguished by the drug that left them drained of strength, rendering escape an impossible dream. The group felt as though they had awakened from a nightmarish slumber. It was not long before despair engulfed them. Some covered their faces, weeping softly, while others wept uncontrollably, their cries echoing, regardless of gender. The sound was haunting and sorrowful, even causing those like Jiang Fanyin and Yao, who had long been accustomed to the specter of life and death, to avert their gaze, unable to endure the scene. As for Jiang Muse, who had never witnessed the depths of human suffering, his eyes were entirely red, fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth, striving to suppress his emotions just to appear composed in that moment. "Xiaozhe, please go and check the vicinity for any survivors," Jiang Fanyin instructed, noticing her brother's distress. With a subtle furrow of her brow, she promptly sent him away. Jiang Muse remained silent, simply nodding before quietly stepping out of the room. Observing her brother's departure, Jiang Fanyin signaled for Luo to stealthily follow him for his protection, as caution was still paramount. One could never be too careful in case any malevolent individuals remained at large. The little one, as she left, offered her comforting words. "Xiang, I'm off now. Please don't cry. Luo will be back very soon." Yao glanced up briefly, his tone laden with gravity. "What are your plans regarding these individuals?" Jiang Fanyin gently rubbed her forehead and glanced over. "You have avenged your great grievances, and there remains ample sustenance in this village. Feel free to divide it amongst yourselves. Gather your belongings and seek refuge at a nearby base. If you have family, you may also search for them. Regardless of the circumstances, find a way to survive." Survive? Yet, in their current state, how could they possibly endure? What means were left for survival? A look of bewilderment clouded their faces,
tinged with shades of desolation. Jiang Fanyin refrained from further words and turned away decisively. In this world, individuals have always been their own saviors. If one were to rely solely on others for rescue, it would be far better to embrace oblivion. As long as they possess the will to survive, they will undoubtedly find a way to endure. The deceased villagers were indeed skilled in agriculture, and the provisions in this village were ample enough that even when divided, each person could secure a substantial portion, at the very least sustaining them until they reached the base. As for what lay beyond that, there was little she could do. In this apocalyptic era, there are far too many pitiable souls. If everyone were to lend a hand, even with her entire space at her disposal, she would be overwhelmed. Just as the two turned, a gust of wind suddenly swept up behind them, accompanied by several startled cries. Jiang Fanyin did not even glance back, as the protective WWIII instinctively shielded his master. The broad leaves suddenly unfurled, swift as a gale, directly striking down the weapon from the assailant's grip, even angrily slapping the adversary's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Shun Junyao, with a frigid expression, turned to face their attackers. Noting the darkened countenance of the man who had been saved. "We rescued you, and yet you repay kindness with malice." The man who had been knocked down was one of those they had just liberated, appearing to be in his 20s, with a rather handsome visage, making his current predicament all the more understandable. At this moment, his face was ashen, and he urgently turned to the others who had been saved alongside him, imploring, "Why aren't you moving? If we eliminate them, no one will know of our past, and we can truly live on." It was this woman who grasped his intent. If they wished to survive, the only option was to erase everyone else, allowing them to feign that nothing had transpired, gradually forgetting the memories, thus enabling them to genuinely live on. His words stirred a few hearts, yet upon witnessing the cold expressions of their foes and the menacing foliage, they stifled their thoughts and lowered their heads. Though they had lingered in this place for some time, they were aware that many outside had awakened, known as supernatural beings. Once, they had envied those who possessed such powers, imagining how they could exact vengeance upon the beasts for their families. But now, witnessing the might of these supernatural beings, they were filled with dread. The man, seething with anger, lamented the cowardice of his companions, wondering how they had fallen so low. Yet, with the situation turned against him, he could only yield, hastily altering his expression to beg for mercy. I apologize, I lost my mind," and his plea for mercy trailed off abruptly. Jiang Fanyin deftly severed his throat with a single stroke, the act executed with chilling precision, causing blood to erupt forth in an instant. Accompanying this brutal act was her cold, serene voice. "It matters not. Should you perish, I shall forgive you." Chapter 78. Beasts will always be beasts. Even that man could not have anticipated that the one who had so willingly come to their aid could just as easily turn and deliver a fatal blow. Clutching his throat, he whimpered in despair, his eyes closing in resignation. His heart was filled with profound regret. Had he known the extent of her prowess, he would have refrained from the ambush, preserving at least his own life. The horror! The others who had been rescued, witnessing the scene, erupted into agonizing screams, their cries piercing the air as if they had beheld an unspeakable horror. Indeed, to their eyes, it was utterly terrifying. The girl, with a glint of coldness in her gaze, smiled sweetly as she effortlessly slit another's throat, her movements devoid of hesitation. It felt as though she had performed such deeds more than once before, her technique disturbingly practiced. They were paralyzed with fear, instinctively retreating while screaming, unable to meet her gaze, terrified of becoming the next victim, like the man who had just fallen. Observing their terror, Jiang Fanyin felt a surge of satisfaction, even allowing a slight smile to grace her lips as she methodically cleaned the dagger in her hand. She even callously discarded the bloodied cloth onto the ground. From the moment that man had attacked her, Shan Juanyao's expression had darkened, and now he was intent on leaving the scene with her. His voice cold and resolute. "Let us depart. There is no need for us to concern ourselves with this, unless it was to watch them perish." Understanding the source of his anger, Jiang Fanyin remained unfazed. After all, she had witnessed the depths of human nature in the post-apocalyptic world, becoming accustomed to such brutality. She could even empathize with the choices made by that man. Upon entering, Jiang Muse was met with a gruesome scene. The ground was stained with blood, and lifeless bodies lay scattered about, while nearby, a group of terrified onlookers bore expressions of horror. He had intended to inquire about the situation, but soon noticed the icy demeanor on his sister's and Shun Juanyao's faces, prompting him to fall silent. It was evidently clear that these individuals had committed some egregious act. Otherwise, Shun Juanyao's countenance would not have darkened to such a degree, for it was only his sister who could evoke such a profound emotional response from him. Meanwhile, unnoticed by the others, Luo stealthily climbed back, gradually ascending to her shoulder and quietly reporting all that she had witnessed. When Jiang Fanyin heard the phrase, she was momentarily bewildered, pondering the meaning of falling into the water. However, she quickly regained her composure and let out a soft sigh inwardly. Her younger brother, truly tender-hearted, could not bear to witness the sufferings of the world, nor could he relinquish his myriad emotions. Otherwise, in a past life, he would not have been burdened to such an extent by her. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, merely reiterating what she had previously stated. You should divide everything here and depart. By leaving this hell, you may find a better life. Though the world is harsh, one can always discover a way to survive. Having spoken, she did not linger, but resolutely turned and walked away. The overwhelming scent of blood wafted away with the wind, carried further and further. Sister, are we leaving this place directly? Jiang Mu's voice was still somewhat hoarse as he silently followed his sister, guarding her. Strangely, upon exiting Tian Quan's home, both Jiang Fanyin and Shun Junyao chose not to leave. Instead, they paused, seeking a place to conceal themselves. Jiang Muse, though bewildered, instinctively crouched down alongside them. He occasionally cast curious glances at the two, perplexed by their strange antics. Sensing her brother's confusion, Jiang Fanyin lowered her voice to provide clarification, stating, "We are ensnaring a turtle in a jar." Alternatively, Shun Junyao interjected with a peculiar smile, adding, "Or perhaps it is akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole lies in wait." Jiang Muse found himself enveloped in confusion, yet an instinctual feeling suggested that they were akin to fishermen. However, clarity soon dawned upon him, as a sudden rustling sound emerged from the nearby thicket, indicative of animals racing through the underbrush. His eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, they were fishing. Throughout their search, they had encountered no peculiar beasts, and now it was evident that his sister had seized the opportunity to lure the creatures with the scent of fresh blood. As the prospect of battle loomed, the despondency that had briefly clouded his gaze dissipated entirely, replaced by an invigorated spirit. Almost instinctively, he began to summon his own extraordinary abilities, though he refrained from unleashing them just yet. One could easily surmise the limited quantity of blood a single person could shed. Otherwise, those elusive beasts would not have been drawn in so swiftly. Jiang Fanyin and the others concealed themselves in the adjacent room, observing with clarity. This time, 3 extraordinary beasts were drawn here. However, for reasons unknown, none of these creatures took the initiative to strike first. They hesitated for a moment, lingering in place, and did not venture into the village at all. "Sister, why aren't they coming in?" Jiang Muse cast a glance at his sister, his eyes brimming with questions. Jiang Fanyin gestured for him to wait, then quietly scrutinized the creatures before them. Shun Junyao also surveyed the surroundings in silence, ultimately confirming the presence of only 3 aberrant beasts, a wild jackal, a wild boar, and a deer, all evidently mutated, rendering their meat less delectable. He meticulously strategized in his mind. After all, there were merely 3 beasts. Aside from the one that approached the troublesome 4th level, the other 2, being merely at the 3rd level, posed no significant challenge. Jiang Fanyin caressed the soft tendrils of the vine in her hand, her brows slightly arched. Surely, these creatures sensed something amiss. Perhaps they detected the presence of either themselves or the vines. Indeed, since the onset of the apocalypse, many aberrant beasts have undergone mutations. Not only have they grown increasingly formidable, but their intelligence has been steadily escalating as well. However, she remained unperturbed, confident that these creatures would unwittingly fall into their trap. For apart from the sanguinary, there existed a plethora of delectable prey awaiting them. Just as this thought flickered through her mind, a group of individuals emerged from the adjacent room, those whom they had previously rescued. It appeared they had thoroughly scoured their quarters and were now silently redirecting their efforts towards other rooms. Given that they had been confined in various locations, they conferred amongst themselves and resolved to commence their search from the first room, methodically collecting everything before proceeding to divide their spoils. Unbeknownst to them, as soon as they stepped outside, they had already fallen under the watchful gaze of the beasts, whose eyes ignited with a crimson glow in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Fanyin's lips curled into a cold smile. A beast is ultimately a beast. Even with a modicum of intelligence, it cannot suppress its inner greed. When it spots prey, it cannot be blamed for acting like a cunning bird. The three strange creatures, upon seeing such a plethora of delectable bipedal beings, were naturally exhilarated, unleashing their claws and charging forth with unwavering determination. Forward. Chapter 79, Observing the Drama. With a single command from Jiang Fanyin, the two men beside her dashed out without hesitation. At that moment, the three monstrous beasts had already sprinted over, emitting excited cries as they spotted their prey. So many potential meals. Surely, they would feast to their heart's content this time. The humans who had been rescued also took note of the nearby howls, and upon glancing up, they beheld the terrifying sight of the approaching creatures with their gaping maws. Instantly, half of their souls seemed to flee in terror. A cacophony of screams erupted. Some individuals crumpled to the ground, paralyzed by fear, their minds blank, only able to utter incoherent cries. The noise was so unbearable that Jiang Fanyin winced, stepping forward with a cold sneer. Aren't you all going to hurry inside and take cover? Do you wish to be devoured by these beasts? Her words jolted the dazed individuals back to reality, prompting them to scramble frantically into the shelter. In their haste, some collided with walls and doors, sustaining injuries without a second thought. Overwhelmed by panic, their only desire was to escape the jaws of the beasts and avoid becoming mere sustenance for the savage creatures. Jiang Fanyin and her companions exhibited an unwavering courage, boldly confronting the challenges ahead. Observing her younger brother's desire to gain more combat experience, she refrained from intervening. Instead, she casually brought over a chair to sit down and discreetly retrieved a piece of chilled watermelon from her space, savoring it with delight, embodying the essence of spectating. The young ones each received a few drops of spiritual spring water, replenishing their exhaustion from the long journey on land. Little did they know, the brief exposure of spatial energy would soon attract a considerable amount of trouble. Though Jiang Yu's and Shun Junyao had only recently awakened their extraordinary abilities, they had been remarkably diligent in their training. Coupled with the plentiful and high-quality crystals in Xiao Xiao's possession, their progress was swift. One wielded the power of lightning, while the other commanded a telekinetic ability. Both were formidable in their own right. Jiang Fanyin, without a care, observed their performance with a sense of leisure. Aside from the troublesome lead wild boar, the other two adversaries fell swiftly within mere dozens of exchanges. One was charred black from electric shocks, while the other met a swift demise at the sharp edge of a blade, leaving no trace of its former self. Throughout this, the wild boar charged relentlessly, suffering the most among the beasts. It was persistently thwarted by Shan Junyao's control, which employed a table as a barrier, occasionally receiving jolts of electricity, and at times, it was playfully tripped by Luo's vines, crashing forcefully to the ground. Its enraged roars grew increasingly deafening, the crimson in its eyes flaring with undeniable fury. At this moment, the wild boar disregarded its prey, fixating all its wrath upon the few humans before it. After dispatching the two creatures, Shun Junyao and Jiang Yu decided to unite their efforts against the formidable beast, which was nearing level 4 in strength, presenting a considerable challenge, particularly with its robust physique. Shun Junyao's telekinesis proved largely ineffective against it. Even Jiang Yu's lightning could only inflict temporary pain, further igniting its reckless rage without yielding any substantial results.
The strength of the powerful beast's charge was formidable. Even as Shun Junyao shielded himself with the table, it was nearly shattered by the impact. They sought to exploit its vulnerabilities, particularly its softer underbelly, which could not withstand the brutality of combat. Shun Junyao retreated slightly, positioning himself protectively beside Jiang Muse, offering friendly guidance while occupying a strategic position to defend him. He was well aware that Jiang Fanyin aimed to mentor someone, and he was eager to assist. His wealth of combat experience allowed him to impart knowledge effortlessly. Jiang Muse was no fool. Having trained together previously, he instantly understood what to do upon receiving the cue. In a swift motion, he drew a sharpened dagger from his pocket and charged forward. He could hardly believe that this beast, with its formidable flesh and iron-like bones, could withstand such an assault. Shun Junyao did not anticipate the audacity of this young lad and instinctively followed suit. This reckless youth. Jiang Fanyin watched in horror, unable to suppress her frustration as she shot a disapproving glance at her reckless younger brother. With a resigned sigh, she reached for the entwined peony on her wrist, summoning the little creature to protect him. Her foolish brother exhibited an audacious fearlessness, daring to engage in close combat with a beast of nearly level 4. Demonstrating a complete disregard for his own safety. Among the younger members of her family, there was the innocent and naive Luo, the proud and aloof Jiao Tailang, the lively and adorable Cici, and the simple-minded and endearing Man-Man. Upon reflection, only Sha Sha exhibited a semblance of steadiness, which was indeed a source of exasperation. With a tearful heart, she pondered the increasing number of young ones at home, yet lamented the scarcity of those capable of shouldering responsibilities. It seemed imperative to seek out additional promising little ones. "Mother, rest assured, Sha Sha will take good care of her brother," she had declared. True to her word, Sha Sha proved to be reliable. As soon as their conversation ended, she promptly followed, her agile vines occasionally obstructing the beast, allowing Jiang Muse to successfully close the distance. With a swift motion, he plunged his dagger directly into the creature's mouth. His hypothesis was confirmed. The wild boar's exterior was solid, yet the interior of its mouth was remarkably soft and tender. Taking advantage of the moment when the beast opened its mouth to howl, Jiang Muse swiftly thrust his dagger inside, the blade facing outward, and with a fierce slash, he violently tore open the foul-mouthed creature. The most vulnerable part suffered a grievous blow, and the wild boar, unable to endure the pain, instinctively opened its jaws wide, attempting to bite off his arm. Should it succeed in its savage attempt, it would likely sever Jiang Mu's entire arm. Shun Junyao, with keen eyes, caught sight of this peril and immediately reached out to pull him back, but just as he grasped Jiang Mu's arm, the beast's attack surged forth. Jiang Muse had not anticipated the swift reaction of the beast. Retreating was no longer an option. With a resolute heart, he brandished his dagger, intending to engage in a mutual demise. However, several vibrant green vines suddenly ensnared him, pulling both him and his companion back with precision and force, deftly evading the beast's ferocious bite. It was a perfect intervention. Xiao Xiao even directed several tendrils to entwine the creature, tightening their grip relentlessly. Moreover, the daughter plant subtly dispatched a few of its own vines, striking fiercely at the wild boar under the cover of Xiao Xiao's concealment. In the heart of CC, the significance of Jiang Fanyin had eclipsed that of Man-Man, with whom it once reveled. The energy water was truly delightful. "You detestable creature, do you still wish to bully my brother? Is he someone you can trifle with? What if mother gets angry?" Chapter 80. The unfortunate soul delivered to our doorstep. As Jiang Fanyin watched from behind, her heart raced with trepidation. She finally exhaled in relief as Xiao Xiao managed to pull the person back to safety. Her expression darkened momentarily. This foolish lad seemed entirely unafraid of danger, blissfully ignorant of the perils that surrounded them. The two youngsters, fueled by anger, relentlessly ensnared the wild boar, whipping it with vines as if they intended to strangle it to death. The boar, ensnared and desperate, emitted piercing cries of agony, yet it could not break free. Ultimately, it was Jiang Muse who approached with a knife, granting the creature a swift end. As the situation was resolved, the occupants of the house cautiously emerged, clutching their chests, their faces etched with lingering fear.
Who would have anticipated that this previously tranquil place, untouched by strange beasts, would become a scene of chaos upon the demise of those creatures? Thankfully, these individuals remained. Otherwise, they feared they might face death once more. For they possessed no means to resist, whether against humans or these otherworldly beasts. Thank you for saving us once again, the people murmured, their demeanor tinged with apprehension as they regarded the two, a hint of fear in their eyes. Seemingly anxious that the duo might harbor resentment towards the man who had acted before. Upon seeing them, Shen Juanyao's expression turned frosty. His intentions had never been to save them. Jiang Fanyin raised an eyebrow and decided to enter the room, rummaging through to find several bags. She casually stuffed the corpses of a few exotic beasts into them, deftly extracting their crystals beforehand. The clearer the crystals, the better their quality, although these were evidently impure. They sufficed for her needs, and she intended to keep them for Xiao Xiao to play with. Despite knowing that the meat of these beasts was edible, she could not afford to take risks until the research results from the base were in. However, she was not above bringing these items back for sale. Did I perform well just now? My strength must have improved, Jiang Muse remarked, a hint of pride on his face as he helped clean up. Hearing this, Shen Juanyao's expression softened considerably, and he shook his head with a wry smile, thinking that the little fellow was blissfully unaware of the impending danger he faced. How can you brag about that? If it weren't for Xiao Xiao's quick intervention, would your arm still be intact? Jiang Fanyin said, her irritation evident as she shot him a glare, her tone calm, yet reproving. Clearing his throat, Jiang Muse awkwardly rubbed his nose, attempting to change the subject. I didn't expect that beast to react so swiftly. Level 2 exotic beasts had already developed a degree of intelligence, let alone this one nearing level 4. A successful ambush would inevitably lead to backlash. He should have known better. Jiang Fanyin lightly tapped his head, pausing for a moment. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, she realized that a gentle reprimand wouldn't penetrate his stubbornness. Lowering her voice, she asked, have you considered what would have happened if I hadn't let Xiao Xiao protect you? What if you lost your hand? Wouldn't I be heartbroken? I promised our parents that I would take good care of you. At the mention of their parents, Jiang Mu's expression grew solemn, and he immediately softened his tone. Sister, I understand. Rest assured, I won't be so reckless in the future. He refrained from admitting that he had panicked when a beast lunged at him. Now he merely pretended to be tough. Shen Junyao, experienced and pragmatic, quickly covered the blood on the ground with dirt to prevent the scent from attracting more beasts. After tidying up the scene, the group departed swiftly, oblivious to the onlookers behind them. The onlookers were taken aback by their sudden departure, but they dared not linger, hastily rummaging through other rooms, fearful that the beasts might return. As the group emerged from the forest, they heard familiar cries of distress. It seemed to be coming from the large pit where they had previously rescued someone. They had not covered it when they left with Tian Quan and exchanged glances, their expressions speaking volumes. Surely, no one else had fallen into that pit, given its size and the absence of grass covering its edge. One would have to be incredibly careless to tumble in. Remembering the events following their last rescue, Shen Junyao and Jiang Muse appeared somewhat deflated, while Jiang Fanyin's interest peaked. She narrowed her eyes and said, let us go see if another unfortunate soul has wandered into our midst. If they're anything like Tian Quan, it won't matter. My dagger will merely relish the taste of blood once more. As they approached the pit, they soon confirmed that indeed, there was another person trapped within. The individual appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with graying hair yet a lively demeanor, wearing glasses and clutching his rear while wincing in pain. Upon spotting them, he immediately reached out, a mixture of desperation and relief in his eyes. Oh my, there are people here. What a stroke of luck. Could you please help me? I accidentally fell in while searching for herbs. And who might you be? Jiang Muse asked, his brow furrowed in displeasure. He had learned from Junyao about the individual they had rescued who had attempted to attack them, only to be countered by his sister. This knowledge had left him irked throughout their journey. I am a research scientist from the Jiangbei base, a PhD from the Jiangbei Agricultural Institute. I came out to search for medicinal herbs, but I got separated from my group and accidentally fell in. Jiang Ming wore a face of embarrassment. He had been steeped in the traditions of a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners since childhood, developing an affinity for herbs that only deepened as he pursued a related career. Yet, he could not shake off his passion for these botanicals. To him, the deep mountains and dense forests were nothing short of treasure troves, and his relentless search for herbs seemed never-ending. This obsession was precisely why he found himself in such a predicament. How humiliating it was to be in front of so many young people. As he gazed at the scattered herbs in his arms, Jiang Fanyin felt a twinge of belief. Even after falling into the pit, he managed to protect these precious plants, indicating a fervent obsession. Let us rescue him. Chapter 81. The people of Jiangbei Base with 2 men at home. Jiang Fanyin had no intention of exerting herself, and simply directed the two to pull the man up. Jiang Ming gathered the scattered herbs on his person and ascended, noticeably in better spirits. Once he had tidied himself up, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude, stating, "I truly must thank you all, otherwise I cannot fathom how long it would have taken me to make it up here." With a hint of trepidation, he patted his chest, relieved that there were such kind-hearted individuals nearby, as this place appeared quite remote. Had he waited for the team of supernatural beings that followed them, he might have faced an indefinite wait, and even if he were not to perish from hunger or thirst, he could very well have been devoured by some monstrous creature. It was merely a trivial matter. No need for thanks, Jiang Mu's replied, his expression softening slightly as he regarded Jiang Ming's earnest fascination with the herbs. He waved his hand dismissively. Shen Junyao cast a brief glance at him and remained silent. However, Jiang Fanyin eyed the assortment of herbs in his hands with curiosity and casually inquired, "Are there many people from the Agricultural Research Institute in your area?" The individual before her appeared unfamiliar, suggesting that during her absence over the past few years, the Institute had indeed welcomed a considerable influx of new talent. She held a certain admiration for those who were passionately devoted to their pursuits. Jiang Ming appeared to be quite straightforward, responding to inquiries without hesitation. He scratched his head and offered an innocent smile. "Our Jiangbei city is indeed a large metropolis, so it is only natural that there are more individuals from the Agricultural Research Institute. Additionally, during the onset of the apocalypse, we found ourselves gathered together, leading to a considerable number of doctors being preserved." As he recounted this experience, his eyes gleamed with gratitude. "In fact, we owe a profound debt of thanks to someone. At that time, our Agricultural Research Institute received a batch of anonymous supplies, which included not only food and water, but also essential medications. Had it not been for that benevolent stranger, we might not have endured." Jiang Fanyin narrowed her eyes, reminiscing about the bonds forged with the Agricultural Research Institute. During her time of stockpiling supplies, she had anonymously arranged for a batch of provisions to be delivered to several nearby institutes, which evidently proved beneficial to them. That was reassuring. She smiled and refrained from further inquiries. Conversely, Jiang Muse, eager to disperse the group, could not help but ask where she intended to go next. "We ventured out alongside a task force of ability users, who were also assigned to escort us. I separated from them not long ago, and they must have realized my absence by now. Perhaps they are searching the vicinity. As fate would have it, the ability user team that had accompanied the researchers soon counted heads and quickly noticed one was missing. 'Hey, where's Xiao Jiang?' one remarked. 'Could he have gone to the restroom? It's been quite a while since we last saw him.' Oddly enough, they had just been together. She had merely bent down to gather some herbs and lost sight of him. Could something have happened? Are there any strange beasts or plants lurking nearby? That seemed unlikely. The journey thus far had been relatively safe, with no evident dangers. The group of researchers engaged in animated discussions, some expressing genuine concern. The team of ability users surrounding them furrowed their brows. These individuals were invaluable assets to the nation, possessing essential knowledge in agriculture and medicine. They had taken on the responsibility of safeguarding these experts and were determined to ensure their safe return. Losing one was simply unacceptable. Zhou Cheng pressed his fingers to his temples, feeling a headache coming on, and quickly made a decision. A portion of the team would stay, put to guard the experts, while the remainder would accompany him in a systematic search of the area, striving to locate the missing individual as soon as possible. The team members, obedient to his authority, promptly divided into groups, with one contingent stepping forward to follow him. Not far into their search, they spotted several figures, one of whom was the very person they had been seeking. Seeing the individual return safely, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief and raised their hands in greeting. "Dr. Jiang, are you all right?" Zhou Cheng assessed the scene from a distance, his brow easing slightly. Though he was unaware of the identities of the others, Jiang Ming appeared to be engaged in cheerful conversation with them, suggesting they were not adversaries. At the very least, they had returned Jiang Ming safely. "Captain Zhou, it's Captain Zhou!" Jiang Ming exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them, waving his hand and promptly introducing the nearby individuals. "They are from the ability user team escorting us from Jiangbei base. The leader, that man over there, is Zhou Cheng, the captain of the Snow Wolf team. Reputed to be quite powerful. I hear he's already a level 3 ability user." "A level 3 ability user?" Jiang Mu's eyes brightened instantly, his excitement palpable. He had been keen to enhance his own abilities, and even in the absence of formidable beasts or fellow ability users, he could engage in sparring. How had he overlooked such a splendid opportunity? The base surely had many ability users. Perhaps he could seize this chance to challenge them. Shen Junyao observed his enthusiasm with a resigned shake of his head. He had come to realize over the past few days that this Na'vi young man was, in fact, a combat enthusiast, something he had underestimated previously. Just as they were conversing, the two teams converged, and introductions began. Who might these individuals be? Zhou Cheng approached, taking note of the people surrounding Jiang Ming, scrutinizing them discreetly. Without a doubt, their striking appearances and dignified demeanor indicated they were not ordinary individuals. It was curious how such a remarkable team had emerged from the depths of the wilderness. Jiang Ming did not ponder too much. He excitedly spoke. "These are the few benefactors who saved me earlier. I was wandering and got lost, even falling into a pit. Thanks to their timely assistance. I shudder to think how long I would have waited for you all to find me." "I see." Zhou Cheng nodded gently, expressing his gratitude as well. "Our Snow Wolf squad is immensely thankful for your rescue. Should you ever need our assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask." Although he recognized that their strength may not necessitate such aid, the customary pleasantries of the situation had to be observed. "You're welcome. As allies of the base, it is only natural to lend a hand," Jiang Fanyin replied, casually, seemingly indifferent to the exchange. Just as Zhou Cheng was preparing to say more, he noticed a man beside her who had been gazing at him intently with eager eyes. Instinctively, he turned to look back. The intensity in the other man's gaze was astonishing. In the next moment, the words that escaped his lips left Zhou Cheng utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 82. An awkward contest. "I heard you're already a level 3 ability user. How about we have a little competition?" Jiang Muse gazed at him with eyes that sparkled as though he were beholding a great treasure, causing Zhou Cheng to feel a shiver run down his spine. He instinctively took a step back, regarding him with a hint of caution. His voice trembled slightly as he stammered, I am not interested in men. I only like women." This fellow appeared rather handsome. How could he have developed such an interest in him? Could it be that his recent dedication to training had intensified his masculine aura? Yet, that could not be. He was the sole male in his family, destined to marry and bear offspring. Suddenly, the surroundings fell eerily silent, and the glances from others became conspicuously peculiar. What was transpiring between these two? Surely it could not be. Jiang Mu's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets upon hearing those words, almost choking on his own saliva, coughing twice and nearly forgetting to explain himself. What on earth is this guy doing? He is, after all, a quintessential straight man, the Iron Man type. Jiang Fanyin could hardly contain her laughter, shaking her head in exasperation. She had come to realize that one of these two individuals had misheard the conversation while the other had failed to articulate his thoughts clearly, resulting in this rather embarrassing misunderstanding. Nevertheless, despite her amusement, she could not overlook the anxious expression on her brother's face, his cough rendering him a shade of crimson. Unable to restrain herself, she interjected to clarify, "What my brother meant to convey is that you possess considerable skill, and he wishes to engage in a fair contest, limited to a point." Upon hearing her explanation, Zhou Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, his cheeks flushing as he recognized his blunder. He had been observing the group intently, but had become somewhat distracted, only catching the latter part of the conversation, which had startled him into an unconsidered response. Jiang Muse coughed painfully for a while before feeling relieved, gratefully glancing at his sister. This matter was closely tied to his reputation, and he had nearly lost his innocence. Thankfully, it was all right in the end. He was utterly terrified. Shen Junyao, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head in amusement. His little brother-in-law was truly entertaining. The surrounding doctors and team members gradually understood what had transpired, and they couldn't suppress their kind smiles. One familiar doctor even began to cheer. "This is splendid. The old man has yet to witness a battle between superhumans. It's the perfect opportunity for him to broaden his horizons. Indeed, I've yet to see one myself. Captain Zhou, why not agree to it? Yes, give it a try, ha." Hearing their laughter, Zhou Cheng's face flushed even more. However, sensing the potent aura emanating from his opponent, he couldn't help but nod, his eyes sparkling. "All right, there is plenty of open space nearby. We can find a suitable spot for a match." It had been a long time since he had competed against a human superhuman, and since this was merely a friendly contest, there was no need for lethal force. Just a mutual probing of each other's abilities would suffice. It would also provide an opportunity to observe other extraordinary powers and see if his own abilities had progressed. The two quickly reached a consensus and soon found a spacious area, ready to engage in a spirited contest. Naturally, even while competing, they remained vigilant of the potential presence of anomalous plants and beasts nearby. Thus, while the two battled, the members of the Snow Wolf team stood a little farther back, their gazes alertly scanning the surroundings. However, the competition among the superhumans was not a trivial affair, and many, while remaining vigilant, couldn't resist glancing back from time to time. Nevertheless, Jiang Fanyin, lacking trust in their safety, discreetly instructed a few young ones to spread out and guard different areas to ensure their security. She even found a clean wooden stump to sit on, securing the prime front row seat for the spectacle. Observing her resting her chin on her hands, watching the show, Shen Junyao found it quite amusing and even took out some delicious snacks from his backpack to offer her. Jiang Fanyin casually took the food, savoring its deliciousness, and instinctively offered him a morsel, entirely oblivious to the intimacy of her gesture. Shen Junyao, seated beside her, wore an unmistakable smile that he could not conceal, even harboring a hint of smugness. He was well aware that her straightforward approach, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, was her most effective strategy. As he observed the unfolding scene, it was evident that his assumptions were correct. Silently clenching his fist, he recognized this as a positive development. He must continue to strive forward. Jiang Fanyin remained oblivious to him, her attention entirely captivated by the fierce duel between her younger brother and Zhou Cheng. One wielded the power of lightning, while the other commanded the earth. Indeed, they were formidable opponents, and this clash was truly exhilarating. Lightning crackled on one side, while earthen walls rose on the other, creating a lively spectacle of back-and-forth exchanges. The surrounding researchers were equally enthralled, occasionally emitting sharp gasps of excitement as they observed the extraordinary display. Although they may not have comprehended the intricacies of the combat, they certainly recognized the prowess of the abilities on display. The resounding crack of thunder and the swift rise of earth brought them immense satisfaction. Had they not feared disturbing the proceedings, they might have erupted into applause. Among the spectators, only Jiang Fanyin and Shen Junyao seemed capable of discerning the deeper nuances of the battle. Little Zay's combat experience was still lacking. Despite several opportunities to potentially deliver a fatal blow to his opponent, he failed to seize them. Had it been a real fight rather than a mere exhibition, he would have already faced dire consequences. Jiang Fanyin observed for a while and soon discerned the crux of the matter, letting out a resigned sigh and shaking her head. Zhou Cheng, indeed, lived up to his reputation as a seasoned leader of the extraordinary abilities squad. Just through their brief exchanges, it became evident that he had been holding back. Otherwise, it was likely that little Zay would have sustained injuries. This was to be expected, as little Zay had not engaged in serious combat utilizing his abilities, and despite his commendable agility, he would inevitably face disadvantages in battle. With more practice, he would surely improve. Shen Junyao understood her sentiment and promptly offered words of comfort. More practice? Jiang Fanyin seemed to be suddenly awakened, her eyes instantly brightening as a notion arose within her, gradually taking shape. She recalled that in her past life, as she hovered near death, she had overheard a conversation about a wealthy family that had acquired a vast expanse of land to establish an arena, specifically designed for the brutal spectacle of beast battles. At the time, she felt a deep aversion to the idea. However, she later learned that such events were immensely popular among the affluent, with many individuals trading valuable resources for admission tickets that had skyrocketed in price. Why not emulate those who came before her and create a competition arena of her own? Chapter 83. Tenderness akin to that of a mother. Jiang Fanyin did not articulate the matter directly. Firstly, the crowd here was too large, and it would be unfavorable if someone else seized the opportunity. Secondly, she wished to surprise her younger brother. Speaking of which, in just a few days, it would be a certain little one's birthday. Since their parents had departed, he had only been able to celebrate his birthday with her. With an additional person this time, it was only fitting to make the occasion lively. What could possibly serve as a better birthday gift than this? After the altercation, Jiang Muse felt invigorated, having even acquired several new techniques. Initially, he was filled with excitement, eager to share his experiences with his sister. However, he found her lost in thought, seemingly in a trance. "Sister, what are you pondering?" He felt a twinge of helplessness, wondering if she had witnessed his graceful combat style. While contemplating something delightful, Jiang Fanyin organized her thoughts and smiled brightly, instinctively rising to tidy her brother's disheveled clothing. Despite her nurturing nature, he felt a hint of embarrassment, having grown up. Yet, with a blush gracing his cheeks, he remained silent, slightly bowing to allow her to assist him more easily. Jiang Fanyin, always attentive to her younger brother, swiftly arranged his attire and even retrieved a shirt from her bag for him to change into. After their lengthy bout, Muse was now covered in dust and dirt, resembling a small, messy child who had just rolled around on the ground. Why not wash up and change? Knowing her brother's cleanliness obsession, Jiang Fanyin was more than willing to indulge him. She handed him a bottle of mineral water to replenish his fluids while also producing a folding bucket from her bag. Additionally, she effortlessly brought out a larger bucket of water. Observing this scene, Zhou Cheng, who had just returned from a similar brawl, fell into silence, envious of the treatment Jiang Muse received. "Alas, we fought together, yet look at the difference in our circumstances. It truly is disheartening." Clutching his heart, he turned away, resolved to spend a good amount of time at home once this task concluded. After all, he too was a cherished treasure in his parents' hearts. Who among us does not have family? Jiang Muse did not reject his sister's goodwill. After a bout of fighting, he found himself covered in dust, a discomfort he could hardly bear. In the heat of the moment, he had not noticed, but now was rather bothersome. He gulped down the water, handed the empty container to his sister, and then, with a towel in hand, he departed, intent on finding a secluded spot behind a large tree to wipe off the grime and change his clothes. "Captain Zhou, I must express my gratitude. My brother has undoubtedly learned a great deal from you." "Thank you," Jiang Fanyin remarked as she turned to see Zhou Cheng, naturally approaching him to convey her thanks. "It's nothing. You all helped us rescue Dr. Jiang as well. We were merely assisting one another," Zhou Cheng replied, a hint of bashfulness evident as he waved his hand dismissively. Had he not been so dirty, he might have scratched his head in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Shen Junyao noticed Zhou Cheng's furtive glances and subtly stepped forward, his tall frame effectively shielding someone from view. His gaze was vigilant, scrutinizing the man before him. There was something unsettling in this person's eyes, a semblance to the way he often looked at Enin. What was this fellow up to? He stood there, obstructing her line of sight, as if she were on the verge of losing sight of the person across from them, and he had yet to finish speaking. Jiang Fanyin was momentarily taken aback, tilting her head in puzzlement without uttering much. She stepped outside for a moment, continuing her conversation with Captain Zhou. "Since your team has successfully rescued everyone, we shall depart once my brother returns. Our original mission was to eliminate the beasts, and although we encountered numerous unforeseen events along the way, most have now been resolved, and our task is complete. As night falls, it is only fitting that we head back." Zhou Cheng, however, discerned the wariness and vigilance in the man's demeanor across from him, feeling a twinge of disappointment and regret. It seemed the beauty was already claimed. Though he felt disheartened, he did not let it show, nor did he attempt to persuade her to stay. Well, I hope we have the opportunity to meet Miss Jiang again in the future. Should you find the time, feel free to visit the base in Jiangbei. Simply mention our Snow Wolf team, and someone will surely escort you in. While he could not engage deeply with the enchanting lady, fostering a connection with someone of the Jiang family stature was undeniably beneficial, as befriending influential individuals is always advantageous. Sensing the goodwill emanating from him, Jiang Fanyin smiled in response. Regardless of whether she would visit in the future, it was essential to express the appropriate sentiments in the current setting. Certainly, with your Snow Wolf team in Jiangbei, we now have acquaintances in the area. The research personnel, having overheard this exchange, gathered closer, especially the enthusiastic Jiang Ming. Being the only researcher who had interacted with the Jiang siblings, he felt a sense of familiarity with them and eagerly chimed in, exuding sincerity. "Oh, you can certainly mention my name when you arrive. I, Jiang Ming, have a bitter reputation at the Jiangbei base. If you visit, I could show you around, and you'll have access to all areas." "Now, that's not fair. You're stealing my guests." Zhou Cheng sighed in exasperation, initially intending to say more, but ultimately refrained. Noticing the man's frequent glances in his direction, Jiang Fanyin actually held a certain admiration for Jiang Ming, and naturally, she responded with a smile. However, the next moment, upon hearing the way the other doctoral candidates from the Agricultural Research Institute referred to Jiang Ming, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Little Jiang, you have done well. Since he is the benefactor who saved you, it is only fitting that we, from the Agricultural Research Institute, take care of him." As little Jiang observed the noticeably younger researchers surrounding Jiang Ming, Jiang Fanyin fell into a contemplative silence. How could such a term of endearment be uttered? Jiang Ming, noticing her peculiar gaze, blushed slightly and awkwardly scratched his head, explaining, "Actually, at the Jiangbei base, I am considered one of the younger ones. I just appear a bit more mature." This was no mere maturity. It was evidently a sign of aging. Nevertheless, Jiang Fanyin refrained from voicing this thought and merely nodded with an expressionless demeanor. The young man beside her was the first to speak, his tone filled with admiration. "Our little Jiang has aged due to his dedication and passion for his work, tirelessly devoted to researching high-yield crops to the point of transforming himself." Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. Jiang Fanyin's gaze softened slightly, and with a hint of admiration, she patted his shoulder. "Xiao Jiang, you are quite remarkable. Continue to excel. Our nation requires talents like you." Jiang Ming was utterly bewildered. The tone of this young lady was as affectionate as that of his own mother. Chapter 84. The Beauty and Fortune. In the end, Jiang Ming stood there in a daze, watching as the young lady departed with her younger brother, leaving him without the opportunity to inquire when she planned to visit Jiangbei. Beside him, Zhou Cheng also gazed helplessly at their receding figures. A look of regret etched upon his face, even shaking his head, his eyes filled with melancholy. In this apocalyptic era, such a beauty was a rare sight. Had she not already been taken, he would have earnestly pursued her, for his own lineage and capabilities were quite commendable. What a pity it was. Jiang Fanyin remained blissfully unaware that a potential suitor had been quietly eliminated by someone. As she sat in the car, she meticulously pondered how to appropriately arrange her birthday gift, while also devising a plan to discreetly divert Xiao Zhe's attention. The essence of a surprise lies in the unpreparedness of its recipient. If one were to know in advance, what joy would remain? It appeared she required an ally. She shifted her gaze to the driver beside her, Shen Junyao, instinctively stealing a few glances. However, before she could utter a word, he turned his head slightly towards her, a gentle smile gracing his lips, and lowered his voice intentionally. His naturally melodious tone became even more enchanting with this hushed modulation. "How may I assist you?" he inquired. Jiang Fanyin instinctively widened her eyes, conveying a singular thought. "How do you know?" Rarely witnessing her in such a state, Shen Junyao could not suppress a smile, his lips curling with a hint of affection. "You need not utter a word. A mere glance suffices for me to comprehend." I have acquiesced. After all, In their previous life, they had cohabited for several months. When Jiang Muse was absent, it was only the two of them conversing. During that time, he was quite withdrawn, and it was Jiang Fanyin who took the initiative to engage him. As their familiarity grew, he unconsciously began to observe her, pondering why a woman, herself beset by illness, would concern herself with whether he spoke or not, striving to coax words from him, worried about his reclusiveness. Perhaps even he could not articulate when his heart began to stir during those enchanting yet tumultuous days, nor when he had plunged headlong into affection. He chuckled silently, his gaze imbued with an almost intoxicating softness. Unfortunately, he turned his head away, and Jiang Fanyin did not witness this, merely muttering, "You guessed quite accurately." She gave it little thought, assuming he had merely deduced her feelings, and upon receiving his agreement, she said no more. However, Jiang Muse, curious, leaned forward, playfully peering over the driver's seat, teasingly asking, "What secretive whispers are you two sharing? Must you do it behind my back?" "No, I'm not speaking at all. Thank you very much." Jiang Fanyin firmly redirected the topic. Shen Junyao sighed in resignation, urging, "Please sit properly. Be careful not to bump your head." "Oomph." Jiang Muse scanned the pair with suspicion before obediently returning to his seat. In truth, after spending so much time together, he had genuinely begun to accept and grow accustomed to the presence of this man. Occasionally, he would even ponder that if a man like him were to guard his sister, he would undoubtedly feel reassured. Primarily, the man possessed both formidable strength and striking looks, certainly worthy of his sister's unparalleled beauty. In the eyes and heart of a brother devoted to his sister, she was an exquisite treasure, while the men outside resembled hungry wolves with ambition. Nevertheless, this one could be considered a loyal hound, albeit begrudgingly. Completely unaware of his brother's peculiar reasoning, Jiang Fanyin chose not to elaborate further upon seeing him settled. The vehicle swiftly returned to the base, where Jiang Fanyin instructed the two to submit their mission reports while she turned to explore the interior of the base. Speaking of the arena, it would be more appropriate to find an open space or stage, perhaps even to reconstruct it, as ordinary materials could scarcely withstand the might of those with extraordinary abilities. Both Jiang Muse and Shen Junyao were quite assured of her capabilities. After exchanging a few words of advice, they proceeded directly to the management office to submit their tasks. Before long, Jiang Fanyin had chosen her desired venue and engaged in discussions regarding the contract details, even providing her home address for someone to bring the contract for signing. Unfortunately, all her supplies were stored in her space, and in her haste, she had forgotten to bring her bag, leaving her devoid of any means of disguise. The staff working there had never encountered such an on-site service since their employment, and they regarded her with a mix of confusion and skepticism. However, their information network proved to be quite effective. It wasn't long before they uncovered some details about her at the base, determining that she was indeed a valuable client. Soon, a representative approached her, respectfully indicating that they would bring the contract for her to sign. Jiang Fanyin departed with satisfaction, even contemplating where to seek assistance for a potential overhaul along the way. It seemed that Wang Chong was quite familiar with the base. Enlisting his help might expedite matters. Nevertheless, despite the consideration of seeking help, it was imperative to first attend to the remaining loose ends. Jiang Fanyin narrowed her eyes slightly and cast a discreet glance at the person who had been trailing her for quite some time, gradually reducing her pace. If they wished to follow, so be it. However, they must also be prepared to bear the consequences. Though her movements were swift, a stunning beauty clad in a cheapao inevitably attracted a multitude of gazes, including some unsavory characters. The individuals behind her were currently engaged in hushed discussions about her. One voice, filled with excitement, lowered its volume and pointed toward her alluring silhouette ahead, exclaiming, "Boss, look at that person. Isn't she exceptionally beautiful?" Their leader had a peculiar taste, favoring the exquisite beauties reminiscent of ancient times, and before the apocalypse, they had been unable to find anyone suitable. To their surprise, entering the base had serendipitously led them to this gem. Surely, this enchantress would meet their leader's aesthetic standards. Perhaps they could bask in her radiance, if only to feast their eyes upon her beauty. Others in the know quickly chimed in, eager to curry favor, Indeed, boss. I caught a glimpse of her earlier, and she truly is a sight to behold. Just look at her figure and grace. It is utterly delightful. I believe you will surely take a liking to her. Fear not, with the brothers by your side and your formidable strength, capturing that little beauty will surely be a success. After all, their leader was already a level 3 ability wielder, a formidable force who had been courted by the government as soon as he entered the base, promising a bright future ahead. A lascivious grin spread across the man's face as he stroked his chin. Indeed, she was a beauty. It seemed fortune was smiling upon him today. If Jiang Fanyin had overheard their conversation, she would have found it utterly laughable. What significance did being a level 3 ability wielder hold? Not to mention that all 3 individuals in her company were already showing signs of advancement, likely to ascend to level 4 soon. And what of the little ones by her side? Each one possessed considerable strength. Luo and Jiao Tailang had thrived under her nurturing, their vitality surpassing that of later plants, and after several skirmishes, their powers had surged impressively. She had previously let them hunt on their own after leaving the village, and both had successfully advanced to level 4, with CC and Man not far behind in their progression. Such a formidable assembly to confront a mere level 3 ability wielder was an utter waste of resources. However, she did not linger, for she needed to return home. Although she had informed Shun Junyao to finish his task and not return too early with Xiao Zhe, she ought to hasten back to sign the contract before her brother arrived. The element of surprise must not be compromised. First, she needed to deal with the pests trailing her. She found a secluded alley, dimly lit and inconspicuous, an ideal venue for clandestine affairs, and perfect for handling those nuisances. Upon seeing such a prime location, her pursuers were elated, immediately following her inside, their voices brimming with arrogant glee. Hey, this girl is quite clever. She has led us right into a dead end. One opportunity she has provided us. Indeed, it seems the heavens are favoring us. Perhaps our boss will finally get to savor the beauty tonight. Boss, should we scare her a little first, and then you can swoop in to save her? That way, she might be charmed into submission, and we wouldn't even need to resort to any tricks. Their scheme was so astoundingly clever that even their leader couldn't help but nod in agreement. Both parties, consumed by their own thoughts, failed to notice the small figure racing toward them from distance. The group eagerly entered the alley, but the encounter turned out to be remarkably brief, not a battle, but rather a one-sided torment. As Jiang Fanyin watched her little companions toy with the intruders, their mouths gagged and unable to call for help, she felt a surge of delight. Yet, she did not tarry long. After instructing her little ones to incapacitate them, she prepared to leave. Just as they reached the alley's exit, they collided with a figure. Had it not been for her companions alerting her that it was merely a child, her dagger would have instinctively drawn. She instinctively pulled out her phone for illumination, revealing a familiar face, glistening with sweat from running. A surprised voice exclaimed, "Tong Tong? What are you doing here?" This was the very child she and Junyao had rescued, even gifting him a crystal. "I saw them following you. They didn't seem like good people, and I was worried about you, Sister Jiang. Don't be afraid. My grandpa has already notified the base's guard team." Breathless from his chase, Tong Tong cautiously positioned himself protectively behind her small frame, whispering urgent news. So, this child had hurried here to protect her? In a moment of pure sincerity, Jiang Fanyin felt a stirring in her heart, her gaze softening as she looked at him in the night. She took the child's hand and led him out of the darkness. The gentle and melodious voice of the young girl resonated. "Thank you, Tong Tong. These mere pests are nothing. Your Jiang sister can certainly handle them." Tong Tong, slightly bewildered, turned back and remarked, "It seems those bad people in the Alley Haven team made a move. Are they too afraid to act? Or have they become incapable?" He did not dwell on these thoughts any longer, but instead smiled brightly, nodding obediently. "Yes, I knew Jiang's sister was incredibly formidable. I will strive to be as capable as you one day." With excitement, Tong Tong exclaimed, "Jiang's sister, thank you. I have awakened my golden ability, and the situation at home has improved significantly, all thanks to you." He refrained from mentioning his grandfather's excitement and gratitude upon his awakening of abilities, but he understood that this individual would become someone he would cherish wholeheartedly for a lifetime. Jiang Fanyin was indeed taken aback. Although crystal stones possess the ability to awaken extraordinary powers, those who can manifest such abilities on their first attempt are typically endowed with exceptional talent. The gold element is a particularly formidable power, and with proper cultivation, it could potentially yield a formidable hunter of monstrous beasts. Such promising talent ought not to be overlooked. It is worth mentioning that the military had previously expressed interest in recruiting them, yet they were reluctant to join. However, Tongtong's situation could certainly warrant recruitment. It seems a discussion with the military leadership is in order. After Jiang Fanyin effortlessly returned Tongtong, she hurried back to sign a contract. Delayed by those fellows, she nearly kept the other party waiting at the entrance. Fortunately, her payment for the contract was made promptly, though discreetly, instead of utilizing precious food items. She opted for diesel, which, while not inexpensive, was more practical. The other party left in a state of euphoria, contract in hand. Thankfully, she was not caught by Jiang Yu's. Otherwise, the surprise would have vanished. On this day, only the pests in the alley suffered, thanks to Tongtong's clear explanations. And considering the alley's considerable distance, the security team, believing the victims had already departed, deemed there to be no incident and subsequently disbanded. Thus, only those who had been knocked unconscious lay quietly in the dark alley. When they eventually regained consciousness, they found themselves enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. Where are we? Is this hell? Is there no light in hell? Why is it so dark? Bewildered, they opened their eyes and tentatively called out the names of their familiar brothers and their leader. Soon, they discovered that everyone was indeed nearby, appearing to be alive, with clear sensations of pain coursing through their bodies. Regardless of where they found themselves, it was certainly not hell. With a sigh of relief, the group began to moan and groan as they clutched their injuries. Ouch! My bones must be on the verge of breaking. Why does it hurt so much? Woe is me, I feel as if my waist is about to snap in two. Boss, who is that woman? I didn't even see her before whatever it was took me down. This was an inevitable circumstance. The alley was exceedingly dark, and their vision could not possibly rival the sensitivity of plants. Their leader, possessing a modicum of insight, grimaced while nursing his wounds and muttered bitterly, "It's a mutant plant. I can't believe there's a mutant plant in this base. I must report this." Chapter 86. We are all kin. Jiang Fanyin was astonished by the foolish antics of those individuals. At that moment, she had stealthily made her way to the door of Shun Juanyao's room and gently knocked. The door was promptly opened, revealing a scene that caused Jiang Fanyin to widen her eyes in disbelief. Goodness, was this something she could witness without spending a dime? Could she truly behold such a sight? Glancing around, it seemed inconsequential. After all, they were all acquaintances. The one who opened the door was none other than Shun Junyao, who was clad only in a bathrobe, the collar loosely undone, subtly revealing his well-defined muscles and alluring collarbone. His hair was damp, with a few strands cascading over his forehead, occasionally dripping water that trickled down his cheeks. The enticing aroma of shower gel wafted through the air, rendering the atmosphere even more irresistible. Jiang Fanyin instinctively swallowed hard, momentarily forgetting the purpose of her visit. What had she come for again? Shun Junyao, with his ever-gentle gaze, hesitated before allowing her entrance. Surely, her earlier actions during the day indicated that she sought his counsel. Otherwise, she would not have come to him so late. Startled by his voice, Jiang Fanyin instinctively averted her gaze and coughed lightly before stepping inside. The room retained the arrangement she had orchestrated, yet there lingered an indescribable scent that ignited a fervor within her. Nevertheless, she dismissed her thoughts and settled onto the sofa, discussing the upcoming birthday of Xiao Zhe, even revealing her entire plan. "I see how to proceed. Please draw up a blueprint for me, and I'll take care of the rest," she said. Shun Junyao aimed to assume responsibility for the tasks at hand, understanding that overseeing the swift construction would demand considerable energy. It was indeed better suited for him. Jiang Fanyin did not contest this and promptly handed over the address, the keys, and her pre-prepared blueprints. She admittedly lacked knowledge in construction and preferred his supervision to avoid any potential pitfalls. Once their discussion concluded, Jiang Fanyin did not linger in his room and soon departed. Only Shan Junyao noticed the faint blush on her ears, which elicited a deeper smile in his eyes and softened the warmth of his expression. It appeared that she held him in some regard, as her shyness in response to his demeanor indicated a significant step forward. Though it was merely an accident, it brought him joy. As Jiang Fanyin reclined in her room, she felt her heart racing, a veil of confusion shadowing her eyes. It was not her first encounter with a man emerging from the bath. Occasionally, Xiaozhe would dress similarly after a shower, darting about the room in a playful frenzy. Yet, why did her sentiments toward Xiaozhe and Shan Junyao diverge so profoundly, although she had always been aware of his affections for her? When did she begin to acclimatize to the presence of such a person in her life? Certain matters were understood without words, and he seemed to anticipate her needs with an attentiveness she had never experienced before. It was as if there existed someone who comprehended her even better than she knew herself, transcending time to love her. That sensation was likely one that no one could resist. This night, apart from Jiang Muse, no one else found solace in sleep. After Jiang Fanyin fell into a deep slumber, a few little ones gathered together to engage in animated discussion. Xiaoxiang's heart was racing just now. Do you know why? You silly fool, how could you not know? You're truly dim-witted. Is mother unwell? Perhaps Luo could take a look at her. Indeed, Luo has evolved, and her healing abilities have become even stronger. This way, mother will be just fine. All right, mother will be all right. What nonsense! The master is not sick, you foolish one. Bad Jiajiao, Luo is indeed useful. You're so mean. Jiajiao, you shouldn't say that. Luo is the only one among us capable of healing, and she's quite formidable. Exactly. Luo is adorable. Jiajiao, you're not being nice. Everyone, let's not quarrel. Let's maintain harmony among our kind. Luo and Jiajiao were the most fond of banter, and their squabbles have become a common occurrence. Yet, their bond remained strong, as they would forget their disagreements almost immediately. The little ones were quite rambunctious, playfully tugging at each other's leaves and roots. Were it not for Jiang Fanyin being enveloped in profound sleep, she surely would have been roused by their commotion. However, upon waking the next day, she was aware of the little one's midnight uproar. Though Luo and Jiajiao had already forgotten, the reliable old steward Xiao had ensured everything was conveyed clearly. She bore no resentment and proceeded to pour water for the little ones in exchange for their affectionate closeness before heading off for breakfast. Jiang Muse had grown accustomed to preparing breakfast for three. Upon noticing her, she inquired with a hint of confusion, "Sister, why did Junyao leave so early to attend to his affairs?" Jiang Fanyin was momentarily taken aback. He has already departed? Was this matter truly so urgent? It seems he left rather prematurely, doesn't it? Indeed. I had just prepared the meal when he coincidentally stepped out, taking only a bun with him. Jiang Muse helplessly shrugged his shoulders. There was nothing demanding attention at home today, which left him perplexed. The siblings fell silent, quietly finishing their breakfast. The weather was quite pleasant, with temperatures on a rise. Jiang Fanyin decided to plant the little ones in the soil, allowing them to bask in the sunlight and absorb the essence of the earth. "It feels so wonderful to be basked in the sun," one exclaimed. "It's sunlight." "You silly creature," another retorted. "Mother said, this is sunbathing, so let's keep it down," advised a third. "It feels so good, so very good," came the delighted response. "Hee, Man feels good too. Everyone feels good." Jiang Fanyin took out the icy watermelon from the space and shared it with her younger brother, each enjoying half with a spoon in a leisurely manner. This was the most delightful way to relish watermelon. However, their tranquil moments were soon interrupted by the sound of the doorbell ringing. The siblings exchanged puzzled glances, both wondering who could possibly be visiting at such an early hour, especially since they had been quite settled lately. Jiang Muse handed the watermelon to his sister and then rose to open the door. Jiang Fanyin swiftly tidied up the scene, concealing all inappropriate items within the confines of her space, before promptly securing the door to the backyard and making her way to the living room. The backyard had been enclosed by them, ensuring that as long as the door was shut, no one could glimpse the contents within. Upon entering the living room, Jiang Fanyin was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired, "How did the two of you come together?" The early morning visitors were none other than Wang Chong and Wang Qingshan. It was indeed a rare sight to witness these two antagonistic individuals in each other's company. Chapter 87. One side delighted. The other annoyed. Not only Jiang Fanyin, but even Jiang Yu scrutinized them with a peculiar gaze. Eventually, it was the impatient Wang Chong who broke the silence. Casting a sidelong glance at his companion and smirking, "I am not affiliated with them. I merely came to deliver tickets." Tickets? What tickets? The siblings exchanged puzzled glances before turning their attention to him in unison. Wang Chong retrieved 3 tickets from his pocket and handed them over. With enthusiasm, he elaborated, "Our base recently welcomed a group of researchers, and they have developed some new findings. The base is organizing a press conference." Upon grasping the ticket in her hand, Jiang Fanyin instantaneously comprehended the situation. It was, in essence, a veiled commercial negotiation. It was likely that affluent individuals would be drawn in to compete for bidding and purchasing, which was the intrinsic value they sought to explore. Jiang Muse, lacking any interest, casually tossed the tickets to his sister. He believed she had a fondness for such things, and if she wished to attend, he would undoubtedly accompany her. Jiang Fanyin accepted the items, then turned her gaze towards Wang Qingshan. Wang Qingshan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered his head slightly in her direction, his tone laced with apology. It was rumored that an inconsiderate individual had offended Miss Jiang the previous night, prompting him to bring a token of contrition. His eyes inadvertently scanned the two of them, igniting a tempest of astonishment within him. The last time he had seen them, he was aware that Miss Jiang possessed wood-based abilities, yet the others had not exhibited any remarkable traits. However, it was now evident that they too had awakened their own powers. In just a few short days, their progress was astonishingly swift. Indeed, his instincts had proven correct once more. These individuals harbored secrets. Although Jiang Fanyin could not discern his thoughts, she felt a twinge of displeasure at his scrutinizing gaze. However, she concealed her feelings, merely tugging at the corners of her mouth, for in the end, it would not be she who would face the consequences. Wang Qingshan's expression momentarily stiffened, fully aware of the sarcasm woven into the other's words. Internally, he berated those troublemakers who had stirred chaos upon their arrival at the base, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The audacity of approaching him in the dead of night to address issues of foreign plants infiltrating the base was infuriating. The mere thought of dealing with those rascals made his blood boil. Yet, as someone seasoned by experience, he swiftly composed himself and graciously presented the prepared apologies. Although he did not unleash his extraordinary abilities, his innate sixth sense was remarkably astute. Despite their small numbers, he was reluctant to foster enmity with them, which is why he consistently sought to ease the tension with kind words. Jiang Fanyin did not accept anything, expressing that it was merely a trivial matter and did not require such formality. They did not linger for long. Once they had completed their tasks, they hurriedly took their leave. Just before departing, Jiang Fanyin called Wang Chong aside, lowering her voice to discuss Tong Tong, hoping that the authorities would prioritize the nurturing of talent. Compared to the political faction, she placed greater trust in the military, believing that their integrity was more assured. Wang Qingshan was eager to eavesdrop, but Jiang Muse was incessantly chattering beside him, leaving him no opportunity to listen in, and he ultimately resigned himself to defeat. The two arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, soon parting ways. Naturally, Wang Chong rushed off to report this news to his superiors. At this moment, as the military and political factions vied for control, the sudden emergence of a young individual with formidable offensive abilities was indeed a pleasant surprise. Han Yu promptly went to report to his superiors as well. Meanwhile, Mu Qingdu, who had been seated in his office, could not contain his excitement and slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming how fortunate it was to cultivate good relations with them, as they had just repaid a significant favor. Han Yu, recalling the information he had heard, could not help but chuckle. Unbeknownst to others, it was said that Secretary Wang from the political faction was present at the time, but the latter had discreetly pulled Wang Chong aside to speak, clearly disregarding the political faction's standing. He deliberately voiced this, understanding well what words would please his superiors. As anticipated, Mu Cheng's smile widened at the thought of the political faction's embarrassment. He nodded in satisfaction, clearly appreciating that they recognized the military's reliability. He instructed that the situation be personally verified, and if the individual proved capable, to send them for training, while also ensuring the family was settled in a new environment. Additionally, he suggested sending a token of gratitude to the residents of the villa. Such meticulous instructions indicated a significant level of importance for someone of his rank. Hanyu, aware of the implications, promptly nodded and left the office to find Tong Tong. Both the military and political factions possessed comprehensive records of all personnel at the base, which were continuously updated, making it exceedingly simple to locate an individual. The unexpected delivery of such splendid news from the military left both Tong Tong and her grandfather astounded. The elder man's eyes welled with tears, nearly overwhelmed with emotion, as he stammered a question about the veracity of the news. Rest assured, sir, as long as the tests are passed, we will ensure the child receives specialized training. Moreover, you can enjoy a different living environment, alleviating any concerns Tong Tong may have about you, Han Yu assured, showcasing his adeptness in persuasive communication, successfully captivating both the elder and the child. However, Tong Tong proved to be quite discerning. It was only upon hearing Jiang Fanyin's name that the little one agreed to accompany him. Before long, the news of a vendor being recruited by the military spread throughout the entire base. As the saying goes, one side rejoices while the other seethes. Even Wang Qingshan was summoned to inquire about the situation. Fang Jun, known for his pride and unwillingness to bow to others, was visibly displeased upon hearing the news, relentlessly interrogating his subordinates. What's going on? Have you gathered any information? It's been quite some time. What are you all doing? Upon discovering the news, Wang Qingshan's expression darkened considerably, as his sharp intellect quickly deduced the source of the military's advance. Yet, despite his anger, he knew he had to report the findings. Is it yet another incident originating from the Lin Garden Villa? Are they genuinely intent on opposing us? Fang Jun's frustration boiled over as he slammed the table, his countenance grim. Previously, many of his subordinates had suffered losses at their hands, and he had yet to settle those scores, only for them to stir up yet another troublesome affair. Wang Qingshan felt a headache coming on. It seemed that despite his attempts to foster good relations, they remained deeply resentful, and mending the relationship would prove to be quite challenging. If all else failed, it might be best to expel them. Chapter 88. The base is surrounded. Jiang Fanyin remained oblivious to the intentions of the political faction eager to expel them. After sending the individuals away, she continued to enjoy a light-hearted moment with her brother, occasionally glancing at the little ones frolicking about. The siblings engaged in playful banter, their laughter filling the air. Despite the garden soil being overturned in every direction, she was unperturbed, knowing that eventually everyone would have to tidy up the mess. Mother, look at this beautiful stone I found, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, extending her tendrils to place the sparkling crystal upon Jiang Fanyin's lap. The little one was notably generous, especially towards her beloved mother, often presenting her with precious stones each day. Thanks to Xiao Xiao's kindness, the other children began to follow suit, discreetly gathering crystals whenever they ventured out. Thank you, Xiao Xiao, Jiang Fanyin said with a smile, gently stroking the little one's head as she accepted the gift, carelessly cradling it in her palm. Jiang Muse watched with a twinge of envy, for her sister had cultivated those plants with remarkable skill, each one vibrant and lively like a child yet to mature. They were not only obedient and considerate, but also capable of assisting with household chores. In the future, I too shall seek out a plant as extraordinary as this, so that I may comprehend the conversations that Lolo and the others engage in daily. You might find it amusing, Jiang Fanyin thought, shaking her head with a wry smile, unable to suppress her laughter at the exchanges taking place nearby. Lolo wants to grow tall to grow and grow. No more growing. First move your roots off my leaves, you silly thing. Be quiet, do not speak. Bask in the sunlight. Flip, roll, I climb. Let's all dance together. Dance, dance, man loves to dance the most. Such delightful days are truly wonderful. As Jiang Muse observed the joyful demeanor of his sister, his spirits soared, prompting him to recline in his chair and indulge in a moment of blissful repose. However, Jiang Fanyin suddenly furrowed her brow, her gaze piercing as it fixated on the soil of the garden. With a tense expression,
she inquired. Xiao Zhe, do you not perceive the earth beneath us quaking? It appeared as if some unseen force was approaching, causing the ground to tremble rhythmically. Indeed, her observation drew Jiang Yu's attention to the peculiar disturbance below. He lifted his tingling feet, bewildered. Sister, is an earthquake imminent? This situation feels amiss. Instinctively, he rose to shield his sister, ready to confront any impending danger. Jiang Fanyin helplessly patted his shoulder, his gaze shifting towards the group of exuberant individuals. You all should sense the activities around the base and in the vicinity. See if any dangers are approaching. Oh my, how lively it is. Master, I sense a multitude of plants near the base. Mother, there are so many plants and also strange beasts. Oh wow, are we going to dance with Cece? That sounds delightful. Foolish plant, it's not about dancing. The little ones erupted into a cacophony once more, their voices overlapping, causing Jiang Fanyin's head to buzz. Yet, his expression shifted to one of vigilance. A significant number of plants and strange beasts had arrived. Could it be a surge of alien flora and fauna? Were they beginning to actively attack humans? That posed considerable danger. He wondered if the base had detected them and whether the abilities available were sufficient. Sister, did Lolo and the others mention anything to you? Jiang Muse curiously surveyed the little creatures, observing that they appeared rather unperturbed. Was there truly no cause for alarm? A multitude of exotic plants and beasts encircled the base, yet Jiang Fanyin did not conceal this from him. She swiftly finished the watermelon in her hand and dug a hole to bury it deep within the earth. Ultimately, these remnants would be decomposed by the soil, potentially transforming into nutrients that the ground could absorb. Her nonchalant demeanor, however, left Jiang Muse wide-eyed in astonishment. The base was under siege, yet no one had informed them? Logically, such significant events should warrant notification to every individual at the base, should they not? Jiang Fanyin shook her head, indicating her ignorance of the situation. In such cases, it is either a lack of knowledge or an inability to notify others. The siblings were fervently discussing matters within the villa, while the management at the base was becoming increasingly anxious. They even convened a meeting in the middle of the day to deliberate on how to address the issue at hand. Naturally, both military and political factions were involved in this meeting, with Mu Cheng and Fang Jun gathering their trusted aides to engage in discussions. Mu Cheng glanced at the silent Fang Jun, raising an eyebrow. Given the gravity of the situation, shouldn't you be contributing some manpower? I've heard that Mayor Fang has recently attracted quite a number of talents. The two factions have been subtly probing each other's numbers of ability users, as those with a greater influx of talent would wield more influence at the base. Fang Jun, however, was no fool and would not readily part with his resources. Instead, he scoffed derisively. Oh, how could you military folks be more appealing? Even children can now unleash their powers. Your methods are truly impressive. This topic incensed him, as his private investigations had revealed that the child in question possessed formidable offensive abilities, an invaluable asset in warfare. How could it have been snatched away by the military? He was seething internally, yet maintained an outwardly calm demeanor to avoid giving his rival any opportunity to mock him. Despite their long-standing rivalry, both men could easily surmise each other's intentions. Witnessing Fang Jun's discomfort brought Mu Cheng immense satisfaction, prompting him to sip tea with delight, even feeling a pressing need to relieve himself. While the military side exuded a harmonious atmosphere, the political faction simmered with frustration, some members glaring furiously. Nonetheless, the two leaders were adept at discerning priorities, quickly agreeing to dispatch a contingent from both sides to ensure the safety of the base. Although the base had a security team, its ranks were a mix of military personnel, political figures, and various visitors, making it uncertain who would step up in times of crisis. Thus, they needed to send their own forces. The two factions swiftly coordinated at the entrance, with the military dispatching Team 3 led by Wang Chong and Team 2 led by Chu Ping, while the political side sent the Wild Wolf team. Yifan Li Yang, who had nearly offended Jiang Fanyin previously, was present. As they peered over the walls of the base, they collectively gasped in shock. The visible area had been overrun by mutated plants and beasts, with many appearing stained with blood and flesh from an unknown source. Some stood in disbelief, murmuring, "My goodness,
Why do I feel like we're surrounded? Others felt a creeping dread, fearing that they had stumbled into a siege. Yet, the creatures did not attack. They remained eerily still, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. After a prolonged wait with no movement, even the ability users within the base grew impatient, whispering among themselves. What is happening? They surrounded us, but seem unwilling to attack. Indeed, this is untenable. My legs are going numb. What do they want? We can't just stand here indefinitely. It's a waste of time. Besides, we can't complete our tasks if they block our exit. Is there any wood element ability user among us? Perhaps someone could go out and communicate with them. There are so many mutated plants. Clarity would be beneficial. Not only the junior team leaders, but also the top leaders found the situation intolerable. Ultimately, they could no longer withstand the tension and decided to send a few wood element ability users to establish communication. The selected individuals stood at the entrance, bewildered, their minds racing with expletives. Were their lives, as wood element users, not valued? Yet, despite their grievances, they bravely took a small step outside the base. They attempted to project their wood abilities from a distance to foster a rapport with the plants. However, as soon as their powers were released, it acted as a catalyst, igniting the mutated beings into a frenzy. In an instant, all the creatures surged forward, seemingly intent on breaching the base. The frontline wood ability users felt their legs weaken in terror. They were not facing just a few creatures, but an overwhelming multitude. Just as the others within the base feared they were about to meet their doom at the jaws of these beasts, the creatures suddenly halted, as if sensing something and merely expressing their displeasure. The wood ability users, in a state of pure fright, scrambled back into the base, drenched in sweat, finally exhaling in relief. They were safe, but the experience had terrified them. Wang Chong observed the chaotic situation with a furrowed brow. Although the creatures posed no immediate threat, their blockade of the base was problematic. Without the ability to complete tasks, they could not earn points, jeopardizing their survival. Chu Ping, noticing Wang's distress, casually remarked, "Captain Wang, didn't you recently meet a wood element ability user? Since these individuals are ineffective, why not invite your friend over to give it a try?" Despite their previous discord, this rare opportunity to provoke Wang was not lost on Chu Ping. After all, if the newcomer failed, it would diminish their leader's standing. Wang, aware of Chu Ping's ulterior motives, nonetheless trusted Miss Jiang and her team as capabilities. However, he would not approach them directly. He intended to negotiate some benefits for them beforehand. With a smirk, he replied, "I hadn't realized Captain Chu held my friend in such high regard. What compensation do you propose?" Chu Ping, taken aback by Wang's unexpected maneuver, widened his eyes in disbelief. Wang relished this newfound assertiveness. He was no longer the same Wang Chong he once was. He had evolved. Chu Ping, momentarily speechless, finally managed an awkward smile, saying, "Captain Wang is jesting. Such matters are beyond the purview of a mere team leader. It ultimately rests with the higher-ups. Why should he bear the financial burden?" He was about to be a fool. Several squad leaders, who had already discerned the verbal sparring between the two, couldn't help but let out a derisive chuckle. Usually, Chu Ping exudes a sly, fox-like grin, yet now he finds himself at a loss, stifled by the forthrightness of Wang Chong, a rare sight indeed. The others were merely amused by the unfolding spectacle. Although only military and political factions were present, there was no shortage of subtle intrigue and rivalry behind the scenes. Ultimately, this matter captured the attention of higher-ups, prompting both sides' leaders to offer a plethora of generous incentives, regardless of the unusual talents required. Anyone who could resolve the issue would be duly rewarded. Wang Chong found these conditions rather appealing and thus eagerly sought out Jiang Fanyin and her companions. Jiang Fanyin, intrigued by the situation he described, couldn't help but notice the striking resemblance to the manner in which Xiao Xiao had approached her that day. The little ones often remarked on her delightful fragrance. Could it be that this enchanting aroma not only attracted peculiar plants, but also exotic beasts? She felt compelled to investigate further. Without even inquiring about any conveniences or benefits, she readily agreed. Such a display of commitment to the cause left Wang Chong in profound admiration, prompting him to swiftly lead the way. It was only upon reaching the entrance that Jiang Fanyin realized how vastly different the reality was from what she had previously understood. The overwhelming scene before her was undeniably unsettling. Were it not for her innate affinity for the exotic flora, she would likely have turned on her heel to flee. Why concern herself with such matters? Even if the sky were to fall, there would still be high ground to rely upon. Her sole focus should be on finding a way to survive alongside her brother and the others. Ah, is that Miss Jiang? You seem quite confident, which is delightful. Upon spotting her, Chu Ping greeted her with a warm smile, as if to bolster her spirits. Jiang Fanyin discerned the sarcasm woven into his words and chose to ignore him entirely, stepping directly through the gates of the base. Upon her exit, she similarly incited a tumult among the bizarre flora and fauna. Yet this time, the silence that followed seemed to linger even longer than before. Jiang Fanyin acutely perceived an anomaly. Despite the abundance of mutated flora, she detected no auditory signals. It was as though none of the plants possessed the ability to communicate. But how could this be? They were cognizant enough to besiege the base. Surely, they must have developed sentience. Sister, what's the situation? Jiang Muse inquired in a hushed tone from the side. Jiang Fanyin had not yet had the opportunity to utter a word when, in the next instant, an unexpected upheaval occurred. Chapter 90. The anxious little ones, a root suddenly surged forth from the depths of the earth, catching everyone off guard and swiftly dragging Jiang Muse down beside her. Jiang Fanyin's expression changed dramatically as the vine-like tendrils of Lolo surged forth from her wrist, seeking to ensnare Jiang Muse's body. However, the once inert exotic flora and fauna nearby seemed to spring to life as if a switch had been flipped, swiftly obstructing Lolo's advance, regardless of how many branches she sent forth. "Do not touch my stinky little brother. I despise you all. Go away, Lolo exclaimed, both anxious and furious, as she whipped her tendrils around to clear the surrounding anomalies. What are you waiting for? Hurry and help. Jiang Fanyin shouted in desperation at the bewildered team of supernatural beings behind her, her eyes wide with fear as she watched her brother being pulled toward the unfathomable depths below. What did she do? Was she left with no choice but to confine her brother to her space? But to do so under the watchful gaze of so many would mean that even if she rescued him, they would never live in peace again. As she gazed helplessly at her brother being dragged away, she gritted her teeth. Nothing was more important than Xiaoze. If it came to that, they would simply reside in her space from then on. Just as Jiang Fanyin was about to activate her spatial abilities, a hesitant yet composed voice broke through the chaos. I will not harm him. I have left your plant. Come find me alone." The moment that voice resonated, as if responding to an unseen command, all the exotic plants and creatures began to gradually retreat, swiftly vanishing from sight. The poised and wary supernatural beings observed with growing confusion. What was happening? Was that wood elemental supernatural being truly so formidable? The instant she stepped forward, all these entities retreated. It was a voice never before heard, yet unmistakably communicated as if the plants were conversing with her, though it seemed they were not very close. Jiang Fanyin halted her movements, her gaze darkening imperceptibly as a surge of anger welled up within her. Ever since she discovered her affinity with plants, she had never dealt a lethal blow to the, always hoping to tame them instead, perhaps due to her prolonged companionship with Lolo and the others. She had even forgotten the inherent ferocity lurking within those mutated flora. Today served as a lesson. Jiang Fanyin's gaze was as deep as ink, her entire demeanor exuding an icy chill that pierced to the bone as she silently clenched her fists. "Miss Jiang, please do not worry too much. I shall return immediately to report the situation to my superiors and urge them to dispatch personnel swiftly." Wang Cheng has maintained a decent rapport with her. He exerted considerable effort in thwarting those alien plants earlier. Regrettably, despite his valiant attempts, he could not save her, and all that remains is to offer her some words of comfort. Jiang Fanyin, her expression icy, turned and lowered her voice. "Captain Wang, I need to trouble you with something. Please come to my house later. If you see Jun Yao, tell him I went out for a moment and will return shortly. So he needn't worry. Wasn't she supposed to meet alone? Did they truly believe she would be afraid? She was determined to uncover who was trying to lure her and what their intentions were. Miss Jiang, are you truly planning to seek out Jiang Xiaoga by yourself? That's simply one to do. It's better to wait until we gather everyone and go together. No one knows what the situation is, and going alone is exceedingly perilous. Wang Chong gazed at her in disbelief, his eyes filled with disapproval, even wishing to persuade her to stay. The sheer volume of those things was daunting, clearly not to be trifled with. She was in a state of urgency, yet going alone was all the more dangerous. There's no need. I will rescue my brother myself. Please ensure my message is delivered. Thank you. Jiang Fanyin dismissed any further conversation with him, her gaze fixed coldly upon the plants that intermittently revealed themselves nearby. An aura of menace surrounded her, unmistakably palpable. With a swift motion, she strode away, and naturally, Luo hurriedly followed. The little creature comforted her. Don't worry, sister. Brother is fine. Luo will protect you. Yet at that moment, Jiang Fanyin had no inclination to respond, merely patting its head as she trailed behind the plants that occasionally peeked out. The chill radiating from her could freeze a person to the bone. Miss Jiang, please do not act recklessly. Wang Chong called after her, his urgency mounting as her actions were far too swift. He wished to pull her back, but it was too late. He could only shout her name in vain. Seeing her leave without a backward glance, he understood her resolve. Reluctantly, he entrusted the team's matters to the vice captain and hurried to the villa to relay the news, not forgetting to instruct the vice captain to return with the team and explain the situation, requesting assistance. Meanwhile, Chu Ping observed Wang Chong's frantic departure with an amused glint in his eye, concealing his schadenfreude. For him, the distress of both an irritating woman who had once undermined him and his most despised rival was delightful news. Ah, this certainly merits a few celebratory drinks, he mused. Upon returning from his errands, Shun Junyao discovered only a few little ones at home. Luo and the siblings were absent. Initially, he assumed they had gone out briefly. However, the little ones clung to his legs, insisting they needed to go outside, which made him acutely aware that something was amiss. Yet, how could he comprehend the plant's speech? After asking them where they had gone and what was happening, the little ones replied, "The little fool is a dummy, allowing brother to be captured. Mother, brother is in danger. We must help. Hurry. Mother, is something wrong? Cece is very worried. Wah, Man also wants to go find mother." With no one but Shun Junyao left in sight, the little creatures clung to him, urging him to follow them. Shun Junyao felt overwhelmed by their insistence. Yet his own unease began to swell. The little ones had never been this agitated before. With Yinin and Xiaoza both absent, what on earth had transpired? It was Wang Chong's arrival that ultimately saved him from his turmoil. When he opened the door, he gleaned the entirety of the situation from Wang Chong's words, his expression darkening. Since Yinin had asked him to relay a message of safety, it indicated that nothing grave had occurred. Yet, the fact that Xiaoza had been captured and she had gone alone was a situation he could not calmly await news about at home. Wang Chong appeared equally anxious. Shun Xiaoga, I have already dispatched someone to report to the superiors and request support. Miss Jiang will surely return safely. The light in Shun Junyao's eyes flickered uncertainly. She must return alive, for he would seek her out. Chapter 91. Negotiation between humans and plants. The moment Shun Junyao heard the news, he resolved firmly. He trusted her capabilities, yet could not suppress his innate worry. The little ones had been incessantly clinging to him, likely wishing to accompany him in his quest. For if they ventured out unaccompanied, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of other ability users. After bidding farewell to the chatty Wang Chong, Shun Junyao returned, picked up his backpack, and looked at the little ones in the garden. In a low, cold voice, he stated, "I'm going out to find Yinin and the others. Do you wish to accompany me in search of your master?" The little ones erupted in excitement, eagerly surrounding him and expressing their urgency. "Yes, I must save my master and that little fool. We all go together. We mustn't fall behind. Cece wants to go. Plants are stronger in numbers. Man has powder that can make them all sleep." Having long since established a bond with Jiang Fanyin, they were acutely aware of the situation through their senses, even without witnessing it firsthand. Thus, they were already in a state of agitation.
observing the little ones finding their places to shrink down. Shen Junyao ceased further discussion and swiftly exited the villa. Soon he was driving out of the base, the car keys conveniently hanging in the living room for easy access. Jiang Fanyin remained utterly oblivious to the fact that Shen Junyao had come to seek her out, accompanied by several little ones. At this moment, she had followed the leading sapling further and further away, even reaching the nearby mountains of the village they had visited last time. Throughout the journey, her expression was dark and brooding, until she finally ascended the mountain and discovered a magnificent oak tree standing majestically on the adjacent peak. Jiang Fanyin raised her brow, casting a scrutinizing glance at the imposing oak standing a short distance away, her brow furrowing tightly. This tree was indeed colossal, its stout trunk likely requiring the embrace of 4 or 5 people to encircle it. It was only then that she noticed the small tree that had guided her quietly lingering beside the grand oak, as if its task of leading her had been fulfilled. The steady, stuttering voice resonated once more. "You have arrived." However, this time, Jiang Fanyin perceived the words with greater clarity, as they distinctly emanated from the majestic tree before her. She narrowed her eyes slightly, gritting her teeth as she spoke. "You summoned me, and here I am. Where is Xiaozhe? Return him to me. A tree, you say? Even if it has mutated, what of it? If provoked, she would not hesitate to set the mountain ablaze. None would escape unscathed." The oak appeared to have long been deprived of interaction with either humans or plants, its voice trembling with hesitation. "He is sleeping in a very safe place. He will not come harm." Yet, how could Jiang Fanyin trust it? She immediately demanded to see her brother, asserting that without this assurance, she would not acquiesce to any of its intentions. Her resolve was unyielding, and ultimately, the oak relented, extending its branches and revealing the curled-up form of Jiang Muse within its hollow. Upon seeing her brother, Jiang Fanyin joyfully rushed to him, thoroughly inspecting him, her heart finally finding solace. The presence of yellow powder around his nostrils indicated he had likely inhaled some substance that induced slumber. Sensing her concern, Luo quickly reassured her that it was not toxic. With this assurance from her little companion, Jiang Fanyin truly felt at ease. However, when she attempted to extricate her brother from the tree hollow, the oak promptly intervened. The hollow swiftly sealed itself, yet a conspicuous gap remained, allowing her a glimpse of the person inside. "What do you intend to do?" Jiang Fanyin's expression had grown increasingly grim, her gaze toward the oak icy. She possessed no recollection of this tree and was utterly bewildered as to why it insisted on entangling itself with her. If not for Xiaozhe being in its grasp, she would have surely turned it to ash to alleviate her fury. Your presence is soothing, alleviating pain. I like it. I am trapped by this filth, unable to leave. Find a way to take me with you, and I shall return him to you." The oak's speech was halting, reminiscent of a robot experiencing a short circuit. Yet fortunately, the meaning behind its words was not overly complex. Jiang Fanyin swiftly deduced her current predicament. It appeared she was ensnared by some entity, unable to move freely like other exotic plants. It was unclear how this being had learned of her uniqueness and sought her assistance through such an unconventional means. The oak tree seemed exceedingly eager for her comprehension, initiating a monologue without her prompt. "The last time you visited, I sensed the essence of life. Assist me, and I shall return the favor. Let's collaborate. You rescue me, and I shall safeguard you. I possess considerable strength. I have the ability to manipulate other plants, a most valuable asset. One need not delve deeply into the nuances of Jiang Fanyin's situation to discern the underlying pain woven into her words. It is evident that she has been perpetually engulfed in suffering, moment by moment. No wonder she is so eager to employ such means to summon her presence." Jiang Fanyin narrowed her eyes, her mind beginning to formulate a plan. This individual, indeed clever, exhibited a style of conduct that oscillated between righteousness and malevolence, rendering him difficult to manage. Nevertheless, when he spoke of the essence of life, the only thing that came to her mind was the mystical spring water. It was only after nurturing these little creatures that she realized the immense allure this substance held for them. Her expression remained frosty, and her gaze was far from amicable. "Even if I am capable of assisting you, your actions today have already provoked my ire. What grounds do you believe you possess to warrant my aid? Should any exchange occur, it must be founded upon a sense of reverence. Otherwise, he remains a thorn in the side, acting solely on his whims, destined to cause them trouble in due course. The oak appeared taken aback by her refusal, falling silent for a moment before revealing the person hidden within the tree hollow. His steady voice carried a hint of menace. If you do not assist, I shall kill him. That plant cannot stop me. Lolo, having listened quietly for what felt like an eternity, was on the verge of exasperation. Had Jiang Fanyin not warned her earlier to refrain from rash actions, the little creature would have likely lunged forward in defiance. What a formidable figure he thought he was. Did he underestimate her? She was none other than the magnificent and invincible Lolo, the most trusted leader of the exotic plants. And he dared to threaten her? Jiang Fanyin placed her hand behind her back, standing proudly with an air of unwavering defiance. Her confidence was even more formidable than that of the oak tree. You may certainly try. I have never been one to yield to threats. If it comes to it, my brother and I shall perish here today. Yet you will never again roam freely as they do. The oak tree fell silent, as if contemplating the validity of her words. Chapter 92. The oak tree gained sentience. Had Jiang Fanyin heard its thoughts, she would likely have remained speechless. It possessed a modicum of intelligence, though not much. The oak tree remained quiet for some time, seemingly weighing which course of action would be most advantageous for itself. Ultimately, it could not resist inquiring, "What would it take for you to assist me?" Jiang Fanyin suppressed her inner fury slightly and narrowed her eyes. This is how it should be. When seeking assistance, one ought to adopt a humble demeanor. If you desire my aid, it is imperative that you enter into a contract with Xiaozhe, henceforth yielding to his authority. This notion arose from what she had just overheard. It seemed that this fellow possessed strength superior to that of Xiao Xiao and the others, and he even had the capability to command other exotic plants and beasts. With such a being safeguarding her brother, she felt a sense of reassurance. Most importantly, this entity was both righteous and wicked, easily swayed by the influence of its host. She considered herself not entirely pure of heart, so it would be wiser to entrust it to her brother. His heart was sincere and unblemished. In time, he would surely have a positive impact on the oak, perhaps even imparting lessons on how to navigate its duties. Jiang Fanyin's thoughts raced swiftly, yet the oak remained silent for an even longer duration this time. She was not in a hurry. After all, her younger brother was unharmed, and the one who felt urgency was not her. She could even sense the unpleasant aura emanating from him. His earlier claim of being trapped here seemed far from fabrication, and the source of that odor was a mystery. Perhaps he had endured too much torment. Ultimately, the oak acquiesced to her request. Very well. I can acknowledge him as my master. Just please save me. They are coming again. Jiang Fanyin was uncertain about what the entity it spoke of truly was, yet she could discern its urgency. Unfazed, she remained as steadfast as a mountain. First, release the person. After the contract, I shall undoubtedly assist you. The oak tree, initially harboring some reservations, succumbed to the relentless pressure after a moment of silence. It obediently freed the individual confined within its hollow. Xiao Osha, awaken. Jiang Fanyin implored earnestly, striving to rouse her brother. When Jiang Muse opened his eyes, he felt a lingering haze of confusion. Upon seeing his sister, his bewilderment deepened. Sister, where are we? What has happened to me? The effects of the drug still coursed through his veins, leaving him unable to distinguish between reality and the realm of dreams. Jiang Fanyin unceremoniously tapped her brother's head to rouse him from slumber. What shall become of this foolish boy? Jiang Muse gradually regained consciousness after receiving a slap. It seemed that he had been at the base just moments ago. How had he ended up in this dense forest? As he stood up, his gaze fell upon the immense oak tree before him, and he was filled with astonishment. What manner of tree is this? How has it grown to such a size? Lolo, seeing him awake, was also elated, her vines playfully wrapping around him. Brother, it's wonderful that my silly brother is all right. The oak tree, now that he is awake, you may fulfill your promise. Jiang Fanyin paid no heed to the two before her, her gaze fixed coldly upon the oak tree.
The very act of this individual abducting her brother had irrevocably soured any possibility of goodwill. The oak swiftly extended its branches, positioning them before Jiang Fanyin, seemingly awaiting a pact. "Sister, what is happening?" Jiang Fanyin was taken aback, instinctively attempting to retreat. Yet, it was Jiang Fanyin who stepped forward, her dagger slicing through his finger without hesitation, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the oak's branch. The blood quickly seeped into the wood, and in tandem, Jiang Fanyin felt a profound transformation within himself, forging an inexplicable connection with the magnificent oak before him. Deep within, a voice resonated, steady and profound. "Master, I am the great oak tree. Henceforth, I humbly seek your guidance." What? The oak had awakened, or was he still ensnared in a dream? Jiang Fanyi's eyes widened in astonishment, and a string of frantic exclamations erupted from his lips, piercing the air with a cacophony of screams that startled Jiang Fanyin. She could only helplessly glance at her brother and inquire, "What on earth are you shouting about?" Sister, the oak tree has come alive. I believe I can hear it speaking, even calling me its master." Jiang Fanyin clutched her sleeve tightly, swallowing hard, his expression one of disbelief. Surely, he thought, he had not yet awakened from the dream he had just experienced. Yes, it must all be an illusion. Jiang Fanyin helplessly stroked his head in a comforting manner, saying, "That is because you have already forged a pact with the oak tree. I can hear the voices of WWIII and the others. So you too can hear the oak tree speaking. Is it not the same principle?" "Oh, I see. I had forgotten that my sister can also hear the voices of WWIII and the others." Jiang Fanyin felt a touch of embarrassment and cleared his throat twice, acknowledging his hasty words. However, his embarrassment was fleeting, quickly replaced by excitement. Could it be that he would be able to communicate with plants in the future? Perhaps he might even partake in their conversations. The great oak, however, paid him no mind, continuing its dialogue with Jiang Fanyin. "The contract is fulfilled. You must intervene to save me." The oak's urgency was unmistakable. Jiang Fanyin cast a fleeting glance at it, not pausing any longer. With a swift motion, she retrieved a bucket from her spatial realm and gradually filled it with spring water. The great oak tree trembled with excitement, its very form vibrating with fervor. Yet, this exuberance was no longer a sensation solely perceived by Jiang Fanyin. Yes, indeed. This essence, the essence of life, the oak tree seemed to express. And had it been capable of shedding tears, it would likely weep enough to flood the Great Wall. Heaven's compassion. Ever since the world began to transform, all flora and fauna had undergone remarkable changes. To speak of nothing else, the mere ability to briefly detach from the earth and wander freely was an unprecedented joy for these once immobile plants. However, it was uniquely unfortunate for this tree. Since being ensnared by this entity, it had been utterly immobilized. Even today, exerting considerable effort to command those beings to escort away the person bearing her essence proved to be a monumental task. But now, the long-awaited savior had finally arrived. Might it too be able to emerge from the soil and take a leisurely stroll? After Jiang Fanyin filled the bucket with water, she obediently followed the instructions and poured it beneath the main trunk of the great oak. The sacred spring water swiftly permeated the ground. How delightful! I suddenly feel rejuvenated. The majestic oak let out a contented sigh as Jiang Fanyin listened to Jiang Fanyin recount the entire sequence of events while pouring water. A flicker of displeasure crossed his face as he scrutinized the oak tree. So, this scoundrel deliberately bound me to coerce my sister? How could he act in such a manner? Is there truly no matter that can be resolved through amiable discussion? I sense that it has taken on a rather peculiar mutation. Henceforth, you must diligently educate it. Perhaps your disposition could guide it toward the righteous path. Jiang Fanyin shrugged her shoulders, resigned to the belief that it was futile. If this fellow were to follow her, he would likely plunge directly into chaos. Yet suddenly, the great oak tree let out another cry. Chapter 93. The sinister grayish-black entity. No, it cannot be. They have ensnared us once more. The great oak tree appeared somewhat flustered, its branches trembling incessantly. Would this be of any use? Jiang Fanyin furrowed her brows in disbelief. How could this be possible? This spring water of hers is beneficial to numerous plants. Jiang Muse also heard the voice of the great oak tree and curiously inquired, "Sister, what does it mean by they?" His question inadvertently awakened Jiang Fanyin, prompting her to immediately engage in a discussion with the great oak tree. "Could you clarify the location of those entities? I may need to investigate further." This peculiar creature exhibited an extraordinary mutation, perhaps due to the influence of those entities. Without a thorough examination, the root cause of its affliction would remain unknown. Without identifying the cause, one cannot hope to remedy the situation. The great oak tree appeared increasingly anxious, its speech becoming more stammered, seemingly fearful for its own fate. "On the roots of the tree," it replied. "How could they possibly be located there?" Jiang Fanyin furrowed her brow, realizing that the only solution was to clear the soil in the vicinity, ensuring that the roots of the great oak tree were exposed. Jiang Muse and his sister exchanged a glance, confirming that they shared the same thought. Without hesitation, they promptly set their plans into motion. In the presence of her younger brother, Jiang Fanyin felt no need for restraint. She effortlessly retrieved 2 shovels from her spatial realm, handing one to him. The siblings shared an unspoken understanding regarding her abilities, rendering further explanation unnecessary. They promptly joined forces, diligently digging while carefully avoiding the roots of the grand oak tree. Mindful not to harm it, the roots ran deep, compelling them to continue their labor. Thus, when Shun Junyao and a few small companions hurriedly arrived, they were met with an unexpected scene, causing him to halt abruptly. What was happening? He was at a loss, but the young ones paid no heed to his confusion, rushing towards the figures they sought. The vine-like tendrils eagerly entwined around them. "Master, are you all right?" "Mother, don't be afraid. Sha Sha is here." "Mother, Cici and Man are here too. Man will protect you." Jiang Fanyin was somewhat taken aback by the enthusiastic response of the little ones. She reached out, gently caressing their leaves as a gesture of affection. Then, she turned her gaze to Shun Junyao, curiosity sparking within her. "What brings you here? Wasn't Wang Chong supposed to relay my message? Did he not convey it? I knew you were safe, but I could not rest easy without seeing for myself." Shun Junyao replied, visibly relieved upon confirming their well-being. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the shovel from her hands and resumed digging, not bothering to ask any further questions. Jiang Fanyin refrained from competing for the task, instead offering guidance to avoid disturbing the roots. She even dripped some spring water onto a few small creatures. The 2 men worked in tandem, their pace significantly quickened, and soon they had excavated a hole over 1 meter deep. Yet, even at this depth, the roots of the grand oak were only partially exposed. After an additional half-hour of diligent digging, they finally revealed a substantial portion of the roots, uncovering clusters of dark, ashen matter atop them. These substances bore a striking resemblance to the tree's roots, and had it not been for their occasional writhing, they might have gone unnoticed. What could this be? It resembled jelly and appeared to be moving. Jiang Muse gazed in astonishment at the pulsating dark gray masses, curiosity urging him to reach out and touch them. Do not act recklessly. It is evident that these are not naturally occurring entities. They may be toxic, so refrain from direct contact, Jiang Fanyin admonished as she firmly pulled her impulsive brother's hand back, her expression tinged with seriousness. After a moment of careful observation, Shun Junyao lifted his gaze to speak. "This appears to be a form of research material, imbued with a potent chemical scent." He refrained from mentioning that in a past life, he seemed to have encountered such a substance before. However, during that tumultuous period, he had been devoid of any desire for survival. Had it not been for Jiang Mu's intervention, he feared he might have perished long ago, resulting in many memories becoming indistinct. Where had he seen it before? He pondered deeply over the fragments of his former existence. Yet alas, no trace surfaced. Research material? Created by humanity? Jiang Fanyin narrowed her eyes, concealing the darkness within them. Throughout the apocalyptic era of her previous life, she had witnessed an array of events, including the errant behaviors of certain individuals. Could it be that someone was clandestinely conducting scientific experiments deemed unacceptable by society? At that moment, the great oak tree finally found its voice. "Yes, it is them. They've been incessantly entwined with me, driving me to a state of agitation. I was not like this before. Jiang Fanyin swiftly grasped the crux of the conversation, her brow furrowing in concern. Could it be that these entities also influence the emotions of plants? Given that plants are predominantly gentle by nature, it is indeed peculiar to witness them being tormented to such an extent. Sister, perhaps these things are the culprits? Jiang Muse promptly deduced the situation, looking towards his sister to inquire about the next course of action. The great oak tree appeared to be the most anxious of the lot, urgently exclaiming, "Please assist me in eliminating these malevolent entities." While it was certain that action needed to be taken, the method of addressing the issue posed a significant dilemma. Jiang Fanyin pondered for a moment before retrieving 2 iron buckets and a pair of uniquely crafted gloves from her space. She handed them over with a sense of purpose. "Let us utilize these. Perhaps we can employ shovels to extract the material and place it within these containers." The 2 individuals accepted the items in silence, neither of them inquiring about the origin of these peculiar tools, as if an unspoken understanding compelled them to conceal certain secrets from one another. "This substance is remarkably viscous and exceedingly difficult to manipulate," Jiang Muse remarked, jabbing at the mass with his shovel, yet failing to dislodge it. It seemed to possess an almost adhesive quality, firmly adhering to the roots of a tree. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. "It appears we must resort to using our hands." "Please, allow me to try," Shun Junyao declared, discarding the shovel and donning the gloves. He approached the ashen-black mass, and fortunately, he found that it could indeed be pried away with his hands. Jiang Muse's eyes gleamed with excitement as he promptly changed his attire, swiftly peeling off the grimy, dark clumps and casting them into the iron bucket. Yet, within the confines of the bucket, the substance continued to writhe incessantly, as if in search of something, sending shivers down the spines of those present. What on earth could this creature be? Its appearance was utterly unnerving. Jiang Muse cast a glance and found it rather unappealing. However, once they cleared away the object, the grand oak tree emitted a soothing sigh. "Ah, what a delightful sensation. I feel as though I can move freely now. How wonderful." Chapter 94. The darkness lurking within. The other little creatures also retreated somewhat, seemingly averse to the object. Luo, in particular, expressed her displeasure by pulling Jiang Fanyin away. "Naughty thing, this is a naughty thing. Xiang must not take it." Jiang Fanyin helplessly comforted Luo, yet the little ones still retreated a bit further, observing them from the sidelines. It appeared that this entity was specifically designed for exotic plants, and they seemed rather averse to it. Shun Junyao perceptively noticed this detail, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Could it be that humans were secretly conducting experiments, using these beings for research purposes? Jiang Muse naturally discerned this and nodded in agreement with his words. Moreover, as we excavated this area earlier, the soil bore evident signs of having been disturbed. Before the group could deliberate on the matter, they found that the mighty oak tree, longing for freedom, had eagerly begun to extend its branches. With a vigorous tremor, the stout trunk was uprooted, casting a vast shadow over them. At this moment, Shun Junyao remained oblivious to the unfolding events, his gaze alert and scrutinizing. Ultimately, it was Jiang Muse who hastily offered him a brief explanation. Jiang Fanyin paid no heed to their casual banter as she furrowed her brows and knelt down, contemplating the contents of the bucket. Before long, she directly dripped a few drops of spring water into it. Strangely, as soon as her spring water touched the surface, it reacted like poison, emitting a hissing sound from the items within. Gradually, they were corroded into ash, starkly contrasting with the untouched dark clumps nearby. Jiang Fanyin, feeling a sense of satisfaction, withdrew her hand, her mind now somewhat at ease. It appeared that the inefficacy of her spiritual spring water was not due to its inherent nature, but rather the considerable distance. Once the water entered, it was entirely absorbed by the grand tree, causing no harm to these entities. The 2 individuals beside her observed in silence, uttering not a single word. She possessed many peculiar traits, and they had long since grown accustomed to refraining from inquiries, knowing well that she would not bring them any harm. An unspoken understanding had already formed among them. "It seems you have a means to contend with these creatures," Shen Junyao remarked with a light chuckle, casting an admiring glance in her direction. Sister, if even a great oak can move, does that not imply that we are in the clear? Jiang Muse gently touched his head and curiously inquired. It should be fine. It's merely that this matter is somewhat troublesome. Jiang Fanyin rose and cast a glance at them. Little Zay could be excused, but what struck her as peculiar was that this fellow seemed entirely unfazed by her ability to conjure water out of thin air. Had he known all along? Yet, why had he never inquired about it? Could it be merely because he harbored feelings for her? It had been ages since she had experienced the sensation of liking someone, especially after the events of her past life. In my view, it would be wise to find someone to analyze this substance. If it were artificially created, it could pose a significant problem. Shen Junyao subtly reminded her. In the apocalyptic era, the most terrifying threats are not the mutated plants or beasts, but rather the human heart. Greed, desire, ambition, none can be restrained. Jiang Fanyin was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Yet even if she were to seek someone for testing, it would be prudent to choose an individual in whom she had considerable trust. However, within the confines of the base, she had yet to encounter anyone who inspired such confidence. If all else failed, she contemplated the possibility of borrowing a machine to conduct the test herself, as she had not fully returned all that she had learned to her teacher. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing these thoughts aloud. Instead, she merely nodded and turned her gaze towards the grand oak tree. Given your immense stature, how do you intend to accompany us back? Jiang Muse had just been in high spirits when a sudden thought cast a shadow over his mood. Indeed, though they had entered into a contract, the magnitude of the matter was rather overwhelming. This colossal entity was quite a burden to manage. The grand oak, seemingly aware of their concerns, nonchalantly shook its form. Even for those who could not comprehend its words, its palpable joy and excitement were evident. Fear not, I can diminish in size, it soon proclaimed, vibrating as it transformed into a petite tree, effortlessly climbing onto Jiang Muse's outstretched palm. It was then casually tucked into the pocket of his coat. Shen Junyao had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences and regarded them with indifference. Jiang Fanyin cast a glance at the large pit that had abruptly appeared following the departure of the grand oak, feeling somewhat helpless. If this substantial pit were to attract attention, it would be difficult to explain. Perhaps it would be best to level this area. The other two concurred wholeheartedly, and together with the assistance of several small creatures, the trio swiftly transformed the site into a smooth expanse. It was as though nothing had ever occurred here, no towering tree, no dark, unsightly remnants. Once the matter was sufficiently resolved, the group promptly turned back to their base. As Shen Junyao departed, he meticulously erased all traces of their presence in this area. It was only while traversing the path that Jiang Fanyin discovered that the small tree guiding her along was, in fact, a manifestation of a larger tree. This peculiar entity seemed to have been influenced by a certain potion, resulting in the emergence of some extraordinary abilities. Strangely, the malevolent forces no longer pursued it, and its powers remained intact. Shen Junyao's vehicle came to a halt at the foot of the mountain, and the group wasted no time. They descended and promptly drove back to the base. Upon their arrival at the entrance, the staff members, taken aback by their return, approached with astonishment. Their voices were imbued with joy. Esteemed Esper, you have returned. It is absolutely wonderful that you are safe and sound. As Jiang Fanyin observed his demeanor, she furrowed her brows and inquired with a cool detachment, "What is the matter? Is it not entirely normal for me to return safely?" She added, "Did you not pursue me alone?" The leaders of the base, uneasy, dispatched numerous ability users to search for her. Yet, no one knew precisely where they had ventured, leading to a dispersal of personnel in all directions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fanyin's interest was piqued, and she scrutinized him leisurely. "Were there more from the military or the political side among those sent to find us?" "Well, that is quite difficult to assess," the staff member replied, awkwardly smiling, lowering his voice as she gazed at him. "The majority of those searching for you belong to the Nighthawk unit." Although this statement seemed innocuous, it implied much more than it conveyed. "Indeed, it aligns with my thoughts," Jiang Fanyin remarked with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further as she drove into the base. leaving the staff member in awe. Unbeknownst to them, not long after their departure, a shadow had emerged on the mountain. Cloaked in black attire, the figure wore a mask that obscured their identity, seemingly wary of being recognized. Where's my tree? Chapter 95. The leaves may fall, yet the water must not dwindle. The man in black appeared well acquainted with the area, instinctively making his way to a location he frequented. However, upon arriving, he found a familiar sight devoid of what he sought, feeling an unsettling strangeness instead. Was this still the place he occasionally returned to assess the results? Had Jiang Fanyin and her companions been present, they might have remarked, "It stands before you. How much does this resemble the past?" Nevertheless, the man was no fool. He promptly began to investigate the surrounding signs, ultimately confirming that this was indeed his experimental location, albeit now devoid of the test subject. Strange, did it escape? Could there have been new developments in the experiment? He crouched down, examining the ground diligently for a time, only to sigh in resignation. Utterly oblivious to the whereabouts of the grand oak tree, it seemed he must seek out a new specimen, yet suitable candidates were challenging to find. What a nuisance! It would be preferable if that oak had left on its own. His eyes darkened with frustration as he departed. At that moment, Jiang Fanyin and her companions had just returned to the villa, collapsing onto the sofa in exhaustion. After a brief respite, they gradually rose to their feet. The little ones, having been away for so long, immediately burrowed into the earth to absorb energy and recuperate. "Master, may I remain in the soil like them?" The grand oak tree, initially content in his pocket, soon noticed the little ones. Although it contemplated joining them directly, it decided to seek permission now that it had a master. Although Jiang Muse does not particularly favor it at present, he finds no grounds to dispute the characteristics of the plant and thus nods in acquiescence. Transforming into a small oak tree, it promptly leaps from his pocket, bouncing forward with determination, striving to make its way into the backyard. Jiang Fanyin gazed at its bouncy demeanor, rendered speechless. Did it truly believe that its mutation would compel it to walk like a zombie? Nevertheless, this creature did possess a semblance of youthful foolishness akin to that of a younger sibling. She shook her head in exasperation. "Inin, since we have returned, perhaps we should inform the military that we are back, lest they continue searching for us outside." Shun Junyao, known for his meticulous thinking, raised this matter shortly after they had rested. Upon hearing his suggestion, Jiang Fanyin nodded in agreement and even rose to her feet, indicating her intent to visit. "I might as well check on Tong Tong and see how he is faring over there." This clearly signified her intention to go herself. Jiang Muse had initially intended to accompany them, but before he could articulate his thoughts, he observed Shun Junyao rising to his feet, prompting him to swallow his words. Perhaps he was not the most exemplary brother-in-law, as he found himself not contemplating how to obstruct the distractions outside, but rather how to create opportunities for them. "I shall accompany you," Shun Junyao instinctively declared, seizing every chance to be in her presence. Jiang Fanyin said nothing, merely casting him a glance that signaled him to bring the key to the competition arena. Shin Junyao promptly understood, patting his pocket to indicate that he had all. However, before the two could make their exit, they were drawn in by the commotion emanating from the back garden. Jiang Fanyin cast a fleeting glance, and her expression darkened immediately. The once pristine back garden was now in utter disarray. A group of little rascals had engaged in a fray, sending clods of earth flying against the walls, creating a muddy chaos. To be more precise, her little ones were ganging up on the newly arrived oak tree. It was no wonder her mood soured at the sight of such devastation in her beloved garden. "What on earth are you doing?" she demanded through clenched teeth. The little troublemakers, caught off guard by her sudden appearance, froze in place. After a brief moment, they obediently lined up, heads drooped in shame, while one particularly contrite little creature curled its body into a tight ball. They allowed the oak tree to stand silently to one side. "Do not be upset. Simply inquire gently," Shun Junyao said softly, casting a tender glance at her, soothing her with a gentle word. Jiang Fanyin, exasperated, pressed her fingers against her brow. When she was obedient, she was truly docile, yet when she stirred, she could be quite the tempest. "Now, speak up. What prompted this brawl?" The responses came forth in a cacophony. "Luo, Luo, despises it. It torments the little stinky brother, that wicked being. It bullies the foolish one. I must reclaim our honor. Defeat the wicked one. Protect our mother. That vile creature won tea dance with Cece. I shall heed everyone's words. Meanwhile, the great oak remained silent, standing aside in contemplative stillness. Jiang Fanyin couldn't help but cast a glance at it. What do you say? The voice of the great oak was calm and steady. They cannot defeat me. However, this statement acted like a spark, igniting the anger of several little creatures. Luo is the most powerful. You speak nonsense. Haha, quite boastful, aren't you? If you have the ability, let us fight and see if I can take you down. Arrogant, excessively arrogant. Cece is unhappy. Cece will entangle you. I have my fans. I'll make you sleep. Even Jiang Fanyin fell silent for a moment, her gaze somewhat inscrutable. Was this creature overly proud? Although it was of a higher level than the little ones, they were nurtured by her with spiritual spring water. Their potential and abilities far from ordinary, unlike this one, which was cultivated through medicinal means. Now, you all behave yourselves. It is also a member of the household. A contracted plant of Shaozhe. After a pause, she continued, friendly sparring is allowed, but fighting is strictly prohibited. By the time I return, the house must be restored to its original state. Understand? The little creatures obediently shook their bodies in agreement. Jiang Fanyin fell silent for a moment, while she acquiesced. She was uncertain whether she could fulfill her promise. With a sense of resignation, she called out, Sha, be more composed and keep an eye on them. I shall delineate their territory. Everyone must behave, or else today a supply of energy water shall be cut off. How could that be allowed? Instantly, the little creatures quieted down. Yi kafi hua, falling leaves, but energy water must not diminish. By the time she spoke, Shun Junyao had already completed the necessary arrangements, having methodically divided the vast expanse of the backyard. Only then did the two hasten to exit. As they stepped outside, Jiang Muse peeked in from the entrance, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he observed them. TSK, have you been reprimanded? You deserved it for causing such a ruckus. How could you possibly bully the newcomers? Although he had previously harbored some discontent towards the great oak, having been rendered dazed by the sudden commotion, he found no reason to be vexed upon witnessing those troublesome entities incessantly tormenting it, stripping away the plant's inherent tranquility. In response to him, several little creatures hurled clumps of soil in his direction. Chapter 96. A Fortuitous Encounter with Elder Lin. Jiang Fanyin was unaware of the whereabouts of the military's command hierarchy, yet she was well acquainted with the location of the base management office. She approached the entrance and informed the guard, who promptly relayed the message upward. Soon, both military and political entities were apprised of their safe return. They also made a brief visit to Tong Tong's residence, but found no sign of the individual. It was only upon hearing from nearby neighbors that they learned the military leaders had placed significant importance on them and had taken Tong Tong away. The pair did not linger for long and departed swiftly. It appeared that Tong Tong was faring well within the military's care, prompting Jiang Fanyin to smile and nod in satisfaction. Indeed, the military proved to be somewhat more reliable than the political side, at least in terms of operational efficiency. So, one could rest assured. Wasn't it said that he had awakened his extraordinary abilities? He should be afforded favorable treatment. Shun Junyao accompanied her, seamlessly transitioning as they headed directly to the location previously designated for transformation into a competition arena. Jiang Fanyin took a leisurely stroll around the place. Although the renovations were not yet complete, it was evident that Shun Junyao had indeed put forth considerable effort, and the results of his supervision were quite commendable. Everything was unfolding in a manner that pleased her, filling her with joy, to the extent that she cheerfully pulled him along for a shopping outing. Upon returning home that evening, Jiang Muse had prepared everything, perhaps due to the chilly weather. He had made a steaming hot pot to ward off the cold and provide warmth. Indeed, nothing is as comforting as hot pot. Sister, you must indulge in these beef rolls. They are absolutely exquisite. Jiang Muse relished his meal to the fullest, gaining a renewed appreciation for his culinary skills. He truly felt he had not betrayed the dedication he had devoted to mastering this craft over the past year. Jiang Fanyin savored the sumptuous red oil, relishing her favorite delicacy, succulent beef slices, a true carnivore at heart. Without a moment's hesitation, she darted to the refrigerator to retrieve 2 more boxes of beef rolls. She distinctly recalled that, during her stockpiling, this particular brand of beef rolls was the most expensive, yet the exquisite taste certainly justified the price. Truly divine. Shen Junyao also shared her enthusiasm, praising her culinary skills in between mouthfuls. The fragrant aroma of the hot pot was incredibly enticing. Regrettably, the little ones at home could only smell the delightful scent, unable to partake in the feast. Nevertheless, they remained content, sipping on their energy-infused water. Jiang Fanyin treats all the plants in her home with equal regard, even going so far as to attend to the grand oak tree. Yet, unlike the other smaller companions, it is not as easily manageable. She can only pour water directly into its roots, allowing it to absorb the nourishment. Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai, obedient as ever, nestle on the sofa, having taken on the significant responsibility of guarding the household. Naturally, they too are sustained by the elixir of spiritual spring water. Perhaps due to the effects of this mystical water, Xiao Bai has grown nearly the size of Tibetan Mastiff, standing tall like a young child, exuding a formidable presence. They have long since satisfied their hunger and are now curled up in slumber. Sister, what should we do about that tree? Jiang Muse could not help but inquire during dinner, his brow furrowed with concern. The earlier arrivals in the household have taken a strong dislike to it, allowing it only to linger on the outskirts of their territory, while it remains somewhat subdued under the watchful eye of its elder sister. One wonders how to manage the situation in the long run. Jiang Fanyin swallowed the tender beef in her mouth before speaking. The great oak tree's previous act of abduction must have stemmed from a primal instinct for survival, its inherent nature tainted by malevolent influences. With proper guidance, one might be able to restore its original disposition. Having endured the apocalypse, she comprehends the lengths to which a person might go when confronted with the brink of death. If humans can act thus, one can only imagine the desperate measures of those plants that exist solely to survive. After a brief pause, she continued, Luo and the others are merely recalling past grievances, venting their frustrations. With Xiao keeping watch, there is little cause for concern. Let them resolve their botanical disputes amongst themselves. She had never interfered in the dynamics between Luo and Jiao Tailang. Whether they squabbled or exchanged barbs, their prolonged interactions would inevitably foster a bond. Just as Jiao Tailang often expressed disdain for Luo when the former faced adversity, it was invariably Jiao Tailang who stepped forward first to defend. Jiang Muse nodded in apparent understanding and chose not to dwell on the matter any further. After finishing their meal and tidying up, the group took turns bathing before retiring to bed. In recent days, the weather had been splendid, prompting them to forego undertaking any task for points, instead indulging in a leisurely existence akin to that of retirees. They savored tea, tended to fish and flowers, engaged in light-hearted conversations, and enjoyed theatrical performances. Life was simply delightful. At one point, Wang Chong paid a visit, and upon seeing them all safe and sound, he sighed in relief, reminding them not to forget their forthcoming appointment as he took his leave. Jiang Fanyin and her companions naturally would not forget the exhibition organized by the Research Institute, where each individual possessed a ticket that allowed them entry. On the day of the exhibition, all 3 attended, albeit without bringing an excessive amount of items. Accompanying them on this outing were Cici, Luo, and Xiao Yi. Xiao and the Great Oak remained behind to guard the house. The Great Oak even received a name, bestowed by Jiang Muse, calling it Baimu. The exhibition indeed showcased a plethora of items, including some novel crops that she had encountered in her past life, demonstrating that the intellect and ingenuity of these individuals were not lost even in a second lifetime. However, to her surprise, she spotted Lin Qi, whom she had not seen for a long time, at the base's exhibition. Jiang Fanyin was indeed quite delighted, and she promptly led Shen Junyao over to greet him. Old Lin, what brings you to the Jianghai base as well? Observing him, she noted that aside from having lost some weight, his health appeared remarkably good. Upon seeing her, Lin Qi was equally pleased. The elderly gentleman smiled kindly and remarked, "Ah, look at this old fellow of mine. so engrossed in work at the Research Institute that I wasn't even aware you had come to the base. With a gentle demeanor befitting her familiarity with the elder, Jiang Fanyin observed that old Lin seemed to be in excellent spirits, undoubtedly capable of inspiring those young minds to achieve even greater accomplishments. She had also reviewed the survival rates of the recent research outcomes, which were quite promising. If successful cultivation could be achieved, it would certainly alleviate some of the food and drink concerns for many individuals. They even took the time to introduce those around them. We have developed quite a number of novel crops this time. Didn't you mention you rented a villa? The garden must be suitable for planting. Later, I will fetch you a batch of seeds for you to try your hand at cultivating them. Lin Shi, seeing her enthusiasm, generously arranged for a parcel of seeds to be prepared and handed to her in a bag. Jiang Fanyin did not hold back and promptly instructed Shan Junyao to put everything away. She then led him to a secluded area, ensuring they were not being observed before speaking softly. Lin Lao, I may need to trouble you with something. Chapter 97. A challenging task. Lin Chi looked at her with curiosity and lowered his voice in imitation. What is it? I will come to find you later to deliver something, and you must assist me in conducting an experiment, Jiang Fanyin earnestly conveyed. However, you must first help me gain entry into the Research Institute. Having previously been affiliated with the Agricultural Science Institute, it was not against the rules for him to facilitate her access. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chi nodded in agreement, casually waving his hand. No problem. I could take you in. However, since you are not a staff member, conducting an experiment might pose a bit of a challenge. We can simply say you are my temporary assistant. Jiang Fanyin appreciated his thoughtful consideration and readily concurred. The gray substance had been left with her for several days now, and her concern about potential mutations warranted prompt action. If you could facilitate a closed experiment, that would be even better, she subtly suggested. The elderly gentleman, undeterred, waved off her concerns. It's fine. I have an independent laboratory. We could just close the door and no one will see inside. With that, all issues were resolved. And Jiang Fanyin nodded in satisfaction. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the elder, she used the excuse of retrieving the experimental materials to take her leave, even scheduling their next meeting. On the way, she instructed Shan Junyao, I will be accompanying Lin Lao for the experiment, which may take some time. You two stay at home and keep an eye on the little ones. Do not let them become too unruly. She had been quite troubled lately by the antics of the little ones and the large oak tree, as their exclusionary behavior had become quite pronounced. Shan Junyao gently patted her head, offering comfort with a warm smile. Do not worry about home affairs. We are here. If necessary, we can simply deal with them forcefully, as they have indeed been quite rambunctious lately. Jiang Fanyin felt rather at ease and quickly grasped a covered iron bucket, turning to seek out Lin Chi. Today, she was determined to uncover the true nature of that peculiar object. When Shan Junyao returned, he had transformed into an entirely different person. Jiang Muse thought little of it until the evening when several little ones clamored to find her, prompting Jiang Muse to realize the existence of the experiment. He could not help but wonder which heartless individual was orchestrating events from behind the scenes, shaking his head in disdain. Setting aside other matters, why specifically target the? Was it not because we're easier to manipulate, particularly those that had only just undergone transformation and were often unaware of their own mobility? If one possessed the audacity, they should attempt to challenge her instead. Let us see if they could withstand a single swipe of its claw. As dusk approached, Jiang Fanyin returned, her expression grave, and the items she held had vanished. What was the outcome? Were you exhausted? Here, have a sip of water. Shan Junyao thoughtfully offered her the chilled mung bean water he had prepared in advance. Jiang Fanyin indeed felt somewhat fatigued. After gulping down the concoction, she finally spoke. I had conducted several experiments with old Lin regarding that substance, and the results were far from satisfactory. It possesses a remarkable adhesive quality towards plants, with its genetic proliferation occurring at an alarming rate. It appears to be a potent, life-infused gel crafted through medicinal means. Not only does it affect plants, but even we ourselves experience considerable discomfort upon encountering it. She narrowed her eyes, realizing that this was evidently not the final product. Could it be that someone intends to manipulate other humans with such a substance? This audacious notion sent a shiver down her spine. To say nothing of it,
Extra caution must be exercised regarding what her family consumes or comes into contact with in the future. Jiang Muse found the situation quite alarming, shaking his head in disbelief. Isn't it better for everyone to simply survive in this apocalyptic world? Why engage in such fruitless endeavors? They later learned from the great oak that the roots had been forcibly excavated and the tree had been subjected to experimentation. Shen Junyao furrowed his brow, realizing that, having inadvertently rescued the oak, the individuals behind this would likely seek another specimen should they discover their experiment had been disturbed. Caution was paramount. It would be prudent for the oak to remain concealed from prying eyes. After all, the observers were not fools. Anyone who saw the oak accompanying them could easily deduce the connections, thus placing them all in jeopardy. Currently, their foes lurked in the shadows while they remained exposed. An unfavorable predicament indeed. This thought weighed heavily on them as they glanced at the large tree in the courtyard, blissfully unaware of the peril it faced, shedding its leaves in serene oblivion. Ultimately, they chose to dismiss such concerns and retired for the night. The following day, Jiang Fanyin ventured to the mission center to accept a new task. With the training arena still under renovation, it seemed wise to allow her brother to gain experience through various missions. Apart from the Great Oak, which remained as their guardian, most of them had set out. However, upon reaching the entrance of the base, they encountered another group observing them. "Isn't that Miss Jiang?" One of them called out. "I heard you accepted this mission as well. It appears we shall be traveling companions this time." The speaker was none other than Chu Ping, still embodying that charmingly roguish demeanor. It was unclear how he had learned of their plans, but he had evidently been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Jiang Fanyin raised her brows lightly, realizing that this time her mission remained a challenging one, to rescue a small village under the control of a marauding tribe. In this apocalyptic world, not everyone could uphold their moral integrity. Many idle practitioners of supernatural abilities chose not to align with the established bases, but rather banded together with like-minded individuals to form tribes. However, while some collaborated for mutual aid, others conspired for malevolence. Their task was to liberate the innocent villagers ensnared within that tribe. To her surprise, Chu Ping had also taken on this mission and even wished to accompany them on their journey. There was no need for such companionship. Since they were destined to undertake this mission, they would inevitably become rivals. With a cool demeanor, she stated her intentions and promptly boarded the vehicle. Shen Junyao found himself disliking Chu Ping even more, immediately driving away, effectively stifling the latter's next words. His expression darkened, yet he did not linger, decisively gesturing for his team to follow. The members complied without hesitation, climbing into their vehicles and trailing behind. Chu Ping's countenance was grim, a flicker of ominous light dancing in his eyes. He had an undisclosed mission of his own today. How vexing it was that they had chosen to follow him. Jiang Muse cast a glance over his shoulder and spotted several cars in pursuit, his irritation evident as he furrowed his brow. He harbored a strong aversion to Chu Ping, whose gaze felt serpentine, sinister, and suffocating. Chapter 98, This is Hell. Jiang Fanyin was not the least surprised. She even smiled faintly, thinking that if they wished to follow, so be it, as long as they could bear the consequences. Shen Junyao immediately understood her intention, smiled back, and took a different route. They chose the most arduous paths, even traversing through densely wooded areas. After all, within their group were numerous high-ranking exotic plants. It was well known that ordinary exotic plants would not dare provoke them. Many discerning exotic plants even instinctively made way for them. Shen Junyao was an adept driver, skillfully maneuvering the vehicle through the gaps between the trees. By the time Chu Ping and his group caught up, all they could see were the retreating taillights of the car amidst the layered foliage. Lacking such formidable exotic plants, and with hardly any wood elemental ability users among them, they were unable to replicate the same feat. Captain, what should we do? The team members beside him expressed their helplessness, instinctively seeking his guidance. Chu Ping's delicate features darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Indeed, the person had spoken the truth. Jiang Fanyin's wood elemental abilities were indeed distinct from others. If she were to join forces with that fool Wang Chong in the military, he would stand no chance and would need to devise a plan. Such individuals could neither be friends nor enemies. even as adversaries. They must not possess the power to threaten him, lest he be the one to perish in this apocalyptic world. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he commanded, "Let us head for the destination." That person had mentioned that the endpoint was far more perilous. Those fools had abandoned them, inadvertently dispelling their suspicions. Even if they were to perish, he would have a justifiable excuse. At that moment, Jiang Fanyin and her companions were blissfully unaware of the dangers that lay ahead. Yet this did not impede their vigilance. "That fellow Chu Ping has already suffered a loss at my hands. When you went missing, he made no attempt to find you, indicating our relationship has soured. With his approach now, we must exercise even greater caution." Jiang Fanyin cautiously surveyed her surroundings, urging the little ones in the vehicle to extend their awareness even further. Unlike them, these humans lack the acute sensitivity that plants and beasts possess towards each other. Jiang Muse shared a similar sentiment, wrinkling his brow in distaste. "Sister, rest assured, my abilities are quite commendable. Recently, I have felt a significant improvement." Jiang Fanyin was lavish in her praise for her younger brother, even reaching out to gently ruffle his hair. "Xiaozhe, you are truly remarkable. This time, it will be you who protects us." Originally, she had taken on the task to provide her brother with experience, perfectly allowing this young lad to experiment with the new techniques he had developed after his previous encounter with that squad leader. Shen Junyao smiled as he drove, his eyes sparkling with mirth whenever they glanced her way. The atmosphere within the car was imbued with warmth and affection. "Xiang, I can protect you too. Lulu is incredibly strong. Mother, I will protect you and my brother. And Sissy, Man could do it too." The little ones at home seemed to sense that their status was precarious, and they all eagerly clustered around her, vying for her attention and affection. They snuggled closely against her arms, seeking to charm her with their endearing antics. Jiang Fanyin, filled with joy from the playful antics, immediately reached out to caress the tendrils, secretly offering a fresh supply of spiritual spring water to a few of her companions. However, they soon arrived near the vicinity of the tourist tribe, yet dared not approach. "Sister, what should we do? This situation makes it quite difficult to advance." Jiang Muse cast a glance at the situation and furrowed his brow. It was rather ruthless of this tribe of tourists to establish their settlement atop the mountain. One could hardly approach the base without being detected by those residing above. No wonder the difficulty of this task had been so formidable, with no one having succeeded thus far. This was the reason. Perhaps they should first explore for alternative routes to ascend the mountain. Jiang Fanyin mused, somewhat taken aback. After Shen Junyao concealed the vehicle nearby, he promptly joined the two in their search. However, before they could locate a passage, they spotted an individual frantically attempting to hide. Exchanging glances, the trio approached and dragged the person out. Interrogating him, they inquired, "Are you from around here?" "No, I am not from this vicinity," the young man replied, appearing quite youthful, with an air of innocence about him, his eyes brimming with fear. His body bore numerous visible scars, and he instinctively hunched his shoulders, seemingly gripped by trepidation. Jiang Muse could not help but furrow his brow. "Then what are you doing here? What is your purpose for being in this place?" "I'm not doing anything. I beg you, please do not take me back. I do not wish to return to that hell." The youth's face was etched with fear, his terror palpable, and his complexion was ashen to the point of being alarming. Even when they glanced in his direction, he incessantly attempted to retreat further inside, seemingly overwhelmed by an intense dread of being seen. Jiang Fanyin gazed at him for quite some time, before suddenly crouching down and speaking directly. "Rest assured, we are not malevolent beings. We merely happen to wander near this vicinity and wish to ascend the mountain for a glimpse. We harbor no ill intentions towards you." Yet, the youth remained anxious, retreating deeper into the cave until he was entirely concealed, at which point a faint voice emerged. Are you truly just outsiders?" "Indeed, we are not from this place. Could you enlighten us regarding the situation here? Have you encountered some sort of trouble?" Jiang Muse lowered his voice to offer an explanation. Enveloped in darkness, the boy seemed to find a semblance of security and began to muster the courage to converse with them. "If you're not from here, you must leave swiftly. This is not a realm for you to linger. This place is hell." The tremor in the boy's voice conveyed profound fear.
evoking the unsettling notion that he may have escaped from such a torment. Jiang Fanyin stepped forward, reaching out to pull the person from their position. Her captivating gaze fixated on him as she inquired, "You escaped from the mountain, did you not? Surely, you must be aware of the circumstances there. Is there a passage that does not require climbing? Otherwise, how could one person have descended so effortlessly?" The youth's eyes widened in astonishment, as if his secret had been laid bare, and he shook his head vehemently, stammering incoherently. "And no, I don't. There's no passage. I don't understand what you're saying." Little did he realize how frantic he appeared at that moment. Shun Junyao, losing his patience, seized the collar of the youth's garment, lifting him effortlessly. His voice was cold and unyielding as he demanded, "Where is the passage? If you refuse to speak, I shall send you back up." Upon hearing this, the boy's face turned ashen, his panic intensifying, and he quickly replied, No, I will tell you where the passage is." Chapter 99. A turn of events perhaps due to the efficacy of their threats. The youth ultimately consented to indicate the passage to them, and under their coercion, he led them into the concealed route. As Jiang Fanyin stepped inside, he immediately noticed the numerous tracks within the cavern, reminiscent of a recreational site in the outskirts of Beijing, complete with several slides leading directly to the mountain summit. However, it was evident that many of these slides had fallen into disrepair. The young man then guided them toward a more secluded area deeper within. There lay a concealed track that had remained untouched, owing to its hidden location, and they were about to ascend in the cable car that traversed this path. Even as they settled into the cable car, the youth persistently urged them to reconsider, seemingly intent on dissuading their reckless enthusiasm. "Please, dear friends, could you release me? I have already warned you that it is a hellish place. Why must you insist on going?" The boy regarded them with an odd expression, as if questioning their sanity. Regrettably, none paid him any heed. Instead, they tightened their grip on his arm, pressing him for answers. "What exactly awaits us up there? Speak now while you still can." Ultimately, under duress, the boy divulged the conditions at the mountain's peak. According to his account, the inhabitants there formed a tribe of tourists, though few in number. They exploited their advantageous geographical position to descend and abduct individuals, seizing resources. It sounded akin to the banditry of ancient times. He too had been captured and taken there. He lamented that life above was utterly inhumane, rife with strenuous labor by day and forced toil by night. Jiang Fanyin listened quietly, saying little. However, the smile at the corners of her lips became increasingly enigmatic. Among the group, only Jiang Muse and the young man continued their conversation, while the others fell into a silence. Before long, the train reached the summit. The concealed passageway's exit was conveniently located near the restroom, where the odor was remarkably pungent. Jiang Fanyin merely furrowed her brows, yet Jiang Muse felt an overwhelming urge to retch. Shun Junyao lowered his voice, apprehending the wayward youth once more. He deliberately softened his tone to inquire about the whereabouts of the hostages who were being held captive. The young man, with a gesture of resignation, indicated his ignorance of their location, but expressed a willingness to guide them to a friend he was more familiar with in the area, suggesting that this acquaintance might possess clearer insights. "Very well, then, we shall accompany you." Jiang Fanyin flexed her wrist, concealing her hand behind her back, and then departed alongside the youth. Stealthily circumventing the occasional passers-by, they maneuvered around the rear of the restroom to reach the opposite side. Arriving at the entrance of a house, this was indeed the place where we were detained. Perhaps within dwelled the hostages you mentioned. Why not venture inside and discover for yourselves? Jiang Muse casually draped his arm over his shoulder, his smile radiant as he urged, "Let's go together." The group pushed open the door, and, before they could take more than a few steps, the heavy door was mercilessly shut behind them. Observing the sudden influx of people, Shun Junyao subtly tugged at the corner of his mouth, his gaze growing increasingly profound. As expected, Jiang Muse, unfazed by the turn of events, appeared rather relaxed, rubbing his hands together with an eager glint in his eyes. It seemed he would have the opportunity to stretch his limbs this time. Jiang Fanyin raised an eyebrow and casually chose a convenient spot to sit. You weren't deceived, were you?" The youth's face flushed crimson with indignation, revealing a hint of ferocity. He had maintained an impeccable facade throughout, pretending to be the victim of their threats in an attempt to lower their guard. And indeed, they had relaxed their vigilance, following him here without suspicion, just like those he had deceived in the past. Yet why were these individuals so unfazed this time? They appeared to be fully prepared, as if they had been playing him all along. Jiang Fanyin cast a sidelong glance at them, her smile tinged with intrigue. It was no wonder that so many teams ventured forth only to vanish without a trace. They had fallen prey to such cunning stratagems. First, they were ensnared into becoming allies, only to be subsequently betrayed. It was little wonder that the unsuspecting had failed to foresee such treachery. She shrugged lightly, her eyes sparkling with a mocking glint, for she had long seen through their charade. What could they do? Their performances were so clumsy, each lie so transparent that it was easy to discern. Shun Junyao, with unwavering resolve, produced the weapon from his bag, a hefty, formidable blade that Jiang Fanyin had gifted him. While it might prove cumbersome for others, it was perfectly suited to his mental prowess. The room had already received word. Those who had lain in ambush for half a day now wore expressions of discontent. Yet, in a swift turn of events, they soon erupted into laughter, pushing forth a cage from the throng. Indeed, it was a cage, crafted from steel, with wooden planks lining the bottom, and within it lay a peculiar plant, appearing rather forlorn. Jiang Fanyin was able to perceive the state and emotions of the plants, and she immediately furrowed her brow. The unusual plant seemed to be engulfed in anger, as if something of great importance had been snatched away from it. Yet, before she could take more than a few steps, someone behind her could no longer contain their frustration and kicked the plant with a tone that was exceedingly harsh. "Hurry up and get to work, or we might just kill it." The extraordinary plant seethed with rage, yet it managed to suppress its fury, even letting out a puff of air in their direction. Jiang Fanyin inhaled the scent and instantly comprehended the situation, her eyes reflecting a sudden realization. So, they had forcefully coerced the foreign plant into using sleeping powder, thus bringing calamity upon those unsuspecting individuals? How treacherous! She immediately summoned the canna lily. The canna lily expanded dramatically, its translucent green leaves forming a protective barrier before them, redirecting the cloud of powder back towards its origin. The assailants were caught off guard, having not anticipated this countermeasure. They had previously encountered this substance and were well aware of its effects. A mere touch would send one into slumber, which explained their past ease in subduing others. "It's blowing back. Everyone run." The crowd scrambled in a frenzy, desperately retreating to escape the impending cloud of powder. Even the foreign plant seemed taken aback, curiously extending its tendrils towards them. Jiang Fanyin reached out to touch, but quickly withdrew her hand, indicating her lack of malice. Shortly thereafter, a voice cautiously emerged from the peculiar plant before her. You can form a contract with the exotic plant? Indeed. Do you have some leverage in their grasp? I can assist you." Jiang Fanyin did not reveal her ability to comprehend the speech of the alien flora. She merely engaged in silent communication with them. My child has been taken away by them. Those despicable humans have abducted my child." Chapter 100. In the apocalypse, committing murder is rather commonplace. Jiang Fanyin promptly relayed the situation to the two individuals, and their conjectures aligned closely with her initial assessments. The trio exchanged glances, and a shared understanding emerged. Since their adversaries were constrained by the child, it stood to reason that if they could acquire the extraordinary offspring, that very being would become their ally. The medicinal powder derived from the peculiar plant proved to be quite effective. Despite many hastily retreating after being blown away by Jiao Tailang, some inadvertently fell victim to its effects, collapsing in a daze. In an instant, many who had posed difficulties for them were eliminated. The young lad who had led them there had narrowly escaped and was now concealed behind a pillar, watching them intently, his expression rife with indignation. "Who exactly are you?" He seethed. "My acting skills are exceptional. How could you possibly discern the truth? Surely, you must be mistaken about the nature of good acting." Jiang Fanyin could not help but laugh, unreservedly retorting at him. "Only those who easily trust you would fall for your veiled demeanor. However, we are inherently wary of outsiders, and our meager acting skills are certainly insufficient to deceive us."
Shun Junyao also smirked derisively, observing that while you appear to be the one threatened by us on the surface, you're gradually revealing your true intentions, attempting to lure us up the mountain. Recognizing this, how can we possibly neglect to take precautions? Indeed, your pretense of fear, which prevents you from returning to the mountain, belies the fact that mere threats from us have managed to lead you back there. If you were truly an escapee, how could you possibly have friends remaining on the mountain? Jiang Muse could not help but shrug. Who escapes without their friends? The youth's expression darkened significantly, not expecting to be subjected to their relentless mockery, although they did point out the very flaws he had exposed. It was truly humiliating, was it not? He had spun a web of lies, only to discover that the other party had seen through them all along, leaving him feeling like a mere pawn in their game. You are being excessive. Everyone, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and take action. Accompanied by his furious voice, the tourists quickly reacted, brandishing their weapons and launching an unrelenting assault, their strikes merciless. In this unfamiliar territory, Jiang Fanyin showed no fear in demonstrating her prowess, as several small creatures gradually descended from her. They suddenly expanded in size, retaliating fiercely, while the others engaged in combat. Only Man leisurely stretched and unfurled its blossoms, releasing its potent sleeping powder. This powder was notably more effective than that of the previously encountered exotic plant. Nearly half of the adversaries succumbed to its effects, save for a few who had either consumed the antidote beforehand or were the few remaining exotic plant users. Initially, Jiang Muse and his companions had planned to rely solely on their own abilities rather than Man's powder, but upon observing the multitude of ability users, Jiang Fanyin would not allow them to suffer such a disadvantage. The remaining ability users were hardly a match for Jiang Muse and his companions. 2 level 3 ability users along with several level 4 exotic plants posed no challenge at all. Even the youth was taken aback by their rapid defeat, momentarily left in a daze. When Lolo extended its vines to bind him, he was still in disbelief, muttering, "How is this possible? How can this be?" They had previously triumphed effortlessly, swiftly handling even the most troublesome ability users. What was happening today? While they were enveloped in confusion, Jiang Fanyin had already approached them, a smile gracing her face as she inquired, "Now, tell me where the hostages we seek are located, and what are the offspring of that exotic plant?" The captives gazed at her with fear in their eyes. Her gentle smile seemed laden with menace. Some began to tremble, yet they gritted their teeth and remained silent. Shun Junyao, losing patience, drew a glistening dagger and pressed it against their throats, his tone steady and calm. "In 3 seconds, I want to hear an answer. Otherwise, you shall not wish to learn the consequences." Most among them bore the blood of innocent victims, and how could they take such a trivial threat to heart? They sneered, uttering foul words. It appeared that without experiencing a dose of bloodshed, they would never learn proper decorum. With a cold smirk, Shun Junyao decisively sliced open the throat of the man before him. In the apocalypse, killing was an all-too-common occurrence. The blade accurately severed the carotid artery, and blood gushed forth almost instantaneously. Had it not been for Shun Junyao's swift action in pulling someone to shield himself, he would have been drenched in blood. The unfortunate individual he dragged along, however, was caught in a deluge of crimson, staring in shock as he screamed. The others were stunned by his ruthless efficiency, instinctively retreating, their gazes filled with terror. Who would kill before even receiving an answer? Was this not an utter lack of patience? This was entirely contrary to the unspoken rules that govern the treatment of captives. How can you kill? Someone could not help but ask. This question amused Jiang Fanyin, who curiously regarded the speaker. Isn't this your customary approach? Those captured or deceived are first exploited for their worth before being unceremoniously disposed of. Haven't you already handled numerous individuals using the sleeping powder of that exotic plant? Were it not for a clever one who patiently bided his time and, taking advantage of a moment of carelessness, tumbled down to the thicket at the base of the mountain to struggle back to a nearby base to relay the news, you would not have had any forewarning. If there hadn't been a few individuals among you who were related to a leader of the base, perhaps no one would have come to address this matter. You were merely assigned this task. While that may be true, experiencing such treatment oneself is rather distressing.
The crowd regarded him with mixed expressions, momentarily at a loss for words. However, with the threat looming so closely, it wasn't long before someone could no longer restrain themselves and began to divulge information, pleading for their lives. In this apocalyptic world, survival took precedence over all principles. Jiang Fanyin and his companions swiftly liberated the hostages, who were emaciated and gaunt from hunger. Many of them were clad in tattered garments, clearly having endured considerable torment. Jiang Yaoxing tilted his head, pointing towards the peculiar plant, and flashed them a smile. There was another matter at hand. Where was its offspring? Chapter 101. A sudden turn of events offspring? It took those individuals a while to comprehend that she was referring to the young of that extraordinary plant. With a sense of despair, they directed her to the location where the small anomaly was confined. "Oh, my dear child." The peculiar plant swiftly made its way there, only to be greeted by the sight of its drooping offspring. It was evident that the caretakers had neglected the young plant, bordering on abuse. As the parent plant emerged with a child, it furiously lashed out with several tendrils at those individuals, causing them to grimace in pain. Yet, they dared not retaliate. The strength of these individuals was truly beyond imagination, far surpassing that of the idle tourists. Even the youth, who had previously worn an expression of rage, had transformed into one of fear, retracting his neck in trepidation, anxious not to attract their attention and invoke their wrath. To the humans who exude a fragrant aura, "Thank you for helping me retrieve my child. By the way, here's a gift for you." The peculiar plant, filled with exhilaration upon reuniting with its offspring, extended a tendril and presented her with a vibrant green seed. Jiang Fanyin, filled with curiosity, took the object and inquired, "What is this? What purpose does it serve?" The exotic plant, brimming with delight, waved its tendrils. "These are my seeds. You may plant them in the soil, and once they mature, you will be able to form a contract with them. Consider it a token of my gratitude." Are these the seeds of the slumbering grass? They seem to possess some utility. Regardless, Jiang Fanyin accepted the so-called gift, casting a glance at the wilted little exotic plant before promptly offering a small vial of spring water. With a gentle tone, she added, "And this is for you as well. A few sips will invigorate the child, as it is quite nourishing." Setting aside the question of its nutritional value, the mere scent wafting from the vial was enough to invigorate the exotic plant, which quickly recognized it as something precious and joyfully accepted it. Subsequently, it expressed its heartfelt thanks and departed with its child. By this time, matters here had been nearly resolved, and Chu Ping and his companions finally appeared before her. Albeit fashionably late, Jiang Fanyin tugged at the corner of her mouth, a smirk of derision playing upon her lips. "Oh, isn't this our Captain Chu? What brings you here? Surely, you haven't fallen into a toilet along the way, arriving so belatedly?" Jiang Muse let out a light scoff, joining his sister in mockery. "Indeed, one might mistakenly believe that your intentions were not rooted in a rescue mission, but rather aimed at us." Chu Ping's expression momentarily stiffened, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Affecting a casual demeanor, he greeted them, even graciously extolling their prowess. "Ah, truly, you are remarkable. You never failed to surprise me." Behind him, the other team members chuckled, though the sincerity of their laughter was likely known only to themselves. Shen Junyao stood protectively in front of the two sisters, discreetly scrutinizing the group before them. He harbored a suspicion that Chu Ping harbored ill intentions, as if he had set his sights on them. But why? Aside from an initial slight, there had been no other grievances between them. Surprisingly, Chu Ping did not linger. After briefly mentioning the possibility of other hidden paths and advising them to search thoroughly, he departed with his entourage, seemingly indifferent. It was as if this mission had lost its significance. For reasons she could not articulate, Jiang Fanyin was engulfed by a profound sense of unease, unable to pinpoint precisely what felt amiss. Furrowing her brow, she turned to them and instructed, "Let us bind them and send the hostages down the mountain to await us. We shall conduct a thorough search up here to ensure no one slips through the cracks." "Very well, I will arrange for their descent. The passage can accommodate them, so let us proceed in batches," Shun Junyao concurred, promptly moving to make the arrangements. Regardless of Chu Ping's true intentions, it was evident he was approaching them, and the hostages were unrelated to their plans. For the sake of caution, it was prudent to facilitate their departure. Jiang also went to lend a hand. Soon, the hostages descended the mountain, expressing their profound gratitude. Only the bound evildoers remained, and a few individuals conducted a thorough search of the mountains, yet they found nothing. Once certain that no threats lingered, they prepared to descend. However, as they approached the vicinity of the tracks, a sudden boom echoed behind them, and the mountain peak erupted in an explosion. Shocked, they turned to witness artillery fire collapsing the very mountain they had just vacated. The numerous miscreants, caught completely off guard, were obliterated in the onslaught, not a single cry escaping their lips. Artillery fire? How could there be artillery fire here? They swiftly recalled the peculiarities surrounding Chu Ping, and the realization dawned upon them. It became clear that their rapid descent was due to the impending bombardment. Indeed, those individuals had been targeting them all along. Was the military preparing to strike? This thought flickered through the minds of all, but there was no time to ponder, for another shell was already soaring toward them. Run! Jiang Fanyin and Shun Junyao seized Jiang Mu's arm almost simultaneously and commenced a frenzied dash. Jiang Mu found himself utterly bewildered, as he instinctively followed the two individuals who were tugging at him, running alongside them. Stealing a moment, Jiang Fanyin glanced back. This was untenable. They simply couldn't outpace the artillery fire, and even seeking refuge in a vehicle within the orbital transit system was fraught with peril. What to do? What course of action could she take? She maintained her relentless pace, her mind already racing to devise an escape strategy. The safest and most reliable recourse at this juncture would be to lead them into the sanctuary of her spatial dimension. Her younger brother was of little concern, but could she truly bring herself to reveal such a profound secret to Shun Junyao? Another shell detonated behind them, and the entire mountain began to tremble precariously. They could even sense the ground giving way beneath their feet. A look of astonishment spread across Jiang Mu's face. If this continued, they would either be obliterated by the explosive blasts or plummet to their demise, crushed to a pulp by the collapsing rocks. Ultimately, there was no favorable outcome in sight. Jiang Fanyin gritted her teeth resolutely. This was untenable. If they delayed any further, they would inevitably perish. She turned to her brother and Shun Junyao, speaking quickly. Xiaozhe, Junyao, do not resist me. Relax completely. The two looked at her with confusion, though Shun Junyao's eyes flickered momentarily, as if he had already surmised her intentions. Without allowing herself to dwell on it further, Jiang Fanyin opened her spatial realm entirely, harnessing her mental power to envelop both of them within her domain. The three of them vanished into the space, seemingly still within the vicinity, yet they had transcended into an entirely different dimension. Chapter 102, Manifestation of Space. Jiang Mu gazed curiously at the vast expanse of space before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. Lakes, land, food, and water sources were all present in abundance. Could this be the secret that his sister had been concealing all along? Shun Junyao, equally intrigued, surveyed his surroundings but refrained from uttering a word. He trusted her implicitly and chose not to pry into whatever she had kept hidden. Meanwhile, Jiang Fanyin couldn't help but cast a glance at the two. Her curiosity piqued as she questioned, "Aren't you both even a little surprised?" Although she had never concealed anything from her brother, wasn't Shun Junyao being a tad too composed? Had he perhaps known all along? Jiang Mu, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head, realizing that his sister had never seemed intent on hiding the truth from him. Shun Junyao chuckled softly, his gaze gentle, remarking, "The secrets you keep from us pose no harm, so why delve into them so deeply?" Jiang Fanyin gazed at him earnestly for a while before breaking into a gentle laugh, her expression radiating relaxation. Indeed, it seemed she had been overly concerned. For so long, the three of them had relied on one another. She should have been more forthcoming much earlier. With a soft smile, she began to introduce her space. "Before you now lies my domain, a gift that emerged when the apocalypse struck. Its origin is likely linked to the stone I acquired at the auction, and it has since been cultivated into its current form. You are welcome to explore it." She needed to manipulate the space to transition elsewhere. Otherwise, it would be rather peculiar to appear out of nowhere. If someone were to accidentally catch a glimpse, it would be disastrous. The two companions did not dwell on this and began to explore enthusiastically, while the little ones, ever clever, had already dashed off to immerse themselves in the lake the moment they entered the space. Though they were merely dipping a vine in, as Jiang Fanyin had previously cautioned against fully submerging, considering they still needed to drink from that water. The little ones were particularly fond of the essence of the spiritual spring and were brimming with excitement. Ah, so much energy water. I adore it. Woe is me. I believe that if I stay here a bit longer, I will surely level up. I love energy water. Mother is truly wonderful. I adore Mother most. She is the best of the best. Man loves Mother the most too. Jiang Fanyin exerted herself to alter the position of the space, leaving her utterly fatigued. This operation was one she had never undertaken before, proving to be unexpectedly arduous. Overwhelmed with exhaustion, Jiang Fanyin sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Shun Junyao, noticing her plight, could not help but crouch beside her, tenderly wiping the sweat from her brow with a handkerchief. "Thank you," Jiang Fanyin said, pleasantly surprised by his thoughtfulness, and once she regained her composure, she flashed him a smile. Shun Junyao gently shook his head, assisting her to her feet, his gaze soft as water, expressing his concern for her well-being. While the two engaged in conversation, Jiang Muse approached, brimming with excitement and several snacks in hand, like a child eager to share. "Sister, Junyao, these are all delicious. You must try them." He had not anticipated that his sister possessed such a bountiful supply of treats. No wonder she could always produce so many delights. Her capabilities exceeded his initial expectations, revealing the enormity of her space. Shen Junyao took a curious bite and nodded in satisfaction, affirming the delightful taste. Jiang Fanyin did not respond, instead looking at him with a face full of affection. "Help yourself. There is plenty here. Take whatever you fancy, and if you're thirsty, there are beverages and spiritual spring water." Spiritual spring water? Jiang Muse immediately seized upon this intriguing detail and inquired with curiosity, his gaze now drawn to the beautiful lake not far away. Jiang Fanyin no longer concealed the truth from them. She pointed directly at the spiritual spring and succinctly explained, "That is the spiritual spring." It appeared to be inherently present within the space, exerting a significant influence on both people and objects. The rapid advancement of you and a few little ones can be attributed to the enhancement of your innate qualities by the water of the spiritual spring. Thus, it is indeed a remarkable treasure. Jiang Muse and Shun Juanyao's gazes were drawn to the lake, their eyes filled with astonishment. It was truly unexpected to discover such wonders in this world. It was indeed marvelous. While the group engaged in pleasant conversation within the space, others were keenly observing the changes on the mountain. Chu Ping, watching the nearby landslide, could not help but break into a radiant smile. It was quite remarkable. Indeed, that individual had delivered on their promise by procuring artillery, all without anyone noticing. What a surprise! This was excellent. With those who opposed him out of the way, even a fool like Wang Chong would not suffice for amusement. As for the military, if they devised a strategy, they would inevitably secure a frontline position. At that point, they would no longer be beholden to anyone. The excitement among his team members mirrored his own. "Captain, with the mountain having been bombarded, do you think those people can possibly survive? Such a colossal collapse. How could they endure? Do not forget, we have already targeted the tracks. They had no chance to escape the mountain. They might have perished alongside the tourists up there. Best if they did. That way, there would be no one left to oppose us. Indeed, those people are utterly clueless. Not only us, but even the political faction has made multiple attempts to engage them. All to no avail. Yes, I have heard that too. It is quite disrespectful. It seems neither our side nor the political faction has received any response." The voices of the team members filled Chu Ping with delight, their eyes gleaming with triumph. Indeed, all who had ignored and bullied him deserved such a fate. This outcome was exceedingly satisfying. However, just as they reveled in their triumph, a panicked sound of running approached from a distance. "What is that noise?" The group turned in surprise, only to witness a large crowd rushing toward them, among whom were several familiar faces, those whom they had previously seen rescued from mountain. "How could you be here?" Chu Ping's eyes widened in shock, his expression betraying his alarm. A rising tide of unease gripped him. If these individuals were unscathed, what of Jiang Fanyin and the others? Surely they were not unharmed as well. As they pondered this, several figures gradually emerged: Jiang Fanyin, Jiang Muse, and Shun Junyao. The trio gazed coldly at the astonished Chu Ping, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. Their ambush was undoubtedly linked to this group. Chapter 103. Let them tear each other apart. Yet, without uttering a word, they launched into action. As Jiang Fanyin stood, several young figures abruptly emerged behind her, launching an assault without uttering a word. Shun Junyao and Jiang Muse promptly joined the fray. The trio swiftly encircled their adversaries and commenced their relentless attack. What do you intend to do? Why are you suddenly assaulting us? Chu Ping instinctively changed his expression, immediately revealing his extraordinary abilities in resistance. The teammates behind him likewise exerted their utmost in defiance. What is the meaning of this? Why are you attacking us? Indeed, do not presume that your elevated status within the base grants you the right to strike us. Jiang Fanyin's countenance was icy, feigning ignorance. Were they not the first to strike? Now that the confrontation had commenced, they could hardly blame them for their lack of courtesy. Upon hearing this, Chu Ping discerned that the suspicions regarding the explosion had inevitably fallen upon them. His expression shifted several times before he resolved to retreat with his subordinates. He was no fool. The presence of numerous high-level exotic plants signified that their adversaries had deployed their full strength, clearly intent on detaining them, likely possessing reliable means to ensure their capture. If they did not flee now, when would they? It was best to return to the base first. However, before they could mount any resistance, a waft of fragrant aroma permeated the air. Alarmed, Chu Ping realized the scent was toxic. He was the first to react, yet before he could cover his nose, he succumbed to a dizzying haze and collapsed. His team members followed suit, falling one by one. Man executed her task flawlessly. Jiang Fanyin caressed Man-Man's tendrils, her gaze sharply fixed upon those below. Shun Junyao and Jiang Muse swiftly bound the captives. Although their ropes appeared ordinary, they had been infused with a particular agent, one that temporarily suppressed the use of supernatural abilities. This concoction had been clandestinely brewed in Lin Lao's laboratory, drawn from memories of a past life. While the duration of suppression was brief, it was still serviceable. Were Luo and the others? Jiang Muse gazed into the distance. A hint of concern etched upon his features. It's all right, they have returned. Jiang Fanyin cast a glance at the unconscious Chu Ping and the others, feeling rather unconcerned. For she had already heard the cries of Luo. Xiang, I have returned. Jiang Muse turned to see Luo and Xiao returning, entangled with a few individuals. Are these the ones who set off the fireworks? Shun Junyao glanced over with curiosity and swiftly bound the individuals as well. Indeed, let's take them to the base for questioning to ascertain whether it is the military or the political faction that seeks to take action against us. Jiang Fanyin's smile was cold and sharp. Beside her, Shun Junyao also furrowed his brow. Such a manner of operation seemed rather uncharacteristic of military conduct. Yet, despite its resemblance to the previous style of the political faction, Chu Ping was indeed affiliated with the military. What on earth was happening? The three swiftly drove back to the base, even retrieving Chu Ping's vehicle along with a group of tightly bound individuals. When the military and political factions received the news and dispatched personnel, they became aware of the actions taken by Chu Ping against them. Jiang Yaoxing even directly interrogated the individual who had fired the cannon before them, with the assistance of Man. Their confusion was swiftly resolved when they discovered that these individuals had also been hired by someone else, with the mastermind being Wang Qingshan from the political faction. Jiang Fanyin was somewhat taken aback upon hearing the name of the hidden puppeteer, although she held a favorable view of the military. The political faction had consistently treated her well. Who could have anticipated their sudden aggression, especially in collusion with military personnel? What did this signify? Was there a misunderstanding? Wang Qingshan, upon hearing his name, also appeared surprised and even chuckled nonchalantly. Initially, Jiang Fanyin had harbored doubts about him, but seeing his reaction only solidified her conviction. Without a second thought, she launched an attack. Moreover, another suspicion arose in her mind. It seemed that the filth found on the last giant oak had also been privately researched by someone, hadn't it? If the political faction had chosen to strike at her, A mere tong-tong would not suffice. This was the only matter she could conceive. What are your intentions? Are you planning to act against our political faction? Miss Jiang, are you provoking the base? Wang Qingshan's demeanor darkened significantly. His face clouded with anger as he instinctively retreated towards the base. He had not anticipated the military personnel to be so inept. Despite his numerous stratagems, they still managed to escape. Chu Ping was truly a worthless fool. He wondered how his reputation as a cunning fox had persisted over the years. As for those who had fired the cannon, were they not instructed to complete their task and swiftly relocate the artillery? How could they have been captured? They were increasingly inept. Frustrated beyond measure, he dared not reveal his anger, instead retreating hastily. Dealing with someone who had not awakened their abilities was naturally simpler than confronting those with powers, and Jiang Fanyin quickly apprehended the individual. The personnel from the political faction at the base would not simply stand by, and thus a fierce skirmish erupted right at the entrance of the base. Instantly, chaos ensued. Jiang Fanyin, undeterred in the slightest, effortlessly seized Wang Qingshan, lowering her voice to inquire. The foul object buried beneath the great oak tree in the eastern suburbs is your handiwork, is it not? The truth of a long-concealed matter was suddenly laid bare, causing Wang Qingshan to instinctively widen his eyes, and by the time he contemplated restraining his reaction, it was already too late. Jiang Fanyin narrowed her eyes, her voice cold and heavy. Indeed, it is you. How dare you develop such vile substances? You must not fear becoming the enemy of all humanity. She had already privately discussed this abominable creation with old Lin. Although it was still in its imperfect stage, it proved most effective against the anomalous flora, containing numerous detrimental elements. Not only could it enhance the abilities of these plants, but it could also induce a dangerous addiction, transforming their initial aversion into an insatiable dependency. This shift held significant implications. In essence, whoever possessed this substance could command even the most formidable of the anomalous flora, rendering them subservient. It was no wonder that the great oak had suffered so greatly. Had they discovered this any later, it might have fallen victim to the substance. What do you mean by vile substances? Wang Qingshan, realizing his long-hidden secret had been exposed, resigned himself to a cold demeanor. That is a valuable asset. With it, I can bolster my strength. What if I cannot awaken my powers? I can still manipulate these mighty, anomalous plants and remain a force to be reckoned with. Who would dare to look down upon me? With differing ideologies, Jiang Fanyin chose not to engage further, dismissing him directly to the military authorities, simultaneously revealing all pertinent information. Let them tear each other apart, she thought. Chapter 104. The dust settles. The emergence of such events within the base incited the military's wrath. Seizing the opportunity before the political faction could arrive, they swiftly apprehended Wang Qingshan, employing an approach that was both expedient and ruthless. By the time the political faction's personnel received word and arrived, the military had already taken custody and even resorted to interrogation tactics to uncover who had covertly supported his research. Ultimately, in this pivotal moment, the faction capable of garnering the most support would determine the grip of power within the base. The military would not overlook such an opportunity. Even if Wang Qingshan remained tight-lipped, it was imperative to reveal the political backing behind his actions. Fang Jun was furious. Yet there was no time to retaliate against Jiang Fanyin and her associates. After casting them a venomous glare, he stormed off. He was quite overwhelmed. Who could have foreseen that Wang Qingshan, that imbecile, would engage in such reckless behavior? Could he not have conducted his affairs more discreetly? Was it not possible for him to avoid detection? Truly, a fool, utterly useless. What could have been a mutually beneficial endeavor had devolved into chaos, leaving him to clean up the mess. Fang Jun, seething with anger, made his way directly to Mu Cheng's office. Watching them depart, Jiang Fanyin's expression was equally frigid, her eyes narrowing. Lowering her voice, she remarked, "We may no longer be able to remain at this base. In the meantime, I will send a few of our younger members to seek out a suitable place for our survival. We shall carve out our territory. Indeed, this base has its merits. It is a pity to leave it behind." Jiang Yu's expression was equally grim. Had it not been for his sister's life-saving measures, they might have fallen victim to the despicable tactics
of these individuals. Who could have anticipated that after such prolonged vigilance, their adversaries awaited them at the journey's end, employing such underhanded methods? Shun Junyao, gripping a bracelet in his hand, mirrored the somber mood. For this trinket was also seized from the hands of that fiend, a small technological storage device, albeit with limited capacity, barely sufficient to accommodate the distance of cannon. The reason those individuals could stealthily extract items from a base was precisely due to this device. After gathering their belongings, the group departed without hesitation, even taking the large oak tree with them. The territory was identified by a few small companions, a forsaken private villa. Upon inspection, they found the plumbing and electricity to be functional, though the rooms bore signs of significant damage, clearly having suffered from the ravages of anomalous flora or beasts. Jiang Fanyin and her companions were utterly indifferent to these matters. Shen Junyao and Jiang Muse promptly produced some paint and set about recoating the house with remarkable efficiency. Many items were stockpiled by Jiang Fanyin during her previous acquisitions, and she had even selected those of superior quality. They were not lacking in household appliances, for the space was well equipped with everything necessary. Thus, the new home was established, and by the time the military and political factions realized what had transpired, they had already vanished without a trace. Jiang Fanyin and her companions inquired about the situation at the base. Thanks to their staunch assistance, the military successfully seized control of the base, resulting in a significant curtailment of the power held by Fang Jun, let alone that of Wang Qingshan. Those from Chu Ping's circle fared no better. The political faction was infuriated by their ineffectiveness, while the military grew disdainful of their betrayal. Once regarded with some esteem at the base, they swiftly became pariahs, leading to a rather bleak existence. However, this unfortunate outcome was predetermined the moment they made their choices, and thus they could only endure the consequences. Elder Lin even came to deliver some items, which were compensation gifts coerced from the political faction and Chu Ping's group. How did you fare today? How many exotic plants did you manage to collect? Shun Junyao returned from a hunting expedition, bearing several carcasses of exotic beasts. Over the past few years, with Jiang Fanyin's discreet yet substantial assistance, Elder Lin and his team made remarkable progress in their research. The findings regarding the edibility of exotic beast meat were already disseminated nationwide. Consequently, occasionally ventured out to procure some meat, not out of necessity, but merely to hone their skills. Today's haul should be considerable. Did you not notice the smile on my sister's face when she returned? Jiang Muse peeked out from the living room, offering him a smile, before directly approaching him to take the items from his hands for further handling. His tone was imbued with a teasing quality. Jiang Fanyin displayed no hint of embarrassment, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she playfully winked at them. Can you guess how many exotic plants I managed to tame today? It had been several years since they relocated from the base, and the three of them had seamlessly transformed into a family. Jiang Fanyin's wariness toward Shan Junyao had entirely dissipated, her demeanor softening under his persistent affections. Despite the tumultuous changes in the outside world over the years, they thrived in a tranquil existence, shielded by a multitude of formidable exotic plants that surrounded their villa, creating a bastion of defense against intruders. Not only were the external exotic plants and beasts a concern, but even familiar faces had to await confirmation from the plants before being granted entry. Their daily endeavors involved venturing out to gather exotic plants and vanquish beasts, working in perfect harmony through well-defined roles. Shun Junyao wore a tender smile, affectionately teasing as he gently brushed her nose, playfully speculating, "Since you took the initiative, I suspect it's not a trifling number, is it? I wager at least 100? Indeed, your insight into my endeavors is unparalleled. This time, accompanied by Roro and the others, I successfully tamed over 500 exotic plants. Many of them possess considerable strength, and with a few days nurturing in the spiritual spring water, I anticipate a significant number will be ready to advance." Jiang Fanyin smiled radiantly at them, her spirits soaring with joy. What did the apocalypse matter? As long as their family remained united, no obstacle was insurmountable, especially now that life was so carefree. Coupled with the defensive measures against the anomalous plants, they could even sleep soundly through the night, Their existence could truly be likened to that of celestial beings. How splendid! Shen Junyao also expressed his admiration with a sigh. From the kitchen, Jiang Muse poked his head out, naturally inviting them. Dinner is ready. Come and eat. The two exchanged glances, smiling in response, and walked over hand in hand. Regardless of what the future held, their family would undoubtedly continue together, enduring through the ages. The end.